Great Leong's flag was flying high up. The weather of the 6th month was changing rapidly that the black clouds were pressing down onto the city and the wind was raging on, as if it was going to rain in the next moment. There was no one in the palace and corpses were laying everywhere. There were some females that had committed suicide and there were some servants that were beheaded by Great Leong's army. Blood flowed throughout the field as corpses piled up to hundreds of thousands. Pei Lang sat in the tea hall and pouring a cup of tea for himself. He poured it slowly and steam rose from the corner of the table as it gave of a scent, like a beauty's whisper that made one intoxicated. He glanced outside the window. The day when Shen Miao died also had such a weather like this. The skies was gloomy and suddenly the rain came pouring. He had waiting for a long time and finally this day had come. Great Leong's army has arrived and Ming Qi was at its end. Fu Shuyi and Mei Fern had lived the end of the road and Shen Miao's wish was about to be fulfilled. He finally had the opportunity to turn back the mistakes that he made. He poured the small bottle into the jug and poured a full cup for himself. Your wish is about to come true. It's a pity that the person who fulfill it is not me. On the city tower, under the pressure of the army, the emperor's and empress's hands were bound and they were tied to the flagpole. Humans were selfish and would end another's life for their own. This was something that Mei Fern and Fu Shuyi often do and not it was their turn to have a taste of it. The officials in Ming Qi's palace had tied up their emperor and empress to flatter Great Liang. They were willing to use the heads of the emperor and empress to gain a way out from the other party to let oneself live. When the tree toppled, the monkeys scattered. When a wall was about to collapse, everyone would give it a push. No matter how favored Mei Fern was, at this moment she was unable to move. Oh, there was still the new crown prince, Fu Chen, but he was long beheaded by Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao, who were great at bootlicking, and they went to the Great Liang army with it. Under the city tower, there sat a male on horse, with a pair of lazily narrowed eyes. One did not know when did the dark clouds scattered and the golden sun shone onto the entire city. His robes were gorgeous and stained with blood but the noble air was not suppressed. The emperor who were captured and treated like fish meat, paled in contrast. Xie Jingxing, Fu Shuyi gritted his teeth. The heir of the residence of the Marquis of Linen, Xie Ding's son, Xie Kangwu's and Xie Changchao's brother. No one had expected that the youth that died early in the battlefield, the youth who died along with the Marquis of Linen, would reappear so many years later in this manner. He was the younger blood brother of Emperor Yongle of Great Liang, the revered and noble Prince Rui of first rank and also the commander of Great Liang, leading Mo Yun army, that one would lose one's gall upon hearing them in the wind. Long time no see, youngest son of the Fu family. Xie Jingxing greeted him. Everyone knew that the younger-blooded brother of Emperor Yongle of Great Liang was the most impressive. He warred against the world for him and was bold and uninhibited. Such an heroic person was originally the heir of the residence of the Marquis of Linen. Mei Fern stared at that male. She was very scared. No matter how she was able to grasp the winning hand, when it comes to life and death situation, she would lose all composure. She had always relied on men to get what she wanted step by step, but at this juncture, all the tricks were useless. She blamed Fu Shuyi for being useless for making such a perfectly fine dynasty be annihilated like this. Upon looking down on the beautiful features of the male, she stared at him involuntarily, with moving eyes. Xie Jingxing frowned and asked Ji Yushu, Shen Miao lost to this female. Ji Yushu said, correct. He also added, only such an ordinary appearance. One really doesn't know if this Ming Qi emperor is short-sighted. Both of their voices were not concealed and the entire army of Great Liang laughed while Mei Fern's cheeks flushed red with hate. Fu Shuyi was annoyed and he looked at Xie Jingxing, if you want to kill then kill, why the need to spout nonsense? Still putting on a manly act now. Ji Yushu said with disdain, third older brother, this Ming Qi emperor is anxious to die. Xie Jingxing smiled lazily, initially this prince did not want to kill you and was too lazy to do it oneself but this prince owed your little empress a wish. Coincidentally this ending is the ending that you had prepared for this prince so be it official or personal reasons, one have to return it as thanks. He spread his hands out and Gao Yang brought the bow over and handled a silver arrow to him. Xie Jingxing pulled the bow and one could hear a pock sound. Mei Fern, who was on top of the city tower was shot. That arrow did not go straight to the chest and avoided the critical organs. Blood flowed non-stop that it made onlookers widen their eyes in shock. Mei Fern was in so much pain that she felt faint. Fu Shuyi's calm face changed. The scariest thing in the world was not death but waiting for death. Xie Jingxing smiled and stretched his hands out. Gao Yang handled another 2 arrows over. He put both arrows together on the bow before whistling. One saw tens of thousands of Great Liang troops all pulled their bows and aimed at the 2 persons at the city tower. The wind was blowing the flags on the platform strongly like it was a ghost howling. But at the end the last trace of dark clouds dissipated and light shone onto the ground. That male's purple clothes swayed lightly with the wind and his smile was cold and sharp but there seemed to be some boyish stubbornness between his brows. He stood below the city towers and looked on ambiguously before laughing. My apologies little emperor, one is indebted to a young lady to take your dog life. Release. Tens of thousands of arrows fiercely shot towards the 2 persons. It was as if a beast was startled and it was almost obscuring heavens. Not even a trace of sun was seen as it swallowed the 2 persons. Nothing could be seen. In the palace, the green-clad male had fallen onto the table in front, seemingly sleeping. Near one's foot a lantern was tilted and the candle in it fell. In half a moment, the curtains started to burn and fire slowly spread, burning Zhonghua Palace, through Jin Yu Dai until the entire Imperial Palace was surrounded by flames. Third older brother, the Imperial Palace has caught fire. Ji Yushu watched from afar and said in alarm, do one send people over to extinguish the fire? No need. Xie Jingxing stopped him. This Imperial Palace of Ming Qi is not clean and it is better to burn it down. His brows raised, fireworks during the daytime. At least one did not break one's promise. What does that mean? Ji Yushu did not understand. Xie Jingxing looked at the skies that was reddened by the fire but what appeared in front of his eyes was the lonely figure drinking under the clear bright moonlight. This imperial dynasty had failed you so this prince will destroy this imperial dynasty for you. He said lowly, this is most probably your wish. He however did not notice that the red string, that was tied tightly on his wrist that it had not fallen off for a few years, suddenly broke apart and gently fell onto the fire on the ground, turning into ashes. No one had heard a long female sigh in the ashes. So it turned out that this was a calamity and this turned out to be fate. What one saw might not be real. What the ears hear might also not be real. In the past and current lifetimes he had stood at a distance and smiled without a care and only when one was nearly, one could only then understand what kind of person he was. He was frivolous but was the most sincere and was full of schemes but was righteous. He could send thousands of troops for 1 cup of warm wine and could stand up for a stranger that one met by chance and said my apologies little emperor, one is indebted to a young lady to take your dog life. He lived most seriously but also the most cheaply. From among the despicable he was an unlimited honesty and in the world whereon look upon indifferently to fight, at the end one did not turn one back but placed that bit of light on one's palm. This was her question. It was her question but only he could resolve it. It is raining. Gao Yang put away the fan. Summer days are sure strange. Xie Jingxing's lips raised. Enter the city. For what? Take over the imperial power. Shen Miao had dreamt of a very long dream. That dream seemed to be very, very long and it lasted a lifetime. She had a bystander perspective as she watched herself grew from a baby bumbling over words to a lively young girl, from a lively young girl to a young female, then to a middle-aged married woman, then to the mistress of the 6 palaces and finally to an abolished empress in the cold palace before during into a pile of ashes in that fierce fire. She saw herself falling in love with Fu Shuyi and begging Shen to marry her to Fu Shuyi. She sat at the side and did her best to stop herself from her stupid behavior but it was all in vain. No one could hear her words and she could only watch as everything happened around her. From a perspective of a bystander, she saw how stupid the things that she did in the past and this time Shen Miao finally understood. The most terrifying thing was to experience all the heartbreaking matters again. It ended when she married Fu Shuyi when she was young. Those carefree days, even when others called her stupid, were after all filled with freedom and happiness. When she was called Ding Wang Fei, she was forced to be involved with all these fighting and scheming. Even her pair of son and daughter was unable to escape. The people around her left one by one and the first household of Shen family gradually declined. The prosperity of the past was like a flower that bloomed during spring. Once spring is over and one headed towards summer and when the autumn wind starts, it would then wither, making it look cold and desolate. In that dark life where one could not even see a single ray, there were some matters that she had ignored. Those were the stars in the night. They were covered up by other things and became unreal but after one accidentally discovered it, it was as bright as ever. It was like there was fireworks in one's backyard and had colors which breathe and live into the cold boring night. She saw Xie Jingxing. Not that stubborn and obstreperous youth, not that hero that died on the battlefield. His arrogance was the same in the previous generations as he rode a high horse and carried a bow and in a conversation he subverts an imperial dynasty. He drank the wine that she had offered under the clear and bright moonlight and gave her a wish that she could not fulfill in her entire life on the dark clouded ruined city. They watched fireworks during the day and even did not miss the promise of that New Year's night. They obviously had a chance encounter but he became the most indispensable person in her life. Because of him, her wish came true. Because of him, she could redo her life. But that lifetime's fate was just too short. Such a beautiful fate that made one look forward to was halted due to fate's teasing. What was pitiful was that even with this chance of a lifetime, that short-lived fate still continued. There was no need to speak of any of the questions that were not asked. Many things had vanished at that moment, including questions and including answers. The past fate was the result of the future result. Shen Miao slowly opened her eyes. As far as one could see, the skies had cleared up after the rain and a delicate scent sachet was hanging from the corner of the mosquito net, most likely to dilute the bitter aroma of medication. A more intriguing scent was revealed after the scent and medication were mixed together. Shen Miao looked up beside her. The young male leaned at the head of the bed and one of his hands was tightly holding hers. His eyes were closed and there was a slight stubble on his chin. Even though it was not so obvious, it was a different appearance than how he usually was. His hand was distinctively defined, slender and warm and it was the right size that covered her entire hand up. Shen Miao only moved slightly and Xie Jingxing woke up. Seeing her opening her eyes, Xie Jingxing was startled for a while and seemed not to be able to react to it. After pausing for a while, he then suddenly said, "You woke up." Shen Miao nodded her head. "Do you feel anywhere unwell?" Xie Jingxing questioned closely. Let Gao Yang come in to take a look. He usually had an appearance of laziness that any matter would not be able to enter his heart but this time there was a rare anxiousness on his face. Shen Miao said, "There is no need. I am fine." She then asked, "How is Gentleman Pei?" Xie Jingxing's face turned black in a moment. When Shen Miao saw that his face had changed, she was stunned before she immediately understood. However, she did not know how to explain it. Was Pei Lang detestable? Naturally he was detestable. In the past lifetime, he took her fingertip blood from Mei Furan, and even though one did not know if Mei Furan's changing of one's fate was real or not, one felt that it psychologically helped and that sentence of cut the weeds and eliminate the roots to Fu Shuyi had indirectly led to Fu Ming's end. Shen Miao had complicated feeling with Pei Lang. She could ignore herself but the matter concerned Fu Ming which made her unable to forgive Pei Lang. However, at the end, Pei Lang used his life to give her an opportunity for rebirth. One was unable to speak clearly of one feeling as one was unable to be purely grateful or simple hate a person. One could only be done was to draw a line in the relationship. Shen Miao did not want to have any relations of owing or being owed. The matters of the past lifetime ended but in this lifetime she did not want to owe Pei Lang anything and did not want to be owed by Pei Lang. She had remembered clearly that when the childlike assassinate attacked, it was Pei Lang that took the most serious stab. If Pei Lang died because of her then in these two lifetimes, their relationship would not be able to be calculated cleanly. However, upon seeing Xie Jingxing's expression, Shen Miao knew that he had misunderstood. When Xie Jingxing was angry because of these things, Shen Miao felt that it was very similar to the little wolf dog that was raised in the Luo family army. She quickly stroked this little wolf dog and said, "He saved my life and is after all one's benefactor." Without any rhyme or reason, one cannot smoothly accept this type of kindness from others. It was only then that Xie Jingxing's expression got better. Gao Yang had taken a look. He woke up once yesterday night. His life is indeed thick. He then looked at Shen Miao. "It is you that do not wake up. If you don't wake up, I plan to bash that Taoist priest's head in." Taoist priest? Shen Miao was startled. Are you referring to Kai Yan Taoist priest? What Taoist priest or not? Xie Jingxing said with disdain. He is only a swindler who earns others' money. The so-called Kai Yan Taoist priest had bid farewell to the residents of Prince Ding this morning and even took a good grade antique vase along, saying that it was a thank you gift. One did not know how was a Taoist priest whose schemes for a fortune would be a superior one. When Shen Miao finished listening to Xie Jingxing's story of that Taoist priest taking a vase away, there were some doubts in her heart. The long dream had resolved many of her doubts but it might not be real. It was just that Shen Miao did not know why but she felt that everything that happened in the dream was a complete story of her last lifetime. She indeed encountered that priest on the journey back to Mingqi from Qin country and thought that he was a refugee who had escaped and dressed as a Taoist priest for survival. She was after all a daughter that was raised by Shen Qin and had some kindness in her heart, so she gave the other party a bowl of water to drink and did not expect that so many things were involved. If she had really listened to that Taoist priest in her last lifetime and did not return to Ding capital, most likely there would not be such tragedy later. But if one had an opportunity to repeat it, even though one knew it was a route of no return to the underworld, she would not choose the alternative because her pair of children were deep in the palace. But the Taoist priest fulfilled a fate. Shen Miao remembered it very clearly. In the dream, her corpse had turned into ashes by the fire that was ordered by Fu Shuyi and nothing remained. However, the air of grievances was extremely heavy and would not just dissipate. Mei Furan instructed people to do some rituals so that she would not become a vicious spirit and would not be able to reborn. Her soul was imprisoned in the palace walls and would often move around in it and would be also weaker day by day. All of her things that were left behind were burnt. If there wasn't the red string on Xie Jingxing's hand, one feared that she would have disappeared from the world. That red string had protected her some misery and in all those days that one could not live on, Shen Miao's soul inhabited in the red string around Xie Jingxing's wrist and muddled past one life. Until the day that the city was broken. She saw that Fu Chen died in the hands of his own people and saw Mei Fern and Fu Shuyi were tired up and displayed on the city tower, watched as both of them had tens of thousands of arrows pierced into their heart and die and watched as the countless fires burnt down the palace that she hated her entire life and raised till a pile of ashes. The unfulfilled desire in her heart disappeared and at that moment her soul finally found complete peace. The red string was severed. She could let it go. And at the expense of Pei Lang's life, time was reversed and she regained her life. Xie Jingxing saw Shen Miao not speaking and asked with a frown, "What is wrong?" Shen Miao recovered to her senses and did not speak as she looked at him. She was somewhat touched. She was saying that there was no intersection between Xie Jingxing and herself in her past lifetime, so why would they be mistakenly tied together and one would not be able to get out? So it was that there was some entanglement in the past lifetime. Initially Xie Jingxing owed her a wish, but it was just a joke. One did not expect that he would keep his promise and personally end Fu Shuyi and Mei Fern and avenge her. She said softly, "Xie Jingxing, do you have any wishes?" Xie Jingxing took a glance at her. "Why? You want to accomplish it for me? I can give you a wish," she said seriously. "As long as I have the ability to accomplish it, I will definitely do my all." She had a solemn expression and it caused Xie Jingxing to cast a sidelong glance. However, in a short moment his lips were hooked up and he said in a smile but not a smile, "Good." He then went closer to Shen Miao's ears and said softly, "My wish. You can definitely accomplish it." Shen Miao asked, "What is it?" "Give birth to a baby for me." He spoke lightly. Shen Miao looked at him for a while and Xie Jingxing touched his nose. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Shen Miao answering, "All right." Xie Jingxing was stunned. Shen Miao stared at him and there was a smile on her lips that was different from usual. It was not the kind that was put on display or a little reserved or somewhat lazy. It was as if she was really heavy and there was even a touch of gentleness. Xie Jingxing unconsciously reached out and touched her forehead. "You are indeed sick." Shen Miao pushed his hands away and said, "Xie Jingxing, you must be terrified on your birthday." Xie Jingxing released his hands and seeing that her expression was calm and there was nothing strange, he felt relief and followed her topic of conversation and asked, "What do you think?" "I even thought." He did not continue speaking. Even upon recalling that scene now, Xie Jingxing could not help but felt scared. Shen Miao was laying in a pool of blood and seemed to be unconscious, as if she would not wake up again. His heart seized and stopped, even when he brought the Xie family army to the northern Yang's battlefield for the first time, even if someone was scheming in the dark and his life and death was unclear, he was not as fearful as he was currently. He also had things he was fearful of, also had people he was afraid of losing and also had weakness. These three things were all the same, which was this person in front. "I will make up of it." Shen Miao said, "Has your birthday long passed? Why not one make it up for you today?" Xie Jingxing looked at her unfathomably and said, "One appreciate your kindness. Your health is not recovered yet so don't torment yourself. It is only a superficial wound." Shen Miao instead took the initiative to say, "Let's go out." She behaved somewhat abnormally after she woke up. First was that Shen Miao was not a playful person and second, she seemed to be much more intimate than she was before. Her previous temperament was somewhat restrained and even though one did not know why she was used to put it up, but Shen Miao was one who had a big ego, else she would not be in a cold war with Xie Jingxing for that long. For her to take the initiative and fawn, it made Xie Jingxing surprised. He squinted his eyes and asked, "Did you do something behind my back?" Shen Miao nodded her head seriously. "Is it related with Pei Lang?" Xie Jingxing's expression got cold. Shen Miao took a deep breath. She felt that one could not indulge this conduct of Xie Jingxing. Just what was he thinking? After resuming her normal look, she asked, "Are you going or not?" Before Xie Jingxing could speak about her changing temperament, one heard a voice from behind, "Go then." Gao Yang walked in and took a look at Shen Miao. One heard that you woke up and came over to take along. Originally that wound is a superficial wound and it did not affect any internal functions. It is all right. He then said to Xie Jingxing, "It is also good for you to have some activity with your body as you have been guarding in the room and did not even gone out to the sun. The weather is good today. It is all right as long one does not return late." Afterwards, he picked his medical box in the room and left. Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao looked at one another in silence. After half a moment Xie Jingxing smiled, "What do you want to play?" Ever since one came to Longyi, one did not go out for a walk. Shen Miao said, "I am not too familiar with Longyi so accompany me to walk around and talk to me about things here." Shen Miao suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right. That day when I was at the pavilion outside by Shuluo, I have instructed Ba Jiao to buy a number of fireworks and most likely they are still there. Bring all of them along." "Watch what fireworks in broad daylight?" Xie Jingxing stared at her, "Is your head also injured?" Shen Miao asked in reply, "Have you seen fireworks during the day?" Xie Jingxing said, "Whoever is silly would have seen it." "I have seen it before." Shen Miao replied. Xie Jingxing stared at her in doubt. "Fireworks at night are good to look at but it would not be inferior during the day. Since you have not seen it, I will bring you to take a look." Shen Miao smiled gently and wanted to get out of bed. However she was lying on the bed for these few days and her legs became stiff thus it was so painful for her to get out like this that she took a deep breath of cold air. "You will." Shen Miao could tell from his expression that he did not have good intentions. Xie Jingxing said, "Beg me and I will help you." He leaned over, as if to listen carefully to how Shen Miao would give in. Shen Miao felt that Xie Jingxing's temperament was really unpredictable. There were obviously some overbearing points and when he was a youth, he had a scheming and calculative mind that adults could hardly match but currently he looked more like a youth who likes to play tricks and would tease others. She stared at Xie Jingxing's flamboyant side view and her heart moved before she directly gave a kiss to Xie Jingxing's cheek. Xie Jingxing was stunned and Shen Miao diverted her gaze and looked at the sachet that was hanging at the head of the bed. "Shen Miao." Xie Jingxing frowned at her, "You are seriously ill. Gao Yang has to come over to take a look." He was about to walk away when Shen Miao panicked and stopped him, "Xie Jingxing." He paused and turned his head but his expression was a mischievous one. Shen Miao knew that she had been fooled and felt regretful in her heart but after seeing Xie Jingxing laughing out loud and suddenly walking up to pick her up, Shen Miao unconsciously hooked her arms around his neck. Xie Jingxing carried her like that out the door, causing all the servants in the residence of Prince Rui to look at them. In Shen Miao's previous lifetime, she had never been so unbridled intimate with a male. No matter if it was in the residence of Prince Ding or the inner palace, she would have a manner of an empress and even if it was Mei Fern, she was also not carried by Fu Shuyi in front of so many people. If it was the case then the reputation of a fatuous monarch and disastrous beauty would be solidified. Was it that her previous lifetime was a dignified and solemn empress and this lifetime she would have a reputation of a disastrous beauty? Xie Jingxing was quite like a fatuous monarch. Shen Miao was thinking such nonsense when her eyes swept over the servants who were covering their mouths snickering and she got annoyed. She pinched Xie Jingxing and said, "What are you doing? Quickly let me down." 209 to 215. "Oh, know how to be shy." Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows as he spoke and his tone made one feel like beating him up. He continued, "One does not know who was it just now who wanted to destroy my innocence in broad daylight. He actually used the words destroying innocence in broad daylight. Shen Miao worked hard to calm her emotions. However, Luo Tan came over. Luo Tan most likely did not expect to see such a scene. Even though she was usually open-minded, she was after all a female and thus instantly became somewhat uncomfortable. Shen Miao let Xie Jingxing put her down and Luo Tan did not know where to fix her gaze, so Shen Miao asked her, "These days have also been difficult for you?" "It is not difficult, not difficult." Luo Tan waved her hands continuously as she was a little scared seeing Xie Jingxing at the side. At that she was wholeheartedly venting on Shen Miao's behalf and raged at Xie Jingxing, but afterwards became regretful. The other party had power, held a high position and was even Prince Rui of first rank in Great Liang, and if he were to lash out at Shen Miao, then her offense would be greater. Now upon seeing that Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing were being intimate, it seemed that there was no quarrels and could not help but felt gratitude in her heart. Oh yes. Luo Tan suddenly remembered something and took out something from her sleeves and placed it onto Shen Miao's hands. "This is what Kai Yan Daoist priest passed to me before he left, and he had instructed me to pass it on to you, indicating that it is a parting gift for you." That was a small wooden box with a carving that looked like a chicken and a snake, so Luo Tan said, one did not know why the need to carve a chicken and snake. "Shen Miao," she then said, "this is a dragon and phoenix." Kai Yan Daoist priest's carving was really not flattering, and if Shen Miao did not have an understanding, one feared that she would really not be able to see that this was a dragon and phoenix. Luo Tan choked on it as Shen Miao opened the wooden box and took out 2 red strings out. "This," Luo Tan said, "these are just 2 red strings. There is nothing special, but he said it so strangely that one thought it was some valuable thing. It is better to send some herbs over. That Taoist priest is sure stingy. He obviously have an entire valley of herbs but only gifted this." However, Shen Miao was staring at that strings and her gaze was slightly swaying. In her previous lifetime, she had gotten a red string from the Taoist priest, and that string accompanied her for several years before landing onto Xie Jingxing's hands. Later her soul inhabited within the red string and became the medium that connected her previous lifetime to Xie Jingxing. Suddenly she felt that this red string was somewhat close and dear. She brought her hand out and tied the red string onto her hand. Luo Tan saw her movement and was shocked. "You, youngest Biao sister, it cannot be that you want to wear this." Shen Miao looked with satisfaction at the red string that was tied around her hand and picked the other one before speaking to Xie Jingxing. "Stretch your hand out." Xie Jingxing said, "I am not wearing it." "Stretch your hand out," Shen Miao repeated. Xie Jingxing looked at her incredulously. "I am a man. This can ensure safety," Shen Miao said casually. "If you and I wear this, when you are in danger, I will be able to know. And when I am in danger, you will also feel it." Luo Tan stood at the side and asked weakly, "Really? That great?" Shen Miao did not care if it was that great or not. She felt that Kai Yan Daoist priest was very capable, so the things that he gave out should be very valuable. If it was truly like Luo Tan said, then this would be just 2 red string, but these things had profound meaning to her. Its meaning was more memorable than the value of gold and silver. After Xie Jingxing heard that, he no longer refused. Even though he was filled with disgust, he still allowed Shen Miao to tie that red string at this wrist and tied a tight knot around it. Luo Tan watched on with her jaws dropped. Xie Jingxing was a manly man and was an elegant and noble Prince Rui, but there was such a plaything on his hands. This made him look as good-looking as in paintings. Never mind about it being feminine, the most important thing was that this red string did not look expensive and was out of place with their outstanding appearances. Shen Miao said, "Done." Xie Jingxing retrieved his hand back and adjusted his sleeve so that the red conspicuous color is blocked. Luo Tan said, "All right, the things are sent over, and seeing that you both seem to have something on, I will not bother and leave first." She then blinked at Shen Miao and dragged out her tone. "I am relieved that youngest Biao's sister is good." She then leave with a trace of smoke. Shen Miao. Xie Jingxing said, "Let's go and watch fireworks." The servants in the residence of Prince Rui. Kong Yang asked Tai Yi softly, "It is Fern that is clearly ill, so how is it that master's brain is affected?" "It is a bright clear day, so watch what fireworks." Tai Yi handled him a broom expressionlessly. "Sweep the floor." In Wei Yong Palace, Empress Xiande was leaning against the couch reading. She read leisurely as she listened to the palace maid speaking. She then put the book down and her expression seemed to be gratified. "It is good that there is no issue. There is always something happening these days that Ben Gong even planned to burn some incense and pray for blessings." Shen Miao's assignation attempt was hidden from outsiders but was not concealed from Emperor Yongle and Empress Xiande. Even Gao Yang had no alternatives, much less the imperial physicians in the palace. Speaking of which, it was truly strange these days as accidents happened continuously to the residence of Prince Rui. First it was Xie Jingxing, and when Xie Jingxing just escaped from a catastrophe, it was Shen Miao's turn. It was fortunately that Shen Miao was currently awake and one's heart was able to set down like a rock. Empress Xiande placed the book down and no longer had any mood to read. She stood up and walked over to the windows. The rain fell yesterday night and there was a good weather today. Where were the traces of the great winds of yesterday night other than the falling leaves that were blown off the plum trees? She said to herself, Long Yi is not peaceful too. The wind sweeping through the tower heralds a rising storm in the mountains. For the residents of Prince Rui, such an impenetrable place could have 2 accidents after Xie Jingxing's return to Great Liang. It could only be a message. Perhaps of warning or an attack. Because Emperor Yongle had started to take action with the Lu family. Dao Gugu was the female official that was by Empress Xiande's side. Ever since Empress Xiande became the Empress, she had always been by her side, and after so many years, she was the most loyal confidant of Empress Xiande. Dao Gugu said, "Today Consort Jing went to the Imperial study to look for His Majesty. When she went over, her eyes were full of tears, and when she left, she did not seem well. The palace maid in Jinghua Palace said that upon returning, her ladyship Consort Jing had punished a number of servants and even smashed a lot of things, seemingly in a bad mood." Empress Xiande smiled gently. The Lu family had suffered a disadvantage and also want to test His Majesty's attitude, so naturally one would start from Consort Jing's side. A few days before, didn't Lu Fern even enter the palace to visit Consort Jing? The emperor seemed no longer treats her ladyship Consort Jing patiently. Dao Gugu said, "These days, her ladyship Consort Jing has restrained her attitude towards you. If the emperor really take action towards the Lu family, at Consort Jing's side, let the emperor decide everything." Empress Xiande said faintly, "Be it sincerity or fake emotions, Ben Gong is unable to see all these things clearly. At the beginning when one entered the palace, one understands these principles." She looked towards the worried Dao Gugu and smiled. "Do you think that Ben Gong would still care for all these?" Dao Gugu no longer spoke. Empress Xiande looked outside again. Ever since Ben Gong became this empress, one had not regarded oneself as a female. The emperor's wife is not a wife and has to bear the weight of the people under heavens with him, accompanying in fortune and disasters, sharing life and death. Ben Gong has never been afraid. Ben Gong only felt somewhat regretful. She looked at her abdomen. Ben Gong is not able to give birth to one's own child. At the beginning of her ladyship Consort Jing, Dao Gugu gritted her teeth and spoke with some resentment and heartache in her voice. Never mind. Empress Xiande waved her hands tiredly and smiled, but there was a bit of numbness in that smile. With or without consort Jing, it would be the same. At the end, Ben Gong would not be able to give birth to this child. She said softly, take a look at the inner palace. Who was able to give birth to his child? None, and it is impossible. So although Ben Gong have some regrets, the females in this inner palace are all regretful, so the regret that Ben Gong feel is no longer regret. At least Ben Gong still have this unshakable position. She said. As the sun headed west, Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing were walking back to the residence. Great Liang was more open-minded and had more freedom than in Mingqi, thus it was a common sight for husband and wife to be seen in the streets. However, because Xie Jingxing was very famous, everyone in Longyi knew of him, and thus they would be surrounding by astonished eyes wherever he went. In the previous period, it was rumored that Rui Wangfei and Prince Rui were not of good terms and their relationship was as cold as ice. However, they were currently traveling together, thus this rumor was broken. If both of them were like the rumors, unfamiliar with one another, how would they travel so intimately? One did not know which family was the one that was spouting nonsense. Ever since Shen Miao came to Longyi, it was her first time strolling around. Xie Jingxing was very familiar with this place and both of them would buy as they walk. She was originally not one who favored new things, but it seemed that he was affected by Luo Tan as she bought so many things that the carriage was filled. Both of them bought stuff in front while Tai Yi and Kong Yang followed behind paying. Xie Jingxing felt that Shen Miao was somewhat strange being like this and looked suspiciously at her from time to time. Shen Miao's current mood was unpreceding relaxed. It was like she had experienced a dream that undoubtedly unraveled the anger and hatred of her past life. Naturally enmity would have to be avenged, but in this rebirth of a lifetime, it was not only just for revenge. Those stars that once shimmered in the dark years made her feel that she was not only left with bad experience in her previous lifetime. As for this lifetime, it was even more precious. The present her was more determined and candid than she was before. She could face straightforwardly to her own feelings and could embrace her new life with enthusiasm. The current her and the previous her were two different persons. Her heart was relaxed and naturally she smiled from the start to the end. She was like a child who used a different perspective to look at things and even said to Xie Jingxing, Longyi and Ding capital are really different. One thinks that the different regions of Great Liang have its own uniqueness. If there is such a day where one could travel to the famous mountains and rivers to look at the different scenery, it would be great. Xie Jingxing smiled. What is so difficult with it? It is easier said than done. Shen Miao said, sometimes one admires those who live at the rivers and lakes. There are no worries and troubles and there are also no unscrupulous things. The experiences would be extremely interesting. Xie Jingxing looked at her thoughtfully. Shen Miao said, what are you looking at me for? His lips raised and he took Shen Miao's hands as he smiled. After Mingqi's and Great Liang's matters are done, I will take you to where you want to go. Shen Miao smiled at him. Is this the wish you give to me in return? Xie Jingxing was slightly in a daze. Thinking about the wish that Shen Miao spoke of when she woke up, a smug smile suddenly appeared on his face as he said, you kept on reminding me of that wish today. Could it be that because the 2-month period was over and you really want? Shen Miao turned around and left. I did not think about anything. Kong Yang and Tai Yi were following behind. Kong Yang looked embarrassed and Tai Yi's dark face became red, as both of them showed an expression of not waiting to see it. It was naturally a good thing when both masters have good relations, but it was simply abuse for them serve them. It was better to guard the tower prison. When the moon gradually rose, there were much fewer people on the streets. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing had shopped around for an entire day and also felt tired. It was rare that she was that excited, thus Xie Jingxing accompanied her. Seeing both of them returning with an atmosphere of ease, Jingjae and Guyu were relieved. Xie Jingxing wanted to bathe, so Shen Miao returned to her own room. Jingjae had already brought over the hot water and said, Furan should bath first. The little kitchens has already prepared the food and after a while it can be eating. It must be tiring after an entire day. Shen Miao complied. The bathing water was very warm and comfortable that it made one groggy and felt like sleeping. She lay on the bed as Guyu ate by the side and said, this servant had not seen Furan laugh like this for a long time. Shen Miao recovered to her senses. She actually laughed very often, but most likely after staying in the inner palace for a long time, with the logic of even if one lose, one could not lose one's position, even if one's road is darker, no matter how unfavorable the situation was, one would first display a gentle smile first. If the enemy saw one's gentle smile, they would not be able to guess what one was thinking. Even if it did not confuse the enemy, it was good to make the other feel disgusted. Since her rebirth, she was accustomed to it, but that smile was consciously displayed and not from one's heart, so how could it be the same as a smile from one's heart? Currently her eyes were bent, like it was filled with satisfaction and as warm jade, making her beautiful face more attractive and one was unable to peel their eyes off. Jingjae noticed the red string around Shen Miao's wrist. When Luo Tan gave the red strings to Shen Miao, Jingjae was not aware of it, so now upon seeing it, she was curious, as Furan's red string newly bought on the streets. It is indeed unique but is not matching to one's clothes. Guyu also saw it and smiled. Didn't Putuo Monastery sell such red strings? 1 copper coin for a string. It is said that this is to seek for marriage. Jingjae smiled. A marriage is only worth a copper coin. This is just too cheap. She was then somewhat curious. Furan don't believe in such things the most, so why buy it? However, speaking of it, if His Highness see this string, one feared that he would not be happy as he will think that Furan had become Wang Fei already, so why seek for marriage? Jingjae had a lively personality and now learned Xie Jingxing's dissatisfied expression, making Shen Miao and Guyu laugh out. Guyu scolded while smiling. Rascal. Is His Highness someone you can joke about? Shen Miao waved her hands, later instruct people to place the food in Xie Jingxing's room. Both of them had been sleeping in separate rooms as Xie Jingxing had his own bed chambers. Jingjae was startled but she then smiled. Furan want to have a meal with His Highness. She could not help but be happy for Shen Miao. When Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing slept separately, these maids saw it but did not know how to persuade. They had not thought that after suffering from such a catastrophe, both of their feelings improved heaps and bounds. It was indeed a blessing in disguise. Shen Miao said, this string is very spiritual. Oh, Guyu looked strangely at Shen Miao as she did not know why she suddenly said those words. Shen Miao however just looked at the string and sighed softly. It is just that this time, her eyes were relaxed. This day was bound to come and her worries were not like previous. This time she was already fully prepared. This lifetime was different from the last lifetime, be it people or events, so she would still be filled with expectations but she would not put all her future on one person. One's growth and becoming a person who could fight by one's side was equally powerful. It was simply protecting the things that one wanted to protecting and resolved feuds that one should resolve. She instructed Jingjae to bring a handkerchief over and said, help me to style my hair. Xie Jingxing walked out in his middle clothes. He bathed for a long time that the water was somewhat cooled. When he was alone, there was no lazy smile on his face and on the contrary, there was some indifferent expression that one could not see clearly at night. He was actually not a warm person and under the appearance of trifling without respect, there was a faint ridicule of the world. Just as he went out, he saw a few delicate dishes and snacks in the middle of the room. Xie Jingxing's brows wrinkled. Tai Yi. He was not used to having a meal in the room. He was one who liked cleanliness and would be very structured and orderly in private. The bed chambers was a place to sleep and the hall was used to have a meal. There was no response after calling out for a few times when the door suddenly opened with a bang and Shen Miao came in hugging a wine jar. That wine jar was so big and she wobbled as she carried it. Xie Jingxing went forward to help her and placed it on the table before he asked, "What are you doing?" Shen Miao said, "I have searched in your warehouse for a long time and found this earthen jar. It is most likely Shi Zhoushang. Most likely that it is of some years so one carried it out." Xie Jingxing paused and opened the jar. Indeed a mellow fragrance of a wine whiff past. He smiled and said, "It is amazing that you could recognize Shi Zhoushang. Tang Shu did not stop you." Shi Zhoushang was a highly regarded wine and was priceless that even if one had money, it was difficult to procure. There was only 3 jars in the entire residence of Prince Rui and Shen Miao took 1 jar away. Coincidentally this jar was about 50 years cold. One feared that Tang Shu would be so heartache that he was crying silently. Shen Miao smiled, "I even drank it before." Xie Jingxing was suspicious, drank it before. Shen Miao did not continue speaking. When she was an empress, there was no wine that she did not drink in the palace banquet before. Even though 1 jar of Shi Zhoushang was precious, but it was not to a level that she would view it in a different light. However she had been an empress but was blinded by so many things that she did not care too much about these stuffs. However in normal families and even official families, an official would not have an opportunity to have a mouthful of Shi Zhoushang even after exhausting one entire life. Shen Miao patted her head. It seemed that one had forgotten to bring wine cups. Her eyes landed on the bowls that were used for rice and simply took 2 over and poured 2 full bowls out. Xie Jingxing looked at her incredulously and questioned, "Shen Miao, are you an alcoholic?" "I am here to accompany you to eat." Shen Miao said, "How can there be no wine with dishes?" Xie Jingxing folded his arms and looked at her for a while and suddenly remembered a matter before saying, "I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. On that day in Bai Xiaolu, you drank a bowl of wine in front of so many people. Shen Jiao Jiao, in the future you have to pay attention to the norms of propriety." When she drank wine, she was extremely charming and had an elegant bearing that in that moment, it made everyone unable to turn their eyes away. The numerous eyes of all those men in Bai Xiaoluo were all on her and at that time Xie Jingxing was sulking badly. If he did not care of his current status, one feared that he would have carried Shen Miao and left. He tempted to teach his little wife, "In the future, don't drink outside and if there is a need to drink, I have to be present. Even if I am present, you cannot drink too much, especially in front of other." "Shen Jiao Jiao, are you listening to me?" Shen Miao put down the bowl. She just swallowed a big mouthful of Shi Zhoushang and currently her throat was on fire, so much so that tears was about to be spilled. The entire mouthful went down her stomach and made it warm and refreshed. She praised, "It is indeed Shi Zhoushang." Xie Jingxing said, "Are you disregarding me now?" Shen Miao glanced at him, "Are you not drinking?" She then picked the wine bowl up to drink. Xie Jingxing said, "Hey, are you going to be a drunkard at my place tonight? Shi Zhoushang is not supposed to be drunk like how you are doing it. You are being like a cow chewing on peonies." Shen Miao squinted at him, "No one dared to say that I am a cow chewing on peonies." Xie Jingxing. He had always felt that Shen Miao was a completely different person when she drank, like she was when the Shen family left Ding capital all those years ago, before he headed to northern Zhong. Could it be that there was another person living in Shen Miao and would only be unleashed when she drank? Xie Jingxing was really puzzled as she was usually a cautious person but once she was drunk, she would do things without any reason and might even do something incredulous. He had felt that the arrogance of the Shen family's military lineage would only be reflected on Shen Miao after she drank. Shen Miao handed a large bowl of wine to Xie Jingxing and said, "You drink too." Xie Jingxing looked at her unfathomably but Shen Miao stubbornly reached her hand out so he could only sit down at the table and took the bowl of wine before slowly sipping it. Shen Miao stared at him. Indeed when Xie Jingxing drank, it was not like her, a cow chewing on peonies, but drinking in sips, like a wine expert. She watched and held her bowl to drink it off. Xie Jingxing only drank a few mouthfuls when he saw Shen Miao bringing the bowl up and wiping her mouth, as if she was a soldier of Shen Shen's drinking. He said, "You have finished drinking." Shen Miao coughed lightly twice, "I have something to tell you." Xie Jingxing glanced at her before looking back at the bright amber wine in his bowl. "To need alcohol to boost up one's courage to speak to me, is it that you have committed some airs behind my back? Previously did you not ask me what my secret is?" Shen Miao said, "There is no need to exchange it with your secrets. I will tell you." Xie Jingxing's movements paused as he looked up at her. "Do you want to listen?" she asked him. Xie Jingxing put down the bowl of wine and said, "How is it that it sounds like you are giving me a disadvantage?" "Then I will take it as you want to know and I will tell you." Shen Miao ignored his words and only cared about her words. "Don't you feel strange ever since you know me? Those words that I sent to Su Minglang and the actions taken against Prince Yu of first rank. I seem to have known earlier the existence of Feng Xian pawnshop and about the second and third household of the Shen family. You are also very curious why I always target Prince Ding as it was obvious that one was still admiring Prince Ding before and it was also too much if love to turn to hate." Each single thing that she spoke of were all the things that Xie Jingxing had doubts with. Shen Miao said, "At the beginning, you must be very vigilant against me and would have instructed people to investigate me secretly." There was a somewhat uncomfortable expression on Xie Jingxing's face. After all, like what Shen Miao said, he indeed instructed people to investigate Shen Miao's background. "You definitely did not find anything and thought that there was some intelligent person behind me, or to say that there is some expert making arrangements behind the Shen family." Xie Jingxing was silent. Ji Yushu's Feng Xian pawnshop could detect many unknown secrets of others but for Shen Miao, it was like a stone without an exit. No matter how they lift it, they were unable to find a place to start. "Even though you were unable to find out my background, you must have investigated all the things that I have experienced in those past years. You should also know that before my father and mother returned to Ding capital in 68th year of Mingqi, I fell into the water due and it was related to Prince Ding. After falling into the water, my temperament seemed to have changed. For example, previously I used to be obsessed with Prince Ding but after that, I no longer showed any thoughts about Prince Ding." There was a light annoyance that appeared in Xie Jingxing's eyes. With regards to the matter of Shen Miao once admiring Fu Shuyi, it really made him wonder as it could not understand it. If it was not something that the entire city was aware of, he would almost thought that it was Shen Miao that put up an act. Speaking of appearance, talent and status, even though Fu Shuyi was outstanding, it was not a level that it was so outstanding that there was no second in the world. Shen Miao's love could actually reach the point of obsessiveness and it made him speechless and also felt somewhat humiliated. Comparing himself to Fu Shuyi, that hypocritical person, this was just too devaluing. After that fall into the water, there were some estrangement between me towards the second and third household of the Shen family and was no longer as friendly towards Shen Qing and Shen Yu. One even seemed to be going against old Shen Furen. Shen Miao said, "Don't you find it strange?" Xie Jingxing said, "There is always a time when people will wake up." Previously Shen Miao was confused and that was because of her young age. She was only confused for a period of time and perhaps after knowing the truth about certain matters or something else happened that made one grow up overnight. Just like him. Shen Miao shook his head. That was because I have awakened too thoroughly. Actually it is very simple. When I fell into the water in the 68th year of Ming-Chi, I laid in bed and did not wake up for a long time and during those days, I had a very long dream. She looked at the dancing flame on the table and a sigh of sorrow appeared in her eyes and expression. That dream was very long and very real, like I am experiencing it myself. Could you believe in those kinds of dreams? Shen Miao smiled. It was like a prophecy. Xie Jingxing's eyebrows gradually raised and his gaze that was fixed on Shen Miao became sharp. It is rumored that a governor of a southern nation was napping under a tree and dreamt that he was the emperor. From the flower falling till it landed on the soil, he had experienced an entire life and suddenly woke up, realizing that it was only a moment. Everything that happened in the dream was just an illusion of wealth and glory. It was just that it was so real that one was unable to differentiate that was the dream real or the current reality real. This dream of mine is even longer and suffering than the story of governor of a southern nation. I had dreamt of the future, she said. I dreamed that I finally married into the residence of Prince Ding and the Shen family was tied with the residence of Prince Ding. I dreamed of the future disputes in court, the turmoil of the princes and at the end, Fu Shuyi was the final winner. He ascended to the throne and I became the empress and became the mother of the nation. It was impressive. Xie Jingxing's eyebrow raised. You will most likely think that this was a sweet dream as I was obsessed with Fu Shuyi so my dream had such a happy ending. I also wish that it was a happy dream but this was the most terrible nightmare I had in my entire life. I gave birth to a son and daughter and they were the most sensible and adorable children in the world. Afterwards Great Liang's power became stronger and strong and there were foreign nations that were invading Ming-Chi so Ming-Chi borrowed troops from Qin country. Qin country used me as a hostage and one stayed in Qin country for 5 years. That's how I encountered Huang Fuhao and Ming'an, Shen Miao said. Xie Jingxing's expression gradually became serious. I did not like the imperial family of Qin country as they always humiliate me. They invented a kind of archery and put a fruit on my head but always deliberate miss it. Afterwards I secretly practiced archery but no matter how good one practice, on the second day, I will not shoot them. 5 years quickly passed and I returned to Ming-Chi. There was one more favored consort in the palace of Ming-Chi, by the name of Mei Furen. She gave birth to a son, by the name of Fu Chen. Fu Shuyi favored Mei Furen greatly and doted on Fu Chen. I was treated coldly. Even though I was the empress, I was secretly sneered at. Fu Shuyi started to attack the Shen family and even though I was worried, I could not mangle in politics. My eldest brother's future career was impacted due to the incident of Jing Chuchu's innocence and was sent to prison for murder before drowning in a pond. My mother's illness became severe due to Kang Zai-Ching and she finally succumbed to grief. My father became older by the day and when his military power was taken back, he drank every day. The second and third household rose up step by step and became more powerful. I was fighting with Mei Furen in the inner palace and no one spared the other. It was not that I am greedy for the position of the empress but if I could not even keep this position, I would not be able to protect my children at all. At the end, I lost. The Shen family was destroyed, Wan Yu died on the journey to the Shangnu for marriage alliance and Fu Ming's position of the crown prince was abolished and he committed suicide. When I was in the cold palace, I was bestowed a white silk and the eunuch strangled me personally. When I opened my eyes, I discovered that I was lying on the bed and had dreamt of a very long nightmare. She said it lightly and faintly of this shocking dream but there was a smile on her face. Even though the smile misty, it seemed to contain endless pain but the pain could not be spoken and thus it was simply replaced with a smile. Xie Jingxing did not speak. She always referred to herself as Bengong when she was drunk and Xie Jingxing always laughed at how deep she schemed at such a young age. Occasionally he would wonder why she was an abolished empress. So actually it was like this. Shen Miao said, do you believe in my dream? Xie Jingxing instead asked, do you believe it? Shen Miao smiled, if I do not believe it, one feared that what is standing in front of you today would be just a grave. After I woke up, I feared that everything in this dream would happen and acted according to convention. One would find some clues to prove that it was just a nightmare. However, when one seriously pursued it, the more one discovered that this was not only just a dream as the things that happened in the dream occurred. I reminded Su Minglang because the Su family would die not long after due to the emperor's jealousy. When the entire Su family was questioned and beheaded, only you went to collect the father and son bodies. Without the lips, the teeth would feel the cold. After the Su family, the next one is the Shen family. I was only trying to protect myself, thus the reminder to the Su family. However, I was discovered by you. At that time, Xie Jingxing was suspicious of her because of Xu Minglang's words and repeatedly probed. The two of them confront each other many times but they did not know each other's thoughts. Then in that dream of yours, what kind of ending do I have? Xie Jingxing stared at her and asked. Shen Miao said, you are very good. The Xie family gradually declined and afterwards the Marquis of Lin died in the battlefield. You represent your father for battle and one heard that you were buried in a horse hide but after many years, you returned to Ming-Chi with the identity of Prince Rui of first rank. Shen Miao smiled slightly, and afterwards, took over the imperial power with troops. Xie Jingxing frowned, just like this. Just like this. Shen Miao nodded her head. Like this. His brows were raised. I actually thought that in that dream of yours, there would be some involvement between you and me. Do you really treat it as a dream? Or do you think that it is gibberish nonsense that I speak when drunk? Shen Miao's gaze slightly darkened as she continued, but it is also good like this. I would rather that it was just a dream. You may not believe some of the things that were spoken but I truly saw Jing Chu, Kang Zai-Ching and the rest. Before that, I have never seen them before. Because of the reminder of the nightmare, I have already guarded against them. In fact, thinking about it, there are many matters that were accomplished because of that dream. Xie Jingxing smiled as he looked at her and that smile was gentle and comforting, you did well. The things in the past have passed and I always do my all to avoid the ending in that dream. But there was one thing, the two children in that dream are gone. Xie Jingxing gently stroked the fingers holding the wine bowl, we will have children too. Shen Miao took a deep breath and looked at him, now I have something to say and you have to listen clearly. In that dream, the Mei Furen that I fought for an entire lifetime, the consort mother of the new crown prince and at the end the female that controlled the court, was called Li Mei. She was a daughter of an official that Fu Shuyi encountered during an expedition to the east, that was charming and knew another's heart. Currently I have encountered her again. Are you not curious that after you woke up, after the imperial hunt, I was cold towards you? It was because at that time I was flustered as I have encountered Li Mei again. Now she is called Yi Mei. Do you understand what I am saying? She asked. Xie Jingxing did not speak for a long time. One did not know how long had passed when he looked at Shen Miao, she is the enemy in your dreams. I ended up hating her to the bones but could not end the enemy personally. In this lifetime's encounter, she had become the daughter that the Yi family of Long Yi found. Xie Jingxing, I can tolerate my hatred but there is one point that needs to be addressed. Yi Mei is not a kind-hearted person as she would climb up the ladder by any means possible for the sake of power. She will not do any unnecessary things, and since the residents of Prince Rui has accepted her favor, one would become a knife in her hands. You have to guard against her. Xie Jingxing picked up the wine bowl again and drank everything in it. Even though he was smiling, his eyes were cold. Is it Yi Mei? Fu Shuyi's way of seeing females have always been vulgar. I am different from him. No matter if your dream is real or not, Xie Jingxing said, the enmity in the dream is still considered as enmity. Just the point of him turning his back on you, one cannot forgive that. Give your enmity to me, I will avenge for you. He then interrupted Shen Miao words, not mentioning about ending the enemy personally. You are my woman, your enmity is my enmity. In this world, there are innumerable enemies for both you and me, so there is no need to separate them between yours and mine. If there is a day where you meet my enemy and you want to avenge for me, then it would be considered even. Shen Miao frowned. You have enemies. Who is it? Xie Jingxing looked at her for a while and suddenly reached his hands out to stroke her head, so adorable for believing everything one speaks of. Impudent, Shen Miao said. When she drinks, she would habitually bring out the bearing of an empress. Xie Jingxing paused in his action and Shen Miao was also startled a little. He stared at Shen Miao. You still want to be an empress? I do not want to have a second dream like that. Shen Miao said, I do not want to be that kind of empress the second time. At the end, more than half the jar of Shizhoushang ended up in Shen Miao's stomach. Xie Jingxing tried to block it, but when Shen Miao becomes stubborn, even Shen Shen would be helpless. What more Xie Jingxing? However, this time she did not throw a drunken tantrum like before. She drank, finished the wine and looked very calm. After saying many things, she then hugged the empty jar and wobbled out. Xie Jingxing sent her back to the room and instructed Jing Jie and Guyu to take good care of her. Jing Jie and Guyu jumped in shock and said softly, one's body only got better, why drink so much wine? One fears that it would not be good for the injuries. Xie Jingxing took a glance at her before turning and leaving the room. He walked in the courtyard and as the summer breeze blew onto his face, it made one wake up from the intoxication. However, he only drank a little and thus his mind was as clear as a mirror. However, he was not as calm as he seemed on the surface. Shen Miao's words were like a lightning that strikes his heart, and at that moment, all the incomprehensible things became clear in that moment. Even though Shen Miao's words were just too shocking and seemed to be of the powers of supernatural. He was one who never believed in supernatural things. He did not believe in supernatural things, but he believed in Shen Miao. Xie Jingxing knew Shen Miao very well. If she really wanted to lie to a person, she would definitely be full of lies and calmness. Ever since Xie Jingxing knew Shen Miao and Mingqi, seeing her deal with the second and third household of the Shen family, dealing with Jing Chu Chu, she had always stabbed others with a gentle smile and schemed in a warm manner. She would have thousands of schemes but always had an amiable expression. However, when she was hesitant and wavered, that was instead real. One feared that she had suppressed all the things she said today in her heart for a long time, otherwise she would not show such expression of a heavy burden. However, Xie Jingxing could feel the apprehensive in her heart even though a storm was set off a storm. If all the things that Shen Miao dreamt of had truly happened, then it was indeed not a good dream. Once he thought of Shen Miao following Fu Shuyi at the end and because of Fu Shuyi, ended in such a miserable state, Xie Jingxing felt furious. There was rain the day before, thus when the green boots stepped onto the water on the ground, there was a rustling noise. Xie Jingxing stood straight and called out, Tai Yi. Tai Yi appeared. Investigate any interconnections between the Yi siblings and Mingqi. If everything in Shen Miao was true, then this Yi Mei is Shen Miao's enemy, but the point from Mingqi to Great Liang did not match up. To think about it now, he could understand why Shen Miao showed hostility to Yi Mei and her younger brother at their first appearance. Tai Yi was somewhat surprised but still lowered his head before complying. There was some confusion in his heart. He looked towards the crescent moon in the skies with a frown, but he could not tell what emotions he was feeling and thus walked into the courtyard to look for the young tiger to play. Zhao Zhao had not seen its master for a long time, thus upon seeing him, naturally it was so happy that he jumped up to play with him. Xie Jingxing played with the young tiger absent-mindedly for a while, and after seeing that the night was getting deeper and the tiger started to yawn, he then returned to the room. However, there was no intention to sleep. He walked to the middle of the room and took off his outer robe, planning to sit down for a while when he suddenly felt something was different. As he looked over to the bed, he saw that there was a large lump on the middle of the bed that seemed to be breathing slightly. His brows wrinkled and he walked over to remove the quilt but suddenly stopped to laugh. What are you doing? On the bed, Shen Miao was wrapped with his quilt while holding a pillow and staring at him with wide eyes. Previously she was calm and it seemed that she was not drunk, but now it seemed that the alcohol went up her head and her fair face was red and her clear eyes were covered with haze. He said, I am recommending oneself as a pillow. Xie Jingxing almost thought that he heard wrongly. What did you say? Consort Li had once told me that in order to achieve a person's heart, even if one adores the other, one have to recommend oneself as a pillow. Between male and female, being intimate is the right thing to do. I have never did it before and thought that you have not experienced it, so I came over to recommend oneself. When Xie Jingxing heard her speaking of such shocking things, his face blushed as his eyes stared at Shen Miao's. He seemed not to know how to respond and finally said, what nonsense are you spouting? He did not know who was the consort Li that she was mentioning, but thinking about the dream that Shen Miao had, Xie Jingxing thought incredulously that could it be that it was one of her sisters in the inner palace. Shen Miao sat on the bed, intoxicated but still had a dignified bearing as she spoke. I want to explore in different angles with you. Xie Jingxing quickly walked to the table to pour a cup of cold tea for himself. When he swallowed a mouthful of cold tea, his heart slightly calmed down. Shen Miao's drastic change of character when she was drunk was just too shocking. She could even mention about being intimate. What exactly was she thinking? He said, I am not one that will take advantage of another's perilous state. After not hearing any noise for a long time, Xie Jingxing felt somewhat strange and could not help but turned around. However, he spit out an entire mouthful of tea. Shen Miao herself was a sensation. One did not know where did the coat disappear to, and she was only wearing a dudo before saying in grievance, do you detest me for being ugly? That's why you refused to touch me. That big piece of skin was as fair like snow in winter but was warmer than the white snow and was like milk but clearer than milk. In addition, her hair was unkempt which made her face look adorable and her eyes hazy, making her very beautiful. Xie Jingxing quickly went over in a fluster to cover her in a quilt and said, it seems that your illness is really serious. Shen Miao argued with convictions, you and I are husband and wife, so what is with consummating a marriage? Xie Jingxing took a deep breath and avoiding the other party's watery and hazy eyes, you have yet to recover. Let's talk about it another day. Shen Miao said doubtfully, wasn't it you who said that the deadline is 2 months? I see that the date had long reached. Xie Jingxing almost collapsed. He stressed, I am not one that will take advantage of another's perilous state. What do you think I am? I know. Shen Miao nodded her head, I am here to fulfill your wish. Xie Jingxing. Be good, it is too late today. Let's talk about it another day. Xie Jingxing tucked the quilt for her and was about to leave after turning around. He feared that if he stayed on, he could not control himself. He was after a hot-blooded young man and was at his strongest. With a beauty in his arms, especially it was the female that he loved, if there was no reaction to her, then it would be a problem. However, he did not want to take advantage of Shen Miao's perilous state when she was drunk. He respected Shen Miao and thus was not willing to do it. But just as he stood up, his sleeve was tugged by Shen Miao and the quilt that he covered Shen Miao slipped down. Shen Miao was half lying half kneeling on the bed but was still shorter than Xie Jingxing by a head. He was a little anxious and grabbed Xie Jingxing's neck. No. Xie Jingxing. With a soft jade and fragrant scent in one's arms, he could almost feel the exquisite and delicate body of the other party. There was a light feminine scent from Shen Miao and even though he had not drank a lot, he felt that his entire body heating up, like the alcohol had went up his head and his reasoning was gradually fading. It is today. After today, I will renege. She said it seriously but no one knew if she was really drunk or putting an act. When Xie Jingxing heard it, his actions paused and he glared at her, renege. Shen Miao seemed to feel a little dizzy and this half-kneeling posture on the bed made her feel uncomfortable so she flung her head back and looked carefully at Xie Jingxing before smiling suddenly. She said, Bengong thinks that you are indeed beautiful and it is your fortune that one take a fancy to you. How about following Bengong? Xie Jingxing. It came again. It came again. Xie Jingxing remembered all the years ago in that farm when Shen Miao was drunk and she treated him like a hired man and forced a kiss onto him. Despite time passing, this scene was however unusually familiar. His voice became dangerous. Follow you. Shen Miao nodded her head and whispered mysteriously to his ears, guarantee wealth and prosperity for your entire life. Xie Jingxing laughed. In fact, when Shen Miao was in a drunken state, he had some youthful charm. She became like an underripe fruit and would be so direct with her words that one would be speechless. However, her every action was deadly seductive for him. Those eye-catching and seductive looks of those beautiful prostitute was incomparable to one of her silly hugs. If you are not willing, Bengong will look for another. Letting Bengong slip by would be your lifetime's regret. Shen Miao threatened him. Xie Jingxing said, still want to look for others. He suddenly fell forward. Shen Miao was hugging his neck and now she was pressed under him. Xie Jingxing smiled gently and he leaned over to her ears to whisper, this Empress is really very arrogant. Want me to serve you but still think of other men. I am not happy about it. Are you going to be punished? Shen Miao struggled one hand free and took out a booklet-like thing from the bottom of the bed and looked at him brightly. Look at this. Xie Jingxing was startled and took it for a look but his face became colorful in an instant and he spoke with great restraint. Where did you get this from? Shen Miao shrank her neck back. Mother gave it to me. I said before, I want to explore in different angles with you. Xie Jingxing was stunned for a moment before smiling lightly. Explore in different angles. Shen Miao's head nodded like a chicken eating corn. This official will naturally serve your ladyship comfortably. He spoke meaningfully but his gaze became as dangerous as a wolf's. He asked, your ladyship will really not regret it. Letting Bengong slip by would be your lifetime's regret. She mumbled to herself. Xie Jingxing did not speak anymore. With a wave of his sleeves, the candle in the room was extinguished. His low voice sounded in the dark. You were right. One would regret for an entire life if you slip by. The sun had went up for a long time that even though there were shade from the trees, the summer sun still went past the leaves and window seams and onto the floor, reflecting some dotted golden spots. Shen Miao felt her head splitting and unconsciously turned around but felt that there was something blocking in front of her. She opened her eyes dazedly and was abruptly stunned. She was lying in a male's arm and both of her hands were still clutching the other party's waist. As her gaze went up, she saw a beautiful face and that pair of peach blossoms eyes seemed to be smiling but not smiling and it contained a look of teasing. Flowers suddenly burst out from Shen Miao's heart. What exactly happened last night? Why could she not remember anything? She subconsciously sat up but felt her body sore and painful that she could only take in a breath of air. The quilt that was covering her body naturally slipped off and revealed some obvious traces. Shen Miao. There were clothes scattered all over the floor and wine bowls piled up on the table with the entire room filled with a charming atmosphere. No matter how slow she was, how could she not understand what had happened? Awake, Xie Jingxing raised an eyebrow. Shen Miao did her best to restore a calm expression but no matter how she concealed it, there was some panic that appeared. When that panic was seen in Xie Jingxing, it made him laugh. He said, you were very brave last night, so why is one so scared now? Shen Miao smartened up. Once she got drunk, she would not remember anything and her mind would be cleaner than a piece of white paper. Her memory stopped before she was drunk and when she told Xie Jingxing about her past lifetime and she thought about it and felt that it was believable if she said that it was a dream. Otherwise, if one spoke about rebirth after death, it would always be ridiculous no matter how one illustrated it. She had drank a bit of wine to boost her courage and remembered that Xie Jingxing seemed to believe her words but there was no other emotions towards her. But, how did they sleep on the bed? Xie Jingxing saw her chaotic expression and said leisurely, do you know what you did last night? Xie Jingxing saw her chaotic expression and said leisurely, do you know what you did last night? Shen Miao dared not look at him and said calmly at the quilt, what could be done other than sleeping? You slept me, Xie Jingxing said, and you want me to serve you well. Shen Miao almost choked on her own saliva. That was her. That was dignified Empress Shen who was the mistress of the 6 palaces. Xie Jingxing must be deceiving her. How could there be such a shameless thing? Xie Jingxing said, you said that if I followed you, in the future I would be guaranteed with a lifetime of wealth and prosperity with unlimited prospects. Shen Miao said, why bother to take words when one is drunk real? What's more, she changed the topic, how would I know if you were deceiving me or not? It is not possible for me to say those words. She simply flipped it around and did not acknowledge it. Xie Jingxing was not anxious and calmly took out a booklet thing under the pillow before flipping it. Oh right. You even took out the thing that your mother gave to you and want to explore it with me. Do you remember? He waved the booklet in front of Shen Miao. Shen Miao only took a quick glimpse of it but she saw it clearly and was currently vomiting blood in her heart. That could not be right. He even had that. That was something that Luo Shuiyan gave to her before she was married and it was to teach her about matters in the bedchambers. This was something that she kept and it was not possible for Xie Jingxing to find it, thus this meant that it was her who took the initiative to bring it out and passed it to Xie Jingxing. Then what else did she do with Xie Jingxing? Was it truly instructing Xie Jingxing to serve her well? Shen Miao felt that it was even worse than if she was struck by lightning. Xie Jingxing seemed to think that she was not embarrassed enough and said plainly, last night you pulled me over to explore it and only managed to explore the first few pages. One had thought that since there is a lot of time, there was no need to rush but you were insistent and even wanted to try extremely difficult positions. Stop. Shen Miao quickly interrupted her words but her face was already red. Mistakes would happen when one drinks. Why did you not stop me? How would I dare? Xie Jingxing put up a look of grievance. If one did not comply, you will behead me. Shen Miao. She simply felt too embarrassed. Thinking of her attitude of seducing Xie Jingxing, she had thrown away all her face in the past 2 lifetimes. Xie Jingxing's mood seemed to be very good as he looked at her with all smiled. You still told me that you want to explore tonight. There is no need for tonight. Shen Miao quickly interrupted his words again and wanted to jump off the bed to run out. Xie Jingxing pulled her back and into his arms. He looked down at Shen Miao and the lazy smile was gone but a serious look appeared on his face. He asked with a frown, "You are regretting it?" Shen Miao was startled. Xie Jingxing's eyes was especially beautiful that sometimes Shen Miao would also wonder why would a man have such beautiful eyes. It was like there were limitless emotions that when he was in Mingqi's Ding capital, it was unending lingering. However, he was cold by nature and this kind of man was too dangerous that one could not afford to offend. Loving such a man like this was an inexorable doom for a female but being loved by this kind of man would most probably be a lifetime of fortune. He understood respect and had selfishness but he was also adorably overbearing. At this moment he was looking at Shen Miao seriously and in the usual arrogance gaze, there was some cautiousness that made one feel that one was trusted by him and was protected by him and also was the most important person to him. Shen Miao's gaze landed on the red string on Xie Jingxing's hand. He said that he detested it but he did not take it off. Shen Miao looked up and said honestly, no regrets. It was just that she was somewhat shy. Xie Jingxing's eyes lit up. She said, what is done is done. What is there to regret since it is not to others? But at the end she still dodged and refused to look at Xie Jingxing's eyes. Xie Jingxing pulled her head up and forced her to look at him, really? Shen Miao said, yes. Xie Jingxing stared at her for a long time and Shen Miao felt even more embarrassed and wanted to run away but Xie Jingxing pulled her over and said, let me take a look. Look at what? Last night you did not want to stop and I could not take a good look at your wounds. Although it was a superficial wound, one has to take a good look at it. He then pulled Shen Miao into his arms. Shen Miao saw that he was only wearing middle clothes and a huge part of his chest was exposed, thus her face became hotter and she refused, no. No need, I will do it myself. That cannot be done, Xie Jingxing said and pulled her down under him. Shen Miao did not try to escape. Outside, Jing Jie and Gu Yu was sweeping the floor and at the same time listening to the noise inside. However, both of them did not have any martial arts skills and was unable to hear anything through the door. Kong Yang crouched in front of the door while teasing the birds in the cage. You both have been sweeping here for one Shichen. If this continues, the tone slabs at the door would be swept through. Jing Jie and Gu Yu was startled and their movements stopped together. Jing Jie looked at Kong Yang and wanted to ask something but then felt that it was too difficult to talk about the question that her face became red and she refused to speak. Kong Yang's skin was much thicker than her. He knew what he wanted to ask in a glance and waved his big hands. Don't worry, it went smoothly. Although Jing Jie and Gu Yu were embarrassed, they sighed in relief at the same time. Jing Jie gave a smug look towards Gu Yu but Gu Yu looked at her strangely. Shen Miao was drunk last night and at that time Jing Jie and Gu Yu was tidying up the room. Coincidentally, they found the booklet that Luo Shuiyan gave to Shen Miao that she had hidden well. Shen Miao asked what was that booklet and Jing Jie smartened up. Thinking of how Shen Miao would not know what she had done every time she was drunken with the intention of playing the matchmaker for her master and Xie Jingxing. At the beginning when Shen Miao married off, Luo Shuiyan kept on reminding for the two maids to continuously persuade and guide Shen Miao. At the end after being married for so long, the marriage was not consummate at all. Seeing that their relations were very good, Jing Jie was thinking that could it be that her young lady had no knowledge of it and this Prince Rui was also ignorant, thus she had the heart to push the wave and add to the billows. Thus, taking the advantage of Shen Miao being drunk, she guided her earnestly, only His Highness the Prince of First Rank can explain about the things in this booklet to Furin. Now thinking about it, Jing Jie felt that the expression she had at that time was the same as those matriarch in those flower establishments. Shen Miao was drunk and did not understand it, thus she took that booklet and went out of the door. Gu Yu was unable to stop her in time and could only follow behind. Both maids were anxious and felt uneasy that they stayed outside for an entire night that there were green and black rings around their eyes but Shen Miao did not come out of Xie Jingxing's room. Now hearing Kong Yang's words, both of their hearts gave a big sigh of relief. They felt that they had accomplished a good thing as no matter now ignorant their young lady and guy, this kind of matter was a matter of knowing how it went. After a few time, they would become familiar with it. Just as they were thinking, Tang Zhu walked out from behind. Seeing the three of them, the first thing he did was to yell at Kong Yang, what are you doing here so early in the morning and guard here? Still don't leave. He then turned and smiled towards Jing Jie and Gu Yu, why is it that one's spirits are not so good upon looking? Jing Jie and Gu Yu were people that Shen Miao brought along thus Tang Shu could not be so impolite like treating Kong Yang. When Kong Yang saw that he was treated differently, he snorted before leaving. Jing Jie and Gu Yu also did not stay longer and after speaking a few words to Tang Shu, they also quickly left. Tang Shu stood outside Xie Jingxing's room alone and after waiting for everyone to leave, he suddenly smiled and laughed himself. After foolishly grinning, he seemed to have remembered something and mumbled to himself, one has to brew some tonic. Then he quickly went off. Moyan army was most likely informed of the entire night of joy in the residence of Prince Rui and they all had a tacit understanding. However Ba Zhao and Wei Xiong were unaware of it. They were taking care of Pei Lang for the time being. Pei Lang's injury was much more serious as compared to Shen Miao. Even though his life was saved, that knife was so deep that Gao Yang dared not take it lightly. Ba Zhao and Wei Xian was looking after Pei Lang and if anything went wrong, it was easier for them to go look for Gao Yang. Pei Lang had woke up a couple of times at night but the period in which he woke up for was short and he would go back to sleep after a while. After a repeated number of times, Ba Zhao and Wei Xian was too busy on it and did not know the situation at Shen Miao's and Xie Jingxing's side. Nearing noon, Wei Xiang brought a bowl of porridge and as Pei Lang was unable to eat anything else due to his injuries. Upon entering the room, she saw Pei Lang sitting in front of the window and was lost in thought as he looked out at the branches outside the window. Gentleman Pei. Wei Xian was startled and walked over somewhat happily. She placed the bowl of porridge aside and said, you are finally awake. Pei Lang slowly turned around and looked at her, seemingly identified her as a maid in the residence of Prince Rui. Wang Fei has always awake right. Wei Xiang felt somewhat strange that Pei Lang would use such an affirmative tone but still said, woke up yesterday. Furin was not seriously injured but it was your injuries that are very serious. It was thanks to you that blocked the attack towards Furin and saved Furin's life. Pei Lang lowered his head and seemed to laugh before muttering, save what life? It was clear that I owed her. Wei Xiang did not clearly hear Pei Lang's words, what did you say? Pei Lang was then somewhat lost in thoughts again. He finally remembered. After blocking the attack from Shen Miao and after he struggled between life and death, he had a dream. That dream was very long but also very real that it made everything clear for him. Why was there a strange hostility that Shen Miao had towards him? Why would he always be inexplicable conscience-stricken feeling towards Shen Miao? So it was this. The abbot in the dream said that if he sacrificed his life, there might be an opportunity to redo and maybe it would also be in vain. That abbot also said that if there was an opportunity to redo everything, some encounters would be disrupted and perhaps he would suffer from it. Pei Lang complied. He once loved a female but there were actually no difference between his love and Fu Shuyi's indifference as it pushed Shen Miao to a road of no return step by step. He sympathized with Shen Miao but at the same time rationally weighed the pros and cons of the matter and at the end abandoned Shen Miao. A person's life was actually spent on giving up things. He and Fu Shuyi had abandoned Shen Miao, so in this lifetime, Shen Miao would not hesitate to abandon them. But it was Xie Jingxing that was fortunate. However, when one thought about it, it should be as such. However, after knowing so many causes and consequences, he no longer had the face to look at Shen Miao. All the words of accompanying her by her side and helping her, upon thinking about it now, it was all the feeling of conscience stricken in the past lifetime and he was paying it back, but he could not face his heart. This complicated entanglement had made his mind confused. It was time to end this mistake. Some thoughts should not be born in the beginning, as it was a mistake to even think about it, thus he should cut it off personally. Wei Shan said, Gentleman Pei, have some porridge first. Your health needs to rest, and after a while, Gentleman Gao will come over for acupuncture. As long as one is awake in a few days of rest, you will be safe and sound since Gentleman Gao's medical abilities are high. Pei Lang paused a while before saying, many thanks. Gentleman Pei is too courteous. Wei Shan said, you have saved Fern's life and is the benefactor of the prince residence. One would trouble you to help me bring over paper and brush. Pei Lang said. His lips were pale and his voice was dark, but his tone of voice was very firm. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing were good, thus the entire residence of Prince Rui seemed to have released a long sigh of relief. What was a blessing in disguise was that not only they reconciled, they seemed to have begun sleeping in the same room. This was simply beyond everyone's expectations. Tang Shu was the happiest and would brew daily some tiger whip or deer whip soup for Xie Jingxing to drink and would often make Shen Miao speechless when she saw it. Xie Jingxing started to investigate the matters of the Yi family, but the strange thing was that Yi Mei and her younger brother were indeed citizens and grew up in Great Liang. The life that they lived in Qin province was not even a little inaccurate. Shen Miao did not know why was it like that and later only thought that since she had relived this life, she had changed many things inadvertently. Just like Fu Shuyi's luck and just like the identities of Mei Fern and younger brother. But no matter what changes there was one thing that would not change. Yi Mei was her enemy in the previous lifetime and had entered the Yi family in this lifetime. The opposite position was not changed at all. Pei Lang's injuries gradually got better. Shen Miao went to take a look once, but she did not enter the room and just took a look from afar. Seeing that he could drink the medication himself, she then left. Shen Miao had complicated feelings towards Pei Lang, but Pei Lang most likely did not know about the matters in the past life, and her knowledge of the past life matters made her unable to face the other in a calm attitude. Thus she could maintain such a distance like this. Xie Jingxing was however very satisfied with this and said that she was much more sensible than she used to be. He took the opportunity to reward her and seemed to replenish all the times that was not done since before they consummate the marriage. He had made Shen Miao unable to stay awake, like she was haunted by a male ghost. The situation in Longyi had looked like it was stabilized, but the whirlpool of fighting was not something that others could imagine. After the imperial hunt, Emperor Yongle had started to pull the net that was cast on the Lu family, and the Lu family was busy dealing with the imperial family, thus Xie Jingxing became much busier. Naturally, Shen Miao could not relax as the letters from Mingqi had arrived. Luo Shuiyan had sent letters to Shen Miao. There were 2 letters in it. One was written by Luo Shuiyan, indicating that they were all well and repeatedly telling Shen Miao that if she suffered any grievances in Longyi, she must not swallow it into her stomach and write to them about it. She also urged her strongly to have mutual respect with Xie Jingxing and support one another. Then she asked about the situation at Shen Miao's side. The other letter was written by Shen Chu. In Shen Chu's letter, it was not the same of that of Luo Shuiyan's. When Shen Miao married, she had spoken about some things to Shen Chu, and even though she did not outright spoke of it, she had hinted Shen Chu to be wary of the imperial family of Mingqi, as the imperial family of Mingqi was a sinking mud and the Shen family have to protect oneself. No matter what methods were used, one had to always draw a clear relationship with the imperial family, otherwise one would be dragged in together and sink to the bottom of the mud. If it was necessary, the Shen family's clean reputation should be abandoned and the priority was their lives. This time Shen Chu wrote about the situation in Mingqi in his letter. Upon calculation, it was more than half a year since Shen Miao left Ding capital. The situation in Ding capital was at the verge of change and there would be many changes on a daily basis, let alone half a year. But this change made one caught unprepared. Emperor Wenwei was seriously ill. First it was cough, then the illness got worse, and now it had gotten to the point where one would not be able to attend court. Even if he attended court occasionally, there was a lack of energy and would call it off after listening to some words. One did not know for what reasons. There were even rumors in the palace that Emperor Wenwei was at his end, and one feared that he would not last for a year. When Shen Miao saw that line, she only laughed. Could Emperor Wenwei only live for a year? Shen Miao did not believe it, as Emperor Wenwei did not die this early in the past live. Of course, it was difficult to see if there were any suspicious circumstances to Emperor Wenhui's death. Mingqi's imperial family was intricately complicated and relationships between the princes were not as simple as in Longyi. For one person to ascend, there would be many people sacrificing, so what more could an imperial father be? In the letter, Shen Chu had mentioned that Emperor Wenwei was seriously ill, but one did not know why he made it difficult for his previously favorite consort Xu Xian. Consort Xu Xian was demoted to the rank of Karen, and not only that, the emperor was angered by the entire Xu family, which implicated the 2 brothers, Prince Zhou and Prince Jing. These 2 brothers no longer manage any court matters at the moment, and Shen Chu had no knowledge of the specifics. In short, consort Xu Xian together with Prince Zhou and Prince Jing has lost favor. In the fight of the heir apparent, Prince Zhou and Prince Jing seem to have fallen behind. And Prince Li's faction unprecedented had good relations with Prince Ding. Prince Li's faction was a side that had power in the fight of the heir apparent, and Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi, did not have any relationship with them, so to have good relations at this moment there was something wrong if one think about it. What was more suspicious was that in this faction, Prince Li actually had some faint intention of letting Prince Ding lead. After writing till here, Shen Chu's words became somewhat sloppy. It was obvious that his mood was not calm at all. It was all right, as in summary, it meant that currently in Ding capital, between those princes, the most popular was Fu Shuyi, who once had no desire or needs. Moreover, Fu Shuyi's consort mother, Consort Dong Shu, had become Emperor Wenhui's support that did not leave his side. When Emperor Wenwei was seriously ill, the one that he doted on was the one that was closest to him, so some people guessed that with this trend, even though there was no crown prince, Emperor Wenwei was very likely to pass the imperial throne to Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi. Thus a wave of officials turned towards Fu Shuyi's side. No matter it was because of their own intentions or outside forces, no matter how one looked, Fu Shuyi had become the future monarch of Mingqi. And Fu Shuyi gradually began to deal with the Shen family. The Shen family's military power had been collected by Emperor Wenwei previously, but Fu Shuyi wanted to give Shen new military power so that both father and son can lead a new army. No matter how one see it, it was a pit that Fu Shuyi clearly dug up for the Shen family to jump. If it was not done properly, one would have fallen into Fu Shuyi's trap. Shen Chu wrote in the letter that currently the Shen family was using the reason of Shen Xin had fallen ill to not accept the military power, but one did not know how long could this reason be used, because since Fu Shuyi wanted to deal with the Shen family, he would not only use one type of method. It was fortunate that the Shen family was not completely helpless, as Fu Shuyi's spearhead was also directed to the Feng family, which was Feng and Ning's family. The Feng family and the Shen family planned to join forces, and combined with other Mingqi's officials, it was enough for self-protection. However, there were some words of a loss in his words. He seemed to be sighing that for the Shen family who had been loyal for generations, to end up being in a situation of mutual suspicion with the Imperial family. After Shen Miao read the letter, she folded it up and was somewhat worried. Xie Jingxing read it with her just now and upon seeing her worried expression, he asked, "You are very worried?" Fu Shuyi has started to deal with the Shen family. Shen Miao said seriously, the speed that he picked up the matter is too quick that in less than a year, there isn't anyone who could compete with him. Prince Zhou and Prince Jing was initially so arrogant but now even consort Xu Xian is declining and Prince Li was actually submitted to him. Shen Miao said, his means and methods are truly not simple. Even though she had long knew that Fu Shuyi had become Ming Qi's emperor the last lifetime, but there was no Shen family this lifetime. He could still turn around an undesirable situation and this made Shen Miao felt that the Shen family's arrangement was too rash and perhaps she had underestimated the enemy. It is not strange. Xie Jingxing smiled. In order to win, he had started preparing so many years ahead. Even though Prince Zhou and Prince Jing have the advantage but they were late in the decisive opportunity. One need not talk about Prince Li as he does not have the maternal family's support and simply not comparable. But why does he want to target the Shen family? Shen Miao frowned. Reasonably speaking, since the Shen family do not have any military power, there would not be any threat to him, just like the current residents of the Marquis of Linen. He did not deal with the residents of the Marquis of Linen but does not let the Shen family off. Fu Shuyi would not waste time of meaningless things so why bother to suppress the Shen family when it was considered as non-necessary moves? Xie Jingxing muttered to himself, perhaps because of you. Me. Shen Miao looked at him. You have married to Great Liang and Fu Shuyi was suspicious about the relationship between you and me, thinking that Great Liang is the Shen family's backing. After returning to Longyi, I have instructed people to monitor Fu Shuyi's movement and discovered that he is investigating everything about me and the residents of the Marquis of Linen and perhaps knew of my identity. There might be misunderstanding between the relationship between the Shen family and me and thought that the Shen family had already sought shelter with Great Liang or perhaps he has other plans. He spoke after pausing. Fu Shuyi's means are vicious and extreme and he is suspicious by nature thus once he discovered that something is not right, he would definitely cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Once he feel a little uneasy with the Shen family, he would spare no effort to eradicate them. This I understand. Shen Miao's gaze became slightly cold. Even at the end of her previous life, Fu Shuyi would clean the first household out because of the military power of the Shen family. But you need not have to worry. Xie Jingxing pinched her face. I have made arrangements in Ding capital. No matter what, one has the ability to protect your family's safety. You have long made arrangements. Shen Miao asked, why did you not tell me earlier? Xie Jingxing said, as credit needed for this kind of thing. That is also my family so how would I let them stay in Ding capital without any arrangements made? When Shen Miao heard Xie Jingxing spoke that is also my family, her heart seemed to have tasted sweet honey and there was a slight smile in her eyes before she said, speaking of which, I did not expect that the Feng family would join hands in alliance with eldest brother. In the beginning, in order not to let Feng and Ning repeat the mistakes in the previous lifetime, she specially reminded Shen Chu to help watch over the Feng family but one did not know how such relations were formed. However from how this looks, it seemed that Feng and Ning would not be like the past lifetime, marrying that older Biao brother with a gilded exterior but shabby and ruined on the inside. There is still one matter that I want to speak to you about. Xie Jingxing's face suddenly became serious. Fu Shuyi has some secret contacts with the Emperor of Qin country. Shen Miao was startled and asked, to borrow soldiers. Once speaking of this matter, Shen Miao was reminded of the 5 years that she was in Qin country as a hostage. Now that Fu Shuyi was not married, could it be that he found another hostage? It is possible that some agreement has been reached privately and the most likely was that the land would be divided. Xie Jingxing said. Shen Miao frowned. Is it to help him to gain the heir apparent? But by borrowing the power of foreign country, there would be a lot of future implications so Fu Shuyi need not be like that. Xie Jingxing's eyes sank. To deal with Great Liang. Shen Miao looked towards him. They want to deal with Great Liang. This is craziness. Even though the strength would be much stronger when Mingqi and Qin country joined forces but Great Liang's strength was obvious, thus both sides would suffer loss. After enjoying peace for so many years, why would one take the initiative to provoke a dispute? This is the temperament of unable to tolerate a thorn in one's side. Xie Jingxing laughed. Furthermore Long Yi is slightly in disorder due to the Luan Yi family thus they have an opportunity and would not let it go. Shen Miao thought about Xie Jingxing's words for the moment and said, you are right. There would be such a day sooner or later. It was just that to start a war now is not a good opportunity for Great Liang now. You don't have to worry. Xie Jingxing pat her head. Leave these things to me. I am also the Wang Fei of the residence of Prince Rui. Shen Miao glared at him as she was extremely dissatisfied with his words. Xie Jingxing looked at her calmly and unruffled in the midst of chaos. Oh. Don't one suffer losses from being an empress to a Wang Fei? One has already suffered from it so what use is there to speak about it now? Shen Miao snorted. Xie Jingxing still wanted to speak but Wei Xiong knocked the door outside and he called her in. When Wei Xiong saw Shen Miao and looked at Xie Jingxing again, there was some expression of it a loss in her eyes. Do you have something to say to me? Shen Miao looked at her unfathomably. If there is something, just speak of it directly. This meant to say that Xie Jingxing's presence did not matter. Wei Xiong said, today at noon, Gentleman Pei wanted to go out to walk and the servants remembered that Gentleman Gao said that it is beneficial for Gentleman Pei's wounds to walk around as long as it was not far. Gentleman Pei wanted to be alone so the servants did not think much to it. He usually would walk around the doors for a while before returning but he did not return today after one waited till it is dark. Shen Miao frowned. Something happened. Pei Lang did not have martial arts skills and if one meet with any danger during the journey, he would not have any way to protect himself. This servant also thought so. Wei Xiong said, but Ba Zhao found this on the table of Gentleman Pei's room. She then took a letter-like thing from her sleeves and passed it to Shen Miao before speaking. Only some of Gentleman Pei's things and clothes were missing from the room. If this servant does not guess incorrectly, Gentleman Pei should have left. Shen Miao was just about to open up the letter when she paused. Xie Jingxing's expression also slightly changed. Did he say anything before he left? Shen Miao asked Wei Xiong. He did not say anything and behaved like usual. He also said that the weather is good today. Wei Xiong said. Shen Miao was somewhat baffled when Xie Jingxing said, take a look at the letter and what it says. He was about to get up to leave when Shen Miao held onto his sleeves. Xie Jingxing turned back and Shen Miao said, let's see it together. Xie Jingxing stepped paused and after thinking about it, he sat down again but there was a trace of a smile on his lips. After opening up the letter, Pei Lang's handwriting appeared in front. Pei Lang's words were as clear as his person and there was an elegant style of those famous scholars. He also looked like one but made one hard to imagine how such an elegant person would become mixed into the battle for power. At the beginning of the letter, it spoke of how long he had been in the residence of Prince Rui and that he had brought a lot of trouble to the residence of Prince Rui and thanking the couple for offering shelter to him. He then hoped that Shen Miao would keep her promise and settle the latter half of Lu Ying's life. Pei Lang also wrote that even though he followed Shen Miao to Longyi, it was only an interim plan and it was because of Fu Shuyi that he had nowhere to hide and thus came to Longyi. However, to continue staying in the residence of Prince Rui, there would be many inconveniences. He has his plans and prepared to travel around for the rest of his life to increase his knowledge and thus parted without saying goodbye. Because he had some teacher and student relationship with Shen Miao and afterwards have some friendship, he had arranged some information for Shen Miao as he knew about some Prince Ding's matter when he was staying in the residence of Prince Ding and knew that Shen Miao had been guarding against Prince Ding. He hoped that in the future it would be of use to Shen Miao. When this letter was handed to Shen Miao, their relationship would be considered clean and clear. No one owed the other, and Pei Lang wrote that one did not know if there would be another opportunity to see one another, thus he could only say take care of oneself. Pei Lang wrote this letter extremely simple and there seemed not to be special. One did not know if it was deliberately done to make clear of the relationship with Shen Miao, and it was even detached and polite when one read between the lines. It was just like one had returned to when one was a teacher and student in Guangwen Tang. There was another piece of paper in the letter and it was filled with all the information on Fu Shuyi. Some was about his confidence, some was related to his plans, some was on the future steps that would be taken and people to be won over. Xie Jingxing originally swept a look casually with Shen Miao towards the piece of paper, but upon reading the back, his expression could not help but become serious. There was nothing but information on Fu Shuyi, and as such, there seemed to be almost no secret that Fu Shuyi had in front of them, and everyone was revealed. With this, it was like grabbing onto a snake at where it hurts and drilled in one's heart step by step. Xie Jingxing said, how could he know this much? Even if Pei Lang was a spy by Xie Jingxing's side and even with Fu Shuyi's previous trust with him, it was not possible for him to trust him to such a level. Moreover, the spies that Fu Shuyi embedded in the deepest of places were all written out by Pei Lang. The details provided was like he was a favored confidant that followed for many years and knew one's master's matters like the palm of one's hands. Shen Miao's fingertips was somewhat shaking. Some of the matters inside would only occur a few years later. Even at this moment, Fu Shuyi did not encounter these people yet, so how would Pei Lang have any knowledge of them? Unless Pei Lang had the memory of the previous lifetime, then he would be able to know Fu Shuyi's future confidence and chess pieces and also future plans. When did Pei Lang have that knowledge? He previously did not know anything. Could it be? Shen Miao heart moved. It was because of the assassination during Xie Jingxing's birthday that she dreamt about her previous lifetime. Could it be that Pei Lang was also the same? She looked at Wei Xiong. Is there any difference with gentlemen Pei these days? Differences. Wei Xiong thought carefully before replying. There seemed to be no difference. He would often be in a daze when sitting and one did not know what he was thinking. However, gentleman Pei's previous personality was quiet, thus he was also the same when he is recovering from his injuries. Shen Miao was unable to make up her mind and wanted to ask Pei Lang if he knew about the matters of the past lifetime. Pei Lang was the person that followed Fu Shuyi the longest and naturally knew Fu Shuyi the most. But just as she wanted to speak, she stopped. So what about that? If Pei Lang really remembered the past lifetime, just like how Shen Miao was not able to face Pei Lang definitely had no idea how to face her. Both of them were not considered sworn enemies but also not friends who could trust each other with their hearts. There were blood debts between them, but they were all personally paid off. In the depths of the palace, there were times where matters were not of one's own volition, but it was indeed one's mistakes. One could not take it as though nothing had happened but also could not state things clearly. When Xie Jingxing saw her uncertain look, he asked, need me to instruct people to bring him back? Shen Miao recovered to her senses, no need. Since he wants to live his own life, then let him be. Since seeing one another would lead to fights, it was better not to meet. It was good that Pei Lang left like this. She held that piece of paper and her eyes became serious. When Xie Jingxing saw it, he said, the things that are written. It is real. Shen Miao said, one have to pass this to eldest brother. We are not in Ding capital, so it is not easy to take action when holding this. Handing this over to eldest brother and father, they would be able to play by the ear. With this, the Shen family will at least have some more chips on hand. After that she said with difficulty, but this is very valuable. If this was being robbed during the journey back to Mingqi. Let the Moyan army do it. Xie Jingxing said it heedlessly, the Moyan army has been sending letters for so many years and have not been intercepted. Shen Miao's heart felt slightly safer, but before she could speak, Pei Lang's letter that was in her hands was taken away by Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing threw the letter aside intentionally and said, it is late. Time to rest. How is it late? Shen Miao said curiously, the skies just got dark. She then said, even though there is no need to bring gentleman Pei back, one have to at least ensure his safety, else if one is stabbed for no reason or being watched by others. Before the voice land, Shen Miao was carried by Xie Jingxing and thrown onto the bed. As he got nearer to her, he spoke darkly, try caring about Pei Lang again. Shen Miao. In the palace. In the Imperial Gardens, the lotus were blooming beautifully in the summer that the green lotus leaves almost filled the entire pond. Empress Xianda sat in the pavilion, and although there was no moon today, there were stars and the water was clear and crystalline, making it a wonderful scene. She instructed people to brew some tea as it was apt to drink a little during summer. Dao Gugu stood behind her and smiled, the lotus blossoms really well this year. Empress Xianda took a glance and smiled, last year one had instructed them to change the breeds, thus this year, it grew much more prosperous. She also said, it is also cooling in the summer. Just as she was speaking, one could see someone walking over from afar and seemingly saw Empress Xianda and the few of them before slightly pausing in their movements and headed towards this pavilion. It was only when one walked nearer, could one see clearly that this person was not others but Consort Jing. Compared to the previous arrogant and heavily dressed Consort Jing, the current Consort Jing looked like she was in tough straits. Or one should not say it was only today. Lately Consort Jing's situation had not been good and she had no mood to pay attention to her clothes and appearance, thus there were some tiredness in the usually beautiful face of hers. However, when seeing Empress Xianda, that fatigue turned into hatred in a moment. She said, one saw someone from afar and was thinking who had such good spirits. So it is the Empress. Empress Xianda smiled noncommittally, Bengong is drinking tea here. Does Consort Jing want to drink a cup? Consort Jing coldly smiled as she stared at her. Older sister has the mood to drink tea but younger sister has no such thoughts. Emperor Yongle had begun to suppress the Lu family, and even though the people of the inner palace did not understand the courts, they could see it through the emperor's attitude. The previously favored consort had fallen to a state where even crying or pleading would not shake the emperor's expression, and that had a deeper meaning to it. Bengong do not care if Consort Jing have the thought or not. Empress Xianda smiled and continued to pour a cup of tea. The tea is always here. Consort Jing was so angry that she was somewhat trembling. Lu Furen came into the palace to look for her, saying that Emperor Yongle was dealing with the Lu family and his attitude was one that did not even care about any past relations. She also said that she had the favor of Emperor Yongle, so why was there no effect in blowing wind by one's pillow? She wanted her to inquire and probe Emperor Yongle's intention and if necessary plead for leniency. But Consort Jing had done it, but it did not help at all. In fact, for so many years, even though Emperor Yongle extremely doted her that in the inner palace, Empress Xianda had to give her some leeway that no matter how arrogant she was, she would always get away with it. However, she had never once changed Emperor Yongle's mind before. Sometimes she would feel that Emperor Yongle seemed to have seen everything and knew that she was deliberately pleasing him, and sometimes Consort Jing felt somewhat shameful. However, there were times where she felt that Emperor Yongle indeed favored her. Now that something happened to the Lu family and needed her, a daughter, to help, so Consort Jing would look for Emperor Yongle, but Emperor Yongle's attitude was ice cold. Consort Jing had been sailing with the wind and currents for an entire lifetime and had not suffered anything. When she entered the palace, she rose to the position of a consort easily due to her Lu family background, and now that the Lu family is in trouble, she also suffered from it. Now she discovered that after so many years, other than antagonizing people and creating unreasonable scenes, she did not do anything else. On the other hand, the Empress Xianda that she was dissatisfied with, could actually sit in a pavilion to drink tea leisurely and unconstrained, and that made Consort Jing's heart filled with resentment. She thought that Emperor Yongle did not love Empress Xianda and that Empress Xianda was only respected by everyone because of the position of the Empress. This was just too unfair. If there was no Empress Xianda blocking, she would become the Empress and Emperor Yongle would not ignore the Lu family and she would not have a headache now. A malicious resentment appeared in Consort Jing's heart. She happened to see that in the pavilion that Empress Xianda was sitting at, there was a ladder near the pavilion to the lake. It was so that it would be convenient to feed the fishes on normal days, and it would also look elegant, but it was somewhat dangerous. Consort Jing quietly got closer to Empress Xianda and said, "Older sister has brewed so many years of tea, naturally one knew the rules of brewing tea. However, this younger sister does not like tea as tea is bitter and those who drink it would not be comfortable, so why brew it?" When this sentence was spoken, she shouted an ayah and stumbled and headed towards Empress Xianda. Empress Xianda was sitting near the water, so by knocking onto Empress Xianda, she would fall into the water. What kind of person was Empress Xianda? Consort Jing was stupid, but Empress Xianda was not. This kind of little trick did not even enter her eyes. She had long been wary, and seeing Consort Jing leaning over, she took a step back and avoided Consort Jing. One only heard a blop sound and splashes of water. The palace made by Consort Jing's side shouted out in shock. It was late at night that even the residence of Prince Rui was immersed in sleep, and when it was all quiet, suddenly someone came in. It was Tai Yi, who suddenly had something to report. Usually at such a time, Tai Yi would not come over to disturb. Shen Miao was sleeping at the deepest when she felt Xie Jingxing getting up and walking out of the door. After a moment, he seemed to be talking outside with someone, and in half a moment, sounds of clothes rustling was heard. She opened her eyes and saw that Xie Jingxing was standing in front of the study table wearing clothes. She took a look outside again and saw that it was in the middle of the night and did not know why he looked like he was about to go out at such a timing. What had happened? She asked. Xie Jingxing saw that she was awake and said, "Something happened in the palace. I will enter the palace to take a look. You should sleep first. There is no need to wait for me." Hearing that, Shen Miao's sleepiness was mostly scattered away. For Xie Jingxing to leave in such a late night, one could tell that this matter is very serious, and moreover it was a palace's matter. She said, "What is it? Is it serious?" The Empress pushed Consort Jing into the pond. Xie Jingxing said as he wore his outer robes, the specifics could not be said clearly in a short time. Shen Miao was relieved. For Xie Jingxing to run to the palace in the middle of the night, she had thought that there was an assassin in the palace. When she heard about the matter, her heart was settled, but after thinking about it, she said in surprise, "Why would her ladyship the Empress push Consort Jing into the pond?" Shen Miao had seen Empress Xianda before and also seen Consort Jing. When facing this type of person like Consort Jing, Empress Xianda simply disdained to even compete, and Empress Xianda did not have an impulsive temperament. If it is said that Consort Jing pushed Empress Xianda into the water, Shen Miao would believe it, but saying that it was Empress Xianda who took that action was something that Shen Miao did not believe at all. The Lu family is currently in the palace. Xie Jingxing said, "They love to pester endlessly. I will go over first to take a look." Shen Miao quickly got up. "I will go too." "It is too late." Xie Jingxing disagreed. "You should sleep. Nothing will happen." Shen Miao shook her head. "Since you will be entering the palace, this is not a simple matter. Anyways, I will not be able to sleep, and for you to let me stay in the residence myself, I would let one's imagination run wild. It is better to go over with you. Moreover, if anything happened, one could maybe even help." Xie Jingxing thought for a moment. "Never mind it. I would not feel rest assured leaving you here alone. Let's go." Shen Miao quickly got up and changed clothes. Because it was really late, all the servants were resting, so Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao only brought Tai Yi and Kong Yan along. Both of them rode the carriage onto the streets of Longyi, and there was not even a single person on the road. Xie Jingxing's expression was somewhat cold, and Shen Miao was seriously lost in thoughts. Even if Empress Xianda pushed Consort Jing, there was no need to call Xie Jingxing into the palace in the middle of the night. To put it in a bad way, even if Consort Jing lost her life because of this, that was a fight between the females in the inner palace, and one could directly dismiss the people from the Lu family. Moreover, Emperor Yongle was currently tearing all pretenses from the Lu family, so how would he let the Lu family make a big fuss? When Shen Miao was in Mingqi, she had also seen concubines who would hinder another because of jealousy. The pushing into the pond by Empress Xianda to Consort Jing was the most inferior setup, so what did it need Xie Jingxing to take a trip to the palace? Shen Miao felt that this matter was not that simple. However, Tai Yi said that the person who came over from the palace with the imperial decree did not speak clearly, thus no one knew the specifics of the situation. Both of them were deep in their own thoughts, thus in a moment of time, they reached the gates of the palace. Deng Gonggong, who was always beside Emperor Yongle, was waiting at the gates of the palace. Upon seeing Xie Jingxing, he was joyful but became startled when he saw Shen Miao coming down from the carriage. However, he was not bothered by this and smiled. "Your Highness, the Prince of First Rank has finally arrived. His Majesty is in the palace waiting for you." Xie Jingxing let Deng Gonggong walk in front and Shen Miao followed behind. After thinking a while, she then asked Deng Gonggong, "Deng Gonggong, is her ladyship the Empress well?" "Her ladyship the Empress is well. Many thanks for Wangfei's care," Deng Gonggong said with a smile. Shen Miao's gaze slightly moved. The Empress was fine, but such a big fuss was created. Did it mean that it was related to the other person? Sure enough, when she thought of that point, she heard Deng Gonggong speaking. However, her ladyship Consort Jing has not yet woken up. Xie Jingxing sneered. "What kind of tricks is Lu Jing playing?" He had an annoyed expression on. Deng Gonggong smiled and did not say anything more, but Shen Miao felt that there was some meaning to that smile. After entering the palace, the place that Deng Gonggong took both of them straight to was Jinghua Palace. Jinghua Palace was where Consort Jing was staying, and it was already in the middle of the night, but Jinghua Palace was brightly lit and all the palace maids were kneeling in the middle of the hall. With a look, Shen Miao could see that Emperor Yongle and Empress Xianda were also present. Both of them were sitting in the hall, but one was unable to see any difference with Empress Xianda as she was the usual calm, but Emperor Yongle's face was as cold as frost. Shen Miao went in with Xie Jingxing, and Deng Gonggong quickly reported. When Emperor Yongle saw that Shen Miao also came over, his expression was also slightly startled, but Empress Xianda stood up and smiled as she walked over to Shen Miao before speaking familiarly as she held Shen Miao's hands. "Previously one heard that your health is not good and wanted to let you come to the palace to chat. Who knew that so many things had happened? One did not expect that you would come over at such a late night." Shen Miao smiled. "One did not know what has happened for His Highness to enter the palace, thus one just come along." Empress Xianda asked her, "Is one's health recovering?" Shen Miao said, it is fully healed. Many thanks for your ladyship's kindness. Empress Xianda then smiled, then Ben Gong is relieved. At Xie Jingxing's end, he was looking at Emperor Yongli and said seriously, Imperial older brother, what had happened? Everyone knew that Empress Xianda would not push Consort Jing into the water and Consort Jing had not yet awake but Emperor Yongli had already taken action against the Lu family, without even caring of the Lu family's face, so why would he call Xie Jingxing into the palace because of Consort Jing's health? Emperor Yongli said coldly, the Lu family was just here. They came. Xie Jingxing frowned. When I entered, one did not see the people of the Lu family. The Lu family was annoying troublemakers and their tails are already up in the skies. Today Consort Jing had fallen into the water and the Lu family had been suffering losses under the emperor's hands, so they would definitely take this opportunity to kick up a fuss and would not let Empress Xianda off. For the Lu family not to show even a shadow, could it be that they had already kicked up a fuss on their way here? They are not afraid that something would happen to Consort Jing. The one that spoke was Empress Xianda. They are secure in the knowledge that one has backing. Shen Miao heart moved. Secure in the knowledge that one had backing. What is the meaning of those words? Just as she was thinking, she saw an imperial physician coming out. He walked to Emperor Yongli and bowed, replying to your majesty, her ladyship Consort Jing has gotten a cold after falling into the water. Fortunately the foundation of her health is good thus the dragon seed in her womb is safe. After taking 2 doses of medication and rest, both mother and child would be safe. Consort Jing was pregnant. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing was stunned. Unconsciously Shen Miao looked towards Empress Xianda and the lips of Empress Xianda raised slightly higher and she looked the usual calm and magnanimous but Shen Miao felt that no matter how she looked, that smile was of satire. She then looked at Emperor Yongli, his gaze was ice cold and his expression had sank into the water, no matter how one looked, he did not seem to be happy. It seemed that Consort Jing had woken in the room as a delicate voice called out, your majesty. Chen Qi wants to see his majesty. Xie Jingxing looked at Emperor Yongli with a smile but not a smile but Emperor Yongli turned his head to look at Empress Xianda. Empress Xianda smiled gently, your majesty should take a look at Consort Jing. The child is always innocent. She then looked towards Xie Jingxing, his majesty most likely will be talking to you in a while so you can wait here. She then said to Shen Miao, after so much time, Ben Gong also want to return to change. Wang Fei can accompany Ben Gong back. One feared that one would be tired in such a late night. Wei Yong Palace has hot tea prepared. Empress Xianda was so dignified that one could not see any single wrong but the calmer she was, the more it made one's heart upset. Shen Miao saw that a large part of Empress Xianda's skirt was damp and guessed that she was just beside Consort Jing by the pond and when Consort Jing fell into the water, Empress Xianda's clothes became wet. However because of the constant caring for Lu Jing, she did not care to change into clean clothes. She nodded her head, all right. Emperor Yongli stared at Empress Xianda and did not speak while Consort Jing, who was in the room calling, became even more delicate. Empress Xianda said, it is better for your majesty to take a look earlier. It is not Consort Jing that would be tired but the child in Consort Jing's womb. After finishing, she pulled Shen Miao and left without caring what expression was on Emperor Yongli's face. Once exiting Jinghua Palace, the air outside seemed to be much more refreshing. The hustle and bustle of the summer was about to pass and it would not be long later for the weather to gradually cool down and enter the beginning of autumn. The flowers were blooming beautifully in the summer but after some more days, it would be cool and deserted. Shen Miao's head was hanging down as she thought about the strange atmosphere between Emperor Yongli and Empress Xianda. She felt that Empress Xianda showed some exhaustion today that when she was in Jinghua Palace, she was somewhat confrontational towards Emperor Yongli. This was different from the usual calm Empress Xianda's personality. Was it perhaps due to Consort Jing's child? That's right. Empress Xianda did not have children. When Shen Miao first entered the palace, she had discovered that Emperor Yongli was at his prime but did not have any descendants of his own. There were a lot of followers of the Lu and Yi family in court and other than the powers that were left by the late emperor, the other reason was because there was no descendants. No matter how one looked, an emperor who did not have any descendants would not last long. But Consort Jing was pregnant now. If Consort Jing gave birth to a son, could it be that the future monarch would be fixed? Then this country would be tied to the Lu family at the end. Emperor Yongli would definitely not want to see an external relative holding on to exclusive power. It was no wonder that when Emperor Yongli was not at all happy upon hearing that Consort Jing was pregnant. However, the reason Empress Xianda was unhappy, most likely because of the position of an empress but due to the jealousy of a female's heart. The person on the spot was baffled but the onlooker saw everything exceptionally clearly. Shen Miao was also the same. The gaze that Empress Xianda looked at Emperor Yongli was the same as how she initially looked at Fu Shuyi. She loved deeply one's own husband but at the end, it was another female that was pregnant with one's husband's child. No matter how calm Empress Xianda was, there would be a trace of unhappiness in one's heart. She was after all only a female. Wang Fei of first rank. Empress Xianda's voice sounded. Shen Miao recovered to her senses and as Empress Xianda was looking at her, she smiled somewhat tolerantly. You were too lost in thoughts and one is unable to hear Ben Gong's words. Shen Miao quickly apologized. One has offended your ladyship. There is no need to be as such. Empress Xianda did not seem to take it to heart. It is so late already, it is natural for one to get lost in one's thought when tired. Wang Fei do not need to blame oneself. As Shen Miao walked, she could not help but ask, your ladyship, one would like to ask you about a matter. Please ask. Was it really you who pushed Consort Jing into the water? Empress Xianda slightly hesitated before smiling towards her. What does Wang Fei think? Your ladyship, the empress would definitely not do such a thing. Consort Jing did not just enter the palace and your ladyship had lived together with her peacefully for so many years so one would not deal with her at such a moment like this. Shen Miao said, so one is curious why did your ladyship accept this crime? Empress Xianda stopped walking and looked at Shen Miao with a smile. You indeed believe in Ben Gong. In fact it is strange when one speaks about it. From the first time Ben Gong saw you, one felt that you are very similar with Ben Gong but your personality is much more intense. It is most likely because your father is a general. Ben Gong had heard many things about you and even though you have versatile means and schemes, but the actions are clean and direct which possess a military air. Ben Gong cannot do it as literary families pay attention to being indirect. Even though Ben Gong want to do it in a roundabout way, one has to tie it up softly till the end, thus at the end you and Ben Gong will always be different. Shen Miao was silent. Empress Xianda smiled again. There is really no need for Ben Gong to push her into the pond and the emperor understood this rational. The Lu family also understood it but the only one that did not understand was Lu Jing. As for this crime, it does not matter if one carries it. The goal of framing a person is to deceive everyone under the skies but even you, who just came to Longyi, know about this lie, not to mention the officials in Longyi. Shen Miao, could it be that your ladyship would not explain? Ben Gong is too lazy to explain and cannot be bothered to do it. Consort Jing can do whatever she likes. Ben Gong would not take it to heart at all. Empress Xianda said faintly. Shen Miao thought that just this point, she was completely different from Empress Xianda. If it was her, if it was not the crime that she committed, she would not admit to it and no matter how much she changed, the fierceness in her bones would not change. Empress Xianda was like vast and deep water that was tolerant and calm and that made others feel very small in front of her. Just as they were speaking, unconsciously Wei Yong Palace was in sight and Dao Gugu was waiting at the doors. Upon seeing both of them returning, she quickly walked to Empress Xianda. Is your ladyship all right? Is her ladyship consort Jing all right? After people came when consort Jing fell into the water, Empress Xianda instructed Dao Gugu to return first and Dao Gugu had been worried all the time and Empress Xianda return only now. Empress Xianda did not answer Dao Gugu and instead smiled. Nothing the matter. Ben Gong will change one's clothes first. Dao Gugu, bring Wang Fei to the hall to sit and prepare some hot tea for her. Finishing, she headed inside to change her clothes. Dao Gugu brought Shen Miao to the hall. The tea was hot as Dao Gugu poured some for Shen Miao and could not help but ask, Wang Fei, what is actually going on with her ladyship consort Jing? Nothing big happened, right? Why was one delayed for so long? She was an anxious and eager loyal servant. Shen Miao thought about it and said, there is nothing the matter with consort Jing and the child in her womb is also doing well. Dao Gugu was violently startled and the tea was almost spilt. When she finally reacted, she stopped her actions but her face was very pale. When Shen Miao saw her as such, she asked, you all do not know that consort Jing is pregnant. Dao Gugu smiled forcefully. Wang Fei is joking. How would one know it earlier? If one had known, she did not continue speaking. Shen Miao did not overlook the resentful anger that flashed past on Dao Gugu's face and her heart was thinking of what would happen if she had known about it. Would she annihilate the child in the womb, like all the females in the palace would do? Just as she was thinking about it, Empress Xianda walked over from inside. She had changed her clothes but the clothes she changed into were white thin robes and there was embroidered bluegrass on top of it. One could not deny that Empress Xianda without the official Empress outfit would look an entirely different person. Shen Miao looked carefully and noticed that Empress Xianda's brows was light but comfortable and she indeed embodied the historian style and was a little similar with Pei Lang but embraced the wind more than Pei Lang. She walked over and sat by Shen Miao's side before picking up a cup of tea. When it really tired at night and it is so much warmer to have tea like this. Dao Gugu suddenly knelt down. Your ladyship, how could you still have the mood to drink tea? Empress Xianda was startled. What is this? There was a faint strictness in her tone of voice. Dao Gugu remained unmoved and continued kneeling but said with some grief and indignation, her ladyship consort Jing is pregnant. She is pregnant and still wants to frame you. You still tolerate it. Till when do one need to endure? These words had exceeded what a servant should say to a master and thus the atmosphere quickly became cold. Shen Miao looked at her nose and she did not speak while she was holding the teacup. Empress Xianda said, Chu Shui, you have followed Ben Gong for so many years and Ben Gong see you as family but you have exceeded one's boundaries. Dao Gugu refused to get up. After a moment, Empress Xianda sighed, never mind. Lu Jing did not know that she was pregnant. Ben Gong knows Lu Jing's temperament well. If she knew that she was pregnant, she would not use the child in her womb to frame Ben Gong. She would only protect the dragon seed well and not let anything happen to the child. But now it is a fact that consort Jing is pregnant. Dao Gugu raised her head, your ladyship has to consider for oneself. Shen Miao could no longer stay silent and said, Dao Gugu's words are not wrong. One needs to carefully think about the matter of consort Jing. That was not all for the Empress. Even with the current situation with the Lu family, your ladyship the Empress cannot just be an onlooker. Empress Xianda looked at her astonished as she did not expect that Shen Miao would speak at such a juncture but she quickly smiled. It seemed that Jing Xing had spoken a lot to you. Chu Shui, get up. Empress Xianda said to Dao Gugu, Ben Gong do not wish to speak the second time. An ordering tone was used when saying this sentence thus Dao Gugu hesitated before she finally stood up. Empress Xianda looked towards Shen Miao. One had let you see a joke. Chu Shui is a person very close to Ben Gong and would think of Ben Gong wholeheartedly thus her words might be somewhat anxious. However her heart comes from a good place. She then sighed. Actually Ben Gong had all the while thought that Lu Zhen is a stupid one and Ben Gong disdained to compete with her but from now it seems that it is Ben Gong that made an oversight. Lu Zhen still has some capabilities as she could avoid the concoction to avoid pregnancy and bear the emperor's child. Concoction to avoid pregnancy. Shen Miao's heart moved. Empress Xianda just told her about the palace's secret like that. In fact the more she knows, the more dangerous it would become as those who knew about the private secret matters would at the end become fertilizers for the palace's flowers. However one did not know why but she felt that when Empress Xianda spoke to her about these things, it was only because she wanted to tell her and not to guard against her because of her knowledge. You are a smart person so one thinks that you have noticed that the emperor has no children in the palace but this was not because of the concubines or the emperor himself but because they all drank the concoction to avoid pregnancy. Lu Jing initially also drank it but one did not know why but it is most likely she had used some methods to be pregnant with the dragon seed. This is the first in the palace. After finishing speaking, she seemed to have thought about something else and smiled. Perhaps this is not the first. Ben Gong had also had a child before but there was a miscarriage. When Dao Gugu heard it, her eyes became somewhat red. Shen Miao's hands that were holding the teacup trembled but she did not speak. The emperor often felt that you are not good because he felt that Jing Xing is the best that even if the female is a fairy, most likely it would not be even worth mentioning to his eyes. At the beginning Jing Xing said that he wanted to marry a female from Mingqi, thus the emperor instructed people to inquire many of your matters. After hearing about all the matter, he said to Ben Gong that you have a malicious heart. Empress Xianda suddenly changed topic and looked at Shen Miao, however looking at it now, Ben Gong feels that you are very kind. Shen Miao was puzzled and only heard Empress Xianda speaking, you obviously want to ask about the miscarriage of Ben Gong's child but fear that it would affect Ben Gong's feelings and thus did not ask. Shen Miao said softly, this one does not dare only. You are in fact very frank and sincere. Jing Xing has indeed found an interesting wife. Ben Gong like you even more. Empress Xianda smiled before continuing, actually the matter has passed a long time so Ben Gong is at ease. At the beginning when Ben Gong was pregnant, Lu Zhen added a cold herb into the snacks that the imperial kitchens made. Just a little and Ben Gong's child was gone. At that time Lu Zhen just entered the palace and was at the favored period. The Lu family was watching and his majesty could only punish a little. Ben Gong felt that one was not fated with one's child. Just from listening, Shen Miao could already guess the heartbreaking pain in it. In her previous life in Mingqi Inner Palace, the concubines would fight with one another for the monarch's love and favor thus the inner palace is the battlefield for females and when females became vicious, they would be more fearful than males. There were a number of consorts' children who became victims in such a situation. However no matter how vicious a concubine was, the moment they lose a child, they would cry hopelessly. Did this calm and gentle empress in front of her also experience this kind of despair? It took a long time for the scar to be healed but only she herself would know of the pain from the scar. The most hateful thing was that she could not even avenge for her child. Why was this so? You must not blame his majesty and don't pity Ben Gong. Even though Ben Gong is indeed pitiful, Ben Gong have also become a wicked person. Empress Xianda said, after Ben Gong miscarriage, one could no longer have children so in this lifetime, one would not be able to have my own child. Thus the emperor did not let all the females in this inner palace carry his children. Ben Gong does not live well so everyone cannot live well. Shen Miao was startled. Because Empress Xianda could not bear children so Emperor Yongla did not let all the female in the palace give birth. Then Emperor Yongla really loved Empress Xianda but if he truly loved her then why would he allow Empress Xianda to suffer such a great grievance? Even if Empress Xian did not mention, Emperor Yongle himself would want to kill the murderer, so why would he make her his favorite consort? Shen Miao felt that the secrets of Great Liang's imperial family are not at all less than Ming Qi's. When Empress Xian saw her startled look, she suddenly smiled. You really believe it? How would His Majesty be willing to give up all the concubines' children because of Bengong? Jing Xing could do it because of Jing Xing's good fortune, but the emperor's fortune is not good as he is the emperor. There was so much more meaning to this sentence, thus Shen Miao did not know how to continue for the time being. But you were right with your words. One naturally has to plan for the future. Consort Jing's child come in a convenient time, as this child would temporarily protect her life, but the Lu family do not have such luck. Empress Xian did smile slightly, but the smile became sharp. The child cannot be kept. In the imperial study, Xie Jingxing's gaze was cold as he spoke to the emperor in front. Jen knows that this child cannot be kept, and if it is possible, Jen wishes to give her a bowl of medication at this moment. Emperor Yongle spoke indifferently, as if the person that would suffer from the medication was not his child and someone else. Then why do you not do it? Xie Jingxing asked sharply. Qing Zhen doesn't allow it, Emperor Yongle said. Qing Zhen was Empress Xian's unmarried name, and this name was not spoken from Emperor Yongle's lips for a long time. After half a moment, Xie Jingxing laughed in ridicule. Imperial Cao's heart has always been soft, and perhaps because of pitying the death of one's child. Xie Yuan. These words seemed to have touched on Emperor Yongle's pain that he glared at the other party. But it only brought a casual smile from Xie Jingxing, so what can be done now? I do not care about Lu Jing, and I do not want to pay any attention to that child. The Lu family came and left, with the absolute certainty that the child in Lu Jing's womb is a talisman. How could one give them such a big gift? To an emperor without any descendant, to suddenly have one, it would be a life-saving straw. No matter how unwilling Emperor Yongle was, the position of the monarch would land onto the child in Consort Jing's womb. Thus, after the Lu family came to take a look at Consort Jing's pregnancy, they did not make a fuss or have any disagreement and left quickly. Perhaps in their eyes, the Empress position of Empress Xian would soon be gone and did not even have time to take pity. The power was their kindness. But could one really sleep in comfort without worries? Since ancient times, there was a saying that it was hard to foresee future events. The Lu family has always forgotten about a matter. You and I bear the surname of Xie, and we have the Xie family's blood in our body. Emperor Yongle said indifferently, the people of Xie family are all ruthless and unfeeling. On the journey back, Shen Miao thought about Empress Xian's words, and her heart could not calm down for a long time. Consort Jing was at a stage that mother and child was safe, and Empress Xian did not have any wrongs because of the matter. Thus everything looked like it had ended satisfactory, but Shen Miao felt that something was not quite right. Upon returning back to the residence of Prince Rui, the skies was almost about to brighten, and thus it was too late to sleep. Moreover, Shen Miao did not have any mood to rest. When Jing Jie and Gu Yi saw it, they instructed the small kitchens to make some sweet soup for the both of them. When Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing returned to the room, the doors were locked and they sat in front of the table before Shen Miao looked at Xie Jingxing. Consort Jing is pregnant. What will the Lu family do? It was reasonable to say that Consort Jing child was very precious, since Emperor Yongle did not have other children, and if she was carrying a son, then if there was no accidents, the future position of the monarch would logically go to the child in Consort Jing's womb. Logically it would be like this, but from Empress Xian's words, this was not so, which made the matter somewhat thought-provoking. Could it be that Emperor Yongle still had other children? Otherwise how could it be so? The Lu family current had no fear due to Consort Jing, but was Emperor Yongle's plans for the Lu family this shallow? Shen Miao did not feel that it was possible. When Xie Jingxing heard those words, he said plainly, Imperial older brother has taken action against the Lu family. There is no difference if one survive or not. Those words meant that the child in Consort Jing's womb was one matter and the Lu family's ending was another. At least Consort Jing would temporarily save her life with the child, but the Lu family would fall according to plan. Shen Miao frowned. I spoke to her ladyship the Empress and felt somewhat strange. One heard that her ladyship the Empress had a miscarriage and it was caused by Consort Jing. Not mentioning if it was intentional or not, no matter how magnanimous her ladyship the Empress is, how could she watch Consort Jing living safely and well for so many years? Xie Jingxing was pouring a cup of tea for her, and his actions paused when he heard those words. Shen Miao stared at him. Tell me honestly why the emperor do not have any children till now. Was it deliberate or without any choice? No matter how she thought, she felt that it was just too strange for Emperor Yongle not to have any children. Every emperor, be it if he was a wise monarch or incapable ruler, would want to have more children. The more children there is, the more checks and balances there would be, and the imperial court would be more stable. Even Fu Shuyi did not have a shortage of children. Previous Shen Miao felt that it was strange that Emperor Yongle was so outstanding in court and the commoners lived and work in peace, so how would the court be unstable now? She then understood when she knew about the reason of descendants. Just because of one point, which was that Emperor Yongle did not have any children, the court would be rather vocal. Speaking of which, Emperor Yongle was considered very capable. If it was any other emperor, if they did not have son, one feared that they would long be gone and demoted to an ordinary person, much less keeping the power balance for years. Xie Jingxing looked back at Shen Miao after a long time and his gaze was somewhat strange. You really want to know? Ever since you were brought back unconscious from the imperial hunt, I felt that some things would change, but at that time I just arrived in Longyi and did not know much of the situation in Great Liang and thus was unable to help in anything. Thus other than going to Feng Tuzhuang to look for that person, one was unable to help in anything. Shen Miao said, I do not like being passive. If there is a day that you have to do something big, I would find that I am useless. But I do not have any knowledge, so even if I have the heart to help, how could I even help? Xie Jingxing looked at her for a while and he suddenly sighed. Half of the sigh was gratification and the other half was teasing as he stroked her head. Not only our Zhao Zhao can scheme against others, she can also be considerate of others. Shen Miao brushed his hands away. You can't always let me be a rice worm that only knows how to eat. I dared not underestimate you. Xie Jingxing smiled. Since you want to know, I will not conceal it. You told me that you had a realistic dream and that dream was very tragic. Now what I will be telling you is not a dream but things that indeed happened. It would take at least half a year with fast horses to reach Ding capital from Longyi. Did you always want to know how I became the son of the Marquis of Linen? Even though one knew of one's identity for so many years, one did not return to Great Liang. It was not because I did not want to return but I could not return. The gaze in his eyes gradually became sharper. Xie Jingxing's real name was Xie Yuan and his styled name was Jingxing. The meaning was from the phrase of behold a tall mountain that have an upright scenery. That meant that the person who gave him the name had hoped that he could be a noble and upright person. Not mentioning if the meaning of those words were achieved, but the person who gave that name had deep love for him. The person who gave him the name was his imperial father, Emperor Xiao Wu, Xie Yilong, but the one who gave his styled name was his imperial mother, Empress Jing Xian, Empress Xiao. Originally Emperor Xiao Wu was the most outstanding emperor of the dynasty of Great Liang. He had military power in his hands, calmed the four seas, was very handsome and heroic. If there was one thing not good, it was because he was the youngest son and the imperial family of Great Liang would only pass the throne to the eldest and not the younger ones, and this was the rule since the beginning. However, Xie Yilong was too outstanding, and the more outstanding a person was, one would not even put such light matters in his eyes, and it was difficult to press his ambition down. It was unfortunate that Xie Yilong was the former, and in addition, the crown prince at that time was inferior to him, so Xie Jingxing embarked on the route to fight for the heir apparent at the end. The route to fight for the heir apparent was very smooth for Xie Yilong, as he had the innate advantage. He was the son of the Empress and had many meritorious military accomplishments, thus Xie Yilong devised a plan to frame his blooded eldest brother, the crown prince, and angered his imperial mother to death, controlled his father, and successfully ascended to the imperial throne and became Emperor Xiaowu. In the journey of the fight for the heir apparent, one was bound to give up some things, like family relations and like love. At that time, Xie Yilong felt that all these were not important, as he was an ambitious person, so he married the daughter of the Prime Minister Xiao's family. The Xiao family was the head of the civil officials, and by marrying the Xiao family's daughter, he could win the majority of Great Liang's civil officials' aristocratic families. Moreover, the daughter of the Xiao family was an exceptionally beauty and was intelligent and magnanimous. There was no disadvantage of having an intelligent beauty, so this marriage was extremely advantageous. After ascending to the imperial throne, Emperor Xiaowu and Empress Jingxian had proper respect and concern for one another, and Emperor Xiaowu was a wise monarch and Empress Jingxian was famously virtuous under heavens, and it looked ideal. Not long later, Empress Jingxian gave birth to Xie Kai and he became the crown prince. Originally, Great Liang's land had gradually expanded and the strength of the nation had gradually become the strongest among the three countries, so everything looked blissful. But the most difficult thing to retain in this world was remain unchanged. Empress Xiao was married to Emperor Yongle when there was chaos, and the husband and wife complemented each other in literary and military knowledge. Xie Yilong had ambitions and Empress Xiao was composed. Xie Yilong had high level of means and methods, and Empress Xiao was resourceful and intelligent. However, when the enemies outside gradually disappeared, the spear would be aimed at the people around. Emperor Xiaowu was one with ambitions. At the beginning, he used many means and ways to gain the throne, and his ambitions came from his desire. He gradually became suspicious that the Xiao family had the intentions to be the relatives that wield power. The more Empress Xiao was virtuous and intelligent, the more suspicions Emperor Xiaowu had. In order to balance off the power of the Xiao family, Emperor Xiaowu opened up the inner palace. There were a number of aristocratic families in the Xiao family, and he promoted them and let the Xiao family fight with them, and in the inner palace, he let Empress Xiao fight with those women from the aristocratic families. Empress Xiao was intelligent and proper. After marriage, she had always been adhering the family teachings of treating one's husband as heavens, and in addition, Xie Yilong was an outstanding talent among people. They had gotten along for many years. However, all those mess of women started to give birth to princes and rack one's brains to even threaten Xie Qi's position of the crown prince, and finally Empress Xiao could no longer sit back and ignore it. Every female, even the weakest of all female, would all become a beast in order to protect one's child. Moreover, Empress Xiao was not a weak white rabbit. In Xiao family, an aristocratic family, for her to become the most outstanding young lady, naturally she had brains, thus she started to counterattack strongly. To be able to walk with Emperor Xiaowu over from the chaotic days, Empress Xiao's ability naturally could not be underestimated. How could those rich, beautiful and delicate females could compete? It was just inviting humiliation to oneself. Xie Kai was safe and sound, and Empress Xiao was repeatedly victorious. She had shown her strength and her brains were extremely good that it shocked those female, and no one dared to act rashly. However, the intelligent Empress Xiao would also make a mistake. The more outstanding she was, the more upset Emperor Xiaowu was. Emperor Xiaowu became more guarded against her and even began to find her mistakes. At the beginning, it was only placing some opponents for Empress Xiao in the palace, then he would watch on coldly at their battles. At the end, it was consciously be biased with the other party, and whatever Empress Xiao did was wrong. He also started to directly suppress the Xiao family without hesitation. Empress Xiao felt very upset, but she had thought that Emperor Xiaowu was her husband and one would be confused at some point in one's life. She only need to protect her position and let Xie Kai grow up safe and sound and watch as Xie Kai smoothly succeeded in ruling the country. Who knew that those females would have ideas on Xie Kai? At that period of time, Emperor Xiaowu suddenly warmed up to Empress Xiao, and Empress Xiao did not why he behaved as such. After not long, Prime Minister Xiao suddenly took the initiative to resign from his post. Xie Yilong was one who had good means and methods. Even though the Xiao family was vicious, they could not compete with Xie Yilong. It took a few hundred years for the Xiao family to have an empress from their family. For this empress, the Xiao family would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves. When Empress Xiao knew of the matter, it was already too late. She then knew that all the warm nights were only an act of Xie Yilong's schemes and felt nauseating, but she did not think that she would be pregnant. This flesh in her womb was different from Xie Kai, as it came to this world by Xie Yilong's deliberate and hypocritical schemes. When Empress Xiao was pregnant, she would often think that if it was a son, he must not be like his father. He could have ambitions and create crafty plots and machinations, but he could not make use of another's sincere heart. That was the most despicable behavior and was also the most shameful thing. After getting pregnant, there were many areas that became inconvenient for Empress Xiao, but she did not expect someone to take advantage of her current situation and take action upon Xie Kai. Xie Kai was drugged. It was a very strong and sudden poison, and if it was not because of the old relations between the Prime Minister Xiao and the head of the Gao family that the head of the Gao family personally take charge, one feared that Xie Kai could not survive at that time. Even though he had survived, the master of the Gao family had diagnosed that the poison had entered the organs and one was only prolonging the time. Xie Kai could not live past 35, and this poison would also affect his descendants. From that time onwards, if he had any children, it was inevitable that they would have congenital deficiency or they would also have the poison in their body. In any sense, it was all not a good thing. The master of the Gao family was a rare godlike doctor under heavens, and for him to say such things, Xie Qi's doomed fate was almost fixed. The other party was targeting Xie Qi's life. Even if they could not have his life, they wanted to ruin his entire life. Empress Xiao had never expected that she would end up in such a situation, as she was the most outstanding daughter in the Xiao family, was a revere empress and virtual reputation under heavens. In order to protect her, her family clan had voluntarily retired from Great Liang's officialdom, and two of her children, one could not complete one's life under such sinister schemes and the other was the fruit that grew under the poisonous scheme. The one who did the poisoning was investigated, but it was the favored consort that Emperor Xiaowu just raised. Empress Xiao brought that favored consort tied up to the imperial gardens and sliced her flesh, piece by piece, and she personally watched as she took her last breath. All the palace maids and eunuchs in the imperial gardens were trembling as they watched, and they almost fainted. However, Empress Xiao felt that there was no meaning to it. Emperor Xiaowu naturally scolded and blamed the favored consort, and he personally judged the crimes of the favored consort and comforted Empress Xiao. As Empress Xiao heard his gentle words, her heart was as cold as ice and her mind was filled with caution and vigilance. Did Emperor Xiaowu know of this matter or not? Empress Xiao felt that after being married to Emperor Xiaowu for so many years, she should examine him carefully again. Even if Emperor Xiaowu did not know about it, this favored consort was raised up to go against Empress Xiao. One did not kill Bo Ren, but Bo Ren died because of one. At one side, defenses started building up in Empress Xiao's heart, but at the other side, she pretended to be one due to the misfortune that befell on her son. The untreatable poison in Xie Qi's body was not circulated out, but who would know if others would know about it in the future? However, the most worrying thing for Empress Xiao was that it was almost time to give birth to the child in her womb. Emperor Xiao Wu was suspicious of the Xie family's treatment of Xie Kai, and if the child in her womb was a son, if anything happened to Xie Kai, the child could replace Xie Qi's position and sit on the crown prince's position. One did not know if he would be the next Xie Kai. If it was a daughter, Empress Xiao was not willing to let him stay in the palace and be manipulated daily and unable to control one's destiny. The most important thing was that Empress Xiao would be starting to fight back. After giving birth to this child, she wanted to return individually all the suffering the Xiao family, Xie Kai and her experienced. With a newly born, there would many inconvenient things and maybe he would be controlled by others, so she had to find a way out. Substituting a raccoon for the crown prince was generally speaking that the crown prince that was replaced would be far away from everything that he should have and that raccoon would be able to gain everything that did not belong to one. Empress Xiao gave the newly born child to her confidant and said, "Behold a tall mountain that have an upright scenery. His styled name will be Jingxing. If one day he grows up to be a man of indomitable spirits, he can scheme and plot but he can never use another sincere heart." She took a hard look at her child for the last time and said, "Send him away." In 2 months that a number of horses died in exhaustion, that half-a-year journey from Longyi to Ding capital, because Xie Yuan's first contact to this world and what welcomed him was that he had to flee. In those days of escaping, his eyes were widened and he was babbling as he learned to fight with this world. In the residence of the Marquis of Lin and in Ding capital, Princess Yuqing was about to give birth. Empress Xiao's confidant originally followed Empress Xiao's order and wanted to send Xie Yuan to an ordinary wealthy family to be away from the imperial court disputes. However, that day when the confidant was investigating in the streets, one had accidentally learned that Princess Yuqing was also about to give birth and the child's name was already set as Jingxing. The confidant had thought that it was truly a coincidence. That was a night that filled with wind and rain. There was a heavy rain that fell in Ding capital and the rainwater diluted the blood that was in the courtyard, dimmed the female painful screams and also covered up the faint baby's cries. That child with the name of Xie Jingxing was one that was very fated with Xie Yuan as he died before he was born. The confidant hesitated for a moment when holding the baby but he had made a decision that he was happy for life. He turned Xie Yuan to Xie Jingxing and from then onwards his name was Jingxing and there would no longer be any styled name. He was the little heir of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and that held the expectations of Empress Xiao and the hope of Princess Yuqing to live in this world well. Not long after, the wealthy household that was initially chosen was completely eliminated in a night. No one knew why but those who knew were clear that Emperor Xiao Wu had discovered some clues and rushed over to eliminate. One did not know it was fortunate or a bane but because of the confidant's momentary slip, Xie Jingxing had avoided this struggle between life and death. It seemed to be a fated destiny. There were non-stop filthy things in the residence of the Marquis of Lin. Madame Fang and her 2 sons kept creating issues and Xie Jingxing's only support was Xie Ding's favor. However, Xie Ding's favor was not often a good thing as Xie Ding would often not be in the residence as he would be in battle most of the year. It was very difficult for Xie Jingxing, a young child, to survive at the mouth of beasts. If Empress Xiao's confidant did not help secretly, one feared that he would long become soil in the ground and had a reunion with the genuine heir of the residence of the Marquis of Lin. Not only that, the Emperor of Mingqi was also suppressing the Xie family secretly. In such an environment, Xie Jingxing gradually grew up. He was thankful that the confidant placed him in such a cruel environment so that he would not be too uncomfortable when facing his future rugged route. He trifled without respect and casually and rode his horse undisciplined all around Ding capital streets and alleys. He was unbearable and made one have headaches but just like Empress Xiao's expectation, he grew up to be a man with indomitable spirits. He did not use another sincere heart. Even though he had an casual and ridicule appearance, he respected every sincere heart, like Princess Rongxin, like Su Mingfeng, like the Marquis of Lin and like Shen Miao. He had lived very well in Mingqi's Ding capital and he only relied on himself, thus he had the ability to act against the enemy in the dark. How about Empress Xiao? In those years, Empress Xiao had been missing her youngest son and was saddened by her eldest son's experience that she decided to fight back. Weren't you afraid that this empire would end up in the hands of the Xiao family? Weren't you most concerned about this? Then I will snatch it from your hands and stomp on it under one's feet. At that time would you feel a little regret for what you had done today? Empress Xiao was a daughter from the Xiao family and her abilities and stratagems did not lose to a male. Because of the anger she became even more spirited, whereas Emperor Xiao Wu started to get old. His state of mind and attention were dispersed by all the concubines in the inner palace and all his ambitions had gradually faded away after he was free of worries. Life sprang from sorrow and calamity and death came with ease and pleasure. When Emperor Xiao Wu passed away, there was only Empress Xiao accompanying him. Empress Xiao said, "May your majesty rest assured. As we are husband and wife, Chen Qi will not let you feel too lonely during the journey to the underworld. All the females and concubines that you have favored before in this palace, Chen Qi will let them accompany you during the journey and all of your children, with the exception of the crown prince, Chen Qi would not miss out on any one of them." Emperor Xiao Wu's eyes widened. And there is still more. Empress Xiao seemed to have thought of something and leaned over to speak by his ears. "Our youngest son is living well. Those people that your majesty sent to Mingqi had killed the wrong people. After a few more years when this government is settled down, Chen Qi will bring him back to be recognized by the forefathers since the great Liang Empire needs someone to continue governing. Chen Qi's heart is tender so the brothers still bear the surname of Xie. If Chen Qi's heart is as hard as your majesty, the dynasty name of the empire of Great Liang would have been changed. Your majesty, walk the journey down well. Chen Qi will hold on this empire first." Empress Xiao stood in front of the bed smiling very softly. Emperor Xiao Wu could not close his eyes at the hour of his death. Empress Jingxian became Empress Dowager Jingxian. Xie Kai became Emperor Yongla. Xie Jingxing was still in Mingqi's Ding capital and was grouping along the dark road. He ignorantly came to knowledge of his own family background but was told that his birth father was seeking to kill him and his birth mother had trapped his birth father to death. Currently the wind direction was at its most critical, thus one could not take unnecessary actions. The events of the world all arose from many causes and just like what Empress Jingxian said, she really cleaned up the inner palace of Great Liang. All those mothers and sons that once threw their weight around and targeted them became Emperor Xiao Wu's companions. She then said to Xie Kai, who had become Emperor Yongla, "Ijia is cold and cannot manage matters outside but Ijia can still give you a clean inner palace. From now onwards there are no vile characters in the inner palace. You only need to promise Ijia one thing, that is to keep this empire in the palm of your hands and never let it collapse." The Lu family and Yi family were Emperor Xiao Wu's confidants and were extremely cunning. As the saying went, a centipede dies but never falls down. Because of the complicated forces, they were not easily uprooted thus Emperor Yongla had been secretly scheming to deal with these two families. Empress Dowager Jingxian passed on 2 years later. Her head suddenly fell to the desk when she was reading the Lu family's memorandum and did not wake up anymore. The Gao family said that it was due being physically and mentally exhausted that she had exhausted all her energy. However, the day before she even spoke to Emperor Yongla with a glistening expression if they should change to a new tactic for the year's grand ceremony and perhaps they could think of a way to let Xie Jingxing take a trip back to Great Liang. It was difficult to predict matters of the world. In her entire lifetime, she was unable to have the opportunity to reunite with Xie Yuan again. On that day, heavens had separated the people. The life of Empress Jingxian was truly legendary. From a pampered young lady to an empress, experiencing the departing hearts between husband and wife, being framed in separation from one's child. At the end she even gave a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye, and cleaned up the entire inner palace of Great Liang so thoroughly, which made one delighted. She was the kind of person that would be unwilling to fall in the face of adversity, and if there were any regrets, it would be the first that Xie Qi's poison could not be cured, and the second, she was unable to have a reunion with Xie Yuan. Both brothers, Xie Kai and Xie Yuan, were also more like Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao was originally a great beauty that everyone sought for, and it was not over to say that she was absolutely beautiful. Not only did Xie Kai and Xie Yuan inherited Empress Xiao's beauty, they also inherited her means and methods. As Xi Jing was in the imperial family, there were still some shadow of Emperor Xiao Wu, like when engaging with politics and balancing the powers at both ends, he could not help but rely the power of marriage. However, Xie Yuan was different. He was far away in Mingqi and was on opposing side with the imperial family of Mingqi. There were no traces of Xie Yilong's shadow, and he did accomplish the expectations that Empress Xiao had of him. Even though he was not considered a good person, he was definitely not a despicable person. Shen Miao had not expected that Xie Jingxing's life experiences would have so much twists and bizarre turns, and she could not help but admire Empress Xiao Xian. Empress Xiao Xian resembled her previous life, but at the end became this empire's winner. However, Shen Miao was unable to do it like Empress Xiao, to have the determination to cut one's loss quickly and able to withstand the pain of separation of one's flesh and blood. Seeing her complicated expression, Xie Jingxing instead felt funny. There is no need to pity me. I have never seen her before and naturally do not have any attachment to her. She was a young man that grew up alone in storms, with a birth father chasing to kill and had never seen one's birth mother before. Instead he had an even more open mind to things, and many things would just amount to a smile from his perspective. However, it was because one did not have any expectation of others, thus one did not care about another's feelings. Shen Miao was silent for a moment before speaking. I will accompany you to walk to the end. Xie Jingxing's eyes slightly moved, but he continued to smile and teased, since you sympathize with me, why not compensate it to me? His devilish smile swept the sentimental atmosphere away. Shen Miao glared at him and suddenly thought about something and said, but in this case, His Majesty's illness, she did not continue speaking. Since the Gao family had asserted that Xie Kai could not live past 35, then how long could Emperor Yongle live? Imperial older brother has already passed his 36th birthday this year. Xie Jingxing said, it can be seen that sometimes assertions are not accurate. However, his eyes got cold. Imperial older brother's health is getting worse. Does the Lu family and Yi family know of this matter? Shen Miao asked. One heard that after Emperor Xiaohui passed on, my imperial mother had already wiped out everyone who knew of the matter in the palace. Currently the people who knew of imperial older brother's illness, other than the head of the Gao family, you, me and Imperial Cao, there should not be anyone else living. Shen Miao's heart jumped as she thought about Empress Jing Xian's swift and forceful methods that helped to resolve many future worries. Then did her ladyship the Empress knew of the Emperor's illness before she married him? Or was it after marrying the Emperor? Shen Miao asked. Xie Jingxing looked at her with a smile but not a smile. What do you want to ask? Shen Miao thought that if Empress Xian knew that Emperor Yongle would not live past 35, would she marry to Emperor Yongle? After all, it was not an easy task to be widowed at such a young age. If she knew of it after marriage, then wouldn't be deceiving her entire lifetime. If it was you, how would you choose? Xie Jingxing asked. Shen Miao said, when I'm to you, I have not like you to the stated that I am willing to be widowed. After saying those words she had a look of annoyance, thinking if this was considered cursing Xie Jingxing or not. However, Xie Jingxing was very satisfied hearing those words and pulled her over before placing Shen Miao's head in his embrace and said in all smiles, oh. Does it mean that now you like me to a state that you are willing to be widowed? Not waiting for Shen Miao to reply, he thoughtfully said, as such when you married to me you actually liked me. Who liked you? Shen Miao was suffocated by him pressing her into his embrace and spoke in anger. However, she heard Xie Jingxing's leisurely voice, just say that you like me. I am one who has tender and protective feelings for the fairer gender and would not bear to let you be widowed so young. Shen Miao did not get angry and instead laughed and retorted, being widowed. Rest assured, currently there are not many females alive that would stay widowed obediently. There are lots of rumors between women and places of pleasure can be found everywhere in Longyi. She no longer carried herself like the past in front of Xie Jingxing and would occasionally make Xie Jingxing frustrated to death. Sure enough, Xie Jingxing paused upon hearing those words and stared at her carefully before gently speaking, want to look for places of pleasure. His tone was warm but Shen Miao felt that the back of her neck was inexplicable chilly. Not waiting for her to speak, Xie Jingxing suddenly stood up and carried her before striding towards the bed, scaring Shen Miao so much that she shrieked, but Xie Jingxing still said, you reminded me to work hard so this husband would naturally not dare to be lazy. Tai Yi, who was guarding outside, was unexpected caught off guard by this couple's action that his old face became red. He could not leave her stay and it was extremely funny to see his tanned face become red. After the couple gasped for breath and fussed around, they finally stopped. Shen Miao lay on Xie Jingxing's arms and asked him, you have not answered my question previously. Does her ladyship the Empress know of the matter or not? Imperial Cao is such an intelligent female, if she was deceived and married in, the matter would be big. Xie Jingxing sighed. At the beginning when Imperial Mother was selecting a wife, she had once called Imperial Cao into the palace to talk. One need not need to think. Imperial Mother hated people who used others' sincere hearts in her entire life. Even if it was to balance the political forces, she would still be conscientious to the other party. Shen Miao said, to marry even upon knowledge, her ladyship the Empress sincerely liked the Emperor. Xie Jingxing did not speak. Empress Xianda's maiden family was a family of literature and history. When talking about real power, it was much lacking when comparing to other aristocratic families, but at the end Empress Dowager Jing Xian chose Empress Xianda for Emperor Yongle because Empress Xianda's maiden family, the residence of Zhang historian, was absolutely loyal. Moreover, Empress Xianda was like her title, gentle, honest, sincere, intelligent and magnanimous. Empress Dowager Jing Xian and Emperor Xiaowu were different. Emperor Yongle could promote his other consort to balance the political powers, but there was only one wife and this was the partner that one would be spending one's life with. One's character was important as she should be able to share the fortune and misfortune with the other and was considered a daughter of a noble house and able to withstand storms and resist the splendor. Empress Xianda's family was loyal and one would not know if Empress Xianda truly had feelings for Emperor Yongle. After all, it was a luxury to talk about sincere feelings in an imperial family. However, Empress Xianda had always been calm even knowing that Emperor Yongle was unable to live past 35. Shen Miao said, if it is just for power, she should plan for herself. Xie Jingxing smiled. Imperial Cao is very smart but not greedy. It would be the best if one was not greedy. Many roots of tragedies could not escape from the word greed. Greed for power, greed for wealth or greed for feelings. Shen Miao thought for a moment and said, now that consort Jing is pregnant, how do you all plan to deal with the Lu family? Xie Jingxing was playing with Shen Miao's long hair and said carelessly, what does Lu Jing's pregnancy got to do with us? Water that can float a boat can also swallow it. The Lu family thought that by using the dragon seed, they could rest without worries, but they have thought incorrectly. Some opponents would definitely turn around when a monarch has a dragon seed, and how many in Lu family army would bend with the wind. They can be biased towards the Lu family but could also be biased towards the Imperial family. Shen Miao looked at him. It could not be just that, right? Xie Jingxing raised his brows. What do you think? After preparing for this long, it is obvious that Consort Jing's pregnancy is an accident and you did not expect this at all. Shen Miao said, if Consort Jing is not pregnant, how do you plan to deal with the Lu family? Easy. Xie Jingxing said, Imperial older brother had been scheming against the Lu and Yi family since enthronement and had been searching for evidence on the Lu family using the army privately. Now most of the evidence are collected and it is time for it to be brought out to the open. At that time, all the mouths under heavens would be sealed, and that is the first thing. The second thing is, Xie Jingxing said, even though the Lu family has large military power in Great Liang, it is not like there are no other generals. Those generals have mostly become Imperial older brothers people, and there is still the Mo Yun army that is accumulating power. Now matters have become much easier. Once the evidence are brought up to light, either the Lu family confess but Lu Zhongyi had been arrogant for an entire lifetime and would definitely not admit to the crimes and instead turn against the Imperial family. Then one can round up the gang and eliminate in one stroke. When Shen Miao heard him speak, she thought that Xie Jingxing and Emperor Yonglu were indeed brothers, as they really deal with people to a state that there was no way to turn it around. It was very simple and crude but very effective. Was this perhaps inheriting some characteristics of Empress Xiao? She said, if this is the case, why is there the need to prepare for so many years? It can be completed at the beginning. By resolving this early on, it would save a lot of time. Xie Jingxing leaned towards her ears. Little girl, you have to know that we the Xie family's men do not like wading in mud and water and also do not like evenly matched adversaries. If one were to take action, one will do it to the level that everything is uprooted. The Lu family's roots are too deep, and if it was done earlier, it would be harder to clean up. Now that the time is ripe, isn't it better to clean everything all up? Shen Miao frowned and she heard Xie Jingxing speaking again. I know that you like to gamble. At the beginning when you have little powers, you dare to scheme against Prince Yu, but it was too dangerous. The damage can be too great and I do not like it. He said, sacrificing too much is also a defeat. Shen Miao had to admit that Xie Jingxing's words made sense. At the beginning, she dared to go against Prince Yu and Fu Shuyi because she was fighting alone. By using a stone to hit Jade, the Jade would always be more injured, but afterwards when the Shen family got implicated, she had too much considerations and could not be as bold as before. Moreover, this was even so with Xie Jingxing. If it was an evenly matched opponent, the more it was dragged on, the one suffering would be the commoner of Great Liang. If one had enough strength like now, and it would be easier to clean everything up, and one could also minimize the amount of sacrifices. But the Lu family is like this, how about the Yi family? Shen Miao still had doubts and was hesitating to talk about it but finally spoke. Previously, Imperial older brother planned to pull the Yi family since the Yi family had no descendant and just a crippled young master that could not make any waves. Xie Jingxing said, but since you have told me your dream, Yi Mei and sibling are enemies. How could one draw enemies over? This is self-destruction. He then said, rest assured, I will avenge for you. Shen Miao was silent for a long time before speaking softly, thanks. For another party to change a plan that was started way early was not something that could be said that easily. Not mentioning how troublesome it is to replan everything that was related to it. When one scheme, the most fearful thing was variables, but Xie Jingxing was willing to take care of all possible outcomes in the future. How fortunate was one to encounter such a person. 215 to 221. Xie Jingxing saw that her expression was different, so he lifted her chin and looked carefully. Oh. He then continued, so moved to such a state. Why not repay me with yourself? Shen Miao pushed him and scolded, what nonsense are you spouting? How do you plan to deal with the Yi family? Xie Jingxing thought for a moment, this is not difficult. Since the Yi family is not our Imperial family's people, then naturally they are with the Lu family. Once one is able to find evidence of the two families' private exchanges, the Yi family would fall into misfortune if anything happens to the Lu family. Aren't you usually smart? How could you not even know how to frame now? Shen Miao looked at him stunned. Xie Jingxing could actually speak of framing others a serious crime in such an upright and frank way. Those who did not know would think that he was doing something that was aspiring big matter. Moreover, it was not such a simple matter to frame a prime minister of a country. The Yi family. It is actually better to deal with the Yi family than the Lu family. The Yi family have nothing more than a complicated power dynamics in the circle of the civil officials, but once something happens to the Lu family and the Yi family gets implicated, those civil officials would make clean up their relationship with the Yi family since they are not fools. For so many years, the two confidants that Emperor Xiao Wu left behind had lost much strength and glory than before. Shen Miao thought about it and said, it is not that their strength has been worn out, but your strength has grown to a point that it is no longer restrained by them. The cubs had finally grown up to be the king of beasts, thus all those clowns that were jumping around in the mountains and forests should now be individually cleaned up. Xie Jingxing looked at her and teased, you respect me so much. Shen Miao said expressionless, respect those that can be respected. Since Furen is so supportive, then one has to serve Furen well. Xie Jingxing said solemnly before flipping over and pressing Shen Miao under him. Shen Miao. In the Yi residence. Yi Mei and Yi Kai were chatting in the room. Yi Mao Kai was a self-proclaimed scholar, thus the furnishing of the room was naturally elegant. In every turn, there would be paintings, books and orchids around, but upon careful inspection, all the books and painting were famous masterpieces and the orchids were all of highest grades. Even the paperweight on the table was also valuable. It could be seen that the wealth of the Yi family was not false. It was true that they were scholars, but it would not be true that all scholars were poor. There were delicate snacks on the table. Yi Mei was wearing embroidered lotus robes that had an inner crystal yellow top. Be it the material or the workmanship of the clothes, they were both of top-notched. She had been born with an outstanding look, so when she wore as such, she looked more noble than those noble ladies in the palace. With a natural romantic bearing, she was very charming and seductive. Yi Kai sat across from her. His clothes were also as simple as before, but there was another layer of fabric. It was obvious that the Yi family treated the siblings quite well. Older sister, what did you mean with those words? Yi Kai asked with a frown. Yi Mei picked the teacup up from the table and took a sip before speaking faintly. Previously Yi Furen was searching for females and insisted that I was her daughter. This entire thing was confusing and messy that one did not know if it was real or not. However, it is a good place for us to go. After father and mother died, one is no longer able to look after the store, and being a young lady of an official family is much better than being a daughter of a merchant. It is also the same for you. With Prime Minister Yi as a father, your official career would be much smoother. Yi Kai smiled bitterly. I naturally know of this truth, but doesn't Yi Mao Kai not believe our identities? In the past, Yi Mei and Yi Kai would not believe that there were free things that fell from the skies, but after person from Yi family came to search for relatives came, both siblings could only believe that there were such good things in the world. One heard that a few decades ago, Yi Furen was harmed by veiled characters and her daughter was stranded outside. Finally, when searching for relatives, they had found Yi Mei. As for whether it was true or not, from Yi Mei's perspective, this was definitely not real. Because Yi Kai and her were siblings that were born together. However, people would always be prejudiced. For example, that Yi Furen, who looked very normal, was insistent that Yi Mei was her daughter, and no matter how others persuaded her, she did not listen and insisted on bringing Yi Kai to the Yi residence due to Yi Mei's relation. Yi Mei and younger brother were vigilant and had high defenses, but afterwards Yi Mao Kai came to see them. Compared to Yi Furen, Yi Mao Kai was much more sober and spoke frankly that Yi Mei and younger brother was not Yi Furen's children. However, because of Yi Furen's insistence, Yi Mao Kai did not want to obstruct, and because of Yi Furen's health, he was willing to conceal this lie and give both of them the identity of the Yi family's children. Yi Furen was an exceptionally astute person, so she would not jump into the fire easily without knowing the pros and cons about the matter. She thought of ways to inquire about the Yi family's situation and learned about the current delicate position of the Yi family and imperial family. In addition, the Yi family had an unhealthy young master and was considered to have no qualified successors to carry on one's undertaking. Thus Yi Mao Kai needed a pair of siblings to block the mouths of the world. Mutually benefiting from each other and with each taking what one needed, plus a handicapped person would not be able to create any storm. Won't the wealth of this Yi residence end up in Yi Kei's hands? Moreover, with the name of the Yi family, it would be a smooth matter for Yi Mei to marry into noble families without a care for jaded food and brocade clothes. Even if Yi Mao Kai had other ideas, both siblings were not fools and could think of ways to get what they wanted. Thus Yi Mei and younger brother entered the Yi residence and became the young lady and young master of the Yi family. Yi Furen trusted them and Yi Mao Kai guarded against them, but this was no different for Yi Mei and younger brother. The Yi family was just a springboard and a backing that could help them move faster in the future. Yi Mei said, "It is not important if one trusts the identities or not. You and I are from a merchant family, so just treat him as a businessman. It is just that this business looked like a loss. I had not thought that it would become like this." Like this, Yi Kei did not understand. Older sister, do speak clearer. Yi Mei said, "Previously I had thought that the Yi family was strong in Long Yi and one did not need to worry about anything. Even though there is a delicate relationship with the imperial family, one could still balance it off. However, in recent days, one felt that something is off. The Yi family is not as good as I have thought and seemed to be in a precarious position. One step forward would be living with a peace of mind, but if the step was taken wrongly, it would be an abyss that one would suffer a double loss." When Yi Kei heard of it, his expression became a bit unsightly. "You are saying that the Yi family's situation is dangerous now?" "I do not know if it is dangerous." Yi Mei smiled coldly. Yi Mao Kai, that old fox, concealed it very tightly and is unwilling to let us know about the Yi family's predicament. Even though Yi Furen trusts me, she trusts Yi Mao Kai more, so it is even more difficult to gain information from her than mounting to heavens. However, the more it is so, the more one's intuition is uneasy. One always felt that this Yi residence is not good. Perhaps you have thought too much. Yi Kei thought about it and shook his head. The Yi family is after all the prime minister of Great Liang, so how could it be like what you have said? As for the Yi family to be wary of us, it is most likely because of the short time period. After all, we are all on the same boat, and at the beginning didn't you suggest to get people to assassinate Rui Wangfei? Else the Yi family would not have agreed with it. It was a pity that Rui Wangfei is fortunate and was actually saved by that scholar and avoided the calamity. Yi Mei's eyes hang down and she suddenly laughed. She really have a good fortune and is really lucky. But older sister, Yi Kei looked at her. At that time, why did you want the Yi family to kill Rui Wangfei? Is it truly because to enter the residence of Prince Rui? I felt that this decision was rash and there were much to consider. Yi Mei paused a little and thought for a while before speaking. If I tell you that when I first saw her, I did not want her to live in this world, would you believe it? Yi Kei was startled, but Yi Mei had fallen into her own deep thoughts. When she reached Long Yi with the Yi family, it was just when Xie Yuan returned from the imperial hunt. Yi Mao Kai gave her the antidote and wanted her to put up an act of lending a helping hand upon seeing the reward list. Naturally, for the Yi family to be able to have the antidote, one feared that they were involved in how Prince Rui was injured. If Yi Mei used the identity of the Yi family to help, one would inevitably suspect the Yi family. It was better and logical to say that one was looking for relatives and subsequently the Yi family discovered them. Yi Mei Kai wanted to use Yi Mei to be related to the residence of Prince Rui. With Yi Mei's beauty and in addition that she was Xie Yuan's benefactor, the longer she stayed in the residence of Prince Rui, the more natural things could happen. Yi Mei saw Prince Rui, Xie Yuan, at that time. Towards men, love was not worth mentioning to Yi Mei. She was one with ambitions and means, and males were just tools to achieve her goals. If there was a better and more outstanding, she would just change to another one. To her, it was like a beauty has to be matched with gorgeous clothes, precious jewelry and wealthy house, so naturally one would want a noble husband. Xie Yuan was the best one she had seen from when she grew up. He had great powers even though he was young, and he had a beautiful appearance. Even just laying down quietly, he was filled with a nobility air and caught others' eyes. What was more was that Yi Mei heard from Yi Kei that Xie Yuan was one who was powerful and had means. It was normal for her to want such a great person like that, and Xie Yuan's coldness made her want to conquer him. One had heard that Xie Yuan had a consort, but Yi Mei had not seen her before. She came to know that the female was a daughter of a Ming Chi's general and disapproved of it. A daughter of a general was rude and rough, and she only came alone from afar, without any backing, so Yi Mei did not even think that the other party had the qualification to be her opponent. It was until the moment she saw Shen Miao. There was even some dirt on Shen Miao's clothes. Her hair was not very neat and she had a travel-worn expression, but when she stood in front of Yi Mei, she had a dignified and majestic manner as if one was a ruling and overbearing beast and declared one's sovereignty. It was clearly Yi Mei that was the most glamorous and Shen Miao was in a sorry state. But at that moment, Yi Mei had a ridiculous feeling. It was as if even she exhausted all her energy and strength, she was not be able to snatch any single strand of thing from this female's hands. In the days that followed, Shen Miao was quite cold to her, and occasionally Yi Mei could feel the light disgust and hate from her. Since ancient times, females' feelings would oppose. Not only did Shen Miao felt uncomfortable with her, Yi Mei also felt uncomfortable with Shen Miao. Hearing that Shen Miao has the doting love from parents, care from her eldest brother, good friends and sisters, and even have the love from Xie Yuan. Even though there was a cold war, the onlooker saw everything clearly. If there was no feelings and love, then why was there a need for a cold war? It was obvious that one loved her to the bones, that every move would implicate one's own emotions. The more one compared, the more Yi Mei could not be reconciled. For what reason does all the good things in the world be enjoyed by Shen Miao only? She does not know how to act coquettishly, so for what reason could she gain Xie Yuan's favor? The most irreconcilable thing was that someone inferior living better than her. Yi Mei was jealous and felt disgusted. She loved to snatch others' things and make them belong to hers. But Shen Miao's things looked too difficult to be snatched. Then what could be done? Make Shen Miao disappear. Therefore Yi Mei told Yi Mao Kai that only with Shen Miao death, there would be an empty consort position for Prince Rui, and she would have the capability to grasp Xie Yuan's heart. Instead of saying that Yi Mei wanted to snatch Xie Yuan away, it was better to say that Yi Mei just did not want to see Shen Miao living better than her. Yi Mei did not want to lose to Shen Miao. Yi Mao Kai already had thought of getting Yi Mei to climb up to the residence of Prince Rui, so he agreed to it finally. But no one had expected that Shen Miao did not die, and there was even someone who was willing to protect Shen Miao with their lives. And because of the rash action from the Yi family, Shui Yue seemed to have some suspicion and watched the Yi family very tightly. Yi Mao Kai was angered by Yi Mei because of this matter. In Yi Mei's life, she had never failed in getting what she wanted before. She would make use of everything and everyone, until everything was smooth and she was able to snatch the other person thing over. No matter if it was a thing or person or one's heart. However, she had run up against a snag with Shen Miao. She was unable to snatch Shen Miao's man, unable to take Shen Miao's life and could not rob Shen Miao's fortune away. One heard that Prince Rui has a lot of feelings for Rui Wangfei currently. Yi Kei said, a few days ago, one heard that both of them toured Long Yi hands to hands. It can be seen that Prince Rui loves Shen Miao to the bones. Speaking of which, that Shen Miao's appearance is not as good as yours, so one did not know how could another party be fascinated by her. Yi Kei looked towards Yi Mei. His older sister still wants to enter the residence of Prince Rui. Yi Mei was somewhat upset. She was totally unable to showcase her superiority in front of Xie Yan. When she was in Qin province previously, she would be invincible to whichever man that she wanted to make use of. However, when facing Xie Yuan, she always felt that there was nowhere to start. Xie Yuan did not pay any attention to her, and Yi Mei could feel in the gaze that Xie Jingxing used when he looked at her. It was no different from looking at Lu Wan'er or any other daughters of great Liang officials. She felt that she could not subdue Xie Yuan at all because Xie Yuan did not view her as a female. Thinking about that, Yi Mei spoke evadingly. Let's talk about it later, and since Yi Mao Kai did not mention of this matter at the time being, one did not need to think more about it. The most urgent task on hand is to find out what problems is happening to the Yi family. If the Yi family collapse one day, it cannot implicate us, so it is better to make plans early. Actually, Yi Kei hummed and hawed. Previously Yi Mao Kai came to look for me once and have some thoughts of wanting you to enter the palace. Entering the palace, Yi Mei's heart jumped and she suddenly laughed. She had a variety of laughter, but it was somewhat meaningful. Yi Mao Kai saw that it was difficult to hook up with Xie Yuan, so he let me climb into the imperial family. Entering the palace naturally did not mean entering the palace ordinary, but entering the palace to be the emperor's woman. Yi Mei sneered. It is very strange that there is not even a descendant in the palace, so there must be some queer circumstances. If I enter the palace and do not have any children, one would not have any support for 100 years. If the emperor passed on, would one even need to accompany him for burial? Yi Mao Kai only have thoughts of having good relations with the imperial family and did not care about my life and death. I will not enter the palace. Let him end such thoughts. At the end of her words, there was some viciousness in it. It was not that Yi Mei did not think about entering the palace, but it was because she had always been good in analyzing the pros and cons. Currently the emperor did not have any children, and one feared that it was the emperor that was having the problem, so how long could a female without any son be able to live in the inner palace? Not mentioning the inner palace, even if it was the inner courtyard of a big family, death was the only route if one did not have a son. It was both shrinking one's head and keeping one's thoughts to one's mind for an entire lifetime, but these were not what Yi Mei wanted. She wanted to climb up, and continue to go up to enjoy power and benefits, and these are more important than entering the palace to be the emperor's woman. Yi Kei was somewhat awkward. I also guessed that you would think as such and immediately told Yi Mao Kai that it is not possible. Oh, Yi Mei took a glance at him and said fluttering, you really told him like this? Yi Kei avoided Yi Mei's gaze and said, older sister, you still don't believe in me. Yi Mei smiled, but one did not know what was the meaning behind the smile. In short, both you and I have to be aware of one's identity. The Yi family is not our real home, and the Yi family people are not family. Moreover, the Yi family have their selfish thoughts. I will find ways to figure out what is actually going on with the Yi family and what kind of plans do they have. If there is a day where the Yi family fall into misfortune, both of us must not fall in together, and it is the best if we could withdraw safely. Older sister, how are things this serious? Yi Kei disagreed. If it was really this serious, the Yi family would have long begun to seek a way out for themselves. Yi Mei smiled coldly. One feared that the Yi family themselves did not know that the disaster is coming. Just as she was speaking, one heard someone outside calling, eldest sister. Second older brother. Yi Kei went up to open the doors and saw a servant pushing Yi Hongguang outside. Even though Yi Mao Kai was shrewd, he treated this crippled son well and had specially instructed people to make a movable chair for him so that the servant could push him around and he could go around the Yi residence. However, Yi Furan did not really like this concubine-born son that was placed under her name. Yi Hongguang however liked Yi Mei and Yi Kei a lot, most likely because he felt the Yi residence had been so quiet and desolate for so many years, and now with siblings, he would be happy. He also had a simple personality, like that of a child, and did not seem to be raised by the Yi family. However, when one remembered that he had never left the residence, it was natural to have such a simple personality since he would only be reading other than playing chess with Yi Mao Kai. Yi Mei smiled. What matter does third younger brother have? Yi Hongguang's appearance was not like Yi Mao Kai nor Yi Furan. He most likely looked similar like that late concubine, and his facial features were rather delicate. He also smiled. Father instructed you to make a trip to the study, and I took the opportunity to bring the 9 connecting chains to eldest sister. One heard that eldest sister is an expert in 9 connecting chains, thus one brought it over. Yi Mei took that 9 connecting chains over and said, when I unlock it, one will personally send it to third younger brother. Thanking eldest sister, Yi Hongguang looked very excited about it. Yi Mei smiled gently and turned her head back to look at Yi Kei and saw the solemnness in the other's gaze. For Yi Mao Kai to call them both into the study at such a time, there was obviously some new matters for them to handle. He was using them as chess pieces, but how would Yi Mei and brother let themselves be in another's mercy? It would definitely be another exchange of guessing game again. On the second day, the news about consort Jing being pregnant had been spread throughout the entire Longyi. Emperor Yongle had been childless for so many years. Naturally, there were various speculations about it. The most was that Emperor Yongle was unable to have a child due to some health reasons, and because of this reason, there was struggles and non-stop fighting over these years. However, when consort Jing became pregnant, this should have even more meaning to it. One feared that it was not an issue with Emperor Yongle, or perhaps Emperor Yongle deliberately did so, but now Emperor Yongle had let consort Jing get pregnant, and it also clarified some questions. Thus a bunch of officials started to stupidly think of sending their residence's daughter to the palace. At another side, some of Longyi's officials who had been taking the wait-and-see attitude started to have new resolution. In any case, consort Jing's pregnancy had brought about a lot of influences in Great Liang's court and inner palace. When Shen Miao spoke of the matter to Xie Jingxing, she also said, previously because the emperor was childless, the inner palace is clean and there are not much disputes, but now that consort Jing's pregnancy is spread out, all types of high-ranking officials want to send their daughters into the palace and rush to have children. One fears that the inner palace will be chaotic. It was the scariest for the usual calm water to become alive because a stone that was thrown into the pond. Xie Jingxing smiled. However, it is only if one can actually give birth. Emperor Yongle had gotten them to drink the concoction to avoid pregnancy, and consort Jing's pregnancy was an accident. However, because of this accident, the palace would be even more rigorous and strict on this aspect in the future so that no one would be able to have any single opportunity. But the Lu family is too anxious. Shen Miao supported her chin. The news was not even circulated in the palace and they spread it out first. Now the entire Longyi knows about it. The faster it is spread, the faster one dies. Xie Jingxing was wearing the outer robes at the moment, and Shen Miao stood up to help him tidy up his collar. He looked down at Shen Miao and said, but if you are pregnant with my child, I will instruct people to make it known to everyone in Longyi. Shen Miao glared at him. If you dare to let another female bear your child. What about it? Xie Jingxing frowned. Shen Miao pulled his collar tightly and said fiercely, the matter of the elimination of the entire household of Prince Rui would also be spread to everyone in Longyi. Xie Jingxing laughed out loud and hugged her waist before lowering his head to whisper into her ears, one have a ferocious wife at home and one's spirit is weary and all strength is exhausted. One fear that it would not be possible. Ferocious. Shen Miao almost erupted in anger. Xie Jingxing wanted to speak more when Bao Zhao's voice was heard from outside. Master, Furen, the horse carriage is prepared. Do we set off now? Shen Miao released her hands. We will speak when we return. Xie Jingxing smiled slyly. One let the ruler freely reign. Shen Miao, get out. They were to enter the palace. These days Xie Jingxing frequently headed to the palace to discuss with Emperor Yongle on how to deal with the Lu family. Most likely the Lu family also felt the pressure and started to rearrange the troops, but at the other side felt that since consort Jing was pregnant, Emperor Yongle would definitely not do anything to the Lu family. At one side they were suspicious, at the other side they believed firmly, thus the Lu family themselves were confused, which went along with the imperial family's wishes. The forces of both sides started preparing, thus Xie Jingxing appeared to be exceptionally busy. Shen Miao also guessed Ming Qi's situation from Pei Lang's letter about the future and helped the Shen family escape from Fu Shuyi's surveillance. Today Shen Miao also planned to enter the palace to visit Empress Xiande, and coincidentally Xie Jingxing was also entering the palace, thus both husband and wife went in together. Once entering the palace, Xie Jingxing left for the imperial study to meet Emperor Yongle, and since Shen Miao wanted to see Empress Xiande, she let Dao Gugu guide her. Shen Miao saw that the road taken were carpeted and there were many palace maids walking in the palace, thus she became curious and asked what was going on. Dao Gugu said, this is instructed by her ladyship consort Jing, fearing that she would knock onto something when she walk and harm the child in her womb, thus there are much more palace servants than before serving. These days, everyone in the palace are crazy busy and her ladyship the Empress is generous and cannot be bothered to bicker with her, thus she had turned the entire inner palace upside down. Dao Gugu was Empress Xiande's female official and thus did not need to take care of what she spoke, but because of Empress Xiande, she had treated Shen Miao as one of her own and would not conceal her disgust for consort Jing. She said, there is nothing too much but it is very tiring for everyone, making others feel unhappy. Shen Miao raised her eyebrows and asked, what is the emperor's attitude? Dao Gugu smiled eccentrically. The emperor did not change his attitude towards consort Jing due to this child, thus consort Jing is brooding because of it, which created all these tricks. After thinking about something, she continued, today the Yi family's young lady and young master also entered the palace. The young lady of the Yi family even went to visit consort Jing and is most likely in Jinghua Palace. Did Wang Fei saw the Yi family when entering the palace? The Yi family. Shen Miao shook her head. One did not see. However, she was turning over in her mind. The Yi family's young lady and young master natural referred to Yi Mei and Yi Kei. Yi Mei and Yi Kei came to see consort Jing. The Lu family and the Yi family were not particularly intimate, so why the need for today? To suddenly see consort Jing, one feared that the wine lover's heart was not in the cup. Could it be that they were scheming about something? But why let Yi Mei come to talk with consort Jing? Not saying how Yi Mei was, but consort Jing was a stupid one, so how could she be able to handle such big responsibility? One feared that the Yi family had found the wrong person. She vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she was here to visit Empress Xiande, so it was not good to talk more about the matter with Dao Gugu. She was filled with doubts as she arrived in the Imperial Gardens. Empress Xiande was currently not in Weiyang Palace as the summer came to the end. Even though Longyi's summers are long, at the end the days started to cool down. After too many hot and stuffy days, it was rare that there was such a cooling time, thus it was good to sit in the gardens for some air. When Shen Miao saw Empress Xiande, she was brewing tea, and upon seeing Shen Miao's arrival, she invited her over for tea appreciation. This is Chu Shan Huang. This is the tea that was newly sent in this year. Ben Gong likes it a lot, so you should also taste it. Empress Xiande smiled as she spoke. She seemed to like drinking tea and she herself was also full of fragrant, a female with great aftertaste. Shen Miao took the teacup up to taste a sip and tasted the bitterness between her lips and teeth. However, in the bitterness, there was a long lingering scene that made it a very unique tea. Empress Xiande asked, how is it? Shen Miao placed the teacup down. The tea that your highness the Empress brew is the best. Ben Gong do not have any hobbies and only like this. Empress Xiande smiled. As this tea tastes bitter, most young females would not like it too much, but one did not know why, but one felt that you will like me. Most likely Ben Gong find that you are somewhat similar to Ben Gong. Shen Miao said that she didn't dare, but Empress Xiande smiled without caring about it. Don't talk about these. That day after you returned, Jingxing should have spoken to you about matters of the palace. Shen Miao was slightly startled, spoke a little. You will be curious, and Jingxing dotes his wife, so naturally he will tell you everything. Empress Xiande smiled. Then what did you feel after listening to it? What do you think of the current situation? Those words had the meaning of giving serious consideration to Shen Miao's words. Shen Miao did not dare to be vague and thought about it before speaking. Now that the ending of the Lu family is a foregone conclusion, the child in consort Jing's womb would not be able to turn the tide. Since the emperor and his highness have already made a decision, everything else will fall naturally. How about that child? Empress Xiande took a sip of tea and asked, do you think that child should be kept or not? Shen Miao paused before saying, there would be no impact to the overall situation if the child is kept or not. It is all your ladyship's decision to keep the child or not. Ben Gong's decision. Empress Xiande sighed gently. There is always a thorn stuck in Ben Gong's heart, but Ben Gong is not callous enough to pull out this thorn. She mocked herself. This empress position is really not suitable for Ben Gong. Getting used to it is one thing, being suitable is another. Shen Miao did not speak, as whatever she say would be wrong at this point of time. Empress Xiande turned the topic around. Wang Fei, without a doubt you are a good mistress of the entire residence of Prince Rui, but if in the future you need to carry more responsibilities and face more complicated matters, will you be able to do well? Shen Miao's heart jumped. There was another meaning to Empress Xiande's words, seemingly implying something. If it was in the past, Shen Miao would not think much about it, but Xie Jingxing had told her about Emperor Yongli's matters. If Emperor Yongle could not live past 35, if Emperor Yongle had other plans. Shen Miao seemed to have immediately guessed their intentions. She composed herself and said, your ladyship, no one can say anything firm of the future, but Chen Fu will accompany by his highness' side. No matter what his highness does, Chen Fu will assist. Empress Xiande looked at her for a while before shaking her head and sighing. It is good that you have no ambitions, but it is also not good. She continued, but Jingxing is not the emperor, so your fortune is very good. However, you have to understand that if one day you reach to the height, there are a lot of matters that one cannot act in one's own volition. You might not like it, but you cannot show that you do not like. You have to do it because this is the truth of the world. Was Empress Xiande telling her of her own feelings? Shen Miao calmly said, Chen Fu would not do that. At the beginning, when the true of the world was first mentioned, everyone would be suspicious of it. If one could not retain one's initial heart, then there is no meaning to reaching a higher position. Being unable to act in one's own volition only happens when one does not have enough power to change the environment around them. When Empress Xianda heard it, she was lost in thoughts for a long time, and when she finally reacted, she looked at Shen Miao deeply. That gaze was very complicated that Shen Miao was unable to describe it clearly. Perhaps there was some envious and some self-depreciation. She then said, perhaps so. You spoke correctly, but Bengong's half a lifetime has passed, so one does not have any time to change. She was somewhat wan, and Shen Miao felt that as compared to the last time she came, it looked like Empress Xianda has great changes and has become old. Was it because of Consort Jing? Shen Miao was thinking about it in her heart and asked. One heard that the siblings from the Yi family had also entered the palace to meet Consort Jing. Since a consort carrying a dragon seed came out from the Lu family, naturally the bugs of Long Yi will start to move. The Yi family was supposed to visit Bengong, thus they entered the palace today, but Bengong saw that the Wind Lover's heart was not in the cup, thus they were released. Most probably the Yi family saw that Lu Jing is pregnant and have other ideas and thus wanted to take action from Lu Jing's end. Empress Xianda's gaze was somewhat drawn out. That young lady that the Yi family found is sure beautiful. Not only she is beautiful, she is also very intelligent. Not only she is very intelligent, she is also ambitious. This kind of female is best suited to survive in the inner palace. Shen Miao's gaze slightly lagged. Yi Mei wants to enter the palace. Mei Fern at the end became Ming Qi's Fu Shuyi's empress, but not only she had become a person of Great Liang, even the future would be changed. Could it be that she wanted to become Emperor Yongli's woman and be the empress of Great Liang? Shen Miao felt it was ridiculous and a joke. Perhaps so, Empress Xianda said without caring much, but the inner palace of Long Yi exists in name but in reality is gone. If Yi Mei wants to rival for affection or fight for power, she had miscalculated. Moreover, the emperor does not intend to receive anyone. If she have other ways, Shen Miao said, Yi Mei was vicious and would climb upward by any means possible. She had personally experienced it in her past life, so she knew that it was impossible for Yi Mei to return back with one's tail between one's legs. Shen Miao did not want to underestimate the opponent and was not willing to make a big mistake because of her carelessness. Empress Xianda looked strangely at Shen Miao. You seemed like you really do not like this young lady of the Yi family. Then she spoke in relief. Honestly, this Yi Mei has bad intentions and Bengong could see it. Bengong has stayed in this palace for so many years and Yi Mei's eyes have too much greed, so it is naturally for you to be wary of her. Initially, with regards to the matter of the Imperial hunt, there were rumors outside that you oppose Yi Mei because of jealousy, and Bengong had guessed then that Yi Mei is not simple. Upon seeing today, it is indeed true. Shen Miao said, Chen Fu indeed do not like her at all. Because of Xie Jingxing. Empress Xianda's eyes charmingly squinted and she joked, no need to worry. Jingxing is very intelligent and would not like even smarter females. He would not even like Yi Mei, that have a greedy and ambitious heart. Shen Miao, Empress Xianda's words made her seem to be very stupid. Bengong is not too involved with the discussion between Jingxing and the emperor on the Yi family but guessed that some of the reasons were of you. However, Bengong personally do not like the Yi family. Even though the Yi family are civil officials, they do not have the style of civil officials and instead are sleek and hypocritical without a heart of an official. The entire Yi family only have dishonest practices, but Empress Xianda seemed to have thought of something and said, the youngest young master of the Yi family is not bad. Bengong had spoken to him and he is as innocent as a child. It is a pity that due to his condition, he is not respected by other in the residence. Shen Miao had also heard of the crippled young master of the Yi family but she did not know how the other's character was. Upon hearing Empress Xianda's words, she could not help but sighed. It was rare to have such a good person but one's luck was too bad. Empress Xianda said, not long later, the situation of Long Yi would be very tense. One feared that the residence of Prince Rui would be monitored very closely by others. Jingxing is often outside and there would be places in the prince residence that could not be taken care and it would be hard to prevent things from happening. You must be very careful. Shen Miao had a solemn expression. Chen Fu understands. When dealing with both the Lu and Yi family, undoubtedly there would be a storm in Long Yi. She is Xie Jingxing's wife, the Wang Fei of the residence of Prince Rui of first rank, naturally would become the public's target. Empress Xianda patted her hand. You have to start learning these. Shen Miao complied and just as they were speaking, Dao Gugu came in with a palace maid. Dao Gugu said, Wei Bin and Ning Guiran are quarreling at the flower area and it has reached to a point that it had become awful. Does your ladyship want to go over to take a look? These days that Consort Jing was pregnant, the other females in the palace were unable to remain calm. Initially everyone did not have children so it was not important if one did not have the emperor's favor. But it is different now as once there was one who went to heavens, everyone would also want it. Everyone had some selfishness and thus there were more contradictions. In addition that many high-ranking officials had thoughts to send people to Emperor Yongla, the usually peaceful inner palace would encounter chaos every 3 to 5 days. Even though it was not big, but it would add frustration to another when these happen often. There was an unpleasant express on Empress Xianda's face. No matter how good one temper was, one would be a bad mood if these kept on happening. May your ladyship go take a look first, Shen Miao said, there is no need to be concerned of me. She did not have any thoughts to go and see the fuss with Empress Xianda. This was the inner palace of Long Yi and this did not have any relation to Shen Miao and she could not help at all. Empress Xianda had no choice but stood up and looked at Shen Miao. Bengong will take a trip to the flower area. Wang Fei can rest here and drink some tea. If one feel bored, then do walk around the gardens, as long as one don't go too far away. Shen Miao had Ba Zhao and Wei Xiong by her side and they had martial arts skills thus they were not afraid of any accidents. Moreover there are guards everywhere in the palace thus, they were naturally safe. Shen Miao complied and Empress Xianda and Dao Gugu left. Shen Miao held the teacup but Empress Xianda's words floated up. She had always felt that Empress Xianda had another meaning to her words. Previously she had thought before that if Emperor Yongla really could not live long, when Emperor Yongla leave, who would be sitting on the empire of Great Liang? Previously when Consort Jing was not pregnant, one thought that they most likely did not think of letting the emperor's descendants to continue on the imperial throne. Moreover the poison was not removed cleaning from Emperor Yongla and the children that were born would also be congenitally deficient and thus would not be able to bear the great undertaking. Since it was so, then those that had the imperial family bloodline and have the qualification to inherit the position of the emperor of Great Liang would only be Xie Jingxing. Did Xie Jingxing become the emperor in the last lifetime? At least when she died, Ming Qi had collapsed and Emperor Yongla was alive and Xie Jingxing led the troops and fought. Then in this lifetime, could it be that Xie Jingxing would be the emperor? If Xie Jingxing became the emperor then she would definitely be the empress. From the ancient times, there was no precedent for there to be only one person in the inner palace. She was very certain that she would not be able to tolerate her husband having other women and once this became real, Shen Miao could only do nothing more than you are heartless so I will divorce and cut things cleanly with Xie Jingxing. However this fate was not easy to come by and she did not want this husband and wife fate that took 2 lifetimes to come to fruition. Her heart was somewhat stuffy and she stood up, planning to go to the side of the pond for some air as Ba Zhao and Wei Xiong followed her. There was a dense woods by the gardens and under the layers of trees, there were complicated and winding small paths and each path led towards different direction, each with a different scenery, making it very elegant. It was just that Shen Miao did not have any mood to appreciate any beautiful scenery. She walked to the side of the pond where the cold breeze blew onto her face. It was refreshing and allowed her to calm down. After standing for a while, she planned to sit back down at the stone table as she estimated that Empress Xianda should be back. Just when she was leaving, her gaze passed by the woods that was at the side. It was just a fleeting glance. Shen Miao suddenly stopped. She stared closely at a side and felt that all the blood in her body became cold and hot. All the blood seemed to rush to her brain that she was standing unsteadily. That made Ba Zhao and Wei Xiong also nervously looked over but did not discover anything. Shen Miao suddenly parted the bush in front and ran towards the path at the side. Furin, Ba Zhao and Wei Xiong jumped in shock and quickly followed. Shen Miao ran very quickly and she did not notice her clothes and hair were caught in the branches. When one looked carefully, her hands were still shaking violently, her lips were white and her eyes were wide opened, not daring to relax for a little bit. She saw it. The youth's face that was hidden by the branches at the woods had a gentle smile and familiar expression. That was Fu Ming. Her son, Fu Ming. She did not see wrongly. She was not wrong. Shen Miao desperately ran over but the Imperial Gardens routes led towards all directions and each small path would lead to a different location. The trees were dense and that youth suddenly disappeared that it made her think that it was all her illusions. There was no more route in front. There was only a corner of the dark lake and also some rockery and long pavilions. Shen Miao could not find that youth. Wei Xiong and Ba Zhao followed behind and when they saw that Shen Miao was standing on the same spot, one did not know what she was thinking that she looked like she has lost her soul. Before there was any movement by the three of them, they suddenly heard a short scream from a woman before the sound of a heavy object falling onto the ground. Pu Tong. At the end of the rock garden, there was a long staircase and at the bottom of the steps, there was a female. There were large patches of blood pools below the female, making Shen Miao and the two maids behind stunned. When they went up forward to take a look, they were surprised that it was Consort Jing. Consort Jing was holding onto her abdomen at the moment and her entire face was filled with sweat, while her face was as pale as paper. She was curled up to a ball and was moaning painfully. Shen Miao went up to take a look but saw that there were traces of scuffs on the steps, indicating that Lu Jing fell down from this staircase. Upon seeing Shen Miao, Lu Jing made all effort to reach out and only managed to say two words, "Save me." Then she fainted. Ba Zhao asked, "Furin, this. Call people over." Shen Miao frowned. She is after all pregnant with a dragon seed. Moreover, if a matter of do nothing to save another life is spread out, the one at the disadvantage would only be the residence of Prince Rui. Even though she was not willing to be implicated in such matters, she was also not willing for the residence of Prince Rui to bear the bad reputation. Ba Zhao nodded her head and complied before rushing away. Wei Xiong looked around and shook her head. There is no one else. Have long run away. Shen Miao frowned. To actually harm another that openly like this in the palace, the other party's guts is sure big. She then looked at Consort Jing who was barely perceptible breathing inside. Shen Miao saw those female in the palace that miscarriage and with Consort Jing like this, one feared that the child in the womb could not be saved. Shen Miao did not pity Consort Jing but felt sorry for the unborn child. If this fetus was not in Lu Jing's womb, how would there be this calamity before one was born? Thinking about children, Shen Miao suddenly thought about that youth's face that she saw in the woods. Her heart shrunk. If that was truly Fu Ming, why was he unwilling to see her? If that was not Fu Ming, then why did he look so much like Fu Ming? As Shen Miao was thinking, since there were only limited people in the palace that was coming and going, after the matter of Lu Jing had passed, she will then make a request to Empress Xianda or Xie Jingxing to search for that youth. She did not believe that it was her illusion as she was sober. The people that Ba Zhao called quickly came and jumped in shock upon seeing Consort Jing like this. Although Emperor Yongle did not care about Consort Jing's pregnancy, but Consort Jing was after all carrying Emperor Yongli's first child. At this moment, at such a state, discerning eyes could tell that this child could not be saved. There was no need to speak much as these people quickly sent Consort Jing to Jinghua Palace, invited the imperial physician over and instructed people to inform Emperor Yongle and Empress Xianda. As Shen Miao was the first person who saw Consort Jing, no matter if it was not related to her, she was also implicated and could not leave. Wei Xiong felt somewhat uneasy. The matters of the imperial family were the most complicated and especially when it comes to matters concerning on dragon seeds. The most difficult thing was that Shen Miao was implicated and Wei Xiong even suspected it was a conspiracy. Emperor Yongle and Empress Xianda rushed over quickly but Shen Miao discovered that Xie Jingxing was not present and did not know where he went. She initially wanted to tell him about the matter but looking at the current situation, she could only let it be. After Emperor Yongli's arrival, he had questioned the people around and knew that there was not a single palace made by Consort Jing's side at that time, otherwise they would not let her fall down the staircase and also no one helping her till she had to request Shen Miao. Empress Xianda asked with a frown, isn't Consort Jing in Jinghua Palace chatting with the young lady of the Yi family? Why did she go to the Imperial Gardens? Where is the young lady of the Yi family? There was however no suspicions that was placed on Shen Miao. Shen Miao was somewhat surprised and before she could speak, there was a sudden short scream from the room and afterwards from the sleeping chambers of Jinghua Palace, a few of Consort Jing's palace maids ran out and knelt down in front of Emperor Yongle and Empress Xianda and continuously kowtowed. The imperial physician walked out from inside and wiped away his sweat before speaking lowly, Emperor. This old official is incompetent. Her ladyship Consort Jing is gone. Gone. The one speaking was Empress Xianda. How could Consort Jing be gone? The old imperial physician bowed and said, ever since her ladyship Consort Jing is pregnant, she has been taking tonic every day. This is actually too much for the child and with too much nutrients, the child is too heavy. The child could not be saved and her ladyship Consort Jing suffered from shock and lost too much blood so. Shen Miao could not speak of what kind of emotions she was feeling. Naturally Lu Jing was stupid but as the dragon seed that she was carrying died, to her it was perhaps the biggest blow and she suffered from excessive shock before dying. One was unable to see any emotions from Emperor Yongli's face as he was not content due to the matter nor was he hurt by it. It was Empress Xianda that said solemnly, Consort Jing was perfectly fine so how could she fall down suddenly? Where are the palace maids by her side? The palace maids in Jinghua Palace quickly knelt down. Her ladyship was previously speaking to the young lady of Yi family in the palace when she suddenly mentioned to take a walk in the imperial gardens. Her ladyship does not like servants following by the side so these servants dared not defy her ladyship's orders. Afterwards the Yi family's young lady did not return and her ladyship also did not return. When one saw her ladyship, it was when Wang Fei of first rank sent her back. This palace maid of Consort Jing was as eloquent as Consort Jing was and pushed the blame off from oneself cleanly. However since Consort Jing encountered such a matter, there was no escape from blame for those personal maids. Empress Xianda did not have any trace of suspicion of Shen Miao and asked immediately, where is the Yi family's young lady? Someone come and search for that Yi family's young lady. It was a matter concerning the imperial descendant, so naturally it was a major matter, moreover it happened in the inner palace. As Empress Xianda was the mistress of the 6 palaces, naturally she had to investigate it thoroughly. Emperor Yongle did not speak and let Empress Xianda give out instruction. From the time of the incident till now, she did not expose any emotions, making one unable to guess what did he thought of the matter. Shen Miao was thinking where Xie Jingxing was at such a critical timing and at the same time thinking about the possibilities of how the incident happened. Could it be that Yi Mei took action to kill Lu Jing? There was absolutely no reason for this. Even if Yi Mei wanted to enter the palace, she would be here to inquire about information from Lu Jing and there was no need to kill her. Moreover, Yi Mei was not one who would take action personally. She was vicious but most of the time she would make others take action to gain what she wanted but she would remain spotless. Even if Yi Mei truly want to kill Lu Jing, she would not use such a stupid method like this. Everyone knew that she left with Consort Jing so if anything happened to Consort Jing, wouldn't she be the first suspected? This made Shen Miao somewhat puzzled. Everyone in Jinghua Palace was thinking about the matter in their mind and after a while, one could hear a flurried voice from the back, "Your ladyship Consort Jing." Shen Miao turned around to look and saw Yi Mei was brought over by a few guards. Her expression was somewhat flustered but there were more expression of unbelievable. She took 2 steps forward but was stopped by Empress Xianda's guards. Empress Xianda looked at her and said coldly, "Where did young lady you went to that one only came over now? Before Consort Jing died, she headed to the Imperial Gardens with you. How is it that something happened to Consort Jing but you were not there?" These words were so aggressive and had the attitude of attacking the other party with condemnations. Empress Xianda usually looked calm and gentle but at this moment her fierce and severe appearance had an air of an empress that made Yi Mei step back and shrank. Shen Miao looked at her coldly. Yi Mei lowered her head incredulously, seemingly recalling a memory and said, "This official's daughter was previously chatting with her ladyship Consort Jing in Jinghua Palace when her ladyship Consort Jing said that the weather outside is cooling and wanted to have some air. Her ladyship Consort Jing's palace maids also wanted to follow but her ladyship Consort Jing felt that it was not convenient with so many people around and since it is only walking around the Imperial Gardens, there would not be any danger and with this official's daughter at her side, there was no need for others." Hearing this, everyone in the room had different expressions. Lu Jing had a normally arrogant temper and it was intensified due to the pregnancy. Most likely upon seeing Yi Mei's beautiful appearance, her heart felt uncomfortable or maybe it was because of other reasons. She let Yi Mei come along with her because Lu Jing wanted to directly order Yi Mei like a maid so she did not call her palace maid along so that she could make things difficult for Yi Mei. This was indeed Consort Jing's character. Later when this official's daughter was walking in the gardens, her ladyship Consort Jing suddenly felt a little cold and wanted this official's daughter to retrieve a silk cloak for her. That cloak was not in Jinghua Palace but with a Karen. This official daughter is not familiar with the palace's roads and wasted a lot of time searching for that location. When this official's daughter retrieved the cloak, one did not expect that your ladyship the Empress's guards would come and said that something had happened to her ladyship Consort Jing. Yi Mei knelt down. When this official's daughter left, her ladyship Consort Jing was perfectly fine. This official's daughter truly does not know what actually went on. She suddenly thought about something. If your ladyship does not believe then do instruct someone to look for that Karen. She can testify for this official's daughter as this official's daughter looked for her to retrieve the cloak. This official's daughter went to retrieve the cloak so how could one harm her ladyship Consort Jing? Empress Xianda frowned. Everyone knew clearly of Consort Jing's temper and knew that it was one of Consort Jing's tricks to instruct Yi Mei to retrieve a cloak from afar like a servant. Empress Xianda said, "Dao Gugu, bring people to that Karen and inquire carefully. If anyone is lying, one would be punished severely." Yi Mei said hurriedly, "That Karen's surname is Sao." Dao Gugu complied and left. The room suddenly fell into a deadlock situation again. Yi Mei was kneeling on the ground and her weak body was trembling with grievances on her face. When she smiled, it was like as charming as a cat that one could hook a soul over but when tearing quietly like now, it was like she was scared and looked pitiful. That teary eyes and trembling shoulders was also like a cat, making others feel pity and want to embrace her. The way her feet knelt down was in a particular position that when Emperor Yongla looked down, he could see her profile face and her weak and fragile side body. Empress Xianda saw everything but her lips hooked up like a smile but not a smile. When Shen Miao saw it, she signed as she understood why she lost to Yi Mei in her previous lifetime. At such a critical and urgent situation like this, as normal, Yi Mei would make use of her beauty and charm to move others' heart. Shen Miao liked Fu Shuyi and would silently sacrifice and stupidly use her treasured things to exchange for him. However, when Yi Mei liked someone, or it could be said that when Yi Mei want a person, she would show the most beautiful side of herself and attract another to sacrifice for her and use their treasure things to exchange for her. But Shen Miao glanced at Emperor Yongla. One feared that Yi Mei's plans would fall empty as Emperor Yongla did not even look at Yi Mei's direction. The two brothers of the Xie family were like two iron plates and beauty was not enough. Moreover, as compared to Xie Jingxing, Emperor Yongla do not focus on females' beauty. It just that before Dao Gugu arrived, the Lu family people came. Lu Fern and Master Lu had come. The child in Consort Jing's womb is gone and Consort Jing was also gone. Other than already gone Consort Jing herself who was the angriest, one feared that the next one who were jumping were the Lu family. Lu Zhongchun brought Lu Fern and arrived in Jinghua Palace in anger. The people in the palace did not block them and Emperor Yongla also did not bother to block them. Lu Fern sat on the floor and cried once she entered before crying and lamenting about her misfortunate daughter. Shen Miao looked at Lu Fern, like she was watching a clown jumping up and down. If she really doted her daughter, then why would she not go and take a look at Lu Jing's corpse upon the first thing when entering the palace to see her the last time then to cry in front of the emperor and empress? One feared that being distress of one's daughter was false but being heartache on the dragon seed that Lu Zhen was carrying after much difficulty. Lu Zhongchun was born with a ferocious appearance and at this moment he had a sullen face and his imposing appearance was like a devil from the underworld. It made one feel that if it was not wrong, he would even dare to kill the monarch. He said, "Emperor, Jing and the dragon seed in her womb are harmed by other this matter is not a small one. This official has raised Jing till adult and one hope your majesty would understand this official's heart and give this official accountability." Shen Miao almost wanted to laugh out. From Lu Zhongchun's words, it was like he was attacking Emperor Yongla with condemnations. With such an arrogant attitude, was it truly only from a position of Emperor Shenwu? One feared that from the very beginning Emperor Yongla had never be placed in his eyes and for an official that did not have the heart, there would be some disrespect to the monarch revealed in whatever one spoke or did. Emperor Yongla said plainly, "The matters of the imperial descendants are important. It is an additional and not necessary move for General Lu to remind Jen again." Lu Zhongchun signed. Previously Emperor Yongla would always treat him with some traces of politeness but now did not even give him a little face. He also knew that the imperial family had started to deal with the Lu family secretly and initially thought that with Consort Jing pregnant, the Lu family would have more leverage but who knew that now that the basket of eggs were smashed, so how could he not be mad? However, he could no longer go against Emperor Yongla like before. The initially toothless youth had become the emperor and was now more resourceful that he had imagined and the Lu family's power has weakened. There was such a type of people in the world where one would bully the weak and fear the strong. When you threatened him when he tried to act tough with one, they would give up. Lu Zhen was like this, and Lu Zhenchun was also like this. Coincidentally Lu Fern finished crying but looked towards Shen Miao to speak. When Jing'er was in trouble, you were present. Did you see the culprit? Shen Miao shook her head. Lu Zhenchun said solemnly, when you were there, Jing'er could still speak and it was not long after the person took action so how could one not see? Before Shen Miao could speak, Emperor Yongla spoke first. Wang Fei of first rank was only passing by and it is not a crime not to have seen the culprit. General Lu did not investigate the culprit but blamed those that should not be blamed. It is truly too much care had caused one's mind to be chaotic. Shen Miao had not expected that Emperor Yongle would speak up for her as she knew that Emperor Yongle had always looked down on her. Lu Zhongchun laughed coldly. Your Majesty, in this world, there are many matters where a thief can call others thieves. Empress Xian frowned. Wang Fei would not do such a thing. Ben Gong is willing to use the Empress's position to guarantee it. Emperor Yongle and Empress Xian took turns to speak out for Shen Miao, so Lu Zhongchun could not say anything and only smile. It was just that his smile was very fierce. Shen Miao said, even though I saw Consort Jing in the accident, it is the young lady from Yi family that was accompanying her ladyship Consort Jing. General Lu can also question her. Who did not know how to divert the troublesome waters to the north? This matter was Yi Mei that created, so Shen Miao was not willing to carry this blame for Yi Mei. Lu Zhongchun looked towards Yi Mei, who was kneeling on the ground, and there was a glimmer of light in her eyes, but he did not speak. Shen Miao was able to see clearly. This Lu Zhongchun looked like a coarse person, but he had his smarts. Now that the Lu family was being besieged by the Imperial family, and each day was more tense than before, naturally one had to search for an ally. This Yi family was the best one. It was just that Yi Mao Kai was more intelligent than him, and the Yi family had not decided where to stand at. Lu Zhongchun naturally hoped that the Yi family would stand with him. Anyways, his daughter and grandchild were all dead, and the future was more important. Comparing both, he was more unwilling to let a dead person offend a potential ally. In the face of power, a family could even sacrifice one's children in vain. One could still take consideration for sons, but for daughters, there was no need to bother, as she would belong to someone else's family. Shen Miao had thought like this, but she saw a guard walking over to Emperor Yongle and spoke. Emperor, someone had said that they had seen the culprit that pushed Consort Jing down the stairs. When those words were spoken, everyone was in shock. Before Emperor Yongle and Empress Xian could speak, Lu Zhongchun spoke. Who is it? Did that person say who the culprit was? Lu Furen put her hands together and said heartbrokenly, there is a god in heavens. Finally one know who harmed my Jing-er. When I find out who that person is, one will definitely make them pay in blood for blood. Lu family's behavior was just too exaggerated. Emperor Yongle said coldly, bring the person in. Shen Miao looked at Yi Mei, who was on the ground. Yi Mei was kneeling on the ground and her back was slightly buckled and she still had a look of grievance, but Shen Miao noticed her hands. The long sleeves had hit her palms, but her fingers were revealed. The fingertips were truly very beautiful, but her left thumb and index finger was in a circle, gently rubbing against one another. Shen Miao had been dealing with Mei Furen for an entire lifetime and naturally knew the meaning of her every action. Shen Miao knew very clearly what this action was. When Yi Mei was scheming against another, when her goal was about to be reached, she would involuntarily do this action. Shen Miao's heart jumped. That witness that would be testifying is part of Yi Mei's scheme. She was going to achieve her goal. Or was it that Lu Zhen's death was really not related to Yi Mei? Why? Afterwards a sound was heard from outside. It sounded like the wound of wheels rolling on the ground. Shen Miao's eyes narrowed as she looked over at the doors. A servant entered while pushing someone in. That person was sitting on a chair with wheels and there was a blanket covering one's legs as the pair of hands was folded on top of the knees. He did not seem to be able to walk and was pushed over by that servant effortlessly over. Upon walking nearer, one could then see clearly that the person had an appearance of 11 or 12 years old and he had a delicate look. The person was a youth, wearing an ivory robes and seemed to be somewhat shy, but his gaze was filled with traces of shock. Shen Miao stood in shock on the spot and almost became a stone sculpture. Her eyes filled with tears in an instant and it almost overflow. Fu Ming. Time went on reverse and she could see through the beautiful youth on the wheelchair and saw that youth who was wearing bright yellow robes in the inner palace, holding a large bouquet of red plum blossoms, smiling and speaking very considerately. Imperial Mother, Chen saw that the plum blossoms in the courtyard had bloomed and climbed up to cut a big bouquet. Now Imperial Mother can see this red plum blossoms every day in the room and one's heart will feel comfortable and will recover from one's illness faster. He said, even though older sister is not here, Chen will always be by Imperial Mother's side. He said, rest assured Imperial Mother. Chen will study well from Imperial teacher, and when Chen becomes stronger in the future, no one will dare to bully Imperial Mother. Now that beautiful and delicate youth was pushed by others to Yi Mei and he softly called out, eldest sister. Shen Miao eyes widen. He was that cripple young master from the Yi family that was born from a concubine and placed under Yi Furen, Yi Hongguang. The Yi family's people. The servant pushed Yi Hongguang to the front and Yi Hongguang faced Emperor Yongle. He was somewhat nervous and seemed not to know where to place his hands and feet in front of the monarch of Great Liang. Hongguang greets his majesty. Please forgive Hongguang for being unable to perform the customary bows due to one's legs. Emperor Yongle waved his hands indifferently. When Yi Hongguang saw that there are so many people in front, he was somewhat afraid and could not help but move the chair's mechanism to be closer to Yi Mei. When Shen Miao saw it, her gaze became ferocious. How could Fu Ming be this close with Yi Mei? There was a sudden impulse from the bottom of her heart to pull Fu Ming over from Yi Mei's side. However, she could not. Now she and Fu Ming were strangers. It seemed that her gaze was too persistent that Yi Hongguang noticed it. Yi Hongguang glanced over with a curious gaze. Seeing Shen Miao's persistent and non-blinking stare, he seemed to have been shocked and lowered her head before rubbing the edge of the blanket that was on his knees. Young Master Yi, Lu Zhongchun frowned and asked, you saw the culprit that killed Consort Jing? Yi Hongguang was stunned and became shocked upon seeing Lu Zhongchun's ferocious appearance before looking over at Yi Mei for help. Every time he used that dependent gaze at Yi Mei, Shen Miao's heart was like stabbed with knives. Empress Xiande spoke amiably. Hongguang, you said that you saw the person who pushed Consort Jing. Is it true? Empress Xiande seemed to have a good impression of Yi Hongguang, thus she spoke to him warmly. Yi Hongguang looked at Empress Xiande and he did not seem to be that afraid and thus nodded his head. Then who is the person? Empress Xiande asked. Yi Hongguang lowered his head and seemed to be somewhat timid. After much hesitation, he then raised his head up and looked towards Shen Miao's direction and his gaze also landed on Shen Miao. Afterwards Yi Hongguang slowly raised his hands and pointed towards her before softly speaking, it is her. Shen Miao seemed to have been struck by lightning. Empress Xiande's expression changed and she asked sharply, Hongguang, do you know that if you are lying, it is the offense of deceiving the monarch? One's head will be lost. Emperor Long Yi also said coldly, are you sure you saw clearly? It was clear that the emperor and empress did not believe in Yi Hongguang's statement of events. Yi Hongguang looked timid but under the emperor's and empress's pressure, he became firmer. He looked at Shen Miao and said surely, it is this Furen. Shen Miao stumbled a step back as she almost could not believe her ears at all. This Furen, Fu Ming would actually address her as this Furen. Her son would actually stand by her enemy's side and help her enemy to testify against her. How preposterous. When her actions were seen by others, it seemed to have confirmed her guilty conscience. Lu Zhongchun's eyes narrowed and without another word, he reached out to Shen Miao to drag her over in front of everyone. Ba Zhao and Wei Shang saw it and immediately went in front of Shen Miao to protect her. No one had expected that Lu Zhongchun would suddenly take action. The guards quickly protected Emperor Longle and Empress Xiande first and Emperor Yongle shouted out, Lu Zhongchun, you dare to take action in Jinghua Palace. Are you rebelling? As Lu Zhengchun was fighting with Ba Zhao and Wei Xiong, he spoke loudly, Emperor, my Lu family has lost Jing'er and the culprit is in front. Let this old man take revenge for killing my daughter first. This old man's crimes can be determined later. Even if the matter is spoken to the entire world, one fears that the commoners would say that this old man is doing the right thing. This Lu Zhengchun was truly an annoying troublemaker that Emperor Yongli's face turned ashen due to anger. Ba Zhao and Wei Xiong had to take into consideration their identities and Shen Miao, but every move from that Lu Zhengchun was vicious as they were all killing moves that the two females almost could not match for. Shen Miao's gaze was however fixed on Yi Hongguang, who was by Yi Mei's side. Yi Hongguang seemed to dodge her gaze and was not willing to look at Shen Miao and instead whispered to Yi Mei some stuff. Just at this moment, Lu Zhengchun's legs suddenly softened and he fell onto the ground. Everyone did not see clearly what was going on and only heard a pa-da sound and 2 gold ingots fell onto the ground. Lu Zhengchun fell onto his knees on the ground. A calm voice sounded from outside. Whatever dogs and cats can bully this princess woman when this prince is not present. More brassy than Lu Zhengchun and even more arrogant. In the calm voice, everyone could hear who was the person one was angry at. Upon seeing Xie Jingxing appearing at the doors with a gold ingot in his hand, obviously it was he that used it to injure Lu Zhengchun's kneecap. He strode over to Shen Miao, saw her pale look and thought that Shen Miao was frightened and became more aggravated. He turned around and looked at Lu Zhengchun, who was being supported up, and said indifferently, Master Lu, what are you dissatisfied with of this prince? His looks were handsome and beautiful but his tone was so cold that it made one's back shiver. Lu Zhengchun was not willing to show any weakness. Even though he was angry that Xie Jingxing made him look shameful, he had reason at his side and did not let the other go. He said, Jing'er was killed by other. The young master of the Yi family saw it personally that it was Shen Miao's doing. This old one is taking revenge for one's daughter. It is entirely justified. The young master of the Yi family. Xie Jingxing's gaze swept the room and landed on the wheelchair Yi Hongguang. He slowly approached Yi Hongguang and looked down at the other party. Xie Jingxing already had a pressuring aura to others, thus when Yi Hongguang was being stared by him, he uncomfortably dodged his gaze. Xie Jingxing looked at him with a smile but not a smile, which I did see her killing another with. Not waiting for Yi Hongguang to answer, Xie Jingxing spoke indifferently, whichever eye you use, I will dig that eye out. Whichever eye you use, I will dig that eye out. He dared to even speak of such treats brazenly, not caring of Lu Zhengzhan's and Emperor Yongli's presences. Lu Zhengzhan was so angry that he almost looked up to heavens. Xie Jingxing clearly meant to make Yi Hongguang change his statement in front of him. How could someone be that overbearing? Now tell me again. Xie Jingxing played with the gold ingot in his head and spoke carelessly, what did you see? How would Yi Hongguang experience such a battle? Most likely he had not thought that there was someone who would dare to be so unreasonable in front of the emperor. Under much panic, he looked towards Yi Mei for help because among all these people present, the only person who was related to him was Yi Mei. However, what made Yi Hongguang disappointed was that Yi Mei did not help him at all and instead lowered her head to avoid Yi Hongguang's gaze. Like that, Yi Hongguang was even more helpless. Emperor Yongle and Empress Xian did not speak. Lu Zhengzhan was initially arrogant and irritating, but Xie Jingxing had a personality that would not take any disadvantage. When both of them faced one another, it was Lu Zhengzhan who would suffer, thus both of them would not speak at all. Even though Lu Zhengzhan was irritated by Xie Jingxing, he dared not make a move easily. Emperor Yongle still had the identity of the emperor and moreover all pretenses were not torn off yet, but it was different with Xie Jingxing. In the beginning when Xie Jingxing returned to Longyi, there were also officials who pointed out suspicion points of Xie Jingxing in the imperial court and this person nodded along with all smiles to it, but not long after, which one of those officials had a good ending. Xie Jingxing was a vicious person and would seek revenge for the smallest grievances, so unless it was the last resort, one could not tear all pretenses off in front of him. Yi Hongguang was unwilling to speak and at this time Shen Miao was instead calmed down. She walked up and stood beside Xie Jingxing, looking at that youth in the wheelchair and said, did you really see me pushing down Consort Jing? Yi Hongguang raised his head to look at her. Shen Miao was after all a female, so Yi Hongguang was not so afraid of her. Although his expression was a little unnaturally, he had more courage and nodded firmly after hesitation. She said, all right, then tell me where you were at that time. Yi Hongguang was startled. Are you on top of the steps or at the bottom of the steps? Shen Miao slowed her voice and there was warmth in her words, like she was a gentle older sister. However, Yi Hongguang suddenly became anxious because of her question and shrank his neck. Yi Mei, who was kneeling on the floor with her head down, also slightly trembled. Shen Miao did not give him the opportunity to think and was pushing him when she asked, recalled. Is it on top or bottom? Bottom, Yi Hongguang said. Shen Miao smiled gently. Lu Zhengzhan and Lu Furen looked at her with anger, seemingly annoyed that she could still laugh at such an occasion. Empress Xiande was however slightly relaxed while Emperor Yongle stared at Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing folded his arms and looked at Yi Hongguang with a smile but not a smile. That is really strange, Shen Miao said. That stairs is very long and it is because of that reason that Consort Jing would be this injured after falling. With such a long staircase and you are standing below, how would you be able to see clearly me, who is standing at the top? One fears that even Consort Jing's shadow could not be seen. Yi Hongguang stilled for a moment. He was young and did not leave the residence doors all year long, thus he was already very nervous seeing Emperor Longley, and now that Shen Miao spoke like this, there was panic in his expression. Yi Mei slowly balled her fist. Shen Miao asked, young Master Yi, think about it again. Could it be that one did not remember if one was above or below? Yi Hongguang quickly said, above. I remembered. It was above. He repeated it again confidently. Yi Mei, who was on the floor, suddenly shrugged her shoulders, as if she was somewhat discouraged. Shen Miao was still smiling but her gaze became sharp as she said, oh. Young Master Yi's legs are an inconvenience, thus with such a long staircase, one think that it would not be possible to go up alone and there should be someone that carried you up or perhaps carried your wheelchair up. There should be servants by your side. So how could one say that it was only you who saw me pushing, but how about your servant? In that moment the entire room became quiet. There were large beads of sweat appearing on Yi Hongguang's forehead. His face was red and he could not speak for a moment, as if one was overwhelmed with guilty conscience. Emperor Yongle said coldly, do you know the offense of deceiving the monarch? The offense of deceiving the monarch was something that one could lose the head. It was Yi Hongguang that could not withstand being scared. One had to know that those smarter would be able to search for excuse from Shen Miao words. For example, the servant went to retrieve something and left him alone, or even other. In any ways, usually people would not admit to their offenses that obediently and would fight back. However, Yi Hongguang admitted to his lies this easily, and that showed that he did not often do such a thing and was not very skilled. If it was Yi Mei, a veteran at this, it would be much easier for her to lie with her eyes wide open. Xie Jingxing's lips raised. Older imperial brother, official family members knew of the crime and yet did it. It is an additional offense and would be directly thrown to the Justice Department and perhaps be paraded. He said lazily, else anyone could bully the people of the residence of Prince Rui. If so, then how would I live on? Xie Jingxing was clearly avenging private wrongs with public methods. However, he was not a good-natured person and had never had a good impression of the Yi family, so when he said all these, he had no hesitation at all. However, Yi Mei's face turned white and Lu Zhongzhan's face became ugly. Killing a chicken in front of a monkey. At one glance one would know who was the chicken and who was the monkey. Empress Xianda said, Yi Hongguang, how dare you lie in the palace and even slandered Rui Wangfei. Her severe expression scared Yi Hongguang so much that he almost cried. However, Yi Mei ignored him, and as he did not have anyone familiar in the palace, he was very helpless. The young master of the Yi family is young and it is understandable that he saw incorrectly. Most likely he saw consort Jing fall and in a moment of urgency wanted to catch the murderer and had misunderstood. Shen Miao helped Yi Hongguang to exonerate himself. Everyone was indeed shocked by her action. Yi Hongguang slandered Shen Miao, and even though Shen Miao was not a vicious person, she was never merciful to those who had harmed her. From the examples of the second and third household of the Shen family to the imperial family of Mingqi, when had she been soft? Thus at this moment when she gave the other a way out, it was indeed doubtful. Xie Jingxing also raised his brows. Shen Miao slightly bent her body to be on the same eye level with Yi Hongguang before speaking warmly, or was it that you heard others speaking something and misunderstood me? Did someone taught you to speak like this? Yi Hongguang's body suddenly trembled. Shen Miao was close to him and was able to see clearly the flustered look in Yi Hongguang's eyes. Yi Hongguang actually did not know to lie well. Even though he had appeared a little, but almost everyone could see that he was lying. Xie Jingxing's eyes became sharp, but Yi Hongguang lifted his head again and looked at Shen Miao firmly. No one taught me. No one taught him, but he no longer insists that Shen Miao was the culprit. Shen Miao said, I understand. Empress Xianda frowned and thought about it before speaking. The matter of consort Jing would be handed over to the Ministry of Justice to manage. Yi Hongguang, since you have lied, it would meant that you are not truthful. The most urgent task is to check if there are assassins in the palace and consort Jing's body have to be collected. Finally she looked towards the husband and wife of the Lu family. Does General Lu still have anything to say? At the end, her tone of voice had some mocking tone. Lu Zhongzhan glanced at Empress Xianda and he sighed in his heart. Initially when Emperor Yongle doted on consort Jing, they had looked forward for consort Jing to replace the position of Empress Xianda, but no one was able to grasp any fault of hers with her actions and it had been unsuccessful for so many years. Lu Jing blew some air by Emperor Yongle's pillow, but at the end was unable to let Emperor Yongle have any intention to dispose the Empress. It was with great difficulty that Lu Jing was pregnant, but at this critical juncture, when they could have won this round, who knew that heavens was unpredictable and it was like using a wicker basket to draw water. In fact, Lu Zhongzhan knew that it was too late to say anything now that Lu Jing was already dead. But he was unable to reconcile with it and hoped that Emperor Yongle would be able to compensate something for him. He was this annoying and this angry, not because of the heartache of his daughter's death, but felt pity for this dragon grandchild. When Xie Jingxing suddenly appeared, Lu Zhongzhan put aside his temper, as when comparing about viciousness, this Prince Rui did things in extreme and was even more sinister. Knowing that there would not be anything today no matter what happened, Lu Zhongzhan said unwillingly, this official obeys your majesty's command. At the other hand, there was a flash of killing intention in Emperor Yongli's eyes. The husband and wife of the Lu family left. From entering the palace to leaving the palace, they had not seen the late consort Jing at all, as if she was not their daughter. After they left, Emperor Yongle said, you all also return. Empress Xianda looked somewhat surprised at Emperor Yongle. This Yi Mei and Yi Hongguang, one was with consort Jing at that time, and even though there was a Kai Ren that testified for her, all doubts could not be washed away. The other one was one who slandered Shen Miao. Even if these two were not the culprit, one could not let them go. However, Emperor Yongle seemed like he did not plan to pursue it. Empress Xianda was puzzled, but after seeing Emperor Yongle slightly move his body, her heart was in shock. She did not care about anything else and said immediately, yes. Return now. Xie Jingxing frowned but did not say anything, but inside looked coldly at Yi Mei, who was thanking Yi Hongguang that was helped up by the servant before rushing out. He said, since there is nothing the matter, this younger official brother would withdraw first. Xie Jingxing would not conceal his emotions in front of Emperor Yongle, and apparently he was not happy at how Emperor Yongle handled the matter. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing left Jinghua Palace together, and when they walked towards the exit of the palace, they encountered the Yi Mei and younger brother. Shen Miao was slightly stunned, but that Yi Hongguang suddenly instructed the servant to stop, and he turned over to look at Shen Miao. Seemingly there was something to talk to her. At that moment Xie Jingxing's expression was not good to look at. The Yi family people were now classified as dangerous people to him, and what would happen if something happened when these dangerous people get close to Shen Miao? Thus he followed closely, and the dagger hidden in his sleeves was quietly withdrawn from its scabbard. Shen Miao saw that youth stopped in front of her, and Yi Mei, who was not afar, looked over with a complicated expression. It looked like she seemed to want to come over to stop Yi Hongguang's action, but Tai Yi and Kong Yang was hindering it, and thus she dared not more. Yi Hongguang lifted his head up and looked at her. His face was red and he looked very shy as he spoke. Sorry. He seemed to want to say more and hesitated for a moment, but at the end he did not say anything. He then looked at Shen Miao again before pushing the wheelchair to leave. Xie Jingxing raised his brows and did not seem to understand what Yi Hongguang was doing. Shen Miao looked at this back figure, but her expression became somewhat complicated. On the journey back in the carriage, Xie Jingxing watched as Shen Miao did not speak and said, let the Mo Yu army capture that fellow and lock him up for a day or two, then he would tell us who is the mastermind. He was talking about Yi Hongguang. With regards to Yi Hongguang's performance today at Jinghua Palace, only fools would not believe if one said that there was no one behind him telling him to slander Shen Miao. Shen Miao rolled her eyes at Xie Jingxing. What is there to say? Other than Yi Mei, who else could it be? Those little tricks and details that Yi Mei used might be able to conceal from others, but not her. Then why are you still not happy? Xie Jingxing pinched her face. You also look very strange when looking at that fellow. Is there anything that I don't know about? His eyes squinted. Shen Miao brushed his hand away. Do you remember about that dream I spoke to you about, that I have a son and daughter in it? Xie Jingxing's joking expression paused as he looked towards her. The first time when I saw Yi Hongguang, one felt that he was just too similar to the child in the dream. I thought that he was the child in the dream, but he stood at Yi Mei's side and helped Yi Mei slander me. To be honest, I am very upset, Shen Miao said, but afterwards I looked carefully and discovered that they were not similar. They only look similar. Speaking of which, upon thinking about it now, there were only 7 or 8 tenths similar. There are still many things different. After a brief surprise and upset, Shen Miao had paid close attention to that beautiful youth. From a glance, there was almost no difference between him and Fu Ming, but their temperaments were very different. As Fu Ming was unable to gain Fu Shuyi's favor, and because she was in an opposing relationship with Mei Furen, he was matured quite early. Fu Ming's magnanimity, honesty, kindness and straightforwardness were the qualities that what a monarch should have. However, when facing this child, he was like a normal young master of an official family. Most likely because of his legs, he had some inferiority. Fu Ming would not lie. Fu Ming would not stand at Yi Mei's side. Fu Ming would definitely not help Yi Mei to deal with her. The most important thing was that when Shen Miao stood in front of that child, there were no waves in her heart. There were some emotional connection between mother and child, so if he was Fu Ming, she would be able to feel it and her heart would not be able to be that calm. Yi Hongguang was not Fu Ming and only looked similar to Fu Ming. She was almost confused but she quickly reacted. No one could understand one's own child like a mother, so there was no Fu Ming's shadow in Yi Hongguang. This made Shen Miao disappointed but at the same time also relief. If Fu Ming really became the Yi family people in this lifetime, the Yi family would make use of him to deal with Shen Miao, and this was something that Shen Miao was most unwilling to see. Similar, Xie Jingxing said unconvincingly, so you are particularly tolerant towards him. Perhaps it's this reason, Shen Miao said, one is unable to be vicious towards that face. Moreover, you are also clear that the culprit of this matter is another. Yi Hongguang was only made use by others and one fear that he did not lie often. One is between laughter and tears at his lying appearance. It is just that I am very curious. Shen Miao continued, if this matter is truly related to Yi Mei, then why would Yi Mei push consort Jing? This is not the way of doing things. One felt that it is just too sloppy. Xie Jingxing smiled, or is it just only an accident? Accident. At the same time, Yi Mei and Yi Hongguang was in the carriage on the way back to the residence. Yi Hongguang had been very restless as the servant carried him to the carriage and sat him by Yi Mei's side. However, the normally warm and gentle speaking Yi Mei had not been speaking to him after boarding the carriage, making Yi Hongguang feel somewhat restless. Just as he wanted to speak, Yi Mei suddenly spoke, third younger brother, what did you speak to Wang Fei of first rank just now? Yi Mei was smiling and this smile was the same as it was normally, but one did not know why Yi Hongguang felt somewhat fearful. He paused and said softly, I said sorry to her. Yi Mei's expression changed slightly. Wang Fei looked like a good person. Yi Hongguang lowered his head and spoke softly, I slandered her like that but she was not angry at all and even treated me amiably. She is a good person and did not look down on a crippled person like me. Eldest sister, I have lied and wrongly accused a good person. My heart feels restless. Did I not said before? Yi Mei said, if you do not speak like this, the Emperor and Empress would definitely be suspicious of me. It is all right that the suspicion land on me, but it would implicate the entire Yi family. Could it be that you want to see father and mother being implicated? The people of the Imperial family would not care about right or wrong. Parents are already old and to be tormented like this. Reputation is a small matter, what if one's health is impacted? Those words were already somewhat rude. Yi Mei had always been polite and kind to Yi Hongguang, and Yi Hongguang also liked this older sister that looked like a fairy. For the first time being blamed by Yi Mei, and there was even some faint anger in it, Yi Hongguang did not felt good in his heart. He dared not speak anything more and only listened to Yi Mei continuing, moreover, how do you know that she was being wrongly accused? Wang Fei had said that it was not her. The Emperor and her ladyship the Empress also trusted her. Yi Hongguang said in a soft voice, older sister, why does one need to lie? Why not let them suspect you and one must point out Wang Fei? Yi Mei finally showed anger on her face and she almost looked at Yi Hongguang sinisterly, you would rather believe her than to trust your older sister. Yi Hongguang shook his head, I only felt that Wang Fei is not such a person. Yi Mei could not express her annoyance when she heard the words of believing Shen Miao. Emperor Yongle was like that, Empress Xiande was also as such, Prince Rui was also like that, and now even Yi Hongguang was like that. What kind of magic did Shen Miao have that could always earn others' trust? Even she could not gain any benefit from Shen Miao at all. Thinking about what had happened before, Yi Mei could not help but tremble. She did not expect that Lu Jing would be that arrogant and stupid. Yi Mei had listened to the information of Lu Jing that Yi Mao Kai had inquired, but who knew that Lu Jing's jealousy would be as such? It was all right that she delivered made things difficult for her since Yi Mei was one who could withstand it. It was just that later it was Lu Jian who got angry first and Lu Jian actually wanted to ruin her appearance. But how would Yi Mei be one who would suffer any loss? And thus in the dispute, she accidentally pushed Lu Jing down. She fled from the scene and initially thought of escaping during the chaos as Yi Mao Kai would definitely not offend another because of her, thus Yi Mei could only depend on herself. However, at this moment she discovered that after being in Long Yi for such a long time, she did not have a route to retreat. One could not even tell if this Yi family backing was a friend or foe. However, her luck had always been not too bad and would often survive a bad situation. Since Lu Jing was dead and there was not witness to speak, she did not need to flee. Yi Mei slowly calmed down and thought of ways to bribe that unfavored Kai Ren. She knew that it was not possible to wipe off all the suspicious points away and simply made this pool of water murky. She let Yi Hongguang be the witness by scaring Yi Hongguang that if he did not lie, the entire Yi residence would be implicated. Yi Hongguang was not courageous and grew up in the Yi family residence since young and would not be clear of the relationship and situation in the outside her and thus agreed under the fear. However, Yi Mei did not think that Yi Hongguang would be this useless and was even caught by Shen Miao. This act of framing was useless at the end and Yi Mei finally understood the fear that the Lu family displayed during Xie Yuan's appearance. It was a terrible thing to offend the residence of Prince Rui. Previously she proposed Yi Mao Kai to assassinate Shen Miao and today she instructed Yi Hongguang to frame Shen Miao, so Yi Mei felt that once Xie Yuan investigated and found out that she was involved, he would definitely not let her off. There was also today, even though Empress Xiande and Emperor Yongle let her off unexpectedly at the end and Shen Miao did not delve into it, Yi Mei felt that something was wrong the more she thought about it and suspect that there was a deeper conspiracy. To speak about it after taking 1,000 steps back, Yi Mao Kai would sooner or later know of this matter. She had killed consort Jing in an accident and created problems. Yi Mao Kai was such a smart person, so Yi Mei really did not know how would he deal with her. Yi Mei's heart was both fearful and angry and there was also some frustration. This Long Yi place seems to be going against her. When she was in Qin province, she was able to call for the wind and rain but would repeatedly hit against the wall in Long Yi. Initially she had thought that by climbing to the Yi family, she would be able to soar up the skies, but at the end she was unable to even comprehend the situation of the Yi family and even offended people that she should not offend. One could no longer stay in Long Yi and had to leave the Yi family. Suddenly there was such a thought in Yi Mei's heart. She unconsciously glanced over at Yi Hongguang. Yi Hongguang was quietly stroking the fur on his lap with his head lowered and did not look at her. Yi Mei's gaze turned cold. In order to escape from the Yi family and get away from Long Yi, it was not an easy thing for her now. It was easy to get on the boat but difficult to alight, moreover there was a Yi Mao Kai that was watching like a tiger. However, if one were to continue to stay there, Yi Mei had a feeling that she would not know how would she even die. It was better to discuss with Yi Ke in detail. Because of consort Jing's matter, a lot of time was wasted in the palace, thus when Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing returned from the palace, the skies were already dark. After bathing and dinner, Shen Miao was tidying up some letters at the table as she spoke to Xie Jingxing. One did not expect that the matter was like this. Xie Jingxing's subordinate had sent a message over and most likely had cleared up all the matters that happened in the palace today. Most probably Yi Mei had accidentally killed Lu Jian, thus Shen Miao shook her head. One feared that even if the Lu family knew that it was Yi Mei's action, they would not show the hatred in their hearts. Xie Jingxing leaned back at the couch and watched her tidying up and answered with an N. Shen Miao questioned, then what would happen when the emperor discovered the truth? Will he punish Yi Mei? What would investigating the matter or not do? Xie Jingxing said without a care, even if Yi Mei did not kill another accidentally, the Yi family cannot be remained. With Yi Mei kill another accidentally, the Yi family can just sacrifice a daughter that one picked up halfway. Yi Mao Kai would not feel hurt. Xie Jingxing shrugged his shoulders, who cares about consort Jing and the child in her womb. Shen Miao sighed. Emperor Yongle detests the Lu family and had no expectations with child that Lu Zhen carried in great difficulty, thus he would not be bothered by it. Perhaps with Lu Zhen's death, it would make Emperor Yongle sigh in relief. He did not love consort Jing but it was his flesh and blood. In the future when the Lu family died, how would he face his son? Of course this child would not be developed fully and would suffer in this world. Heavens had made a choice for him and perhaps it was the clearest decision. Speaking of which, in the palace today when something happened to Lu Jing, the emperor came but you were not present. What did you do? Shen Miao asked. She asked naturally as Xie Jingxing was a very frank person and as long as Shen Miao asked, he would answer about the matters of the imperial family's secrets. But today he only looked at Shen Miao and did not speak. Shen Miao was actually waiting for his reply but upon seeing him not responding for a long time, her hands paused as she saw Xie Jingxing gently smiling at her. His gaze was gentle, as if he was seeing her as a precious thing to him. Shen Miao was startled and Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up. Come over here. She hesitated and seeing Xie Jingxing's serious appearance, she stood up and walked over to the side of the bed and asked, what is the matter? And she was pulled into Xie Jingxing's embrace with a tug. Shen Miao was caught off guard and ended up in his embrace. She used all efforts to get up but Xie Jingxing did not let her move and lifted her chin up as he spoke blandly. Do you remember the question that I once asked you before, if you wanted to be an empress or not? Remembered. Shen Miao paused a while before replying. Then now I will ask you again. He said. I do not want. Shen Miao said, my wish is very simple. Protect my loved ones and live well. Being an empress is very good but I do not like it. Then how? He said troubled. I too do not like it but now have to do so. The head of the Gao family had said that imperial older brother would not live more than half a year. The imperial edict was written today. I do not believe in fate but there is no time left. He said with a sigh and placed Shen Miao's hands in his palm. I know that you do not like it but can you tolerate it for me for a while? At least I can guarantee that I will never let you become a disposed empress. You will be the only woman of Great Leon's emperor and the price you will pay is. He got closer to Shen Miao's ears and said viciously, in this lifetime, there is no way out. Shen Miao did not speak. Xie Jingxing did not release her and locked her in his arms. After a long time, Shen Miao raised her head to look at him. Xie Jingxing also stared at her. This seemingly arrogant man who did not care about anything from when he was a stubborn teenager till now, seemed to have a little nervousness in his eyes at this moment when looking at her. Shen Miao's head moved and in a short moment, she suddenly smiled. She said, then what good is there for me? Xie Jingxing was startled and there was joy in the bottom of his eyes and seemed to give a sigh of relief, mixed with some disbelief. He said, what do you want? I will give you all. If what I want is also what you want. Shen Miao said. Xie Jingxing raised an eyebrow, what do you want? You Zhou's 13 mounts. Belong to you. He waved his hands straightforwardly, as if what Shen Miao was talking about was just a plaything like rouge. Mo Bei's Dingyuan City. Belong to you. Xie Jingxing did not even blink. Southern Yangzhou Province, Western Zai's East Seas, Linan's Qing Lake, Luoyang's ancient city. All belong to you. Xie Jingxing replied smoothly, like he had not thought about it at all. If Emperor Yongle heard this, one feared that he would be vomiting blood due to anger and if Emperor Xiaowu was here, one feared that he would be so angry that he would come alive to scold Xie Jingxing a wrestle and arrest Shen Miao with a crime of an evil female destroying a country. But Xie Jingxing was not one who cared about others' view at all. It was also true that Shen Miao would not really control Xie Jingxing's empire. She only just felt that Xie Jingxing was carrying too much responsibility and wanted to distract him, thus she made a joke so that he would feel a little relaxed. If all belong to me, then what do you want? Shen Miao asked. Xie Jingxing smiled naughtily and said mischievously, 13 times a night. Shen Miao. Xie Jingxing pulled Shen Miao away and said, Furin, you cannot not want me. Shen Miao said, your energy level is so exuberant, I will let Tang Shu give you some ice to decrease the internal heat. Xie Jingxing put her down and said slowly, with Furin here, why is there still the need for ice? Kong Yang who was outside was covering his ears and revealed an expression of pain. It was Jing Jie, who was passing by, saw his expression and went forward with kind intentions, Guard Yang, why are you trembling that violently? Could it be that you are sick? As she was speaking, she reached her hands out to touch Kong Yang's forehead. Kong Yang was after a young man and was forced to listen to such living spring words that at this moment his face and ears were red. To have a small ice-cold hand covering his forehead when he was unguarded, he jumped from the ground in a moment and scared Jing Jie. Jing Jie looked at her own hand. What happened? Kong Yang looked at her like he had seen a ghost and suddenly ran away like his bottoms were on fire, leaving Jing Jie alone at the original spot. Tai Yi, who was up on the tree, saw everything but did not say anything and instead had an expression of understanding everything clearly as he sat quietly hugging his sword. Under the tree, Tang Shu walked by and when he saw that the doors were tightly closed, a satisfied smile was revealed and he went to instruct the kitchens to brew tonics. In the next few days, Xie Jingxing indeed started to be busier. Most likely because of the aggravated condition of Emperor Yongle, Xie Jingxing had to personally deal with the Lu families and the Yi family's matters thus Xie Jingxing would leave early and return late. Xie Jingxing was busy and Shen Miao was not idle. The Lu family and the Yi family had been staying in Longyi for so many years and now that the imperial family kill one as an example to others, one could not make the imperial family look overly cold as the officials would be dissent in the future. Shen Miao took up this responsibilities and chat with those noble ferns of official families in Longyi to subtly pass some thoughts to them. These noble ferns were females but in a residence, the roles of females were essentials. Originally everyone had thought that Shen Miao was a person of Mingqi and since Mingqi and Great Liang were two different countries, there were many things that were different. Shen Miao was a daughter from a family with military lineage so there would not be any insight from her. Who knew that after interacting, they all had a different perspective of Shen Miao. Not only she could speak well, she also seemed to have a lot of knowledge about things they did not know. When one spoke of the style of clothes, Shen Miao could keep up. When speaking about the overall political situation, Shen Miao could also keep up. Even all those strange matters around, she could also speak about it. Actually in the last lifetime in the inner palace of Mingqi, even though it was not very good, it after all increased her knowledge and exposure thus she could also speak of other strange matters in other countries. The more one knew, naturally the more one could use. When some things were used on some matters, there would be excellent results. The things that Xie Jingxing could do, Shen Miao might not be able to do it but in the area of intricate interest and gains to achieve one's goal without any change was precisely Shen Miao's strength in this rebirth. In just a few days, those noble ferns were in a fiery relation with Shen Miao. Some things were not seen on surface but they had started to ask for Shen Miao's decision. This would also include the problems that arise from the current situation. First, Shen Miao was the Wang Fei of the residence of Prince Ruian with the ties to the Imperial family. They would be able to know the Imperial family's current attitude. And second, even though Shen Miao was young, and was even younger than those Fern's daughters by a few years, she expressed a special feeling and was very gentle and calm, making others feel that her words are very convincing. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing were working hard with the upcoming resurgence in Longyi, but truthfully, the Lu family and Yi family were also not sitting still. The Lu family had lost a daughter, and seeing that Emperor Yongli's attitude was getting tougher, they finally began to panic and started to mobilize their privately owned people that were raised all over. The Yi family that started off sitting on the fence and suddenly found that their position was not decided by themselves. Unknowingly, they had already been dragged down by the Lu family, and even though they did not do anything, the attitude of the Imperial family started to change. From the previous enticing to the current indulgence, it seemed to be speaking of something. Every action of Yi Mei was monitored by Mo Qing in the dark by Shen Miao. In these days, because of the big incident that Yi Mei created in the palace, it made Yi Mao Kai furious. Yi Mei's actions had offended both Emperor Yongle and the Lu family. It was still alright with the Lu family, as even though Lu Zhongyi was arrogant, he did not have much brains and would depend on his old reputation, but it was different for Emperor Yongle. The young emperor have lighting type methods, and because he did not blame Yi Mei, it made Yi Mao Kai even more uneasy as he felt that Emperor Yongle was brewing something up. Yi Mao Kai was angered by Yi Mei and confined Yi Mei for many days and also treated her quite coldly. Yi Mei had been feeling uncomfortable for these days, and the confinement was finally lifted today. To compensate her, Yi Fern brought here to a jewelry store she owned to select some jewelry. Who knew that there would be noble guests that visited the Yi residence and Yi Fern could only return? Because this was one of her store, she was not scared and left Yi Mei alone to select the jewelry before returning. The shopkeeper of the jewelry shop had a pleased expression and took out the most expensive pieces for Yi Mei to select. Yi Mei had a wan expression and her heart was not on it, thus it made that shopkeeper feel a little anger. She was only a daughter of a merchant family, and it was already a great fortune that the Yi family recognized her as one of them. She even dared to be choosy and not even take a glance at these jewelry. One did not know what kind of wealth would be able to enter her eyes. Yi Mei did not notice the shopkeeper's expression as she was extremely angry in her heart about Yi Mao Kai's cold treatment, but also became more aware that the Yi family was not a place to stay for a long time. Yi Mao Kai was on who only cared about his interest, and because of it, he could sacrifice her. She initially wanted to make use of the Yi family to climb up, but who knew that her strength was not enough and she could only become a chess piece. The route that Yi Mao Kai planned for her was not at all what Yi Mei wanted. Her gaze swept across those dazzling array of jewelry, but her mind was thinking of how to escape. If she fled, where would she flee to? Just as she was thinking about it, two people came into the jewelry shop. It was a male and female. The male was about 30 years old, dressed wealthy but had an average appearance and was slightly fat. The female was however young and was dressed brightly, and upon entering, there was a strong fragrance. At one glance, one could tell that she was a female from a brothel. That female said whiningly, "The bracelet that Darren buy for me must be solid gold." That male smiled and said generously, "You can just pick any today. This lord is in a good mood. Whichever family's son who brought a female from the brothel here would be suffering." The shopkeeper was somewhat not satisfied when seeing Yi Mei absent-mindedness, and now that new customers had entered, he immediately left Yi Mei and brought the few jewelry that he was showing to Yi Mei to the female in all smiles. "These are all newly arrived. Young lady can take a look." That female went to Yi Mei's side, and the fragrance was so unpleasant to Yi Mei that she turned around to look at the female and could not help but also saw the man by the female's side. That male also saw her and was startled before speaking with joy, "Mayor." The female that was selecting jewelry looked up and looked warningly at Yi Mei. The shopkeeper's ears also pricked up as this person actually called Yi Mei as Mayor, so naturally he had some relations to Yi Mei. Moreover, Yi Mei was a merchant daughter initially. Yi Mei was somewhat avoiding his eyes and wanted to leave when she suddenly thought of something and her feet paused. She looked at the shopkeeper and suddenly said, "Since we have encountered, let's step aside to chat." This was something that the guy wanted. The female beside tugged at male's sleeves and said, "Darren, you still have to accompany this servant to select jewelry." That man became impatient and grabbed a few banknotes and threw it to the female, "See as you deem fit." When that female obtained the banknotes, she did not continue being entangled. That male left with Yi Mei, and Yi Mei put on the veil, "Look for a restaurant then." In one of the elegant room of a restaurant, the male looked at Yi Mei and asked in wonder, "Why do you have so many guards by your side?" At that time, you and brother Yi disappeared from Qin province without saying a word, and I even sent people to look for a long time. One did not expect that you will come here. Yi Mei's heart was playing drums. This person was not other people and could be considered as her childhood sweetheart. Initially, the Li family was a merchant family in Qin province, and this male was the eldest son of the Jin family, Jin Xingming. The Jin family was also a merchant family, and Master Jin had close relations with Master Li. When Yi Mei was young, Jin Xingming was already a youth. Master Jin would also joke to want Yi Mei to marry to Jin Xingming. Yi Mei was one who thinks highly of herself since young, thus it was not her final goal to marry to a merchant. However, even though she disliked Jin Xingming greatly, she was smart and did not show it to Jin Xingming, and instead was very considerate and well-behaved, that Jin Xingming became fascinated with her so much that she could play him in her palm. Afterwards, the husband and wife of the Li family passed on, and several shops were taken care by the Jin family. Yi Mei was even more considerate of Jin Xingming. Master Jin had planned to bring up her marriage, but since the husband and wife of the Li family was no longer present, the decision-maker was Yi Mei herself. Naturally, Yi Mei was not willing. In her heart, she would rather be a low concubine of an official than to be the wife of a merchant. Just at this time, the Yi family appeared and they hid well, thus Yi Mei came to Longyi with Yi Kei. Because of her dislike of the Jin family, she did not even inform the Jin family. Naturally, Jin Xingming did not know that she came to Longyi, and who knew that they would encounter one another in Longyi. Her heart quickly did a calculation. Yi Mei shook her head and sighed. When I was with the Yi family, one would be taken care by the Jin family and second younger brother would live rather well. Who knew that suddenly someone came to our doors and said that my real parents were someone else and I am actually the daughter of the Prime Minister's Yi family. I had suspicion and shock in my heart, and they did not give me any time to explain and took me away. Prime Minister's Yi family? Jin Xingming shouted out in surprise. Is it that Prime Minister Yi of Longyi? Yi Mei nodded her head, but after arriving, I then discovered that they had made a mistake. It's just that you also know that the Yi family only have an inconvenienced young master, and they had made a big fanfare searching for their kin. So making a mistake equates to slapping their face, thus they insisted on me becoming the Yi family's young lady. I initially thought to let it be, but who knew that the Prime Minister Yi was a person with a beast's heart, and he wanted to use me as a leverage for his career, making using of my marriage to win others over. Her tears started falling. She had a beautiful appearance, thus with such an action, she looked so pitiful that Jin Xingming's heart shattered upon seeing it. Jin Xingming said angrily, how could he be like this? One cannot be this heartless to a female, much less you are not his daughter at all, so how could he grasp your marriage? How hateful. Let's go, we will report this. It is useless. Yi Mei shook her head. Official would protect their own, not to mention in Longyi, Yi Mao Kai could cover the skies with his hand. I thought of writing to you in Qin province, but who knew that even the letters were blocked. Actually, second younger brother and I are already been detained by the Yi family. It is rare that one can go out today. Jin Xingming was so angry that his face became very ugly. He was very fond of Yi Mei, and when Yi Mei and brother disappeared, Master Jin said that it was because Yi Mei did not want to marry, thus she ran away. Jin Xingming was somewhat angry, and now that she cried like pear flowers in rain, how would Jin Xingming be still angry? He only scolded himself silently for not discovering Yi Mei's situation earlier. Yi Mei raised her head to speak. These days that passed, I have been thinking of older brother Jin constantly and hoped that one day one would be able to recover one's freedom. Older brother Jin, can you help me? Jin Xingming nodded his head. Yes. What can I do? Older brother Jin, currently I don't ask for anything else and only wish that you can help me to leave the Yi family. Yi Mei smiled with tears. To be with older brother Jin, I will not need to be filled with worry daily. Older brother Jin's face almost melted by Yi Mei's words. One had to know previously Yi Mei treated him gently but was different from now. She had never spoken so clearly, and would often look at him with a screen, making on unable to see clearly her attitude. But now her words had clearly indicated that Yi Mei saw him as a very important person. Even though he felt some fluttering, Jin Xingming did not lose his rational thinking. The Yi family was the family of a prime minister and he was only a gentleman from a merchant family. The Yi family is very tricky issue. Yi Mei did not speak and instead just looked at him with that pair of beautiful eyes. Jin Xingming's heart swayed. It is not that there is no way. Mayor, do you know why did I come to Longyi? Yi Mei shook her head. She did not even care about Jin Xingming and only actively talked to him today so that she could use him to get away from the Yi family, so how could she be able to think of this additional layer? Jin Xingmi said proudly, I have a friend, who is also a merchant, which went to Mingqi last year. One heard that he had built a relation with the imperial merchant at Mingqi's side and perhaps able to obtain an official post. I had thought that instead of being an ordinary merchant in Qin province for an entire lifetime, it would be better to go out to try one's luck. That friend also invited me along. I came to Longyi to settle a few family businesses before having a discussion with that friend. Initially I was still very hesitant. Jin Xingming said, after all, father and mother are here but now that I have encountered Mayor, I do not have any worries. I have decided to head for Mingqi's Ding capital. I do not think of being an official but one would definitely earn more. He said, the Yi family could cover heavens with their hand but if one flee to Mingqi, the Yi family's hand would not be able to extend so far. Mayor, what do you think? Yi Mei's heart moved. In the time of Jin Xingming's speech, her heart had quickly calculated everything. Even though some things were not thought out clearly, she smiled and said, naturally it is good. Older brother Jin, you are indeed Mayor's pillar. All the people in this world cannot be relied upon but fortunately there is still older brother Jin. She was tender, gentle and had thousands of romantic styles that made Jin Xingming's heart jump and uncontrolled Ly reached out to touch Yi Mei's little hand. Yi Mei forcefully endured her nausea and allowed Jin Xingming to take advantage. If it was the past, she naturally need not do it but currently, she had no choice but to make a compromise. Shen Miao just came out from a Fern's residence as she participated in a tea party today. Those Ferns had gradually spoke of Shen Miao's influence and Xie Jingxing also mentioned that the court was now much calmer. She rubbed her neck and was about to get into the carriage when she saw in the tea house not far from the streets, a male and female walked out in tandem. That female was covered in a face veil and one was unable to see her face but Shen Miao had dealt with her for an entire lifetime and could recognize that it was Yi Mei with just her footsteps and posture. It looked like the male that Yi Mei was talking to was very close with her but Shen Miao was very sharp when looking at another. This male did not seem to be from noble families due to his etiquette and behaviors. He however revealed some vulgarity when walking and perhaps might be a merchant. Shen Miao turned sideways so that the carriage's shadows blocked her and Yi Mei would not be able to see her. That male spoke to Yi Mei some more and even though there was no inappropriate actions, these two people's relationship was far from normal. Yi Mei quickly left in a carriage and the male turned to leave in another direction. Shen Miao thought of it for a moment and instructed Mo Qing, follow that man and inquire clearly all about him. Mo Qing these days had been secretly monitoring Yi Mei and it was natural for Shen Miao to get him to inquire about that male who seemed to have some relations with Yi Mei. Mo Qing complied and left. Shen Miao got into the carriage but her heart began to sink. That male did not look noble and Shen Miao understood Yi Mei very clearly that she valued the status of others and would not speak to civilians. However she was with this male and perhaps even drank tea with him. Yi Mei always use all the people around her, especially males. Shen Miao could think that perhaps Yi Mei wanted to make use of this male to achieve a goal else a proud person like her would not be bothered to talk to such a lowly man like this. What did she want to do? When Yi Mei returned to the Yi residences, it was already in the evening. Yi Mao Kai, who usually returned very late, was unprecedentedly back in the residence very early. Upon seeing her entering, he stared and asked her, where did you go? Perhaps because these days the Yi family was facing some difficulties, Yi Mao Kai who was usually like a fish in water also started to feel some difficulties. His forbearing towards female was spent that the tone and expression started to become gloomy. Yi Mei composed herself, mother let me go to the jewelry shop to pick a few jewelry up. Mother, Yi Mao Kai retorted. Yi Mei was unhappy with his peculiar words and tone. Yi Mao Kai obviously knew that she was not Yi Fern's flesh and blood but at the start it wanted Yi Mei to pretend to be her. Now it become like Yi Mei was the one who used all her efforts and brains to enter the Yi family as their young lady. Seeing Yi Mei not speaking, Yi Mao Kai asked, and the jewelry? Yi Mei said, was not interested in any thus one did not pick any. You are sure self-aware and know that one cannot just take things that one did not own. Yi Mao Kai's words has another meaning to it and he suddenly changed topic, who is that male that you meet on the streets today? Yi Mei was startled before feeling anger. Needless to say, it must be the actions of Yi residence's guards that accompanied her. Those guards seemed to protect her safety on the surface but it was not so as they monitored her and informed Yi Mao Kai of her every actions. Even so, Yi Mei did not dare to be angry with Yi Mao Kai, he is a gentleman that one knew in Qin province before and he had a deep relationship with my family. If father do not believe it, do send people to investigate his background. Jin Xingming was just a descendant of a merchant family so even if Yi Mao Kai investigated, there would not be anything to be found. When Yi Mao Kai saw her speaking so calmly, his expression became relaxed. Don't think that I do not care about others' feelings when doing things. It is just that there would soon be a big move in Longyi. Since you a daughter of the Yi family, each of your actions will be seen by others. If that brings in calamity for the Yi family, both you and the Yi family will suffer. He then smiled gently, since you are a smart child, then one should know what should be done and what cannot be done. The Yi family and you are tied together so naturally one have to help the other. When Yi Mei heard Yi Mao Kai's words, her heart was heavy again and the more she firm she became that Yi Mao Kai was using her to achieve a goal. She had a plan in her heart and thus said a few more words with Yi Mao Kai before returning to her room. Upon returning to the room, she then discovered that Yi Kei was already waiting in the room. When Yi Kei saw that she had returned, he smiled, older sister, where did you go today and why did you only return now? I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Mei felt upset and waited to tell Yi Kei about Jin Xingming's matter. When they were in Qin province, Yi Kei actually hoped that Jin Xingming to be his Jiafu so that the Jin family could take care of the Li family. It was just that at that time Yi Mei's heart was not on Jin Xingming. Yi Kei had also persuaded her for a long time and said that Jin Xingming would treat her well. Now if she wanted to follow Jin Xingming and flee to Mingqi, naturally she would bring Yi Kei along. However, Yi Mei was still somewhat uncertain of Yi Kei's attitude towards it. Do you remember Jin Xingming of the Jing family in Jin province? Yi Mei asked. Jin Xingming. Yi Kei looked suspiciously at her. Remembered, but why suddenly mention about him? He suddenly thought about something and stood up in shock. Older sister, it cannot be that you suddenly thought about it and want to marry him now. Yi Mei frowned. Did you not like him initially? Initially we are in a merchant family, but now we are in an official family. Yi Kei said. Older sister, with your current identity, how would Jin Xingming be compatible with you? One fear that it would be a joke when it is spread that a merchant family marries a daughter of an official family. He was very agitated and Yi Mei asked him after watching him for a while, then who do you think I should marry to? Older sister, with your identity, it is not overboard to marry a prince, but there is no prince in Longyi. He approached mysteriously and smiled. Actually, father has the intention for you to enter the palace. I have taken a look for you. The emperor is young, handsome and treats the empress coldly. If you enter the palace, with your beauty and talents, one fear that at the end the 6 palaces would be in your hands. At that time, both of his siblings would be endlessly rich. As Yi Kei spoke, his eyes were shining, seemingly yearning towards the future. He spoke, like those who finally saw a treasure after excavating a long time. Oh, Yi Mei looked at him. You really think so? Older sister, since when have you become so unconfident? Yi Kei patted his chest. Trust me. You will definitely become the noblest female in Great Liang. So listen to father and enter the palace. Father would not harm you. After entering the palace there is also the Yi family backing you up, so isn't this a great thing? Yi Mei smiled, but that smile was somewhat strange. Second younger brother, these days you seem to be very busy. Can you tell older sister what are you busy with? Father plans to give me an official position in Longyi. Yi Kei's brows danced as he spoke. These days he brought me around to see his colleagues. When his voice landed, he suddenly realized something and stopped talking immediately as he looked at Yi Mei with some panic. Yi Mei's expression did not change and she nodded her head. So it is as such. So it is as such. Yi Kei carefully looked at Yi Mei and upon seeing that Yi Mei did not react specially, he was relieved. He then probingly asked, older sister, do you find it not good? Not good. Yi Mei looked at him astonished and smiled immediately. There is nothing not good about it. After entering the palace, one would be noble and rich for one's entire lifetime, being below one person and above tens of thousands of people. Could it be that you think I am that stupid to even let go of the wealth and riches that has reached to one's fingertips? She said, initially I wanted to marry one with a higher position and the emperor is the noblest person under heavens. Naturally it isn't anything bad in becoming the emperor's woman. In the span of speaking, Yi Mei had restored her previous appearance and style, looking like she fully agreed with Yi Kei. When Yi Kei saw it as such, he clapped his hands with smiles. I had said so. Father previously feared that you will not agree to eat and insisted for me to persuade you, and I knew that he was worried for nothing. This kind of good news, older sister would definitely agree. One is not a fool, so why is there a need for persuasion? When he was relaxed, he started to spill that he came to persuade Yi Mei under the orders of Yi Mao Kai. Yi Mei eyes flashed and she smiled. Father most likely do not understand me, but you are my younger brother. How could you not understand me? Older sister, if you enter the palace and gain the emperor's favor, you must not forget this younger brother. Yi Kei said, now that father had already brought me into officialdom, in the future with older sister's help, my road can only be smoother. It is likely that everyone in Longyi have to listen to us siblings. At that time wind and rain is at our beck of call. As for that empress, it is just a display. Now even that pregnant consort Jing is gone. If you enter the palace, no one in the palace is your opponent and it would definitely be smooth sailing. Yi Mei also smiled, so it is as such. When Yi Kei obtained Yi Mei's guarantee, he seemed to be very satisfied and his final worry was resolved. After speaking a while more he then leave after discussing with great interest on his future career path with Yi Mei. After Yi Kei left, Yi Mei's expression became cold. Yi Mao Kai actually bought over Yi Kei so quickly, but it was not unexpected. Yi Kei's biggest wish in this lifetime was to have powers in his hands to call for the wind and rain. Yi Mao Kai drew a biscuit for Yi Kei and Yi Kei's heart was moved enough to sacrifice his own older sister. Moreover, in Yi Kei's eyes, going into the palace to be the emperor's woman was most likely a good thing that one could ever hope for, but did not understand the danger in every step of it. Because Emperor Yongla was just too difficult to control, and at the other side there was a clear-minded Prince Rui watching like a tiger. Yi Kei and Yi Mei was the same. They were extremely selfish people that when facing their own interest, the affection of family was not worth anything. If Yi Kei knew that Yi Mei did not have any interest in being the emperor's woman, he would not change his mind or intention as his own career was much more important. But how would Yi Mei be willing to pave the way for Yi Kei? After Yi Kei left, Yi Mei stood up and walked round the room for 2 rounds, showing her anxiety. But she also understood that Yi Kei currently, in some aspects, was considered her enemy. She thought for a long time before finally came to a decision and stood up and opened up the chest in the room. That were dozens of dresses that Yi Furen gave to her to compensate and was the latest styles and materials. Yi Mei crouched down in front of the chest and started to select seriously. At the other side, Shen Miao had also learned about the news from Mo Qing's mouth. Jin Xingming, Shen Miao asked with a frown. Other than the identity of a merchant's son, there is nothing special about him. Mo Qing said, however, to suddenly come to Longyi from Qin province, he had been handling several business and they are all lucrative businesses of the Jin family. After dealing like this, it is indicating that the Jin family does not plan to take new business for these few years. Not planning to take new business. Jing Jie could not help but said, then what do one eat? It seems that one is preparing to leave. Shen Miao muttered, then is there any news on the direction that Jin Xingming is leaving to? Mo Qing was startled and said, Furen guessed correctly. He even sold something for silver notes and seemed to be going afar and even prepare large amount of money. Shen Miao understood clearly, go and investigate again if this Jin Xingming have any relation of anyone lately. Also what clothes he prepared and final destination, which can be seen from the clues from the things he prepare. Would it be a short or long journey, is the northern lands or southern lands? If there are people that he contact closely with, one have to pay more attention. However, one must not relax on the monitoring of the Yi siblings. If Jin Xingming have any more private encounters with Yi Mei, one must follow. Mo Qing complied and left. Jing Jie and Gu Yu was sewing clothes under the lamp as Gu Yu spoke. Furen, how would there be any relationship between that young lady of the Yi family and a son of a merchant? Could it be that her heart is pleased with that young master Jin that she did not mind the other party's merchant identity and just had to be together with him? Shen Miao smiled gently and shook her head. Do you know about creeper plant? This servant know about this. Jing Jie heard it and quickly said, when this servant was staying at the countryside, there were creeper plants all around the courtyard. Once spring arrived, one would need to pull up each one of it, else all the trees beside would be tangled to dead by it. Shen Miao said, Yi Mei is like that creeper plant. Yi Mei was very similar to the creeper vine as this creeper plant had a strong vitality and it was everywhere. The most important point was that any male would be able to become her tree and she would rely on these trees to continuously climb up, absorbing the sun and the rain, continuously growing stronger until she reached the highest one. In her journey of growth, all those trees that were entangled by her would have their nutrients sucked up and finally die. Jing Jie and Gu Yu looked at one another and after a long time Jing Jie then said, is she that powerful? This kind of creeper plant looks very strong at the first glance but also has a fatal flaw. Shen Miao said, once her last tree dies, there would not be anything to give her enough nutrients and she will also follow along to death. Whatever one relies upon, it would be the worst when one is finally deprived of it. She said. Needless to say, Yi Mei must want something from Jin Xingming. A son of a merchant who reached here to end the business and seemed to want to leave, it was obvious that Yi Mei want to board this ship of Jin Xingming and leave the abyss of the Yi family. But how would Shen Miao let her wish come true? This time, let Shen Miao make the decision of Yi Mei's end. In many consecutive days, Xie Jingxing did not return to the residence. Even Tai Yi was not present. When Kong Yang was asked, he would only reply 3 don't know to every question. One felt that the guards in the residence were much busier than usual. Not long after, there was a sudden new flowing in the capital. The Lu family had led the soldiers in rebellion and is currently garrisoned in the city of Shangyang and occupying Fuyang City, formerly opposing the Imperial family. This news shocked the commoners in Longyi the most. It was heard that Lu Zhenzan had a lot of soldiers under his command and had been secretly recruiting troops and horses all these years and expending his strength. The city of Shangyang was a vast area and it was shocking that he had occupied it. The Lu family did have the courage to confront the Imperial family. The guards of the Shen family that Shen Miao brought over was somewhat suspicious and shocked but Shen Miao did not react badly. The people of the past had left matters behind and Xie Jingxing and Emperor Yongli most likely wanted it to be done like this. First let the Lu family taste a bit of sweetness. Lu Zhenzan was a coarse man and naturally would feel that the Imperial family was scared of him and take things lightly and would become more arrogant. As such the Imperial family would be able to better plan and catch the Lu family in one net. Even though Xie Jingxing had great confidence, Shen Miao did not believe that the Lu family would have the ability to compete with the Xie family and Shen Miao was worried about another matter. Even though the Lu family was crazy, they were only targeting the Imperial family so in the eyes of the commoner, the Lu family was just like the Xie family previously, had the merit of establishing the nation at the beginning. Even though one rebel now, but the Lu family has mouth with red lips and white teeth. When they opened them, they said that the Imperial family forced them to rebel and said that Emperor Yongli was definitely involved in Emperor Xiao Wu's death. Empress Dowager Jing Xian was considered to be an external relative usurping power. Emperor Yongli and mother conspired to kill Emperor Xiao Wu and the other princes so this position of the emperor was not gained rightfully. All under heavens were stunned. In all honesty, when Emperor Xiao Wu passed away, Empress Xiao used lighting means to handle each of the princes and naturally one was unable to gain any shortcomings but when it was seen to a concerned person, it looked rather strange. The commoners were as such and even though they were suspicious, they did not dare to speak of it. Afterwards Empress Xiao passed away and Emperor Yongli succeeded the throne and under his rule, Great Liang prospered and no one mentioned matters of the past. However this did not mean that the commoner had completely forgotten about the matter. On the contrary when the Lu family's words were spread out, after the people of Great Liang were shocked, they began to hesitate. A small portion of the people had believed the Lu family's excuse but the large population were skeptical. Nevertheless an emperor would not be able to win all the hearts of the people and would leave behind future problems. Just like Empress Xiao, even though she executed everything cleanly and orderly, it had brought some trouble for Emperor Yongli now. Even if Emperor Yongli used lighting methods to cover the commoner's mouth and cut of the circulating rumors, there were other routes. Could it be that one would use such methods to suppress in one's entire lifetime? The Lu family is just too shameless. Jing Jie said, they actually dared to splash dirty water onto the emperor. Gu Yu sighed, they have already rebelled and it is either they die or I perish so what is dirty water? She then said, the Lu family is really vicious. They want both sides to lose and just had to pull in the Imperial family. Even if one win, it would be difficult to win the people's heart in the future. Shen Miao frowned for a moment before saying, bring paper and brush over. She then walked over to the table. Jing Jie was startled and asked, Fern is writing a letter back to Ming Qi. Shen Miao shook her head, I want a big piece of paper that is even bigger than the prisoner notice on the city gates. The brush moved like a dragon and snake, showing off her abilities. Jing Jie and Gu Yu had seen Shen Miao writing and it was either writing family letters to Ming Qi or writing to Pei Lang for information but those times Shen Miao would become and there was nothing wrong with it. However today Shen Miao looked somewhat different. She was solemn as if she was writing a serious matter that weighed 1,000 jin and she was furious, making one think of the old teachers at Hanlin Imperial Academy. She then wrote so fast at the end, making it seem that it was done without thinking in one go. Then she hung the brush and picked up the paper and shook it, as if wanting to dry it. Jing Jie and Gu Yu looked over and saw in that huge white paper, it was filled with black words. Shen Miao words were soft and round but the words in this paper were inexplicably sharp, as if a sword had jumped up from the paper and... What is this? The two maids were illiterate but they felt that this was a very important thing. No one cares about the truth. Shen Miao said, but the result is very important. She dried the paper and waiting for all the ink on it dries before saying to Jing Jie, bring this thing to the printing press and get 3,000 pieces printed. Then let the guards in the residence paste it all around at night. Shen Miao said, be fast. Gu Yu and Jing Yi dared not delay and complied as they carefully carried that piece of paper that was full of words out the door. When Shen Miao saw their leaving back views, she was slightly relieved. In matters of the world, the military could determine the universe and civil would make the world peaceful. Since the Lu family wanted to take this opportunity, it was better to turn from passive to active behavior and strengthen one's moral. The ways of civil and military were all thought out. Their Lu family created chaos with their tongues, she could also sly methods. No one knew who would emerge victorious. One not only would let the Lu family lose, but to also let the Lu family lose their feeling of oppression and unable to harvest any benefits. On this night, Xie Jingxing as usual did not return. Shen Miao dressed and ate alone and managed the entire residence of Prince Rui properly and would have a small gathering from time to time with other noble ferns in Ding capital. She would calmly and quietly stabilize their emotions and would only feel somewhat cold when she slept at night. After thinking of Xie Jingxing for a while, she would cover up and close her eyes to sleep. On the next morning, when the sun shines onto every corner of Longyi, a sharp-eyed person discovered that there was a white paper that was pasted on one's door and on it was filled with fill of words. The owner family was a butcher and did not understand and coincidentally upon seeing one's neighbor, Scholar Ma walking over, he said, Scholar Ma, you are a lean person, come over to see what is this. Scholar Ma walked over to the butcher's door and upon seeing those words he sighed, good writing. He then got closer and read out the words, paper to fellow citizens under heavens. In a short time, was spread to all the streets and alleys and other places in Great Liang were also aware of it. That snow white paper was found everywhere and many readers kept it in their arms while even more people want to get to know the person who wrote it. The youths at Hanlin Imperial Academy were all discussing about that paper. Even though the formal dynasty is weak, there was still peace but now it is prosperous, there is instead chaos and disorder. Under His Majesty management, the granary is full and there is favorable weather for crops. Today the traders cast doubts with the master and defy the monarch, going against reason and order. Being shameful, having face, this is being disloyal, heartless and unjust. Most of the people around were students and upon hearing these, they all showed a shamed expression and some were angered. The paper first spoke of the Liu family who were rebelling lately and it first scolded the Liu family traitors for doing such a treacherous thing and also spoke of the traitors spreading rumors that so many believed in, making one's heart feel cold. When Emperor Yongle was on the throne, the people of Great Liang could work and play peacefully and the country was wealthy and peaceful that it was even better than the period when Emperor Xiaowu was on the throne. The commoners did not think about the merits of the emperor but listened to the words of a traitor. Shouldn't one be shameful? Shouldn't one's face be reddened with shame? Then it mentioned about the rightful roles of military and civil officials. Among Great Liang's talent, there were successful military candidates among the scholars and the military candidates should think of ways to deal with those traitors as a way to render service to repay the kindness of the monarch and the civil scholars should pay more attention to it instead of fueling the fire. This was a literary and eloquent piece and each sentience was sharp and penetrating that even if one take it apart. Moreover it was very rational that one could not help but be ashamed and started reflecting. With regards to the Liu family's rumors, it was discredited by itself. Emperor Yongle was such a good emperor and treated the commoners so kindly, what's more to the officials in court? For the Liu family to rebel, they must not be loyal people and it was a pity that they almost blinded and incited disharmony, this was just too shameful. Those scholars felt that they had no face and also felt that the person who wrote that paper was every talented person and wanted to make friends. Unfortunately they were unable to find the person behind. As for those successful military candidates, their hearts of dedicating to the service of the country was lit up and they hated that they could not join the ranks to personally cut off the rebels' heads. As to the clamor about Emperor Yongle killing his father and seize the throne was no longer mentioned. Kong Yang had paced an entire night of paper and did not expect that there would be so much response and also had not thought that this rumor would be so easy to resolve. He prostrated himself in admiration of Shen Miao. Furen, this method of yours is comparable to those top scholars in the palace. One had never seen those scholars in such a pursuit of a person and if they knew Furen's identity, they would be extremely surprised. Shen Miao smiled and said, the Liu family is currently in Fuyang and cannot manage matters in Longyi. The most they could do would be to arrange for some people to spread rumors among the people. But the people of Great Liang are not fools. 2 false rumors, 1 baseless, 1 with a rationale, which one would you believe? Kong Yang was thoughtful. However that is because the commoners' hearts are more inclined towards the emperor thus it is easy to pull them over. If the Liu family gained the people's heart and their status and their hearts are indestructible, with these rumors, even if I wrote 10 of those things, it would be in vain. Kong Yang scratched his head, no matter what, Furen has made a good move. When master returned, he would definitely be happy. Moreover Furen was from the general residence and one did not expect such talents. Shen Miao did not express an opinion. Talent was nothing but a letter to deceive everyone under heavens. People's hearts needs to be managed and if the Liu family wanted, naturally they could do it. At that time when Fu Shuyi was enthroned, there naturally was suspicions but Pei Lang used it to turn black to white and washed away reputation and made him become a peerless wise monarch of Mingqi. Now she used this trick onto the Liu family, returning a tooth for a tooth, returning an eye for an eye. The Liu family wanted to use this to ruin the imperial family's reputation but that was no longer possible. At the same time in a small town in Yang province in Great Liang, a green robe-clad male was passing by a school and the teacher of the school was a 60-year-old man who was shaking his head while reading. Even though the formal dynasty is weak, there was still peace but now it is prosperous, there is instead chaos and disorder. Under His Majesty management, the granary is full and there is favorable weather for crops. Today the traitors cast doubts with the master and defy the monarch, going against reason and order. Being shameful, having face, this is being disloyal, heartless and unjust. The footsteps of the green robe-clad male paused and he could not help but look over. He saw the old maid speaking after reading out the last part. This is the news that is circulating in Longyi. This old teacher has only one piece in one's hand. You all copy this once and hand it in tomorrow. Pei Lang was in a daze before remembering something and could not help but laughed. After smiling for a while, his gaze hung down before looking at that old teacher for a while and left. In Weiyang Palace, Empress Xianda also had a letter in her hands as she read out to Emperor Yongle. Emperor Yongle sat on the chair and he had a somewhat pale expression but there was a never-seen softness to it. Jingxing really married a treasure. Empress Xianda smiled. An had thought that she was a female general with a military lineage but instead is a female scholar who could move the hearts of the people. Now all the academies in Longyi are secretly inquiring who is the author of this paper and did not know that it is a female. Emperor Yongle snorted softly and said, as sly as a fox. The person is helping you. Empress Xianda disagreed. With her blessings, all those messy rumors are gone. Isn't this good? Jen does not care, Emperor Yongle said. Empress Xianda said, you do not care but you have to plan for Xie Jingxing. Emperor Yongle did not speak. After a while, Emperor Yongle called out, Qing Zhen. Empress Xianda answered with a but was suddenly startled and turned her head around to look at Emperor Yongle. Qing Zhen was her maiden name and she had not heard another calling this time for a long time. Emperor Yongle did not look at her but was staring at the incensing burning, regretful. Empress Qing Zhen smiled. Chen Qi has never regretted. After Zhen dies, you follow Jingxing. If one encounter a good person, then remarry. Emperor Yongle said, change your name and change your identity. You are good and will live a good life. When Empress Xianda heard those words, there were tears in her eyes. She forced those tears back and looked at Emperor Yongle. In His Majesty's eyes, Chen Qi is of no value at all. She seemed to have thought of something and smiled self-depreciatingly, so it is. In the Emperor's eyes, Chen Qi has always been not important. After speaking she stood up and said to Emperor Yongle, Chen Qi understand. Chen Qi will do as the Emperor wished. Then she left first. Dao Gugu saw all of it and wanted to persuade but at the end she was unable to speak. Empress Xianda had a good temperament and there seemed to be nothing that was worth of her anger. All these years of getting along with Emperor Yongle, she had never been angry with Emperor Yongle and it was the first time that she threw a fuss with Emperor Yongle. Emperor Yongle looked at the burning incense. Half of the incense had turned into dust and the aroma filled the air but it would be disappeared one day. Just like people's memory and affection. Yi Mei was in the room dressing up for a long time. She was already very beautiful but ever since arriving at the Yi family, with Yi Furen's supplements and tonic, she should became even more delicate and beautiful. One did not know why but one felt that she was not as bright as before. Perhaps there was some tiredness between her brows. Today she had selected for a very long time in the room before finally picking a peach-colored satin robes, with embroidered peach blossoms on top. After carefully dressing up, even though there was some tiredness, there was a stunning feel to it. When leaving, she coincidentally encountered Yi Kei. Yi Kei took a look at her with astonishment and asked, older sister, where are you heading? Heading to the Sun family's young lady's residence for tea, Yi Mei said with a smile. Yi Kei was not suspicious of her, moreover the guards of the Yi family were following her. Yi Mei brought the guards out and put the veil on and really headed to the residence of the young lady Sun. Even though the Sun family's official rank was not high in Longyi, they were not civilians. Yi Mei entered the Sun residence and let the other person lead her to a small room. Upon entering that small room, she saw Jin Xingming who had waited for a long time. When Jin Xingming saw Yi Mei, his eyes brightened and became shocked as he said obsessively, Mayor, you are becoming more beautiful. Yi Mei felt disgusted in her heart but the smile on her face was sweeter as she said with grievance, it is indeed not easy to leave the house today. One was almost unable to see older brother Jin today. If it is not the eldest brother of the Sun family that has a long-time relation with me and used his younger sister's name to send you an invitation, one feared that it is not easy to see you today. Jin Xingming sighed. Yi Mei smiled, it is all older brother Jin's ability. Her mouth was sweet and her face was so pretty that Jin Xingming was coaxed till the anger in his heart became flowers and just as he was happy, Yi Mei suddenly said, it's just that when will older brother Jin be able to bring me away from Yi residence? I really don't want to stay a moment longer in Yi residence. Jin Xingming, even as such, detailed plans need to be made. After all the Yi family is not a small family so one must have a comprehensive strategy. Yi Mei sneered in her heart, how would there be a perfect plan in the world? It was just Jin Xingming being evasive, most likely he was secretly investigating the Yi residence and know about Yi Mao Kai's power and decided to retreat. She lifted her face and said pitifully, how could this continue on? I do not ask for anything, I do not want the Yi family fortune and prestige and only want to live happily with older brother Jin. There weren't few men that could withstand such sweet words, moreover the person speaking was a rare beauty under heavens. She was glamorous, eloquent and each action was full of tease, as if inviting silently. Jin Xingming felt that his throat was somewhat dry when he saw Yi Mei licking her lips helplessly. He could no longer tolerate and did not want to endure. He held Yi Mei's hand and said impulsively, for Mayor's sake, naturally I will not be afraid of anything. But Mayor is so beautiful, how can my heart be placed at Mayor's palm? He then used some force and held Yi Mei tightly in his embrace. Mayor, if you become my people, I will definitely get you out as soon as possible. Yi Mei wanted to vomit a few times but that hesitation was only for a short moment. Her mind quickly went through some calculation and in the next moment, both of his hands snaked around Jin Xingming's neck and exhaled by his ears, all right. The night of rendezvous was always too short. If it was in the day, one would felt even more unsatisfactory. The sheets were filled with scent and after a while, the rustling of clothes were heard. Jin Xingming caressed Yi Mei's smooth back and there was some look of satisfaction on his face as he spoke. Mayor, why not stay with me a little longer? The skies is not dark so why go back so early? Yi Mei's back was facing Jin Xingming and there was a trace of anger in her eyes but when she turned her head over, it was filled with flirtation as she spoke. Older brother Jin is really reluctant to part with me, then quickly take me out of the Yi family. Yi Mao Kai keeps me in a tight control and these days he would offend urge me to enter the palace. If one were to enter the palace then in this lifetime, one would not have any fate to be with older brother Jin. When Jin Xingming heard that Yi Mei would be entering the palace, he immediately sat up straight. No. If it was before, Jin Xingming did not know the taste of Yi Mei but now after being together, he was reluctant to let her go. He was like in seven heavens in Yi Mei's arms and in the future if he was with other females, one feared that they would all become wood. What a male asked in his lifetime was nothing more than money and beauty. After eating fine rice, it would be hard to swallow buns. Jin Xingming was not at all willing to hand Yi Mei over to others and naturally become anxious. Yi Mei snuggled in his arms and whispered, naturally I am not willing. My heart only has older brother Jin in it but now one could not decide on my own anymore. Thus one wanted to quickly leave and when older brother Jin and I reached Mingqi, we would be able to be an immortal pair, enjoying every day in happiness. The beauty was affectionate and loyal and now that Jin Xingming had tasted sweetness, his heart was delighted and was filled with pride at the moment, that is said correctly. Today upon my return I will instruct people to prepare. Keeping it safe, let's take the water route. This water route is very hidden and even though it is dangerous, it is much faster than other routes. Yi Mei nodded her head, in order to prevent Yi Mao Kai to have doubts, let's meet here in 5 days' time. Before that, older brother Jin, you must arrange all matters accordingly and it is also easier for me to deal with everyone in Yi residence. Jin Xingming agreed and both of them became entangled for a while before Yi Mei tidied her clothes and walked out the doors as if nothing had happened. After leaving the Sun family's residence and getting onto the carriage, the guards of the Yi residence saw that she was all right, they did not think much of it. Yi Mei pulled up her sleeves after getting up the carriage and her white jaded arms were full of reddish patches. Jin Xingming was anxious and rough thus when he tossed Yi Mei around, she was particularly tired. She looked at it for a while before putting her sleeves back. She had always been master of men but now had to commit herself to Jin Xingming king of person. All these were all thanks to Yi Mao Kai. If she was not conned by Yi Mao Kai to go up the pirate ship, how would she come to this state? Since she would be leaving the Yi residence, then the Yi residence have to give her some compensation, else all the grievances she suffered these days would be nothing. There was a hint of viciousness that flashed in her eyes. 5 days later, Xie Jingxing returned. In the Battle of Fuyang City, the Lu family had thoroughly collapsed. The Lu family had thought that they secretly recruit soldiers, bought horses and accumulate strength but little did they know that their opponent was also doing the same. It was so much so that his opponent was much more diligent than him. From that day when Emperor Yongle was enthroned, he had started planning to bring the Lu family down and had been scheming for so many years so how could the Lu family compare? When Emperor Yongle revealed his real power, some similarly eagerly minded officials were struck by lightning, as if a bucket of cold water poured over their head. They finally understood that the young emperor that was suppressed by Emperor Xiao Wu at the beginning and had to rely on the Empress Dowager Jing Xian had turned into a beast since don't know when. Lu Zhongzan was a madman. When Fuyang City was broken into, he knew that his goals had flown away and when he was helpless, he rushed into the room and slaughtered his wife and daughter. That includes Lu Wan'er that he had always doted upon. At that time, Gao Yang and Ji Yushu was also present and saw Lu Wan'er falling down with wide eyes, seemingly disbelieved till the last moment that she would die in the hands of her father. Xie Jingxing ended Lu Zhongzan. Lu Zhongzan laughed manically when he was dying and shouted out, this old man has been invincible in one's entire lifetime and galloped under heavens on horseback and now die in the hands of a young man. One cannot be reconciled. Xie Jingxing chopped his neck and said blandly, ignorance. As such, the 100 years aristocratic family that served two dynasty in Great Liang disappeared like this. The remnants of the Lu family fled everywhere and handed over to the Mo Yan army eliminate individually. When Shen Miao heard about these, she was very emotional. The rise and fall of an aristocratic might look very easy but this was only accomplished after a long time. The Lu family was arrogant and had the heart to rebel so the Imperial family would spare all effort to kill. Xie Jingxing said, but when I returned, one heard about that was spreading in the city. He looked at Shen Miao and a corner of his lips hooked up. All the scholars under heavens want to get acquainted but one did not know which talent the person is. Shen Miao held back her laugh, one did not know. One have to instruct the Mo Yan army to search. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows, when found, if it's a male, then one would be sworn brothers, if female, then. Then what? Shen Miao stared at him coldly, as if when his answer was not to her satisfaction, she would grind the knife. Xie Jingxing said righteously, then drag out to beheaded. How could anyone be that bold and even be more talented than my wife? Shen Miao was unable to hold back her laughter. Xie Jingxing saw her laughing like a jaded magnolia flower blooming, so warm and pretty that his heart moved. He suddenly stood up and carried her and placed her down on the bed. Shen Miao struggled, you have not bathed. Don't move. Let me hug for a while. He flipped and Shen Miao landed on him. Xie Jingxing hugged her and buried his face in her shoulders. Shen Miao felt a little itchy under his breath, but she heard him say, Mingqi might come over to fight. Shen Miao was startled and said in doubt, what? Before Lu Zhongzhan died, he had spoke about Imperial older brother's illness. One was unable to hear any emotions in Xie Jingxing's voice. It seemed that Fu Shuyi also know about it. Fu Shuyi would not miss this opportunity. It turned out that before Lu Zhongyi died, the last words that he spoke to Xie Jingxing was, take a guess. Does the Emperor of Mingqi know that your short-lived brother is unable to live past this year, and when would he attack? Shen Miao was surprised. How did Lu Zhongzhan know of it? Defense can be up during the day and night, but it is difficult to prevent thief within the family. Moreover, the relations in the palace are complicated. It is possible that it came from the palace. Xie Jingxing said, the Lu family should have wanted to use this information to threaten Imperial older brother, but one did not know why they changed their mind and chose to inform Fu Shuyi. Aligning with the enemy and sold the country. Shen Miao frowned. Cannot be considered so, Xie Jingxing said. With Lu Zhongzhan's personality, it should be that he wanted the fish to die and the net to split. When Shen Miao heard it, she was somewhat in agreement. Previously Lu Zhongzhan even posted up notices about Emperor Yongle killing the monarch and usurped the throne, and this was to destroy the reputation of the imperial family. At that time he had not revealed that Emperor Yongle would not live long. Perhaps it was by protecting this secret, at the end it would become his assassin that would take the last fatal blow. It was just that Lu Zhongzhan was not one that could be calm. One did not know how Xie Jingxing was able to work him up, or perhaps he felt that now the Xie family did not have the power to turn things around and thus told Xie Jingxing the secret before he died. Shen Miao said, yes, Fu Shuyi would indeed not give this opportunity up. With Fu Shuyi's personality, he was specialized in capturing people who could be used and opportunities. Perhaps from his perspective, once something happened to a short-lived emperor, Great Liang would be in chaos and it would be a good time to start an expedition. She thought for a while, it is just that Mingqi currently do not have the qualification to go up against Great Liang. Fu Shuyi must have done something secretly, and once his bottom line has increased, he would then take action. Xie Jingxing said, before that, let's clean up the Yi family. Yi family, Shen Miao said, you plan to eliminate the Yi family altogether. Xie Jingxing snapped his fingers, then leave them for the New Year's. I will make the decision for the Yi siblings and gift it to you. You can deal with them as you wish. Shen Miao brought his hand over and saw that on Xie Jingxing's wrist, there was the red string that she tied. You must be careful. Xie Jingxing's and Shen Miao's conjecture of Fu Shuyi were confirmed on the second day. No one had thought that Fu Shuyi would be so impatient that it could be said that he no longer cared about anything. Shen Chu's letter had arrived. Unlike previous letters, usually the letters would be about the daily lives of Shen Shen and them, informing Shen Miao that they were living well. However, this letter was very scribbled. It was obvious that one was a rush when writing it. Seeing the time again, it had been for quite some time, which meant that when this letter landed on Shen Miao's hands, a lot of time had been delayed. Upon opening the letter, Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing read the 10 lines in one glance, and after finishing it, they became silent. Fu Shuyi had made his moves. It was not opening fire towards Great Liang but towards the Shen family. Emperor Wenwei was seriously ill and could not get up, thus Fu Shuyi had the full authority to supervise court matter. Fu Shuyi fabricated evidence of the Shen family's crime and encircled the Shen family directly. The Shen family army was reclaimed by the imperial family of Mingqi previously, and now it had changed beyond recognition and there were many spies and was considered useless. Fu Shuyi deceived the commoners of Mingqi and said that the Shen family had vicious means. However, this time Shen Shen was long prepared and had started to gather other officials that was displeased with the imperial family of Mingqi. Even though those officials were low-ranked, but their strength was even bigger than fighting alone. Secondly, Luo Lianying and Luo Liantai, who was far away in Shaochun City, had brought the Luo family army to Ding capital in a rush. The Luo family was considered to be raised by the Luo family personally. Even though they were said to be the emperor's troops, it was better to say that they only listened to the Luo family, and in addition, they were trained a few years back by Shen Shen that it was handy for Shen Shen to use them. Other than these, there were also manpower that Xie Jingxing left behind. At this point, everyone in the Shen family knew of Xie Jingxing's identity. Even though it was shocking, but because one felt resentful of the current situation, in addition, Xie Jingxing confessed it to Shen Shen previously, so there was not much blaming around. Even though there was not many manpower that Xie Jingxing left behind, they were the finest. Especially their abilities in inquiring information, they had the best of abilities. Fu Shuyi most likely thought that he could take down the currently weak Shen family in a very short period of time, but did not think that the Shen family had long made preparations for this day. Not only did he not capture the Shen family in the expected time, he went into a end and consumed his strength. Shen Chu said in the letter now that the Shen Miao was on bad terms with the imperial family, they left Ding capital. Even though Fu Shuyi's people were chasing after them, the Shen family did not let them gain any advantage. Currently Shen Shen was discussing with the various officials if it was necessary to chop off this imperial power. As to what was the result of the matter, Shen Chu did not mention it. Shen Miao also knew that the Shen family was loyal for generations, especially old General Shen, who had loyalty carved in his entire heart. Now going against the imperial power was already being against all principles. After gaining the imperial power, even if it was successful, then who would be the emperor? Re-enthrone a monarch. Each of the Mingqi's princes were not the kind types, so one simply established oneself. Shen Shen would not have such a thought. At the end of the letter, Shen Chu however mentioned one thing. Now that the Shen family did not stay in the Ding capital because Fu Shuyi's people were everywhere in Ding capital, and the Shen family would only be at a disadvantage. They had retreated to the villages around the area of Guanggu Valley and discovered a number of Qin country's people. The letter ended like this. 221 to 227. Shen Miao was silent for a long time before speaking. Fu Shuyi has started taking action. The Qin country's people that are discovered at Guanggu Valley are possibility indicating that Qin Qi have allied. Even if there isn't, Fu Shuyi is definitely thinking about it. Xie Jingxing nodded his head and looked at Shen Miao. You are not worried about your father. It is useless to worry. Shen Miao said, now I am thousands of li apart that even if one is strategizing, one would not be able to control many variables. Moreover, when it comes to fighting enemies, one believe that my father, mother and eldest brother are not people who would idle. As long as they are not as loyal as they were previously to the imperial family, then there is an opportunity to win. Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up and smiled. Actually it is all the same. Shen Miao looked at him and frowned. What does that mean? Xie Jingxing pinched her face and said, once Qin Qi join hands, it could only mean one thing clearly, that is they will quickly attack Great Liang and would start invading from the borders. Father-in-law and us are actually standing on the same side. Father-in-law is not willing to enthrone a new monarch and does not want to establish his own imperial might. So just swallow Mingqi, eliminate Great Qin and combine three nations as one. Naturally there would not be any choice. Shen Miao's heart moved. She actually thought about such a thing earlier on. In her previously lifetime, Great Liang eliminated Qin country before attacking Ding capital and captured Mingqi. After much thinking, the three countries would belong to great Liangs in the future, so there would only be one emperor under heavens. But can you do it? Shen Miao asked. The emperor's secret is known to Fu Shuyi and one does not need to think about it that I know that he would definitely spread the news. At that time Long Yi would be in chaos and you have to bear many issues. I believe that at the end the Qin Chi's alliance would not be great Liang's opponent but the process would definitely be difficult. Xie Jingxing glanced at her. Little girl, did anyone tell you not to doubt a man's ability to do it or not? Shen Miao was startled. Why was it that even at such a time Xie Jingxing would have the time to joke around? She really felt speechless. Just look on, he said. Because of the ups and downs of the Lu family shocked in Long Yi and everyone clapped their hands with joy since the Lu family did such a rebellious thing, one could not blame the imperial family for being heartless. However there was a new setting in the court for the officials. Those who followed the Lu family, those who were like grass on the top of a wall which sways with every wind and those who resolutely opposed the Lu family, all had new plans of their own. Those that stood with the right team were naturally joyous and those that stood at the wrong team were worried and anxious. Emperor Yongle was by no means kind and generous and was not an emperor that only knew how to favor and dote the concubines. When his heart hardens, it would be harder than anyone else. He was indeed Emperor Xiao Wu's son as his hands would not be weak when he was vicious. Initially consort Jing was the most favored consort in the inner palace but now when Emperor Yongle deal with the Lu family, there was no recalling of past affection, let alone mentioning about the child that consort Jing carried. Even others could see that Emperor Yongle had tolerated many years in order to deal with the Lu family. It was really daunting for others when an emperor had such a mean and methods. The officials in court were thus more afraid of him and had become more obedient. As for the Yi family, that stood together with the Lu family, they were currently as anxious as ants on a hot pot. No one had known that Emperor Wenwei would take action when he said that he would take action and had not thought that the Lu family would fall so fast. Even Yi Maokai who had always believed to be clear-headed also suddenly noticed that something was wrong. He had not regretted it. Why did he not commit when the imperial family had the intention to win the Yi family over? Now they had lost this opportunity in vain. The opportunity was indeed lost and because Yi Maokai discovered that Emperor Yongle had started to deal with the power of the Yi family. The Lu family had so many roots of power and troops and they were all in the hands of Emperor Yongle, much less the Yi family. However Yi Maokai observed the situation and in addition to the matter of how the Lu family behaved to Emperor Yongle, he understood and his heart became more desperate as he felt that Emperor Yongle would never let the Yi family go and would eliminate. Yi Maokai was irritated by the Lu family's arrogance at the beginning and also felt regretful. Yi Maokai only then started to prepare escaping and if it was not arranged then he would send Yi Hongguang away. He did not think so much about Yi Mei and Yi Kei but Yi Hongguang was his only descendant and he must leave a descendant for the Yi family. When Yi Maokai started to get busy, Yi Mei was also not idle. She had just returned from the residence of young lady Sun and was entangled with Jin Xingming for a while and Jin Xingming had promised to take her away 3 days later. These days Yi Maokai loosened his grip with Yi Mei a lot and seemed not to care much about where she went or who she met. Yi Mei however was not happy with it but instead became even more nervous. This was because Yi Maokai was busy till he did not close his eyes and had no time to deal with her life or death. One feared that it was time for the Yi family to go through a critical period. When one knew about the matter of the Lu family, even though Yi Mei did not understand what was going on, she had felt faintly that Yi Maokai was the one who was afraid and it was naturally afraid that they would end up the same with the Lu family. On this day, she came back somewhat later and when she entered the room, she saw Yi Kei looking around in her room, as if he was waiting for her. Speaking of which, Yi Miao had not seen Yi Kei for a few days. These days she had been planning matters after fleeing to Mingqi with Jin Xingming. Yi Mei really had no plans for Yi Kei or it could be said in the beginning that in Yi Mei's escape plans did not include Yi Kei at all. To Yi Mei, for something useless, it would only hinder oneself and he was also selfish, thus Yi Mei immediately abandoned him. When Yi Kei saw her returning, he asked, older sister, where did you go? Why only return now? Young lady Sun asked me for a handkerchief the last time and I embroidered one yesterday so I went give it to her. Yi Kei complained, you are currently a young lady of the Prime Minister residence, how could the young lady of her Sun family be able to instruct you? Yi Kei did not pay any attention to his words and sat down at the side. Seeing that there was some anxiety in Yi Kei's brows, she asked, how are you doing these days? Did father not bring you around to see his colleagues? Don't mention about it. When Yi Kei heard those words, he immediately turned his head down, that is only in the beginning. These days one did not know what he is busy with. When I ask him, he would say that he have some matters and I am so bored in the residence. He then looked towards Yi Mei, older sister, when will you be discussing with father about enter the palace? I think father is looking for excuses to defer. If you enter the palace and gain the emperor's favor, father will definitely be pleased with me and the emperor would value me. When my career is smooth, wouldn't it be helpful to you too? Yi Mei sneered in her heart but there was nothing of it on her face as she said with a smile, you and me are siblings, of course I will help you. She sighed deeply and said, speaking of which, your relationship with father is closer than me and father. In these days, have you seen any place that is special to father? Special place? Yi Kei did not understand, there is nothing special. Yi Mei saw that he did not understand and thus changed her method and asked with a smile, not talking about that. For example, does father have anything treasured or any secrets, perhaps you can inquire about it. Yi Kei looked at Yi Mei and was startled for a while before speaking, older sister, what do you want to do? Yi Kei was a person with greed, lacking of intelligence and only had some little smarts. However it was easy for him to be fascinated by superficial things and because of too much greed, he would not end things when it should be ended. Yi Mei had told him that many times but because of Yi Kei's arrogance and greed, Yi Mei could easily get away by deceiving him. She sighed and said, you also know that both you and I are not the real bloodline of the Yi family. I heard that these days father had been secretly looking for the real blood of the Yi family. It is all right if one could not find but if found, where do both of us be? The lies that she said naturally came out but Yi Kei was stunned when he heard it and immediately believed it. He stuttered, is it real? Father is really searching for the real Yi family members. Yi Mei nodded her head. Yi Kei's expression became a bit distorted, anger and jealousy seemed to be mixed together, how could father be like this? Using us then kick us away. On what basis? So I am not willing to let it go. Yi Mei said, I is all right with me but you are different. If the true bloodline of the Yi family do not return, then a cripple would not be able to fight with you on anything so the Yi family is yours in the future. How can I let your things be even to others with my own eyes? Yi Kei only had 9 points of anger but when Yi Mei spoke, he had went straight to the peak. He said, correct. This cannot be done. So I thought of a way, we must definitely find Yi Maokai's weakness. Since he is the prime minister, he would have some secrets and if these secrets are known by us, naturally they can be used as leverage to threaten him. When Yi Kei heard those words, he fell deep in thought and after a while he said in frustration, did father actually trust me or not? Now thinking about it, there did not seem to be any secrets. But, his eyes brightened and seemed to thought of something before rushing to speak. There was one time I went into his study and discovered that there was a beauty painting that was hung on the wall and felt that it was rather good and went to touch it but he stopped. At that time I guessed that this painting was different. Yi Mei continued asking, and then? Father told me that there are some things in the painting but currently I am not an official so it is useless to give it to me. When I become an official, these things would be of use and he would give it to me. Ye Kai waved his hands. I only can think about this when you learned about treasured item. I saw that he did not seem to be faking it and thus did not delve deeper into it. Does this count? A hint of joy flashed in Yi Mei's eyes. It counts. Then I will think of ways to steal it. Ye Kai stood up immediately. No. Yi Mei quickly stopped him and upon seeing Ye Kai's suspicious look, she said, since I can think of this matter, at the end it must be me who threatened him with it, of course it is for you. But if you use it to threaten him, then he would not be happy with you and inevitably creating negativity. Why now I go and steal it and use this to threaten him? Like so, in Yi Mao Kai's heart, you did not know anything at all and is still his people. When Ye Kai heard it, he felt that Yi Mei spoke very well and clapped. It is older sister that thought of things thoroughly. He then looked at her gratefully. Older sister, you treat me really very well. In the future when younger brother fly up high, one would definitely not forget about older sister's deed and definitely reply older sister. Yi Mei smiled gently and her gaze fell onto Ye Kai lightly and spoke very kindly. I will wait for you to repay me. After Ye Kai left, Yi Mei closed the door and her expression darkened. She had been thinking that during the period in the Yi family, she had not gotten what she wanted and on the contrary, she was been used and schemed by Yi Mao Kai and because to escape from the Yi family, she even had to give up on her body and commit herself to Jin Xingming kind of person. No matter how one saw this transaction, this was not worth it at all. And Yi Mei had never made an uneconomical transaction. Now that the Yi family was about to fall into misfortune, just before the Yi family fall, she must leave and jump out of the Yi family's boat otherwise she would be tied together with the Yi family and sink. But before sinking, she had to gain something back from the Yi family to compensate for all the things she lost. Since the place that Jin Xingming wanted to go was Mingqi then she one day would become the noble that Mingqi placed on the palm. By reaching the highest point of power of Mingqi that a turn of a hand would cover the clouds and bring the rain, that would be the life she wanted. And the Yi family, as the prime minister of Great Liang, there must be some hidden secrets in the prime minister residence that were closely related to Great Liang. There was no country that would close their doors on the secrets of other countries. These secrets were Yi Mao Kai's hard work and were also the stepping stones she needs to be a noble in Mingqi. These things could make up for everything she lost in Yi family. Now thinking about it, just what she lost in the Yi family. The freedom of choice, forced to lose her innocence and also, a stupid younger brother. A few days after Xie Jingxing returned to the residence of Prince Rui, he had to make another trip to Fuyang City. At the beginning Lu Zhongzhan chose Fuyang City as the base of rebellion because of the complicated powers in Fuyang City. Even though the Mo Yan army people were sweeping away the remaining forces, they were only military forces. This time the imperial family would not let any one of those hidden dogs of Lu Zhongzhan go. It was better to kill 3,000 than to let one off, thus the matter was handed over to Xie Jingxing to oversee personally. After Xie Jingxing left, all the matters inside and outside the residence of Prince Rui was handed over to Shen Miao to manage. Due to the heavy weight that the residence of Prince Rui had in the entire Longyi, many officials were watching and monitoring the every moves of the residence of Prince Rui. The more critical the situation was, the more that they could not make a mistake. Shen Miao was like usual, often chatting with those ferns and subtly passing on some information thus the situation was controlled. The disaster that was brought by the Lu family was past and because the rebellion started from the Lu family, there was no impact to the commoners of Longyi. At the most they would only scold the Lu family for being rebels. As long as the commoners were stabilized, the officials would not dare to make unnecessary movements. The overall situation was stable and everything seemed to be the same as before, with the exception of one family. The residence of the Prime Minister, the Yi family. Yi Mao Kai had gone through arduous training in the imperial courts for so many years and when Emperor Yongle was initially enthroned, he was only a weak youth but now this youth had grown up to become an unfathomable male and his means were as heartless as his father, thus it seemed that there was no more living roots for the Yi family. Yi Mao Kai was not as stupid as Lu Zhongzhan nor was he also arrogant. The forces that Emperor Yongle shown had made Yi Mao Kai understand that the Yi family was incapable of competing with the imperial family of Great Liang as it was like a thorn that was pierced onto the emperor's body. It was all right that it did not itch or was painful but what the Yi family had to pay was the fate of the entire residence. No one wanted to die and no one was willing to embark on a route that would end. Yi Mao Kai started to plan to flee. He hoped that he could protect his only descendant but when necessary, this could also be abandoned. However the most important thing was that the every moves of the Yi family was monitored by the imperial family's people so it was very difficult to escape. Moreover no one had thought that Emperor Xian's moves would be that fast. On this day, Shen Miao just came back from the imperial censor's Fern residence and it was almost late in the evening. The long summer finally passed and the winds of early autumn started to form. The trees and flowers in the courtyard started to fall and cover the floor in a tine layer. Even though it was swept away, when a wind blew, a few more leaves fluttered down. Jing Jays was having headache due to anger but could not help but take the broom to sweep the courtyard. Shen Miao sat at the edge of the courtyard and Tang Shu came over and said to her with a smile, Fern, the kitchen has boiled soup. When the soup is ready, one will instruct them to bring a bowl to Fern. These days Fern had been waking up early and returning late at night. It is indeed tiring. It is only accompanying people to talk. It is not tiring. Shen Miao smiled gently. She also thought about Xie Jingxing, who was still in Fuyang and could not help but sighed. Things were still far from complete. Currently this Yang Yi seemed calm but danger was hiding deeper. Even if the Yi family was taken care, how about Mingqi, which was thousands of li away? Now her entire heart was hanging two ways. At one side it was hang up with Mingqi and the other side was worried about Great Liang. Just how long could Emperor Yang Li's condition last for in the uncertain matter of when Fu Shuyi would join forces with Qin country and attack Great Liang? Once there was any accident, only Xie Jingxing could handle the responsibility in the imperial family of Great Liang. Likewise, she had to face even more problems. Xie Jingxing's words were right, there was no time. There was no time for them to slowly deal with the other party. Just as she was thinking, she saw Mo Qing walking in hurriedly with a strange expression. These days Shen Miao had instructed Mo Qing to monitor the Yi siblings day and night. Yi Mei had already aligned with Jin Xingming and Jin Xingming would be leaving Great Liang. Shen Miao had decided not to let her succeed as from some perspective, Yi Mei was more of an endless trouble than compared to Yi Mao Kai. The emperor's side had decreed to invite Yi Mao Kai into the palace. Mo Qing said. Shen Miao was startled, enter the palace. Mo Qing nodded his head, correct. Currently the Yi residence is in chaos and the servants are escaping scattered but there are people from the palace that are guarding outside. Insider is however in a mess. Shen Miao muttered, how could it be this fast? Everyone knew that Emperor Yongle wanted to deal with the Yi family so she was also not surprised but Xie Jingxing was currently in Fuyang and Emperor Yongli's health was not good. To send the order when Xie Jingxing was present would perhaps be more confident but when Shen Miao thought about it, perhaps by giving the Yi family an opportunity to breathe, Yi Mao Kai might take the opportunity to escape. Now by using the formal reason of inviting Yi Mao Kai to enter the palace and imprison him, it is smashing the head of the thieves first. The Yi residence, without the head, would first be in chaos so when one would clean up, it would be easy picking. She thought for a bit and said, "You, Kong Yang and Tai Yi, the three of you immediately go to Yi residence now and monitor Yi Mei and sibling. If they make any moves, only follow. If they want to leave Long Yi, stop them and bring them back. Life and death do not matter." 3 people all monitor Yi Mei and sibling. Kong Yang jumped down from the tree and said, "It is just overly wastage of talents. One heard that the Yi Furin is not an easy master. Why not I watch over the Yi Furin? No need to bother about her." Shen Miao said, "Even though she is intelligent, she is after all a married woman. These days the information that one heard was that Yi Mao Kai did not let Yi Furin meddle with his formal affairs, so Yi Furin is not in contact with Yi Mao Kai's forces, so she can only be an intelligent woman only. The emperor did not let her enter the palace and it was because of this reason. She, one person, would not be able to create any wind or waves. It is Yi Mei and sibling that is very cunning. For them to leave the Yi residence this easily, one felt that it would not be that easy. She would definitely have some plans that would be beneficial to her. This is what you need to pay most attention to." Kong Yang thought about it and felt that she spoke with a bit of reason before nodded his head. Tai Yi had always obeyed orders, not to mention Mo Qing. When 3 of them was about to leave, Shen Miao paused and suddenly stopped them. "Yes, if you encounter the crippled young master of the Yi residence, there is no need to harm him. If someone wants to harm him, remember to help him." In the night, the Yi residence was in a chaotic mess. No one had expected that the imperial family would suddenly send people to invite Yi Mao Kai. Even though the servants did not know what exactly had happened, but these days they had been hearing rumors, and now that Yi Mao Kai was invited away at this moment, Yi Mao Kai's resistance had confirmed the conjecture in their heart. The first thing they did was to pack up their clothes and jewelry to prepare to flee. Even though no one would shed tears when they fled from a hopeless household, they still pretended that they hoped that it was just a misunderstanding and still did their work. The entire residence was filled with people living with fear. These servants are usually disciplined by Yi Furin very well, but this was a life-threatening matter, so unless one was a saint, no one would take it for granted. In the midst of this chaos, Yi Furin was starting to pack up her personal gold and jewelry. She had long saw Yi Mao Kai's plan. She initially still had a trace of hope on Yi Mao Kai, but in Yi Mao Kai's fleeing plans, it did not include her from the beginning to the end. A married couple was birds of the same forest, but at the face of trouble, each would fly on its own. Yi Furin at last saw clearly that Yi Mao Kai did not have any concerns or care about the husband and wife relationship, so she would treat it as though she did not have a husband. Currently Yi Mao Kai's fleeing plans was to her advantage, as who let Yi Mao Kai become the biggest target in Emperor Yang Li's eyes. She carefully searched for all the banknotes and jewelry that were light and could be taken around. After all, one could not sit still and wait. Yi Mei and Yi Kei were also the same at this moment. Yi Kei was pacing back and forth in the room with his brows full of anxiety as he asked Yi Mei periodically, "Older sister, is what you said true? The Prime Minister residence is truly collapsing. How can this be possible? One did not hear anything at all previously. Perhaps the Emperor invited father to the palace for some court matters and it is not like what we are thinking about." Yi Mei packed up some banknotes as she had started to pawn those jewelries that a few days back as planned for money before exchanging them for banknotes that could be used in all the banks in Great Liang. These things were good to carry around and were also essential. She said, "Are you still deceiving yourself till now? If it was only to discuss about matters of the court, then why did Yi Mao Kai instructed the guards to take action towards those who tried to escape when he was invited away? This is clearly making sure that no one flees." But there was no single signs at all. Yi Kei still refused to believe Yi Mei's words at all. "It is just that you did not pay any attention." Yi Kei's eyes widened and stared at Yi Mei incredulously. "Eldest sister, what do you mean? Could it be that you have known earlier? If you already knew it, then why did you not tell me? I only guessed it and most of the time still relied on intuition. Since there is no evidence, even if I were to tell you, will you believe it?" Yi Mei sneered in her heart but on the surface said warmly, "What's more, I have arranged these matters myself. You are after all my younger brother. Now that the Yi family is collapsing, we cannot sink together with them and one have to find an opportunity to escape. I will bring you along." Yi Kei's expression was somewhat complicated and seemed to be very reluctant. One had thought that the Yi residence was the best choice to stay in and one had not think that one would not even have a single official rank at all and now would even have to flee like a dog. Thinking about this, it would better if one did not come over to the Yi family and remain in Qin province. That might not be necessarily so. All of Yi Mei's banknotes had been packed and it was divided to a few bunches. One always have to ensure one's life is intact. You better not wait here and go to your room to pack up all the valuables. These things needs to be used when one is fleeing. Yi Kei moved his lips but at the end he did not say anything and accepted his fate as he walked out with his head down from Yi Mei's room. It seemed that he had listened to Yi Mei's words and returned to the room to pack up. After Yi Mei saw him left, there was not a sound in the room for a long time before she stood up. A dark look flashed in her eyes and after a short moment, she gently exited the room. She headed towards Yi Mao Kai's study. Yi Mao Kai's study was closed and normally only Yi Kei and Yi Furin entered the study as Yi Mao Kai would occasionally speak to them. However, Yi Mao Kai had a cautious personality, thus if he really wanted to hide some things, he would not place it in the study where it would be easily found. However, the more dangerous a place was, the safer it was, thus Yi Mao Kai did the opposite and deliberately placed it in the study, which was rather surprising. However, Yi Mei had gotten a tip from Yi Kei previously, thus she knew that there was a painting of a beauty in Yi Mao Kai's study. There seemed to be some flaw in the beauty painting and there was something important to Yi Mao Kai in it. Now that Yi Mao Kai was taken away and there was no hope for Yi Kei to be an official, this thing could only be placed here. Everyone in the Prime Minister residence was anxious and there was not a single person outside the study. It was very easy for Yi Mei to enter it and she quickly found that paint of a beauty. The painting was hung on the wall that was directly facing Yi Mao Kai's desk. Yi Mei walked over and used her hand to touch it but she felt that the painting was very flat, as if nothing was wrong with it. How did Yi Kei discover it? Yi Mei did not give up and search for it seriously but came out with nothing. She was a little discouraged and suspected that the thing behind the painting had been moved elsewhere. Yi Mei was angry with that painting of a beauty and glared at the painting with dissatisfaction when she saw that there was something wrong with the painting. The beauty in the painting was standing under the peach tree smiling and her cheeks seemed to have a blush, poising in a shy manner. However, that pair of eyes was very indifferent as it did not contain any smiles, but the sparkle gave others a wrong impression that this painting was lifelike and made others feel a chill behind their back. Yi Mei's heart paused and she suddenly reached out her hands to touch the beauty's eyes. Sure enough, she felt a hard convex bulge and she pressed it. She heard a paw sound and suddenly on top of the beauty painting, there was a concave. Her heart became excited as she reached out and fished out a metal little box. That little box should be what Yi Kei had mentioned, Yi Mao Kai's most precious item. After Yi Mei had gotten the stuff, she no longer stayed and turned around to leave. At this time, the doors of the study suddenly opened and Yi Mei was startled as she saw Yi Hongguang rolling his wheelchair in. Upon seeing Yi Mei, Yi Hongguang's eyes also widened. Eldest sister. Yi Hongguang was very worried today. All the servants in the residence were in chaos and his position as an inconvenienced young master was not high. Normally it was Yi Mao Kai that protected him so they would not treat him badly, but when Yi Mao Kai left, Yi Furin would not even see him so those servants would not be bothered about him, that there was no one to even push his wheelchair. Yi Hongguang was also very worried about Yi Mao Kai in his heart, but there was no one in the entire residence that talked to him. Under all the different hardships, he could only roll himself to Yi Mao Kai's study, as if the study still had Yi Mao Kai's air and he could feel that he was the young master of the Yi family with his father backing. Who knew that when he entered the study, he would see Yi Mei? Eldest sister, why are you here? Yi Hongguang asked. Yi Mei was holding the metal box and after seeing that it was Yi Hongguang that entered, she became relieved and smiled. Oh. Father had previously asked me to come over to take some things and pass it to him when he returned from the palace. I saw that all the servants in this residence was busy so I came over to find it for myself. What thing is it? Yi Hongguang's gaze landed on the small box in Yi Mei's embrace. Is it the little box that eldest sister is carrying? Yi Mei smiled. It is. She then said, third younger brother is also here to look for something. Then I will not bother you. The room will be left for third younger brother. May third younger brother slowly search. She was about to leave and just as she was past Yi Hongguang's wheelchair, she heard Yi Hongguang suddenly speaking. Eldest sister, don't you know that father had never let females enter his study? Yi Mei paused and her feet stopped at once. Yi Hongguang's eyes were very clear and childlike but at this time it seemed to be very sharp. He said, eldest sister, why do you want to life? Why lie to me? I did not lie to you. Yi Mei firmed up her thoughts and said with a smile, I am saying the truth. If you don't believe then wait for father's return and ask him, then you will know if what I said is true or false. However Yi Hongguang did not hear Yi Mei's words and continued to speak. Is it because of this small box in your arms? Because you want to steal the things inside the small box. This small box belongs to my father, right? Even though one did not know what it is, but seeing that you stealing it in such a chaotic time, one think that this thing is important to my father and is very valuable by itself. Yi Mei was startled. This youth who seemed to be weak and could not take the wind had after all inherited some things from Yi Mao Kai. Even though he was not familiar with the ways of the world, he was undoubtedly very intelligent. Yi Mei clenched her fists. Put this small box down and I can treat it as nothing had happened. Yi Hongguang said. Third younger brother. Yi Mei tried to coax him. This small box is something that father instructed me to take. I really did not steal it. Since you did not steal it and it was father that instructed you to take, then one is not in a hurry. Wait till father returned then you can personally give it to him. Yi Hongguang was not willing to give in a little at all. Yi Mei saw that the agreed time to meet Jin Xingming was drawing closer. She became anxious. What if I am not willing? Why not? Yi Hongguang frowned. Could it be that you really stole it? Yi Mei was somewhat annoyed in her heart. Yi Hongguang's thoughts were different from normal people, thus she did not know how to make this youth give in to her. If one said that he was intelligent, he was dumb as he would hand over the things in his hands to other. If one said that he was stupid, he was however about to see the uniqueness of this small box and stopped her at such a critical time. Seeing Yi Mei not moving, Yi Hongguang's good temper started to close up gradually. He said seriously, if eldest sister is insistent then I can only call mother over and let mother stop you. Yi Furen. Even though Yi Furen was not worth mentioning in the eyes of Emperor Yongle and was only a somewhat smart woman, in the Prime Minister residence all the servants had to listen to Yi Furen's command. Moreover even though Yi Furen recognized her as her daughter, she would only stand on the side of Yi Mao Kai's. If Yi Furen knows about this, one feared that the small box could not be protected. No, Yi Mei blurted out. Then put down the small box. Yi Mei said, third younger brother, listen to me. Someone come. Yi Hongguang suddenly shouted out, scaring Yi Mei so much that she immediately covered his mouth. Yi Hongguang started to struggle but he could not walk and was weak thus he was completely controlled by Yi Mei. As Yi Mei covered his mouth, her gaze landed not far off from her hand, onto the big pair of scissors on top of the paper basket. A flash appeared in her eyes and she no longer cared in her heart. She did not hesitate as she grabbed the scissors and stabbed it into Yi Hongguang's chest without even wrinkling her brows. Yi Hongguang's mouth and nose and was caught off guard by Yi Mei's stab. After struggling his legs a few times, his eyes stared straight at Yi Mei, as if he had not thought that she would be such a vicious female. He no longer had the energy to shout and could only moan laboriously. Yi Mei glanced at him coldly and said, one initially did not want you to die but you really talk too much. She then turned around and left. Yi Hongguang fell onto the ground as the wheelchair tipped over. His entire body was flat on the ground and gradually the blood pooled around the floor. He tried so hard to crawl to the doors to call others but how would it be easy? The doors that were nearby was currently like an unreachable road, so long that it made one despair. Tai Yi and the few just arrived in the Yi residence but did not see Yi Mei's whereabouts. One had thought that Yi Mei had fled in the short amount of time but when they searched to the study, they jumped in shock. Yi Hongguang was on the floor in a pool of blood, one did not know if he was dead or alive. Kong Yang asked, what happened? What should be done? Mo Qing came out from another room and said, the Yi siblings plan to flee out from the residence. Older brother Tai Yi's Qinggong is good so you should follow. Tai Yi complied and jumped out of the window before disappearing into the night. Mo Qing's gaze landed on Yi Hongguang, who was on the floor, and also jumped in shock. What happened? One does not know. Kong Yang scratched his head and knelt by Yi Hongguang to check his breathing. There is still breathing but one did not know if he could be saved. It seemed that he had been schemed by others. Mo Qing said, quickly attract people over. Forget about it. Kong Yang patted his hands. The servants in this residence cannot even take care of themselves. How would there be time to take care of this young master? Have you heard of a defeated phoenix is not better than a chicken? Moreover this residence's Furen do not like him and would be clapping one's hands upon seeing his situation so how would they call a physician over? Then bring him back. Mo Qing walked over to Yi Hongguang's side and carried him up. Yi Hongguang was weak and one did not need much effort to carry him. Mo Qing said, Furen sees this kid differently thus it would not be good if we did not save him. One thinks that if Furen is present, she would also make such a choice. First bring him back and look for Gentleman Gao. It would depend on his fate if he can be saved or not. Kong Yang shrugged, listen to you then. However one suddenly saw the youth open his eyes and use all his energy to squeeze out some words. Mei, stole, something, flee. What is the meaning of his words? Kong Yang asked curiously. However Yi Hongguang's head tilted and would not wake up no matter how one called for him. No idea, quickly leave else the servants will come. Mo Qing said, both of them dared not make any mistakes, thus they did not stay longer and quickly leave. Shen Miao was sitting at the room waiting for news. Emperor Yongli's action came so fast that many things were done beforehand. It was one thing to plan but it was another thing if a plan could be successful. However as Tai Yi and the few had gone for so long, it had made her heart heavy as she was thinking if Yi Mei had already fled. Just as she was thinking, she saw Jing Jie happy speaking, they have come back. Shen Miao stood up and only heard Gu Yu, who was outside the doors, speaking with shock, what is going on? Quickly invite physician Gao over. This was Mo Qing's voice. After that the doors were pushed open and Mo Qing and Kong Yang walked in. Mo Qing was also carrying someone into the room and placed that person onto the bed. Shen Miao took a look and was startled and said coarsely, Yi Hongguang. When this subordinate went up, he was laying in the study and seemed to be assassinated by others and the assassin should be someone in the residence. Yi Mei and sibling were planning to flee and Tai Yi had followed them and left signals all the way. This subordinate will rush over immediately. One had already instructed others to invite gentleman Gao over. Mo Qing explained. Who in the Yi residence has such a deep hatred with a child? Shen Miao saw the similarity of Yi Hongguang's face with Fu Ming. Her heart felt very upset and was somewhat angry too, that could use such a poisonous action onto a child. Perhaps it is done by Yi Mei, Kong Yang said. Shen Miao frowned. What is the explanation for those words? This child woke up once and said a few words, Mei stole something and flee. Mo Qing said, this subordinate guessed that she perhaps wanted to si that Yi Mei and stolen something and flee, and perhaps when she was stealing, Yi Hongguang saw it and thus she silenced him by murdering him. But what exactly did one stole? Kong Yang said, gold and jewelry. To harm a child because of these things. This female is truly vicious. Not right, Shen Miao said suddenly. Both of them were startled and asked at the same time, what is not right? Not right. This matter is not right. Suddenly a thought flashed in Shen Miao's heart. She had no time to explain and immediately said, Kong Yang, immediately follow Tai Yi's signals and go over. If Lemay wants to leave Long Yi, no matter if it is a water or land route, do not stop her but prolong their time. Slow them down. Get them to go slowly. Don't stop them. Kong Yang was startled. Yes, don't stop, Shen Miao said, and she looked back at Yi Hongguang on the bed and called Jing Jie and Gu Yuan so that Gao Yang could immediately treat him when he comes in. Finally she said to Mo Qing, come with me to the study. Even though everyone was unable to make head or tails, upon seeing her serious expression, they did not dare to refute and followed her instructions. Shen Miao's gaze was as sharp as a knife. Mei Furan stole something and flee. Stole what? Flee towards where? Shen Miao almost did not understand her intentions and thus specially sending her off a trip. Yi Mei and Yi Kei jumped into Jin Xingming's horse carriage. Speaking of which, Jin Xingming had a bit of abilities that he had bought off the servants in the Prime Minister's residence. Even in such a cause, Yi Mei and Yi Kei were still discovered by the palace people who were guarding outside. As the carriage ran in front, there were a number of soldiers and officials chasing behind. Yi Kei looked out of the carriage window and saw the darkness of the night, and the galloping sounds of the horses behind were exceptionally clear, and it made his heart tightened. He looked someone fearful towards Yi Mei and said, older sister, what can be done? If they caught us, one fear that we are finished. He then urged the driver of the carriage, can you hurry up? That driver whipped his horse whip harder and the speed of the horse was much faster, making Yi Kei's heart settle down a little. Suddenly he thought about something. Older sister, when did you prepare all this? If you did not have preparations and get the carriage ready, one fear that we would be caught up not far after we flee. Naturally I have long planned for these things. Yi Mei would not tell Yi Kei that it was Jin Xingming that arranged this horse carriage and would not tell Yi Kei at all that they would be fleeing with Jin Xingming. Or it could be said that in Yi Mei's initial plans, there was no Yi Kei such a person in it. Seeing that the carriage was about to turn into a corner, Yi Mei looked out and said, this cannot do. With both of us in a carriage, it is definitely easier for them to catch up, and by putting their full force they would be able to do so. It is better to separate and meet up at Ba Bao Street. Must we separate? Yi Kei was at his most anxious moment, thus when he heard that he was to separate from Yi Mei, he was immediately anxious. He said, let's leave together so that there is someone to watch over during the journey. It would be easier for the soldiers to catch up if we are together. Rest assured, you will stay in the horse carriage. I will go down first and this driver will bring you to a hidden route to Ba Bao Street which we will meet up. All the matters afterwards had been arranged accordingly, nothing will happen. Upon hearing that he need not get off the carriage, Yi Kei's heart calmed down and he no longer stopped Yi Mei. Yi Mei instructed the driver to stop by the corner of the street and pulled up the cape of her coat to hide her face before disappearing into the night. The carriage continued to go forward with Yi Kei. When Yi Kei's figure could no longer be seen, Yi Mei watched the disappearing carriage and her lips under the veil slowly hooked up. She walked to the other end and found little house before she knocked. After not long, someone opened the doors and Yi Mei quickly went in. In the dark, that person asked, is everything settled? Yi Mei nodded her head. At another end, Yi Kei was sitting in the horse carriage. After Yi Mei had gotten off, the driver's speed had gotten much faster. Gradually the pursuing voices got weaker and Yi Kei's heart became slightly comforted, and when he finally could not hear any sounds of the pursuing soldiers, he felt that the bumps on the journey someone uncomfortable and said, it is all right to slow down. That driver turned a deaf ear and still drove the horse carriage quickly. Yi Kei was somewhat dissatisfied and pulled apart the carriage before getting a shock. How was this still the city? This was clearly up in the mountain. Because the mountain roads were rugged, the bumps made the journey more difficult. Yi Kei jumped in shock and remembered that Ba Bao Street was not that far away, so why did this driver come here? He said, stop going forward. Return to Ba Bao Street. That driver ignored him and continued to move forward. Yi Kei was very angry but feared that shouting would attract the pursuing soldiers. Just as he was about to speak, the horse carriage gradually stopped. Yi Kei was startled and thought that the driver intended to stop the carriage. This driver was too much for not listening to instructions. Yi Kei intended to punish this person after reaching Ba Bao Street. Coincidentally the carriage stopped and hearing some sounds in front, it was the driver that went down the carriage. Yi Kei parted the curtains and looked at him from the inside of the carriage before scolding, what are you doing? Still don't take me to Ba Bao Street. When the driver take a look at him, Yi Kei could see clearly at this moment that this driver was much more sturdy looking than average people. Even though a carriage drive required to be physically fit, one was not as strong as this person. There was a feeling of uneasiness in his heart but he dared not yell. Even though he was a young man, he was not as tall as the other nor was he stronger than another, thus one feared that he would be at a disadvantage if he take any action. That driver wandered to the back of the horse and took something out from his clothes. He looked at it for a long time before suddenly stabbing it onto the horse. The horse was shocked and suddenly raised its hoofs and galloped forward. Yi Kei had not thought that this driver would suddenly do it, and with the horse galloping forward suddenly, he was thrown to the back of the carriage and almost injured. His heart was filled with fear and suddenly Yi Kei realized something and looked out of the carriage curtain. Yi Kei finally saw the bottomless abyss and the densely overlapping branches. The abyss seemed to be bottomless, that even if the carriage crashed down, one could only hear a faint landing sound. The night had covered everything and what was left was the hoofprints at the edge of the cliff. After a while, a smashing sound was heard and after a while, there were two additional pieces of clothes at the side of the carriage. No one heard Yi Kei's last scream, older sister. Shen Miao was currently in the study writing at a tremendous speed. She quickly wrote densely and both of her hands were almost instinctively had a mind of its own. Ever since she locked herself in the study, her wrists had not stopped moving. Mo Qing stood quietly behind her. Even though he did not know what she was doing, he kept quiet and watched as she wrote quickly. It seemed that there were not only words and there were some maps. After Shen Miao finished writing one piece, she would let Mo Qing dry it up at the fastest speed by using the lamp and the ink did not need to be as moist. She sometimes frowned, sometimes thinking but still remained very dignified. Just at this moment, someone outside knocked. Mo Qing let the person in and it was Kong Yang who was panting away. Kong Yang said, this subordinate and Tai Yi followed Yi Mei and sibling together. At the corner of the city, both of them separated so Tai Yi followed Yi Mei while this subordinate followed Yi Kei. Yi Kei's carriage reached to the depths of the mountains and drove Yi Kei over the cliff by agitating a horse. Yi Kei is confirmed dead. The cliff. Mo Qing was startled and was somewhat puzzled. Who was the driver? Is there any hatred with Yi Kei? Kong Yang wiped his nose. This subordinate rushed back to report and did not care about what happened to the driver. After Yi Kei died, this subordinate returned. No need to investigate. The driver is Yi Mei's people, Shen Miao said. Yi Mei. Kong Yang was startled. Yi Mei instructed the driver to kill Yi Kei. But Yi Kei is her younger brother. Since she wanted to kill him, why bring him along when fleeing? When fleeing, one would naturally require a target. Yi Kei is Yi Mei's real younger brother, so he is most suitable for a target. I think that the driver not only killed Yi Kei and he most likely placed Yi Mei's and Yi Kei's clothes in the carriage so that others would think that the siblings fell off the cliff and died. When Mo Qing and Kong Yang heard her words, they were first startled before they came into realization. Yi Mei should have thought about a way out from the beginning, but she feared that she would be hunted like a homeless dog and feared that she would be caught one day. It would be better to let everyone think that she was dead, and since no matter how free the officers were, they would not chase an already dead person. Yi Kei was her younger brother, and in a normal person's heart, one would definitely think that she would flee with her younger brother, and upon seeing pieces of Yi Mei's clothes and younger brother, those officials would definitely think that Yi Mei was in the carriage and naturally felt that this pair of siblings had fallen off the cliff and died accidentally. Yi Mei had made Yi Kei as her scapegoat and also resolved her future troubles. That is her real younger brother. Kong Yang sighed. If it was a male, then never mind. How could she, a female, be so ruthless? One feared that she had long abandoned Yi Kei in her heart. Shen Miao said without a care, so when Yi Kei is living, she would use Yi Kei to the very end, and that is her ability. This was Mei Fern's ability to add flowers onto brocade. Just like the past life, Yi Kei's existence allowed her to gain more power in the inner palace, and thus she had a deep family relation with Yi Kei. Now Yi Kei was unable to give her any benefit and would even drag her behind, thus Yi Mei would not hesitate to wipe him out. A swashing sound heard and a snow-white pigeon flew in before landing on Kong Yang's shoulder. Kong Yang took out the paper from the pigeon's legs and quickly opened it up to read. Tai Yi said that Yi Mei and Jin Xingming had reached the harbor and planned to take the water route. After taking a look outside that seemed to be windy, like rain was about to fall, he said, if it rains tonight, it would be difficult to chase after them after they go out to the seas. Now this subordinate and Mo Qing go over to bring them back to Furin. No. After finishing the word, Shen Miao finished writing the last page. She baked the paper on top of the lantern before placing it in an envelope. She then told Kong Yang and Mo Qing, Kong Yang, you are Mo Yun Army's people, so pick a few agile people from Mo Yun Army and bring this letter along and follow behind Yi Mei, all the way to Mingqi. Mingqi. Kong Yang frowned. Why would they go to Mingqi? Mo Qing had inquired that Jin Xingming have a friend in Mingqi that had a good business and was frequently communicating, obviously having the intention to go to Mingqi. Moreover, once they go to Mingqi, Yi Mei would be able to escape and not be discovered by officials. She then said, you all should follow and take note of anything that Yi Mei have on herself, like a small box or something hidden. Be careful and do not let others discover. Once that hidden thing is discovered, exchange the thing inside to this letters. She then passed the letters to Kong Yang. Kong Yang took the letter and although he was somewhat puzzled, he compiled. Be quick and don't be discovered by others. Shen Miao nagged. But just let them go to Mingqi like this. Kong Yang said, don't fear and view them as enemies. Viewing them as enemies is not false, but this is not letting them off. Shen Miao said coldly, on the contrary, this is sending them onto the road to the underworld. Quickly go. If possible, it would be best to exchange the things before they board the boat. It would be a hassle to change after that. No matter when it is exchanged, do monitor and follow them all the way and keep in constant contact. If there are further instructions, I will inform them. Mo Qing and Kong Yang saw the seriousness that Shen Miao spoke with and dare not take it lightly. They quickly left upon receiving the letter. Shen Miao's hands gripped onto the table as she pursed her lips, but there was a hint of killing intent in her eyes. She really wanted Mei Fern to die, and previously she only wanted Mei Fern's life as soon as possible, as a long night of sleep brings about many dreams. However, she no longer thought like that anymore. Hers had been competing for the world and everyone wanted a share in the empire. Great Liang wanted it, Qin country wanted it, and Mingqi also wanted it. Fu Shuyi would definitely join hands with Qin country, and at that time if Xie Jingxing went to battle, it would be a difficult bone to chew. With the enemy in front, one would have to obliterate them, but before that, it is best to make use of them. Wasn't it good to let dog bite dogs? No one knew more about Yi Mei's schemes and selfishness like Shen Miao. A person who would even abandon one's own younger brother, how would she make a loss in business? The things that Yi Mei wanted the Yi family to compensate her was far from gold or jewelry. What she wanted was eternal power. Yi Maokai had been in Great Liang for so many years. Other than the reputation of the Yi residence and family wealth, the most important thing was nothing more than having some secrets in the Great Liang's courts. With secrets meant that one had weakness, so these secrets were most likely the leverage Yi Maokai had on other high-ranking officials or the evidences that he had carefully collected. However, there was one point that she was confirmed was that these things were important to Great Liang's courts and could even destroy a dynasty. And this was exactly what Yi Mei needed. Yi Mei could use this as a stepping stone into the high-ranking aristocrats, but Shen Miao had pushed for her something nobler. The doors to the imperial family. If Fu Shuyi was able to gain these, he would naturally be very happy. Moreover, Yi Mei was a charming and seductive beauty, so she would definitely grab this opportunity and just like the previously life, enter Fu Shuyi's heart, step by step. But, what if these things were fake? The defense places, secrets between officials, scandals of the imperial family could be weaknesses used to attack. These individual things look like the key of winning against Great Liang, but what if these things were all fake? Mingqi would make the wrong judgments, arrange troops in the wrong places, or use the wrong combination of tactics. At the end, be it success or failure, their great cause would be destroyed. That was the logic behind the say of a solid dike collapsing because of an ant nest. Of course, Yi Mei would not know that she had taken the wrong stuff. Of course, Fu Shuyi could also suspect the genuinely of Yi Mei's things. But it did not matter. Shen Miao had trust in Mei Fern's ability. She was a very powerful female, and at the end, Fu Shuyi would believe Yi Mei's words. So at the end, the result of the war would be destined. It was not that Shen Miao did not want to kill Yi Mei, or did she let the tiger loose in the mountain. It was just that she was even more willing to see the female that Fu Shuyi loved the most took her steps towards her like the past lifetime and into his embrace. And at the end gave him a big gift personally and sent Fu Shuyi to a path of no return. She felt calmer down like this. The most important thing was that this matter was beneficial to Xie Jingxing. This empire under heavens would turn upside down because of this little chess piece. On this night, it was indeed like what Kong Yang had thought. During the latter half of the night, it was stormy till the morning of the second day. When Kong Yang and the rest returned, they were all drenched and Yi Mei had already headed into the boat towards Mingqi with Jin Xingming. Indeed, like what Shen Miao had thought, Yi Mei had a silver-colored small box that she hid very well, that even Jin Xingming was not aware of, but she had not opened it up yet. Mo Yan Army's people had changed the things inside the small box to the things in Shen Miao's letter, and Tai Yi took out a stack of things from his embrace and handed it over to Shen Miao. Shen Miao flipped through it and it was like what she had expected. It was all the information and leverages of officials that Yi Mao Kai had collected for all these years. There was even some secrets of the imperial family. She thought about it and decided to wait for Xie Jingxing to return for him to handle it. Moyan Army's people had already followed Yi Mei to Mingqi and paid close attention to Yi Mei's movements, but there should not be any matters for now. Shen Miao then remembered Yi Hongguang and instructed Mo Qing and the others to rest before heading over to the next room to take a look at Yi Hongguang. Gao Yang was still here and said to Shen Miao that Yi Hongguang's life was saved, but he did not know why he had not awoken yet, how he would be like when he woke or if it would relapse. After all, his injuries was too serious. If Mo Qing or Kong Yang did not bring him back in time, one did not know if he could even live. At the end of it, Gao Yang glanced at Yi Hongguang and asked, "What do you plan to do? It is clear that the emperor wants to deal with the Yi family, but you brought the young master of the Yi family to your residence. Could it be that in the future you will be raising him? What is the emperor's plan for the Yi family?" Shen Miao asked. "What other plans can there be?" Gao Yang smiled. "Roots cannot be left when eradicating grass." He then continued, "It cannot be that you sympathize with him, right? Naturally not. The emperor is doing the right thing. The Yi and Lu family have to be managed cleanly, then the court would be stabilized. It is just that." She took a glance at Yi Hongguang. "This child has nothing to do with what Yi Mao Kai did. If one were to say there was a mistake, it would be because his surname is Yi and is born into the residence of the prime minister. Let's go along and watch, since one did not know if he would wake up or not and how would he be like after he woke. If it was possible, I hope to request a favor from the Empress." "You are really strange." Gao Yang did not understand. "Why do you treat this young master of the Yi family so kindly? At the beginning in Mingqi, one had never seen you showing such kindness. What is so different about this young master of the Yi family that made you different?" "Because of his face." Shen Miao smiled. "Face?" Gao Yang looked at Yi Hongguang's face. He was unable to see anything special after watching over a long time and spoke as he waved his fan. "One did not understand." "It is all right if one did not understand." Shen Miao said. "Always it is not the current important matter." She suppressed her voice lower. "Xie Jingxing will be attacking Mingqi, right?" Gao Yang suddenly turned around and looked at Shen Miao. He seemed to want to say something but afterwards had so much fear that he did not speak and just looked at her. "I always know that this day would come but did not expect it to be so fast." These days he said he was in Fuyang, but Fuyang's matter had been more or less settled. Even if it is to deal with the remaining forces, it was not necessarily for him to go. On the other hand, the situation in Longyi is critical and complicated, but he was not even present. Shen Miao sighed. Moreover, dealing with the Yi family was too sudden. Is the emperor in a bad situation? Actually, I should lie and deceive you, but one thought that even if one lies, one would not be able to deceive you and fear that it would make you unhappy. Gao Yang said, "By making you unhappy, young lady Lu would be angry with me." "What you said was right. The emperor is not good and the prince of first rank should have told you about the decree to pass the throne. Currently the emperor is instructing his confidants and send some people over to the prince in Mingqi." He paused and continued, "Or it can be said that it is not to go to Mingqi. The spies in Ding capital that send information over that Fu Shuyi had already formed an alliance with the emperor of Qin country and took the initiative to attack Great Liang. If they were able to conquer Great Liang, then it would be divided equally between the both of them. He has such a big appetite. Is he not afraid of choking?" Shen Miao laughed coldly. Fu Shuyi most likely had a big appetite after gaining powers. Before that he was treating the people of Great Liang respectfully and his attitude was warm, but now when he had an alliance with Qin country, he even dared to have such ambitions. He is not considered arrogant. Gao Yang smiled. It was just that upon serious look, one would find that his smile was someone serious. Previously when the Lu family was fighting with the Imperial family, even though the Lu family was eradicated cleanly, from the outsider's point of view, it seemed that the Imperial family had spent a lot of effort and also lost a lot. Moreover, the Lu family was considered to be a force of Great Liang. Currently at such a critical point, the strength of Great Liang's troops was just about the same with Mingqi's and Jin countries combined. Thus one can meet force with force. But the most important point is that Fu Shuyi knows about the emperor's medical condition, so he could use it to break our morale at any time. "I trust the prince on this war, but it would not be simple." Gao Yang said. "I have never thought that this war would be simple." Shen Miao said in disappointment and frustration. "Fighting battles are always difficult." Thus the prince had to personally go with the troops, but since it is Mingqi's side that took action first, creating frequent incidents at the bother. Currently it is just small fight to test each other, but after not long, one would definitely declare war. The prince does not have much time and thus had been preparing for the matter lately. "One did not tell you, fearing that you will be distracted." Shen Miao was silent for a moment before saying, "I understand." "Then will you follow him and head to Mingqi?" Gao Yang asked. Shen Miao looked sideways, finding it funny. "I can." "Why not?" Shen Miao looked at the other party and said faintly, "One did not know when the emperor's illness would erupt and when would this war be finished. If something unpredictable happens to the emperor, then the imperial decree would be announced to the world. The empress cannot leave one's soil because one would be responsible for the commoners under heavens. I am not that mighty, but I do not want him to bear the reputation of a fatuous monarch. In terms of reputation he was already wronged. So at this side of the Great Liang Empire, I will help him to watch over first." 2 days after Yi Mei and sibling fled, Emperor Yongle slaughtered the entire Yi family on the offense of the Yi family colluding with Lu Zhongzhan's rebellion. It was much easier dealing with the Yi family than the Lu family, as the Yi family relied on the Lu family for support, and thus when the Lu family fell, one Yi family was unable to make any waves. Even though when Yi Mao Kai was alive, he had lots of connections and followers. Under Emperor Yongli's iron hands, everyone could see clearly and fear was born, thus one dared not be as arrogant as before. Yi Mao Kai's crimes was fixed personally by Emperor Yongle and would be beheaded at noon. Speaking of which, Yi Mao Kai was not accused wrongly. In the stuff that Shen Miao exchanged with Yi Mei, she had picked up a few that was related to the Imperial family and handed it over to Empress Xianda. In order to control the Imperial family, Yi Mao Kai had made a lot of secret moves, and all these things became important evidences for convicting the Yi family. As for being beheaded at noon, the Imperial family prestige this time was huge. The Moyan army that was following Yi Mei and Jin Qingming would frequently send news back indicated that their escape was very smooth. Most of the people had believed the newly recognized siblings of the Yi family had died at the cliffs, with the reason that one did not see clearly the roads when fleeing and fell off the cliff, dying without a full body. Even though Great Liang's soldiers did continue searching, they were unable to discover any traces of them. Everyone else had thought that no one in the Yi family survived, but there was one who did, and it was Yi Hongguang. Shen Miao instructed Mo Qing to arrange, but Yi Hongguang had not woken up till now, and Gao Yang said that it depends on Yi Hongguang himself to wake up. There might be a scenario that he would continue to sleep forever. As for Xie Jingxing, he returned on a rainy night. In a burst of autumn rain, Shen Miao was reading under the lantern as the raindrops hit the windows and created little pattering sounds. The weather had gradually cooled down and the tea on the table quickly became cold. The doors was pushed open and a little of the wind and rain outside was also brought in. Shen Miao turned her head back as Xie Jingxing closed the doors and walked in. His clothes were somewhat wet because of the rain, and as he took off his coat, he saw Shen Miao staring at him, and his lips could not help but curl as he headed towards her side and pinched her face. It is not good. My Furin has become silly. Shen Miao pushed away his hands. Why do you come back now? Why did you not even pass a message? When Xie Jingxing left, it was for a number of days and he did not even send a message over. Even if Shen Miao had a good temper, she would be somewhat annoyed. At least send over a message that he was safe and sound. The entire residence did not know his whereabouts, making one have a headache. Xie Jingxing coaxed her. I am afraid if one spoke to you then one would want to return back. One has no choice with Imperial older brother's matter as it cannot be delayed. He grabbed onto Shen Miao's shoulder and said with a smile but not a smile, if one knew early that Furin missed me so much, I would have returned sooner. You might as well not return. Shen Miao's anger was not dissipated. Xie Jingxing thought for a moment and put up an appearance of great justice. How about this? In order to compensate Furin, I will be in your mercy today and would never struggle. Shen Miao could not help but laughed. You are sick. When Xie Jingxing saw her laughing, she then said, well coaxed. But upon my return, one had heard about a matter. He looked at Shen Miao. You let Yi Mei escape. Not let her escape. Shen Miao said. She wanted to go to Mingqi and also stole Great Liang's secret that Yi Mao Kai collected. One think that would use that to rely on Mingqi's nobles. I had exchanged her things and gave her some military maps and defense plans as one thought that it would play a bigger role. It might be the case that with these, she could even become an empress. Xie Jingxing was slightly startled and afterwards understood her intentions as his eyes glittered. This method of Furin's is indeed very malicious. Yi Mei was filled with joy as she looked for Mingqi's nobles with these precious things. With such an important thing like defense maps, as long as those nobles were not foolish, they would definitely make use of it and present it to Fu Shuyi for merits. However, who would know that these military maps and defense plans were all drawn by Shen Miao? As long as Fu Shuyi followed what was on it to fight, one feared that he would not even know how he died. Shen Miao raised her brows. I am a malicious woman that has snake's organs. So what of it? Very good. Xie Jingxing said leisurely. I like malicious woman. Afterwards I have made another identical copy of those things that I gave to Yi Mei. Shen Miao said, I will give it to you later. Mingqi and Great Liang would at the end fight and at that time, with these things, you would know what Mingqi is planning, making things easier. She thought about it and added, it is best to give Fu Shuyi some sweetness at the beginning so that he would believe that these things are real. After he has investigated that it is real, he would definitely use it to arrange the manpower. At that time, one that can beat him at his own game and it would be even more effective. Xie Jingxing smiled. You are indeed quite good. When are you leaving? Shen Miao asked. After remaining silent for a moment, Xie Jingxing then said, you know. How long do you think you can hide it? Shen Miao sighed. Seeing that Xie Jingxing was not speaking, she instead smiled consent. She then poured a cup of tea and handed it to Xie Jingxing, using tea in the absence of wine to wish you a smooth success. Xie Jingxing was startled but he took the teacup and looked at Shen Miao. If you win, gift me a wish when you return. She said. What wish do you want? Xie Jingxing's brows raised and there was a smile in his eyes. Shen Miao thought about it and said, let it be owed first. I have not thought about it and will inform you once I have decided. All right. Xie Jingxing snapped his fingers. I too have a wish that you must satisfy me now. What? He carried Shen Miao on his shoulder and walked towards the back. Accompany me to bath. Shen Miao. A lot of the flowers in Weiyang Palace had fallen. During spring, it was filled with dense lush flowers but in the autumn, it would be empty and would look particularly bleak. However, the palace maids had found some flowers and those big purple, white and yellow buds had signs of blooming, somewhat melting some of the cold here. However, it would be chilling in the autumn days so how would a few pots of flowers change it? As the autumn rain drifted in, some of it was blown into the room. Dao Gugu closed the windows properly and placed two small brazier before gently retreating. Emperor Yongla was half leaning against the couch. He was actually very handsome and even though he always had a cold appearance and had no expression, his beauty was neglected. What people saw was the indifference of an emperor's inhumanity and his deep means. Stripping away the identity of Emperor Yongla, no one knew what kind of person Xie Kai was. Perhaps there were two exceptions. First was Xie Yuan, Prince Rui, and the other was Empress Xianda. In the past, Empress Dowager Jingxiao was considered one but she had since departed so it was useless to say more. Empress Xianda was brewing flower tea at the moment. With the collected petals, the first snow that was buried under the tree and adding a spoonful of honey as a small fire slowly heated up, a light sweet scent was slowly dispersed from the small pot. With the freshly baked osmanthus pastry that the imperial kitchen sent over, it was so warm and sweet that the sweetness entered one's heart. Empress Xianda picked up a cup of tea and handed it over to Emperor Yongla. Last year Chen Qi came to collect the first snow with Chu Shui. Empress Xianda tasted it and smiled. It is sweet. This year when it is snowing in winter, Chen Qi will collect again. If the emperor likes it, one can also come along to take a look. Emperor Yongla looked at her and paused for a moment before speaking. This winter, if Jen is here, one will accompany you. Empress Xianda's hands trembled and a large drop of tea spilled over and landed on the back of her hand, making her say, ah, with the pain. When Emperor Yongla saw it, he easily picked up the handkerchief by the side and took her hand as he rubbed and blamed her, why so careless? That water was not dried up but became even more. Empress Xianda had cried. Her tears dripped onto her back of her hand too and it was warm but seemed to be hotter than the tea that scalded her. She said, why does the emperor say such heart-wrenching things to make Chen Qi sad? Emperor Yongla paused and looked at her, Qing Zhen. Ever since Chen Qi entered the palace, one had sit on this position of the empress very sensibly and know everything that one should know and should not know. Chen Qi do not have half a resentment to air on what the emperor does. But even if one come to such a point, your majesty will treat me like this too. Her words were all complaints but her tone of voice was very calm, as if her heart was full of grievances but unable to be angry with Emperor Yongla. Emperor disdain and coaxing me and just have to make me stay sober till the last moment. But does the emperor know how painful it is to stay awake? Emperor Yongla was silent for a long time. After a long time later, he picked up the handkerchief and wiped the tears at the back of Empress Xianda's hands. Jing Zhen, in this lifetime other than Imperial Mother, the woman that Jen let down is you alone. You are the only one that can stand by Jen's side. Jen clearly understands the feeling of being awake. Jen have no other choice. Empress Xianda looked at the tea in her cup. Your Majesty has decided. Jen has decided. That year Imperial Mother had also said before, hero come forth in large numbers in the empire under heavens. Jen cannot be a hero but before one life is gone, one is already satisfied for managing Great Liang to such a state and ended the Lu and Yi families. The rest of the road would be up to Xie Yuan to walk. All the things that come next, Jen will not manage but, he paused and continued speaking, Jen still hoped that it would be like what Imperial Mother said, Great Liang would prosper, have a clean reputation and the imperial position of the empire would be stretched hundreds of years. Jing Jen, Emperor Yongla signed, Jen do not know when one would collapse and do not know when will one wake up. If that day comes, you must do the things that Jen had instructed you. After that, you can live the days you want. Be it awake or confused, as long as you are happy. Empress Xianda's head was bowed as she repeatedly stroked the edges of the teacup. After a long time she then looked at Emperor Yongla and there was a little smile on her face. Does the Emperor remember during the first time seeing Chen Qi brewed flower tea for your majesty to drink? At that time it was Empress Xianda's mother that brought her to the palace to meet with Empress Dowager Jingxiao as Empress Dowager was choosing a wife for Emperor Yongla. That day, there were also other officials' daughters that came and they knew the 4 scholarly arts and performed in front of Emperor Yongla but it was only for that high-ranking position. It was just here who sat at the corner and smiled quietly as she looked at everything, as if she was not concerned about all of these at all. No matter if it was the high-ranking position of an empress or the young and handsome emperor, nothing entered her eyes. Empress Dowager Jingxiao asked her what talents she had. At that time Empress Xianda said, this official's daughter is dull and has no skills. Just on normal days at home, one would brew tea for father and older brother and they all find it good. At that time, the other young ladies had looks of disdain. Things like brewing tea should be handed by servants. A noble young lady should practice on some talents. To only know how to brew tea was one treating oneself as a maid. Empress Dowager Jingxiao was however very satisfied. Afterwards Empress Dowager Jingxiao said to Emperor Yongla, I just see that Jingzhen is a good child. With the character of brewing tea, she is steady and has a calm mind, thus able to work with you for a lifetime. Be it storms, big waves or flood she would be able to endure hardship gladly. This is good and hard to come by. When Emperor thought of Empress Dowager Jingxiao's words, he could not help but look at Empress Xianda. Empress Xianda was gently blowing the petals that were floating on top of the tea. Ever since Empress Xianda entered the palace and after so many years, it was indeed like what Empress Dowager Jingxiao had said, she was a person who was steady and calm. She would not ask more or meddle and just sit quietly. It was as if as the time flows, she's still the same as she was initially, sitting at a corner with a cup of tea in her hands as she smiled gently and unchangingly. Empress Xianda felt Emperor Yongli's gaze and smiled gently, Emperor, let us not think about other matters today. Since autumn has arrived, then let's relax today and be like the past, drink some tea, play some chess, play some chin and write some words. All right. All right, Emperor Yongla said as he nodded his head. He replied frankly and even his always indifferent and rigid face had a slight smile to it, making Empress Xianda surprise. After she reacted to it, as if she feared Emperor Yongla would take it back, she quickly got up and said, then Chen Qi would bring over that jade chess that Jingxing previously gifted. After Jingxing gifted, your majesty only played with Chen Qi once. It is indeed a waste of such good chess pieces. Emperor Yongla laughed, let Dao Gugu get it. She does not know where it is. Empress Xianda said, Chen Qi hid it. Your majesty just wait here for Chen Qi. She lifted her skirt and somewhat jogged to the back. Empress Xianda had always had a soft appearance and there was rare for her to be like this but it also displayed a long unseen young female. Emperor Yongla watched her and as he looked, his gaze became somewhat lamenting. His brows raised and he coughed violently twice. He took a handkerchief from his sleeves to cover his mouth and used that handkerchief to wipe his mouth. It became so clean that nothing could be seen. That handkerchief was on his palm and a little blush was exposed. It was very eye-catching. He paused and placed the handkerchief into his sleeves and watched Empress Xianda as she jogged over with that chess box and smiled. Like nothing had happened at all. In the following days, it was abnormally calm. The calmness was like flowing water, as if nothing bad had ever happened. It was as if all the dust had settled and everywhere was peaceful. These days Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao were in Longyi, shopping around during the day or playing the chin and writing words. Occasionally when Xie Jingxing was in the mood, he would pull Gao Yang over to compete and Shen Miao would study something else with Luo Tan. During the night, she would have discussion with Xie Jingxing on those few military maps. Between both of them, one was good at attacking and the other was good at defense, thus during scheming, it would be advantages incompatible. Xie Jingxing was overbearing and could not continuous methods of striking the enemies but there were risks if one were to attack directly. Every time when he argued with Shen Miao he would be so overbearing with his decision that he would bang the tables but Shen Miao could not be bothered about him. When it was in the middle of night, he would sneak back when there was no one around. Shen Miao used the words at him and Xie Jingxing would flip over and pin her below him before using another method for punishment. The days passed steadily but everyone knew in their hearts that they were indulging before the separation. Once the war began, it was inevitable to separate and those days of separation would depend on the lingering memories that filled during these days. That day had finally come. In a rainy autumn night, Ming Qi crossed the border between two countries and launched an attack on the guards at the border. At the other side, Qin country used a water route and landed on a fishing village at the north of Great Liang and carried out a massacre on the shore. Taking that as a base, they entered Great Liang and launched a war. The war had started, be it that Ming Qi and Qin country was advancing secretly or keeping the entire world in the dark, it was anyways living up to expectations, unable to control one's temper and was arrogant. To say it with such a fanfare, it showed that one had great confidence. Would Great Liang fight or not? Naturally fight. Prince Rui submitted a request for an order of commander and Emperor Yongla personally conferred and ordered 300,000 troops for an expedition. This was not only counter-attacking the invasion of other nations. It was a determination to break the three-country situation and push the wheel of history forward. Heroes would vie for supremacy under heavens and there would be rising winds and scudding clouds. Chivalrous and outstanding people would take their stand and talents would emerge within generations. Since ancient times, heroes would come out during turbulent times and it was the same with wars. The morale of the people in Great Liang was not diminished. Although they panicked at first, after watching Prince Rui in front of the expedition, there was a surge of noble aspirations and pride. The date to set off for the expedition was fixed for tomorrow. Luo Tan looked at Gao Yang. Ever since she came to Great Liang, she had experienced many things with Shen Miao. Previously she had some misunderstanding with Gao Yang but later it was resolved. Even though Gao Yang was a person who loved to tease others and was not the jade-like gentleman that he appeared to be. He treated her well and was considered a good person. Luo Tan originally wanted to follow Gao Yang to Ming Qi because she previously secretly followed Shen Miao to Great Liang. Now it had been so long and with Fu Shuyi beginning to deal with the Shen family, naturally he would not let the Luo family off. Luo Tan wanted to move forward or retreat with the family. But in Luo Sui's letter, it instructed her to remain in Great Liang. First was that Luo Tan would not be any help when she returned and might even be implicated and it would not be good. Second, Shen Miao would be remaining in Longyi and with Luo Tan with her, there would always someone to take care. One could not return to Ming Qi and it was indeed true that one could not leave Shen Miao alone in Longyi. Thus Luo Tan could only remain here. She watches Gao Yang start to pack up his stuff as he placed some medicine and herbs into boxes and instructed people to carry those boxes out. Luo Tan sat on a chair and silently watched his every move. After Gao Yang packed, he looked up and saw Luo Tan staring at him without blinking her eyes. He felt inexplicably strange and said, normally you will be noisy, for you to be this quiet today, is one in a bad mood. You will be leaving tomorrow. Luo Tan said, during the journey, one must protect the prince well. Gao Yang choked, me protecting him. It is more like him protecting me. But you are his subordinate. Luo Tan said awkwardly, of course, you should also pay more attention to yourself. Gao Yang was startled and upon hearing clearly what she said, he smiled slightly. Luo Tan would always bully Gao Yang all day and it was also true that Gao Yang was also very fond of bullying her. These two people would fight all day and it was rare for them to talk nicely. Luo Tan's personality was very open and it was rare for her to remind others of things. It was considered very rare to speak to Gao Yang like this. Gao Yang approached her and deliberately asked, pay more attention to what? He was born with a handsome appearance and had always been a gentleman, thus when he approached, there was some naughtiness in his smile. Luo Tan strangely blushed and pushed him away as she said angrily, what else to pay attention to? Pay attention not to die. Is it that you will feel good if I am dead? Gao Yang fanned himself, then the entire Gao residence would be occupied by you. The servants would be ordered around by you, the gold and valuables would be used by you in those shops and… Wait. As Luo Tan listened, she felt that his words were getting stranger and quickly interrupted his words, who would cherish your things? There are no shortages of it in my Luo family. Anyways, you treat me as a fool, right? These are all your Gao family's things and have nothing to do with me. When you die, how would these things belong to me? You are crazy. Gao Yang said, what does it have to do with you? Don't you know it yourself? Know what? Luo Tan wondered and tempted to ask, could it be that? This is what my father gifted to you. And you are actually my father's people. She slammed her mouth shut and said in alarm, my father sent you here to monitor me. Gao Yang. After a while, he then signed resigned and knocked Luo Tan's forehead. Normally you are quick-witted, but why be so stupid now? Luo Tan said, hey, speak clearly. Gao Yang suddenly put a finger on Luo Tan's lips and made a shish action. Luo Tan was startled and only felt that the area where Gao Yang's fingers was touching started to become warm and gradually burned to her face. Slowly think about the relations you and I have. Tell me when I return. Gao Yang placed a medical book on Luo Tan's head. Now help me sort this up first. Finishing, he started to pack up. Luo Tan looked at his back view but unexpectedly not kick up a fuss. She pouted and obediently pack up. Is it done or not? Almost done. Almost done. Ow, it hurts. Just left the last bit. Don't worry, I will do it lightly. Outside the doors, Kong Yang, Mo Qing, Jing Jie and Gu Yu were all red-faced. Jing Jie said, I remembered that there are still some clothes that were not dried. I will go and hang it up. Gu Yu quickly said, I will also go and help. Kong Yang also said, I will also go and sun the quilt. Mo Qing nodded his head furiously. In an instant, the four of them scattered like birds and beasts. Only Tai Yi, who was up on the tree, was unmoving like a mountain. In the room, Xie Jingxing was helpless as Shen Miao finally tied the last string and patted his hand with satisfaction. Done. Xie Jingxing looked at the series of knotted red strings on his wrist and his head ached. He was perfectly fine, so why the need for so many red strings that female wore? However, Shen Miao still rested her chin on her hand and was in all smiles. With so many, it would not be broken anymore. He had not spoken yet when Shen Miao stood up and sat on his lap, shocking Xie Jingxing. The wine jars in the room were empty and the entire room was filled with alcohol scent. Shen Miao drank till her face was red and was as delicate as a flower. It was rare for her to smile so sweetly as both of her hands cupped his face and she kissed his face. Xie Jingxing was already calm and collected as from when Shen Miao was drunk till now, she had already kissed him dozens of times. As long as Shen Miao was drunk, one could basically see a different kind of female. It seemed to be like Lecher who would tease innocent young ladies. A grad Prince Rui who had lived for so long and had experience in teasing countless of females, but there was only one female that teased him. It was moreover a female who would not acknowledge it when she woke up. This face is indeed good, Shen Miao said, can be made as the most popular courtesan. Xie Jingxing stared at her expressionless for a while before saying, thanking Fern's appreciation. Shen Miao was satisfied, bestow you some money. Go and buy some clothes. She searched her sleeves and took something out before throwing it to Xie Jingxing's hands. It was the jade tablet that Xie Jingxing gave to her in Mingqi. Xie Jingxing had yet to see it clearly when Shen Miao waved his hands. No, had taken wrongly. This is given by my husband. She then quickly collected it back. Husband, he raised an eyebrow, you still remembered you have a husband. Shen Miao looked at him, remembered. My husband looks better than you. Xie Jingxing. But he will be going off on an expedition. She then buried her head into Xie Jingxing's shoulder and found a comfortable posture. She then yawned, seemingly somewhat sleepy and said in a daze, so I drank. Like that when he is leaving, I would be drunk and not wake up, thus would not be able to see. Why don't you want to see him? Xie Jingxing frowned. Her voice gradually weakened, because one did not want him to be immersed in relations between a female and male, but if I see him leave, I would be reluctant. When she spoke till the end, her breathing became even and she really fell asleep. Xie Jingxing found it funny but at the end gradually put his smile away. He lowered his head to look at the female in his arms and paused for a moment before whispering, actually you can be a little willful. Shen Miao did not answer him. He picked Shen Miao up and placed her on the bed before covering her with the quilt. He then extended his hand to her to hold her and sat by the edge of the bed and did not do anything. He just watched her sleeping face, as if he was satisfied with this. In the middle of the night, Tai Yi called out from outside, Master, time to set off. He paused for a while before leaning over to the female's forehead for a kiss. Then he strode out the doors. After closing the doors, Shen Miao slowly opened her eyes. Really reluctant. Reluctant to watch him leave awake but also reluctant to miss him like that when drunk. Separation was always a sad and reluctant matter. To let him go without any burden and then return like a hero. The footsteps outside the door were light and steady. There were other people but one could still differentiate which one she wanted to hear. Those footsteps slightly paused and in front before gradually drifting away. The long dark night was about to pass and the dawn was coming, welcoming a new day. She did not know how long she had been sleeping before she sat up. After waiting for a long time, Jing Jie came in with a basin of water and exclaimed in shock when she saw her sitting, deep in thought, Fern is awake. She answered, I will be making a trip to the palace. Xie Jingxing only left 10 short days but the days seemed to be much slower than he was present. It was obviously still the same Prince Rui residence but it did not seem right. The Moyun army left a few guards in Prince Rui residence to defend the place. Tai Yi followed along with Xie Jingxing and so did Gao Yang. Ji Fern did not let Ji Yushu go since the Ji family only have a single seedling but knew that Yu Jishu had an unaffected personality that he left a letter and mixed with the expedition troops and left. When Ji Fern discovered it and wanted to chase, Ji Darren held her back. Ji Yushu is impetuous and ignorant. It is good for him to tempt it to sharpen his mind. And thus in the Big Long Yi, most of the people that had good relations with Shen Miao seemed to have left overnight. Gao Yang left so the Gao family sent over his younger junior over to look after Yi Hongguang. Yi Hongguang was still not awake and just continued sleeping. Luo Tan seemed to have grown up a lot overnight and no longer provoked or tease others all day or even hang around the streets. Occasionally she would stop and care about the situation at Mingqi's side. From the beginning, Luo Tan was entangled in the war between Great Liang and Mingqi, thus Shen Miao told her the entire situations and happenings in Mingqi. That included Fu Shuyi, Emperor Wenwei, and also included the suppression of the Luo and Shen families. The more she listened, the quieter she became, and afterwards she no longer said anything. Shen Miao did not console her, as there are some matters where one would slowly understand clearly. It was only sooner or later. The days became much quieter and there were no signs of panic within the commoners in Longyi. Perhaps they were particularly confident with the soldiers that went for the expedition, or perhaps were used to the peace for so many years that they had no recollection of war and thus were not afraid. Nowadays Shen Miao and those noble families' ferns had good relations. This was naturally because of her deliberate enthusiasm, and these ferns were also very smart. The imperial family's biggest threats, the Lu and Yi families, had disappeared from the living, and currently only the imperial family was powerful in Great Liang. Prince Rui's residence was related to the imperial family, and Shen Miao had good relations with Empress Xianda, so naturally they were in a hurry to please her. Speaking of Empress Xianda, Shen Miao would often enter the palace to visit her. Shen Miao liked to chat with Empress Xianda, as Empress Xianda was an extremely talented female and Shen Miao had a wide exposure of knowledge due to her past life of being an empress. When both of them chat, they could talk about anecdotes all the way to the current situation, and their opinions were unexpectedly fitting. Empress Xianda also liked her, and every time they chat, time seemed to go by very quickly. On this day, Shen Miao wanted to go out again as she planned to enter the palace to visit Empress Xianda. The more one enter autumn, the more would one feel the cold. Tang Shu came in with a bowl of goat milk, most likely because Xie Jingxing left. Tang Shu was just too free every day. Other than being occasionally instructed by Shen Miao to manage the stores, most of the time he had nothing to do. Thus he would think of ideals for meals and even said, when master comes back and see Fern become thinner or weaker, he would definitely blame this old servant. It is better to let this old servant make some nutritious meals that will make Fern's health better when taken. Jing Jie said, this goat milk smelled really fragrant. If it were other families' goat milk, it would not be that sweet. Tang Shu said, Fern drank this bowl before going to the palace so that one's heart would be warm and would not catch a cold during the journey. He then took a look outside. These days the weather has turned cold. Shen Miao smiled. Many thanks, Tang Shu. She then picked the bowl up to take a sip. After only taking a sip, she felt a tumbling in her tummy and almost vomited. She put the bowl down and covered her mouth as her brows wrinkled. Gu Yu and Jing Jie jumped in shock, and Tang Shu quickly asked, Fern, what is wrong? Shen Miao shook her head. Most likely one had caught a cold last night that one felt the goat milk fishy. Since I cannot drink it, I would not drink it. In this case, Tang Shu said, one would instruct the servant to get some medicine. May Fern not drink this goat milk first, else one would not be comfortable. Later one will instruct the kitchens to make some lighter soups. Shen Miao nodded her head and grabbed onto the cloak as she spoke to Gu Yu, let's go. Mo Qing and Kong Yang were already outside and the carriage was prepared. Both of them did not follow Xie Jingxing to Mingqi, but they were not able to sleep in comfort without worries. Both of them were highly skilled in martial arts and Shen Miao was comfortable in using them, thus they remained in Longyi to carry out Shen Miao's instructions. After entering the palace, Empress Xianda was already waiting for her in Weiyang Palace as she said with a smile, you are a little late today. There was a little disorder before one came out. Shen Miao smiled as she spoke and asked, is His Majesty better these days? It is still not bad and could even accompany Bengong for a walk in the gardens. But, Empress Xianda smiled bitterly, perhaps it is all deceiving Bengong. Anyways, he loves to deceive Bengong and would not speak of anything at all. Shen Miao paused and soothed her, His Majesty feared that you will worry and hope that your ladyship would not be worried. This is thinking of you in one's heart. Perhaps so. Empress Xianda smiled, don't talk about these. Bengong have some new tea leaves today and the kitchens also made some osmanthus cakes. There are ancient texts that indicated that the previous dynasty scholars would put tea leaves in osmanthus cakes as the tea leaves have a light fragrant. With tea, it is called tea cassine. One felt it was not bad, thus knowing that you are coming today, one instructed the imperial kitchens to make it. If the emperor knows, one feared that Bengong would be teased. Bengong could only thicken one's face and look for you. Your ladyship has praised this official too much. Shen Miao smiled lightly. This official wife is from a family with military lineage and has always been rough. One did not know anything about these elegant matters. Save it. Empress Xianda rebuked. Even those self-proclaimed civil officials of great erudition and scholarship in Longyi are not as knowledgeable as you. If you are considered rough, then won't the entire civil officials be scorned upon? She handed the tea over to Shen Miao. Quickly try it. How is it? Empress Xianda liked to brew tea as she liked to watch the tea leaves boiling in the water. The water temperature should be just right. A little more or less would not do. Time had to be controlled well. As for what time of tea leaves, what time of spring water, what type of honey, all these required learnings. All these were trivial matters, but as an empress, she did not find it troublesome at all. As to why this was as such, one temperament was trained to be that calm. Shen Miao liked to be with Empress Xianda because her peaceful temperament made one feel that the years were peaceful and one had lots of time. Shen Miao said, deference is no substitute for obedience. She then picked the teacup up to take a sip. The tea was very fragrant and the aroma was slightly bitter, but the aftertaste is dry and sweet. Shen Miao was just about to speak when she suddenly felt nausea and her hand shook. Half of the tea was spilled as she covered her mouth to tamp down the nausea feeling. Empress Xianda was startled and quickly took the tea over from her hands. Seeing that her face was not good, she asked, what is it? Is there anywhere that you feel uncomfortable? When Shen Miao felt that the tumbling in her stomach had subsided a little, she then shook her head, it is nothing. Apologies to your ladyship, one is really sorry. Lately it is most likely because one had gotten a cold that one's stomach always felt uncomfortable. Today when leaving the residence, one also, her voice stopped abruptly and an unbelievable expression appeared on her face. Empress Xianda initially did not understand, but after seeing Shen Miao's expression, she seemed to have thought about something and said in shocked, could you be? Shen Miao's fists tightened before releasing quickly, this official's wife does not know. Quick, call the imperial physician over. Empress Xianda stood up with excitement and called Dao Gugu, take Bengong's card and invite the imperial physician over. Shen Miao looked at the tea on the table, but her heart was struck by lighting. She was pregnant before, but she was unable to tell clearly if she was actually pregnant or not. Because Xie Jingxing left a couple of dozens days and her period had always not been accurate, thus she did not put it in her heart. She had only thought that she had caught a cold, but who knew? Recalling it back, she felt that lately her appetite had been strange recently. However, she was unable to make any certainty to things. Shen Miao's heart was somewhat stirred up. Children were considered to her too far away. She was somewhat scared, feared that when the child came to this world, they would face the sorrows and suffering of the people and she was not all powerful and unable to protect them without a single mistake. On the other hand, she was very eager for the child's arrival. If it is here, this would be the best gift that the heavens had gifted her. The imperial physician quickly rushed over and Empress Xianda seemed to be even more excited than Shen Miao, instructed the imperial physician to immediately take Shen Miao pulse. The white-bearded imperial physician took Shen Miao's pulse and after pondering for a long time, he then stood up and bowed towards Shen Miao before bowing to Empress Xian before smiling. Congratulations Wang Fei of the first rank. The pulse is like beads. It is an auspicious pulse. One is afraid that Wang Fei had been pregnant for more than a month. There would be a newborn in the prince residence. Shen Miao was still somewhat incredulous and she asked, really? It was rare for Empress Xian to see this kind of dull Shen Miao and started laughing. She then said seriously, Wang Fei is asking you, is this real? If there is any mistake, then a heavy punishment would be handed down. The white-bearded imperial physician smiled. This old official does not dare to lie. If Wang Fei does not believe, then one can invite a few more physicals to take a look. It was originally a joke but Shen Miao said, all right, then one would bother you to invite a few more to take a look. That shocked the imperial physician for a while. Empress Xiande was unbearably happy and knew that Shen Miao was not willing to believe it and must confirm it again. However, when she was pregnant, she too could not believe it. Thinking about herself, her gaze darkened but she quickly recovered to her senses and smiled, then follow what Wang Fei had said and invite a few more imperial physicians over. Empress Xiande really took good care of Shen Miao and indeed invited over a number of imperial physicians to take Shen Miao's pulse. The result of taking her pulse was the same. Shen Miao was indeed expected 1 month of pregnancy. This was really a coincidence. Xie Jingxing just headed for the expedition and a few dozen days later, Shen Miao was diagnosed as pregnant. Like this, one would at least not be that lonely but it could be also even lonelier. Empress Xiande was overjoyed. Most likely in the entire imperial family, there were only Emperor Yongle and Xie Jingxing, 2 brothers. Emperor Yongle did not have any sons and the Xie family did not have any younger generations. The one that Shen Miao was pregnant with was considered the first of the younger generation of the Xie family. Empress Xiande also instructed people to invite Emperor Yongle over. When Emperor Yongle learned of the news, he could not believe it. Empress Xiande smiled, thinking about it. In the future if it is a little boy or little girl, they would be calling you Imperial Bobo and call me Imperial Gugu. Isn't it very interesting? What is so interesting? Emperor Yongle was still a little awkward. He did not like Shen Miao in reality because he had a dispute of Xie Jingxing on Shen Miao. However, Emperor Yongle was unable to change Xie Jingxing's mind and was helpless towards Xie Jingxing and thus he had viewed Shen Miao as if she was an evil female. You are. Empress Xiande looked at him. This is an auspicious matter for our imperial family. It would be good that Wang Fei give birth to a few more in the future. It is good that the prince residence is bustling. There was some envy in her eyes. It was obvious that Empress Xiande liked children a lot. Empress Xiande's envious eyes were seen by everyone and Shen Miao slightly paused whereas there was a trace of pain in Emperor Yongle's eyes. After a while he then said, tonight pack your things and move into the palace. This matter cannot be spread out and the palace can protect you. Shen Miao was slightly startled. Empress Xiande quickly said, that is right. Even though Longyi looks peaceful, there must not be any mistakes in this kind of situation. Also this matter must be treated with the highest confidentiality and must not be known by outsiders. As for Jingxing's side, send him a personal letter. Your ladyship, Shen Miao suddenly spoke, this official wife have a matter to request. Empress Xiande said, speak. May this matter be hidden from His Highness. She continued, His Highness is currently in the expedition and if one come to know about the matter, it would be hard to avoid being worried. If someone sinister makes use of it, one would be in a disadvantage. It is better to be hidden. Empress Xiande and Emperor Yongle looked at each other. Empress Xiande said, what you thought of is not bad but Wang Fei, if you are not willing to tell Jingxing then you would need to bear the bitterness and joy of this child alone. One did not know when Jingxing would be able to return so you have to endure a very long period of loneliness. Ben Gong had seen many females in the palace who would also hid the news of pregnancy for many different reasons but the process is filled with grievances. You will need to suffer these grievances. This official wife does not feel grievance. Shen Miao smiled gently as both of her hands unconsciously stroked her lower abdomen. Upon knowing that she was pregnant, she felt that there was a life inside her breathing together and that was a wondrous thing. She said, if the result is good then even though the process is difficult, it would still be worth it. All right. It was Emperor Yongle who spoke. He looked at Shen Miao. Since it is as such, then he would not be told. Empress Xiande still wanted to say more but Shen Miao had already nodded her head slightly to Emperor Yongle. Many thanks your majesty. Since this is the case then never mind. Empress Xiande sighed, but from today onwards you will move to the palace. Ben Gong will say that one want you to enter the palace for company so that those ferns would not come to look for you every 3 to 5 days and delay you in looking after your health. This time, Shen Miao did not evade it. It was indeed that there was only her, a female, in the residence of Prince Rui and even though there were some guards from Mo Yun army protecting, there would inevitably be some people who were watching like tigers. On the contrary, because of the Lu and Yi family's matter, the imperial family's prestige was unprecedented big currently and it was indeed safer to live in the palace. For the piece of flesh in her abdomen, Shen Miao did not mind herself to be like that. When Empress Xiande saw her agreeing, she immediately instructed Dao Gugu to look for the nearest side hall of Wei Yong Palace and cleaned it up for Shen Miao to stay. Because of this interruption, it was already at night when one returned back. When Tang Xu saw her finally returning, he then gave a sigh of relief. Luo Tan had returned from outside and learned from Jing Jie and Gu Yu about Shen Miao's pregnancy and was both shocked and happy. Tang Xu was so happy that he did not know what to say. Shen Miao instructed them not to tell Xie Jingxing as it was the critical juncture of the war thus it was not good for Xie Jingxing to be distracted. Tang Xu nodded his head continuously but his heart was sighing and he said that he wanted to burn some incense to Empress Xiao, so that Empress Xiao would also know of this good news. Luo Tan was instead very surprised and curious. She wanted to touch Shen Miao's abdomen but she didn't dared. At the end she carefully put her hand on it and felt it for half a moment before vented, why is there no movement? It is only a month. How would there be movements? Shen Miao laughed. But, Luo Tan looked at her, youngest Biao's sister, we also don't tell Gu Fu, Gu Mu and the rest. If they were to know of it, they would definitely be very happy. Shen Miao thought about it and shook her head. Now father, mother and eldest brother are confronting Fu Shuyi and at such a time one would become their soft underbelly. If a child included that it would only be tying their hands and legs. Moreover Xie Jingxing would reach Mingqi sooner or later and would be meeting up with father and mother. If father and mother knows about it then Xie Jingxing would also know. Luo Tan thought about it and felt that it made sense before saying, even though they do not know, me, the Yu knows. She said softly, although one did not know if it would be a little nephew or little niece, one really liked the thought of thinking about the little meatball. Luo Tan seemed to be somewhat quiet these days. She originally had a lively personality and that made everyone in the residence of Prince Rui somewhat surprised. Now she finally regained some liveliness. This is a big auspicious event in these days. Tang Xu smiled, it is necessary to be lively. He then smacked his head, almost forgotten. One should take note on some food. Now that Fern is focusing on health, there must not be any mistakes. And also all the corners of doors and furniture, one must cover it up with cloth. He spoke like he was extremely nervous. Shen Miao laughed. In her past lifetime when she was pregnant with Fu Ming and Wan Yu, she had not experienced this kind of treatment. Even consort Dongshu did it like a routine and asked her if everything was alright and sent some supplements. If the Shen family did not show concern, Shen Miao feared that she would be in a mess. Now she was instead calm, but the people in the residence of Prince Rui were also nervous. She laughed. There is no need for trouble. Tang Shu, you two pack up. Because I am pregnant, her ladyship the Empress wants me to enter the palace. Leave some guards in the residence and leave some more people. All the important people will be following me to the palace. Tan Shu was startled and seemed to understand Shen Miao's meaning. All right, this old servant will arrange it now. Youngest Biao sister, do I also go? Luo Tan asked. Naturally so. But I don't know any palace etiquette. Would it not be good? Luo Tan asked. Shen Miao said, how could it not be good? Your footwork is good and everyone knows that your martial arts skills is high and is close with me, thus I would be even safer. The safety of my child and me would all be dependent on you for protection. Youngest Biao sister, don't tease me. Luo Tan comprehended, but you said correctly. With you and me together, 2 people is better than 1. I will follow you to the palace. She then stood up. I will pack up first. After Luo Tan left, Shen Miao stood up. She did not expect that she would be pregnant at this time but felt that this was also destined. Pushing open the windows, the autumn mood was very bright and it was beginning to shape to a full moon. After some days, it would be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Families would have reunion during Mid-Autumn Festival but she was separated with her family. Be it Xie Jingxing or Shen Shen and the rest, they were all not by her side. This year was destined to be a difficult year but Shen Miao touched her lower abdomen, because she had a child, because she had become a mother again, she seemed to be able to appreciate the full moon. Heaves would never treat a person coldly forever. At least at this moment, the Heaves was a good person. He had gave Shen Miao a rebirth lifetime, bestowed her a man who loved her deeply in a new life. The past had passed. This was a completely different moonlight. She asked the child in her womb softly, look, you and your father is looking at the same moon. Shen Miao entered the palace. Empress Xianda treated her very well and gave her the side hall beside Wei Yong Palace. Shen Miao still used her own people thus there was no inconvenience. Normally Empress Xianda would like to talk to Shen Miao and brew tea. Luo Tan also followed along and since she had a lively personality, Empress Xianda also liked her a lot. The days passed calmly and if there was anything unexpected, it would be about Yi Hongguang. Yi Hongguang was also taken to the palace. He did not wake for a long time but unexpectedly woke up one day. Upon waking up, his mind was like a 3-year-old child and did not know anything. When the imperial physician took a look, they feared that he had nearly gone mad due to receiving such a big shock. Like this, Emperor Yongle did not bother to manage it. Raising a fool would not waste too much rice. Yi Hongguang would chase butterfly and catch crickets all day in the gardens and was very happy. Sometimes when Shen Miao saw his and Fu Ming's face, she would feel that Yi Hongguang's life was as miserable as Fu Ming. Both of them were born in good families and it has destroyed their innocent lives. When Empress Xianda saw her serious face, she thought that she felt sad for Yi Hongguang and patted Shen Miao hands to console her. There is no need to be sad. It is not necessarily a bad thing like this. Now that the Yi family is no longer here, if he was clear-minded and knew this when he woke up, one would not know how sad he would be. Even if there was no hatred, there would be pain in his heart. Moreover, when the emperor takes action, it would be cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, thus his life would definitely not be remained. Like this, even though he is a fool, he need not to face those heartbreaking matters and forever be as carefree as a child. Isn't this good? Emperor Yongle had been suspicious if Yi Hongguang was pretending to be a fool but the imperial physician had taken a look and he had also sent people to monitor secretly and Yi Hongguang was indeed a fool. The most important thing was that he was already poor of health and now with this injury, his health had become worse. It was also unknown how long he could live. Perhaps Yi Hongguang's experience reminded Emperor Yongle of his youth. He was also poisoned heavily during his youth and did not know how long he could live. Just this same encounter made Emperor Yongle felt a rare compassion and spared Yi Hongguang's life. However, Yi Hongguang was currently a fool and did not know that his life and death was controlled by the emperor. He had already rolled past the king of Hell's Hall but still smiled carelessly every day. However, not everyone in this world could be like Yi Hongguang, living like a child and smiling that openly. 2 months later, Xie Jingxing had reached the edge of Mingqi and started to fight with Mingqi's army. At the same time, the Luo family and the Shen family had met up at Honggu Pass and lured the Qin army to the pass. Both Qin country and Mingqi had joined forces and was currently confronting the Great Liang army that was led by Xie Jingxing. War was always ruthless and once it was started, it was not easy to end it. Moreover, 2 countries fighting one made it evenly matched. Shen Miao would bring out the military defense map that she gave to Xie Jingxing to study. Initially she was unable to see any inkling to it but gradually, some sprouts began to form. It was like the chess pieces that had their roots set were moving step by step according to the road designed by the other party. Shen Miao knew that if one did not guess wrongly, that military map has reached the hands of Fu Shuyi. In Great Liang and Qin Chi's battles, there were wins and losses, thus at the moment others were unable to see who actually won. Xie Jingxing, unlike previous lifetime, did not sweep all the troops off because Qin country and Mingqi were not in alliance in the past lifetime. At that time it was Great Liang who attacked Qin country first before destroying Mingqi. However, there was also another point, which was Shen Miao knew that Xie Jingxing had changed his strategy. He was like a smart and savvy hunter that was leading his prey to his trap. It was indeed the Xie family style of eliminating in one stroke cleanly without any entanglement. Fu Shuyi was being hooked. At the same time of Shen Miao feeling gratified, she could not help but admire Yi Mei's means. Many things had changed but she could still gain Fu Shuyi's heart and present that military map up, making Fu Shuyi trust her. Sure enough, shortly after that, Xie Jingxing's letter was sent back to Great Liang. The situation of Mingqi was stated in the letter. Emperor Wen Wei was seriously ill and crowned the 9th prince, Fu Shuyi, as the emperor. When Fu Shuyi was enthroned, he had good relations with the emperor of Qin and had gotten the support of the monarch of the Qin country, thus both countries had launched an offensive day against Great Liang. The other princes of Mingqi, including Prince Zhou and Prince Jing, had been imprisoned. When dealing with family, Fu Shuyi had always handled the butcher's cleaver with ease. The Shen family and the Luo family allied with other old families that were suppressed by Emperor Wen Wei and publicly rebelled, thus crowned as the rebel party in Mingqi, but the commoners did not seem to buy it. The Shen family's clean reputation had existed for so many years and would not be discredited that easily. Xie Jingxing's people were in secret contact with the people of the Shen family and not too long, the Shen family would surrender and allied with Xie Jingxing, formalizing their change in sides. At the end of the letter, Xie Jingxing indifferently added a few more words, as if it was a dispensable rumor and was added at will. It was said that there was an imperial family affair that was circulating in Ding capital. There was a beauty that entered the palace, who was a far relative of an imperial merchant. She was as beautiful as a fairy, very intelligent and knew how to speak. The new emperor loved her like precious stones and placed her on his palm. She was even the title of Mei Fern and in a short time, her favor far exceeded the other consorts in the inner palace. Shen Miao flooded the letter and smiled. Luo Tan asked, youngest Biao sister, isn't it just a letter? You have read it over and over again and even smiled 3 times. Suddenly she looked towards the other side. Oh, why did the cat climb till there? And even climb that high? Not far away on the tree in the gardens, there was a black cat that was climbing up the tree trunk and headed towards the taller branches. It was as if the branches could not withstand the weight of the cat, making it swaying and looking dangerous. The faster one climbs, the taller one climbs, one would then fall faster and the pain would be worse. Shen Miao smiled, just watch slowly. Another half a year had passed. Once the war begins, it would not be stopped easily. This was especially true for the war between 3 countries. Now the fire beacons on all sides were lit. Tomorrow the soldiers would meet on the battlefield. There were losses and wins, and there were retreats and advancements. The Qin country and Mingqi broke the boat with this war, thus their investment it would be more. In contrast, the troops that Great Liang brought were considered to be little. However, despite this and the alliance between Mingqi and Qin country, there was no benefit to be gained from Great Liang. It seemed to be a long and slow tug of war, and the pace of Qin country and Mingqi had gradually disrupted. It was especially so recently. In the previous battle, be it small or big, the Qin-Qi alliance would win some, especially at the beginning. One would be able to taste sweetness every time and even thought it was not sumptuous, it greatly boosted the morale. Both Qin country and Mingqi troops were very motivated. Later on, the advantages for the 2 countries, Qin country and Mingqi, were no longer obvious. Although there were wins, but there were outward appearance of loss. All the way to the 13 mounts of Yuzhou. To Mingqi and Qin country, the 13 mounts of Yuzhou was the junction of the 3 countries, Great Liang, Mingqi and Qin country. It had always been Qin country's land, and as to why it belonged to Qin country, one had to go to the period of the founding of the country. For so many years the 13 mounts of Yuzhou had been firmly standing at the border, and it wasn't because Great Liang and Mingqi did not have thoughts about it, but because the complex landscape of 13 mounts of Yuzhou, it was easy to defend but difficult to attack. If one wanted to conquer it, one feared that a lot of effort was required, and with a mistake, it would even tire one out. Such a difficult bone to gnaw. Even if one wanted it, other than having ambitions, one had to have great courage. Xie Jingxing was leading Great Liang troops and was about to launch an attack on the 13 mounts of Yuzhou. This battle was crucial and critical that it could be said is the key point to determine the entire situation. If Xie Jingxing successfully conquered the 13 mounts of Yuzhou, afterwards he would be able to end the war quickly, and he would be able to ruin Mingqi and Qin country surprising smoothly. On the other hand, if Xie Jingxing was unable to gnaw this bone down, it would only make the Great Liang troops vulnerable. Not mentioning fighting with Mingqi and Qin country, it would be difficult to resist the attacks from these 2 countries. No matter if it was for Mingqi or Mingqi and Qin country, all bets were on this battle. It seems that they had placed everything on this gamble. When Empress Xianda spoke about this matter to Shen Miao, she even joked with her, at the end the person who is leading the troops is your husband, why till now there is not a single nervousness from you at all? Shen Miao smiled gently, this official wife naturally trusts his highness. Xie Jingxing was actually a very sly person. It was Yi Mei's ability to successfully got in the military map, with the mistakes, onto Fu Shuyi's hand and gotten Fu Shuyi to believe it. However, Xie Jingxing's role in it was not small at all. At the beginning of the war, Xie Jingxing had been winning and losing lightly, letting Fu Shuyi taste some sweetness. Actually, even during those wins, the Qin country and Mingqi did not benefit greatly but gave others a wrong feeling that the Qin-Qi alliance was very strong. As this went, Fu Shuyi would increasingly trust the things that Yi Mei provided. Even though Great Liang won a few rounds after that, it was only accidental in Fu Shuyi's eyes. He had ignored that the battles that Xie Jingxing lost were all not important lands, and those areas that he won was little bit critical. If one looked even carefully, it was as if it all lined up and there was a faint trend to it. However, Fu Shuyi and Emperor Qin would not notice this point because they had some wins in the recent few battles, and the Great Liang's troops seemed to be in a low morale, and thus their fights became fiercer, as if one could beat the other based on the atmosphere. Therefore 13 mounts of Yuzhou was particularly important for Fu Shuyi. Now from the military map that Shen Miao drew, Fu Shuyi seemed to be cautiously arranging his troops according to it. Nothing was more enjoyable than this news. The more manpower and financial resources Fu Shuyi poured into it, the greater the final blow would be. Xie Jingxing seemed to have created a gambler. First let him win a little, and the winning and losing made the gamble feel that one's luck was good and so was one's skill. At the end, when the gambler's heart became daring, placed all the wealth in his hands, he would not be slow to pull the net back and capture everything in one swap. Naturally the gamble would lose everything and even one's blood. Fu Shuyi has started to fall into the trap. As for the Emperor of Qin country, he was more cautious than Fu Shuyi, or perhaps he had other arrangements in 13 mounts of Yuzhou. However, once Fu Shuyi's side started suffering defeat, what was happening with the Qin country was no longer important to Xie Jingxing. It was as if a gap was opened and each was broken into, thus the subsequent things are much easier. Luo Tan reached out and carefully placed on Shen Miao's lower abdomen. Unfortunately the news of the 13 mounts of Yuzhou only reached now. However, this little person is growing very fast. Shen Miao looked down at her belly. The period of 8 months passed so calmly. It seemed no different from normal days. Even if there was a war, she could face it with a peaceful attitude. It was only because of her family and loved ones' trust, and also because she understood that there was a little life that was growing with her. As a mother, one would become braver and stronger, to be able to take up responsibility and kept one's mind steady. Just as she was chatting with Empress Xianda, Dao Gugu rushed in from outside. She seemed to be somewhat anxious, but there was an unconceivable look of happiness in her face as she said with a smile, "Congratulations to your ladyship. Congratulations to Wang Fei. The court in front had sent the news from the 13 mounts of Yuzhou. His Highness has won." Really? Empress Xianda stood up at once. She had always been calm and steady but was slightly helpless. Dao Gugu nodded her head fiercely. His Majesty is very happy and is currently giving general amnesty to the world. The heavens has blessed. Luo Tan put both hands together and muttered. The 13 mounts of Yuzhou was conquered and good news were sent. What did it mean? This meant that this battle that lasted for half a year would perhaps be able to become peaceful not too long after. The soldiers would be able to return home, and at the other side, this chaotic land under heavens would be united, and perhaps the grand design would become true in the near future. Shen Miao caressed her lower abdomen and her heart was filled with joy. She knew that Xie Jingxing could do it. Dao Gugu looked at Shen Miao with a smile. Wang Fei do not need to be anxious. His Highness the Prince had instructed people to bring a letter over. In a while the letter would be passed to you by the messenger. Really make one envious. Empress Xianda teased Shen Miao. Don't send a letter to Bengong and the Emperor and just think of one's wife. It is just an empty name of brotherhood. Luo Tan also said, yes. Really don't know how to take other people's feelings into consideration. Young lady Luo need not be disappointed. Dao Gugu saw that there was a happy atmosphere and in a rare occasion continued speaking. There is also a letter for you. It seemed that the young master of the Gao family hand instructed people to send over. Luo Tan wondered, Gao Yang. For what reason does he send me the letter for? Shen Miao and Empress Xianda looked at one another before shaking their head while smiling. The good news about 13 mounts of Yuzhou had made the entire Longyi filled with joy. Emperor Yongle had also unprecedentedly held a palace banquet, which had not been held for a long time, making it very lively. Shen Miao did not participate this palace banquet. First reason was that the news of her pregnancy was not spread out. She had been living in the palace, and although there were some speculations outside, Empress Xian protected her very well. Afterwards, when people's interest slowly died down, they were no longer curious. Second reason was that it was not suitable for the currently pregnant Shen Miao to attend, as it would not be good if something happened in the middle. Moreover, she wanted to return earlier to read Xie Jingxing's letter. Ever since the battle situation became astounding and worrisome, Xie Jingxing's letter would not be often sent over. Most likely sending this letter would also be troublesome, as he did not send her any letter for the past 2 months. Shen Miao opened the letter up. There was nothing special with the letter. It was written that he was doing well and praised his own achievements before commenting on how worthless Fu Shuyi was. He said that other than Fu Shuyi having some means in the matter of the heir apparent, he was a mess in terms of ruling the country. The courts of Mingqi was so chaotic that there was no need to worry at all. He then mentioned Mei Furen. It was said that Fu Shuyi had held Mei Furen up very highly, that there were people in Mingqi court that were discussing it. Mei Furen previously could be said that the inner palace was weaving in. However, in some short months, she could enter and exit Fu Shuyi's imperial study at will. Fu Shuyi did not seem to regard her as only a beauty but also an auspicious general. Even some of the victory battles were all due to Yi Mei. Currently in the courts of Mingqi, Yi Mei was able to get whatever she wanted. Other than Fu Shuyi, she did not take anyone into consideration. Fu Shuyi also indulged her. On one hand, he felt that she was beautiful and intelligent, on the other hand it was because of Yi Mei's abilities. It was just that when Xie Jingxing spoke of those, there were ridicule in his words and directly took Fu Shuyi as an idiot. Not mentioning that, he was still full of arrogance and said that everything was prepared and he was only waiting for the other party to get themselves caught in the net. After the win of 13 mounts of Yuzhou, one thought that there would not be necessary for him to take action at Ding capital side, as one feared that Yi Mei would be tortured to death by Fu Shuyi. Fu Shuyi was not considered broad-minded. He had previously personally praised Yi Mei as the auspicious general in front of the court officials, and this auspicious general now made him suffer a disadvantage in the most critical battle, so how would Fu Shuyi be willing to let it go? Of course, Xie Jingxing also arranged an especially interesting thing. He let it out that Yi Mei was a spy of Great Liang, and the purpose she came to Ding capital and got close to Fu Shuyi so that she could be a chess piece for Great Liang. Fu Shuyi could never tolerate betrayal, so naturally he would put in all efforts. Looking at Xie Jingxing's handwriting, Shen Miao was almost able to see of him lazily writing with a look of rejoice in others' misfortune. She folded the paper but felt that there was something else in the envelope. Sure enough, 2 red beans rolled out from inside. Red beans that inspire the memory of one's love. He did not write words of yearning in the letter but used 2 red beans to prove that he did not forget Shen Miao for a moment. One did not know if he was putting on airs or being childish. After thinking about it, Shen Miao took out a sachet from the side and placed the 2 red beans carefully inside. The 5th letter, she said. Mingqi, Ding capital, the Imperial Palace. In the dark gloomy dungeons, there was suffocating atmosphere everywhere that seemed to be mixed with something else, making one nauseating. At the innermost part of the jail, there was a female sitting naked on the floor. Both of her hands were cuffed to the walls and both legs were immersed in ice-cold sewage water. There were a few fat mice that were in the sewage water that would call to her legs and gnaw her toes. The flesh and blood of some of the toes were already blurred, and the scent of blood seemed to attract those hungry crazy mice, and the more they gnawed. To watch as one's own body was being eaten by mice, not only female, even males would go crazy. But this female did not make a noise. Only she herself knew that it was not because she did not want to scream, but one's throat was already hoarse and scream would only gain a worse torture. This female was no one but Yi Mei. In a few short days, it was as if one had fallen from heavens to hell. Yi Mei had never thought that she would have such a day, that death would be better off than living. She totally did not expect that Fu Shuyi was a heartless person. She only knew about the defeat of the 13 mounts of Yuzhou. Her heart started to feel uncomfortable. But she felt that based on her intelligence, she had not necessarily reached the worst point and perhaps could still hold on to Fu Shuyi. However, Fu Shuyi did not give her any opportunity at all. He was scarily vicious and directly captured Yi Mei in front of the consorts of the inner palace and brought her to prison. Afterwards she was tortured till today to force her to speak of the tasks that Great Liang assigned to her. Yi Mei indeed did not know what was going home and hoped to explain herself. However, her appearance was no longer her weapon, as from the first day she entered the prison, Fu Shuyi hatefully instructed other to use the red-hot iron to burn both of her cheeks. One of her eyes was burned by it, and since there were no medical treatments in the dungeons, she went blind. Yi Mei was never afraid. She did not fear a hopeless environment and was not afraid of how bad a situation could be. Even if she was trampled by other now, she would still be as vigorous and stubborn like weeds. The only thing that she was afraid of was her appearance, because it was her only eternal weapon. This weapon had no disadvantages, and with it, one would be able to survive in a hopeless environment, reverse a bad situation, step on the person who trampled her, and live with ease. However, once her appearance was destroyed, she would lose the ability to make others feel bonded to her, and matters would be hopeless. She indeed felt the hopelessness and even lost her fighting spirits. She felt that no matter what noise she came out when the mice gnaw on her toes would not make a single change. A blind person whose cheeks were burnt. She could imagine of how terrible her appearance was. She could seduce others to give up their lives, as the world had no shortage of such people, since people would even lose their lives to pick the flowers by the cliffs. How that the fresh flowers had become wild weeds. Moreover, this weed is filled with scars. Who would use one's life to pick? Fu Shuyi was really vicious. He was entangled with Yi Mei for so long, and perhaps he understood Yi Mei's abilities and simply destroyed Yi Mei's appearance so that she could not do anything. Yi Mei felt so much hate. The footsteps were heard coming in from outside, and the air of the dungeons felt patricianly fresh. She used some effort to twist her neck and use her only working eye to look outside. Fu Shuyi was standing outside. He said coldly, "Yi Mei, Jen will give you one last chance to say whatever you know." "What does Chen Qi knows?" Yi Mei asked. She still called herself as Chen Qi, as if by doing so, she could still prove that she was still Fu Shuyi's favorite consort and was like a fish in water in the inner palace. Fu Shuyi frowned hatefully and seemingly disgusted by her ugly appearance. He turned his head away. Jen had already investigated everything clearly. "You are a spy from Great Liang, so you should have a channel to communicate with them." Yi Mei laughed loudly. Her laughter was hoarse and she no longer had a pleasing voice but instead somewhat piercing one. She did not know why did Fu Shuyi said that she was a spy. Perhaps Fu Shuyi gave himself an excuse for losing the battle. He had deployed his troops incorrectly and wanted to push all blames onto her. She said, "No matter what Chen Qi says, your majesty is unwilling to believe, so if Chen Qi talk about the channel, would your majesty believe it or not? Or does your majesty think that it is this Chen Qi who is lying? Say it and Jen would bestow your body to be intact." Fu Shuyi said coldly. Yi Mei laughed. Now when she laughed, her appearance looked so horrible like she was a ghost, but she still did not feel it and said like she was holding a dagger, "Your majesty, this transaction is just too horrible. What kind of term is bestowing one's body to be intact? If your majesty speak about giving Chen Qi a route to live and think of ways to treat the injuries on Chen Qi's face, Chen Qi could take it into consideration and speak of what Chen Qi knows." Fu Shuyi was not angry but laughed. The people who betrayed Jen would not be alive. So your majesty might as well kill Chen Qi then. Yi Mei said. One had heard that Rui Wangfei was initially deep in love with your majesty and even pursued, but your majesty treated her cold and frosty. Afterwards the matter died off. Now Xie Jingxing's identity was known to Fu Shuyi and naturally he knew about Shen Miao's identity. Upon mentioning of Shen Miao, Fu Shuyi's face became uglier. In his entire life, he was used to hold all matters in his hands. However, it was only Shen Miao's matter that went wrong. He had initially thought to use the love Shen Miao had for him to bring the Shen family over, but there was a setback with Shen Miao and the Shen family was not controlled, making him going through one big circle. Now the Shen family went against him and made his head ached. In addition to these, Shen Miao gave up on him and in a turn found someone who looked even better, and it was as if she was slapping Fu Shuyi's face in front of the entire world. Fu Shuyi was extremely angry about it. Now hearing Yi Mei bringing it up, it was poking at his injuries. I had originally thought that Rui Wangfei just had a little luck and was born a little better, thus she could be able to become a prince consort and live an envious life. Now it seemed that she is smarter than I had originally thought. Perhaps she had long known that by staying beside your majesty's side, no matter if she is loyal or not to your majesty, at the end, the result would be the same. And that would be not even having a good death. Yi Mei said. Impudent. Fu Shuyi said. I have lost to your majesty. Yi Mei said. Your majesty was still in love with me not too long ago but could now make me become like this. One obviously know how precious one's appearance is but made one feel so grieved as to one wish one were dead. But your majesty, let me tell you that you are not better off than me. You have pushed all your wrongdoing onto me, but do you think that you would have a good ending? Fu Shuyi's expression became bluish-green. No matter who was cursed like this, no one would be happy. Moreover now he was extremely adverse towards Yi Mei and the hatred was as deep in one's bone. For Yi Mei to anger him at this time, it made him even angrier. You would not have a good ending as you are not their opponent. The fact that Shen Miao did not choose you but chose Xie Jingxing had proven that in her eyes, you are not worth a hundredth of Xie Jingxing. So take a look, now even though I do not have anything and ended up as a prisoner, your ending would not be any better than me. You will also lose. The 13 mounts of Yuzhou was just a start and after that you will keep on being defeated. This Mingqi Empire would collapse in your hands and at that time, you are just a monarch of a fallen nation. I will hereby wish you that your troop would fall like mountains falling and your Fu family's dynasty would end in your hands and would not appear in hundreds of lifetimes. Fu Shuyi stared at her coldly. Are you finished? Jen had already given you your last chance. Yi Mei gave a long sigh and no longer speak. There was an air of hatred stuck in her heart as she had never hated someone like this before. Fu Shuyi ruined her appearance and she knew that there was no hope of turning things around for her, thus she poured out all her anger and hatred before she died. However, after that pleasure she woke up. She had forgotten what kind of person Fu Shuyi was. However, it was already too late to regret it. Moreover, Fu Shuyi was never a person who gave another a chance to regret. That year he did not lose anything due to Pei Lang, but he treated him like that. Now because of Yi Mei, he lost 13 mounts of Yuzhou, and after hearing Yi Mei cursing him like this, Fu Shuyi would definitely not let her die that easily. He said, since you care about your appearance that much, Jen would help accomplish it. He said to the jailer beside, cut off her 4 limbs and make a beauty basin. Place her in the east of the city for thousands of people to appreciate. Great Liang spy that has such talents for singing and dancing. Jen would fulfill you and make you a plaything to bring others joy and let you have a good life. After he finished speaking, he turned around and strode away, not caring of the heart-rending cries behind. Beauty basin. That was a plaything for the nobles of the previous dynasty. One would choose a beauty to rear at home and they would be squatting at the corner of the room. If the master wanted to spit or dump the discarded tea, they would pinch the beauty chin and let the beauty's mouth swallow everything down. It was like a living spittoon. This was treating a person as an animal, actually even worse than an animal. Because it was too cruel, these kind of beauty would generally not live long, thus the previous dynasty's emperor and empress abolished it. Now Fu Shuyi brought out this already abolished method and used it on Yi Mei. A beauty basin without 4 limbs was the most inferior of all as they would have lost their beauty. Commoners would be afraid of such strange things and would definitely come to scold and slam it. This was even more tormenting to Yi Mei than death as she had always regarded her appearance more important than life. As for her who always wanted to climb up, she was even lower than the civilians that she looked down upon, that she was not even considered human. Fu Shuyi really knew her well. Thus dealing with her would be beating a snake 7 inch aiming for its heart. The once famous Mei Furan who was respected in the imperial court and inner palace was ruined like this. Her appearance, abandonment and demise was just too fast, and what remained was her reputation of a beauty and being Great Liang's spy. But what about Fu Shuyi? Yi Mei's curse had been fulfilled. Even though he had pushed all faults to Yi Mei, everyone under heavens looked at him like one was looking at a joke. As a monarch, one had a spy beside but did not discover her due to the beautiful appearance and at the end lost the 13 mounts of Yuzhou. The reputation of fatuous ruler gradually spread among the commoners. The commoners did not see the process and they only look at the results. Fu Shuyi had become a complete joke, from the beginning to end. The worst was that just like everyone predicted, from when Great Liang obtained the 13 mounts of Yuzhou, they became more courageous and kept on winning. Mingqi kept on retreating and continuously lost, like the previous victories were just a dream. Great Liang's strength was indeed just too fearsome. When it rains, it poured. At this time, Qin country started to gradually take up the route of self-preservation. It seemed that they had the intention to surrender to Great Liang, and currently Great Liang's spearhead was now aimed at Mingqi, making Fu Shuyi's head beaten and brow scorched. It was thoroughly awful. The situation of the war was always changing. Great Liang had gained the 13 mounts of Yuzhou, and using the 13 mounts of Yuzhou as the base, they started to counterattack. They chose not to confront the Qin country but started with Mingqi. The Qin country had chosen to protect themselves when Great Liang launched an offensive attack against Mingqi and even sent messenger to try to negotiate, willing to compensate instead. Qin counter was weaker in terms of military affairs, and dragging the war for so long had emptied the Qin country's treasury, and the taxation for the commoners made them start to be chaotic. The Qin country was aware of the seriousness of it. Compared to the collapse of a country, compensating through land naturally did not matter. For Qin country to pick such a time to flip, it was not a good thing for Mingqi. However, regardless of Fu Shuyi's soft or hard approaches, Qin country did not pay any attention to it. This naturally had to be credited to Xie Jingxing. First he drew a big biscuit for Qin country and let the Qin emperor think that Great Liang did not have the extra energy to deal with Qin country and currently only wanted to take Mingqi down. Xie Jingxing did it seamlessly. It was necessary to break them apart, and this method was played well. Great Liang's troops quickly fought all the way to Mingqi's Ding capital. And in Weiyang Palace in Longyi, Empress Xianda instructed the palace maid to pour wine. This was a palace banquet, but there were no hundreds of civil and military offices, no consorts of the inner palace. There was only Shen Miao, Luo Tan, Emperor Yongle and Empress Xianda. Empress Xianda said, take this as a family banquet and consider it that a celebration for Jingxin's accomplishment. Once Xie Jingxing take Ding capital down, it would be considered as setting the dust for Mingqi. Naturally Xie Jingxing would not let Qin country off. To remove the weeds, one had to eliminate the roots, thus getting it done once and for all was the best policy. Without Ming Qi to support Qin country, it was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Xie Jingxing had dragged the battle for so long and only used strength now because this was the moment. It would not be long before this long and cruel war end. At that time, the four seas would be stabilized, there would be peace under heavens, and it would be truly the realization of everyone's wishes. Youngest Biao sister, drink this. Luo Tan placed the plum juice in front of Shen Miao and looked at Shen Miao's small abdomen and said, the imperial physician had said that it would be time for birth in 2 months. One did not know it would be a little nephew or little niece. Shen Miao's eyes hang down and her lips widen, very quiet, most likely a female. That may not be true. Empress Xianda said, there are also sons that are quiet and daughters that are naughty. But when Jingxin returns and discovered that he had become a father, one did not know how much ruckus he will cause. When Shen Miao thought about that scene, her head did not ache. If Xie Jingxing knew that she had hid it from him for so long, he would throw a tantrum. But, one would take a step at a time. Just as they were chatting, Emperor Yongle walked in from outside. Shen Miao did not see much of Emperor Yongle and most likely Emperor Yongle still did not like her as his attitude towards her was not good. However, lately because of the child in her womb, he had warmed up to her a lot. Perhaps it was also Empress Xianda's persuasion that he would instruct others to send over any good medication when he gets it. Luo Tan was somewhat afraid of Emperor Yongle and immediately sat up in alarm. 4 people were sitting at the table eating. Luo Tan was in a somewhat predicament but Shen Miao was alright. Emperor Yongle had a cold expression and it was Empress Xianda that was the happiest. She said, this time Jingxin had achieved a big meritorious deed. When he returned in triumph, one have to celebrate it well. From Bengong's viewpoint, just give Wang Fei a title of Gao Ming. Their prince residence is not short of anything so it is good to have a Gao Ming title. Emperor Yongle paused and made an N sound. Empress Xianda asked, don't you think it is good? Shen Miao. How could this be answered? If one said, yes, Emperor Yongle would obviously not be happy. If one said, no, then wouldn't it be like slapping Empress Xianda's face in front of everyone? These Emperor and Empress were indeed interesting to give her such a question to answer. Shen Miao smiled and said, about all these, it is better to talk about it when His Highness returns. That is also true. Empress Xianda nodded her head, perhaps he has other ideas. She then looked at Luo Tan, about young lady Luo's side, when Gao Yang returns, is it good for Bengong bestow a marriage for you both? Luo Tan almost choked on the cakes in her mouth. If it was others, she would have gone back but she was facing the Empress and could only look at Shen Miao pitifully. Shen Miao suppressed her laughter, your ladyship, these are not in a rush. It is better to wait for Gentleman Gao to return. Perhaps Gentleman Gao has other plans. When Luo Tan heard Shen Miao helping her speak, she felt relief but she felt strange after Shen Miao finished. What were those words? It seemed that Gao Yang was not attracted to her. She was a young lady that was like a flower in jade, she was also a young lady of the Luo family of Shaochun City. That was wrong. Why was there a need to compare? She did not have any intention towards this side of matters. Emperor Yongle looked at Empress Xianda and said deeply, eat. Empress Xianda started blaming, already mentioned that it is a family banquet so it should be carefree. Why so serious? Ever since Xie Jingxing started reporting frequently, all the high-ranking officials in the imperial court were settled down, seeming to see clearly the ambitions and methods of the young emperor. Even though there are only 2 brothers in the Xie family, but neither brother were kind-hearted. One was good at balancing the courts, one was good at expanding the frontier. As for the hearts that were filled with awe, it made the court much quieter. Even the memorandums criticizing Emperor Yongle having no descendant were only a few. Empress Xianda had a rare quiet day and there were some subtle changes with her feelings of Emperor Yongle. It seemed that the formerly emperor and empress that treated one another as honored guests had started becoming a pair of ordinary couple. Emperor Yongle was a very principled person and he would always be rule-abiding towards his treatment to Empress Xianda. These days, Empress Xianda would occasionally make some willful actions and Emperor Yongle would go along with her. Although it was not intimate, it was rare. It was always said that the observer saw things the clearest. Shen Miao felt that Emperor Yongle was very affectionate to the empress. It was like everything was headed towards the correct direction and upon Xie Jingxing's return, perhaps for a long period of time, one would be this fortunate. Empress Xianda suddenly thought of something and said, tomorrow one would dig up the 2 earthen jugs of snow wine that I buried under the plum trees last year. It would most probably be very fragrant when it is open. Your Majesty should come with me and at the same time bury this year's one in. Wang Fei and young lady Luo should also come. After digging it out, let us go to Quihu Pavilion in the evening to drink and appreciate the lotus flowers while tasting the snow wine. Luo Tan was gluttonous so naturally she agreed to it. Shen Miao also nodded her head but Emperor Yongle was somewhat helpless. Empress Xianda only had interest in brewing tea and wine so when she was happy, she was like a child. But at the end he nodded his head. When Empress Xianda saw it, she was very satisfied and continued eating while chatting with Shen Miao on some interesting matters. The next day happened to be a sunny day. Summer usually came earlier in Longyi but fortunately the mornings were the coolest so Shen Miao and Luo Tan went over early. Shen Miao was heavily pregnant and could not accompany Empress Xianda to dig out personally. Luo Tan was loud and had big movements thus fearing that she would mess things up. Empress Xianda and Dao Gugu dug it up. Emperor Yongle said, quickly get up, it is not good to hurt one's hands. In the past years it had always been Chen Qi and Dao Gugu that dug out together. Empress Xianda's forehead had beads of sweat shimmering but she was in all smiles when she continued, snow wine had to be personally dug out for it to taste fragrant. In the future if your majesty have interest, one can also personally bury one and dig one out, then one would know how it is experienced. When she spoke, she and Dao Gugu had dug out another jar. Emperor Yongle suddenly frowned and paused before pressing his chest in silence. Empress Xianda carried one of the earthen jug. That jug was particularly small and adorable thus one did not need much effort to carry it. She did not find it dirty and did not fear that the soil would get onto her clothes. As if one was carrying a treasure, she lifted it to Emperor Yongle and unplugged the jug under Emperor Yongle's nose and asked, may his majesty smell if it is fragrant or not? It is very fragrant, Emperor Yongle said with a frown. Empress Xianda looked at him, is your majesty not find it good? Else why would there be such an expression? Could it be that it had gone bad? She was somewhat suspicious and went to smell it. Emperor Yongle smiled gently and just as he was about to speak, his eyes went black and he missed a step and fell down. Your majesty. Empress Xianda jumped in shock and the little jug of snow wine fell onto the ground. The fragrant aroma was mixed with the debris, making the area smell lightly bitter. Quick call the imperial physician. Shen Miao quickly instructed but there was an inauspicious hunch that rang in her heart. The gauze was put down and the master of the Gao family had finally arrived. This was Gao Yang's grandfather, Gao Zan. The Gao family was a lineage of family that practiced medication and was also quite famous in Longyi. Among the youngest generation in the Gao family, Gao Yang's medical skills was the most outstanding one. He was one that was restless and wholeheartedly wanted to enter officialdom. The Gao family's leader saw that he was so stubborn and thus simply drove him out of the Gao residence. Empress Xiande was sympathetic to Gao Yang's talents and afterwards arranged him to head to Mingqi and become Xie Jingxing's good friend and also assisting Xie Jingxing. At the beginning Emperor Yongli's poison was discovered by Gao Zan himself. If it was not Gao Zan that had such high level of medical skills, Emperor Yongle would not have lived for so many years. However, the curse of 35 years had passed and those who knew felt that it was a miracle, but this miracle was not easy to create. Gao Zan shook his head towards Empress Xiande. Empress Xiande's tears suddenly fell. Luo Tan did not follow, but Shen Miao was present. Upon seeing Empress Xiande tearing, Shen Miao's heart was sour. Those with clear eyes knew clearly what Empress Xiande's feelings towards Emperor Yongle. Moreover, Emperor Yongle was not an unfeeling emperor. Both of them were introverted but deeply affectionate. Once they lost one, it must be a fatal blow to the other. Gentlemen, Empress Xiande suppressed her sobs and said, His Majesty. How long does His Majesty have? Gao Zan saw everything and sighed deeply, at most, 1 month. How can it? Shen Miao was shocked. The emperor's illness was accumulated since the early years. In this 1 year, the toxicity had already invaded the internal organs and he is currently supported by his own sheer will. The emperor had bore a lot of pain and it is very strong to last till now. Gao Zan said, this old one had previously seen the emperor's sickness. The emperor is a tough person and bore too much. Even now he is still maintaining his strength. If your ladyship have a heart, do persuade His Majesty. He had walked too difficulty and now is suffering too much. He had planned for an entire lifetime and sometimes one has to be selfish. He then bowed to Empress Xiande and spoke solemnly, these days, may your ladyship accompany His Majesty well. After Gao Zan left, Shen Miao wanted to console Empress Xiande but she did not know where to start. In the matter of pain, it would be no avail for others to comfort. The blade was not at oneself, thus one would not be able to feel the pain. People would console lightly for a few sentences like it could solve everything. But it was not always the case. Empress Xiande forced a smile and said, you go back first. Bengong is good. Shen Miao did not say anything and only told her to take care of her health before withdrawing. Upon returning to her room, she could not help but caress her abdomen and open a sachet on the table. The red beans looked smooth and whole. There were so many separation in life and death in this world. One moment a person was smiling with joy and collapsed the next moment. Heavens was too cruel and was not willing to give humans a good time and good luck. One could only depend on oneself. She would protect her lover and her loved ones. Empress Xiande sat in front of the bed as Emperor Yongle had woken up. She looked down deep in thought and her face was so gentle that it was as if time had turned back and everything was at the beginning. Jing Zhen. Emperor Yongle opened his mouth to speak. Empress Xiande recovered to her senses and looked at him. The emperor has woken. Does one feel uncomfortable anywhere? No. Emperor Yongle shook his head. Both of them were silent for a while before Emperor Yongle spoke. Jing Zhen do not have much time left. Empress Xiande looked at him without speaking. Zhen, he paused before continuing. It seems that one cannot accompany you to bury snow wine this winter. Even though one had smashed a jug, there is another jug. If your majesty does not despise, one can find a cool day to go to Qihu Pavilion. Chen Qi is willing to drink with your majesty. It is just that there is no share with Wang Fei and the rest. The scenery at Qihu Pavilion is very good as the lotus flowers that bloom this year is. It was like Empress Xiande did not hear Emperor Yongli's words at all and continued speaking by herself. Jing Zhen. Emperor Yongle interrupted her words. Zhen cannot accompany you anymore. His face was pale but it was as beautiful and flawless as before. However, there was none of the domineering and coldness of an emperor but instead was like some noble gentleman. However, he was very thin, very weak and looked very sad. Empress Xiande turned her head and Emperor Yongle was unable to see her expression and only hear her voice like it was a mist. However, it made one's heart sour as she said, Your Majesty is always so heartless and unwilling to deceive Chen Qi for even one sentence. This is also true. This is a beautiful dream and now one should wake up. Emperor Yongle hesitated before speaking. Sorry. Your Majesty need not apologize to Chen Qi as there is nothing to be sorry about. Chen Qi will live one's own life and it would not have anything to do with His Majesty. Empress Xiande said, just now Gentleman Gao had come over and told Chen Qi that His Majesty had been struggling for this 1 year. Chen Qi want to ask why did your Majesty do so? Why endure the pain with such difficulty? For Great Liang, Emperor Yongle said, Zhen want to see Xie Yuan conquer the empire and protect Great Liang. Zhen want to see the day where everything under heavens would be peaceful. With regards to Imperial Mother's wish, Zhen hoped that one would be able to finish it in one's lifetime. It just that, Zhen do not have much time life and feared that one cannot wait till that day. Empress Xiande was silent for a long time before replying, as such Chen Qi understands. Jing Zhen, Emperor Yongle said, you should plan for yourself. What does your Majesty want Chen Qi to plan? Empress Xiande suddenly turned around and there were tears in her eyes as she spoke, want to let Chen Qi willfully hide one's name and live on ordinarily. Or simple stay in this palace for the rest of one's life. Or find another husband to remarry. Every sentence she spoke, the pain in Emperor Yongle's eyes got deeper. He grasped the blanket in his hands quietly but said faintly, as long as you are happy. Empress Xiande turned her head suddenly but Emperor Yongle could see a large drop of tear falling onto the back of her hand. When she spoke again, her voice was however calm and waveless. Chen Qi understands. Many thanks to your Majesty for thinking so considerately for Chen Qi. Chen Qi will definitely do it. Your Majesty better think of how the Imperial Edict should be written. Some things have to be arranged earlier. She then stood up. Chen Qi still have other matters and will leave first. May your Majesty take care of one's body. When one's health improves, remember to have a drink at Qihu Pavilion with Chen Qi. She then withdraw. Empress Xiande rarely got angry. It was especially these days where she got along well with Emperor Yongle and would smile softly every day. However, no matter how soft and gentle water was, once it got angry, it would be like a piece of ice and be stubbornly angry. However, one could not bear to be really angry. After Empress Xiande left, Emperor Yongle coughed violently. He used the handkerchief under the pillow to wipe his mouth. Deng Gonggong who was standing at the side quickly served the hot water up. May your Majesty be careful. Deng Gonggong. Emperor Yongle frowned, as Zhen wrong. An unusual teen-like confusion appeared on his face, making Deng Gonggong's nose sour. Deng Gonggong had served Emperor Yongle for many years as he watched Emperor Yongle grow up. Emperor Yongle's current appearance made him think of the time long ago where Emperor Yongle was poisoned by the favored consort of Emperor Xiao Wu and Empress Xiao learned from the Gao family's head that he would not live past 35 before hugging Emperor Yongle and crying painfully. At that time it was the young Emperor Yongle who comforted Empress Xiao and asked Deng Gonggong in confusion, Deng Gonggong, is Bengong's poison very serious? The youth grew up from a gentle and elegant crown prince to an unfathomable emperor. But was still a day where he would still ask the people beside him in confusion if what he did was wrong. Deng Gonggong did not speak so Emperor Yongle sighed again. Zhen is envious of Xie Yuan. Even though Zhen and Xie Yuan had it difficult, that kid has a little better luck than Zhen. If Zhen can live, he did not continue it. There were many things in this world that only ends with the word if. It was because there was no if. In a period of 10 days, Xie Jingxing seized Ding capital. Mingqi Emperor, Fu Shuyi, was shot dead on the city tower in the chaos. Speaking of which, it was funny that Fu Shuyi became a monarch of a collapsed nation. He initially said ambitiously that he would exist and perish with Mingqi and would definitely fight to the last moment with the troops. As long as the fire of Mingqi was not extinguished, he was still the emperor of Mingqi and would not surrender. However, at the last moment, somehow one had changed the mind and wanted to sneak away, perhaps having the idea to stage a comeback in the future. However, even though Fu Shuyi had planned everything, he did not add the people's heart into the calculation. Those aides of his had long seen clearly Mingqi's situation before him. Those aides knew that Fu Shuyi had created an illusion that he would perish with the enemies but escape instead, and they became furious. Speaking of Fu Shuyi, he was enmeshed in a trap of one's own device. These group of aides were the ones that he had spent gold or used beauties to win over. Those so-called heroes would not question one's origin, and Fu Shuyi was self-declared one who cherished talents and would not look at one's identity, thus there were people from all trades among his aides. There were robbers, mountain thieves, and even people kill others without blinking. There were no distinction between good and evil with these people, and they followed Fu Shuyi because Fu Shuyi could provide them with the wealth and women they wanted and even contribute to a great cause. Now that the great cause had been destroyed and Fu Shuyi wanted to flee, how could one let this be? The most courageous and ferocious character in those aides thought of tying Fu Shuyi onto the city tower and personally took the bow and arrow to shoot Fu Shuyi. At the end, he cut Fu Shuyi's head off and presented it to Xie Jingxing for credit, hoping that one could defect. One feared that in Fu Shuyi's entire lifetime of scheming, he had not thought that he would end up like this. It was not like how a monarch would be like. Perishing with the country would at least retain one's integrity. He did not save his life and could not stage a comeback in the future. Instead, he was like a prisoner, shot to death by the people he spent a lot of money on, in front of Ding capital's commoners, and became a token for the enemies. The last thing he saw was the youth in front of thousands of troops under the city towers, on a tall horse. His hands was holding the reins as he looked lazily over, as always of frivolous manners, but the disregard was clear in his eyes. However, before he could think of anything, he could not see anything else. His great empire and his ambitious plans had all stopped at this moment. Till the end he still did not understand. He was obviously the emperor and this was what he planned long ago, but why was it that he lost to an opponent that he had wanted to eradicate? Most likely this was due to the heavens' unfairness. Most likely it was his bad luck that he would lose. Down below, Xie Jingxing clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, to scatter hearts till like this. Fu Shuyi really had such an ability. People's hearts that are tempted by gold and silver are naturally not long-lasting. Gao Yong laughed. Let's go. Enter the city. Right. Ji Yushu said. Princess Rongshin and the few of the Su family had been rescued. Now. Xie Jingxing's expression did not change. Protect them. As for the rest, let them be. 227 to 231. When Shen Miao got in the news, she was in a daze for a long time. She had not thought that the enemies of her previously were all been cleaned up that tidy. However, she also felt that all these were ought to be as such. Fu Shuyi had planted the evil seed very early on, which there would be a day that it would be harvested. Mei Furan is a tiger for its skin and definitely would be devoured by the tiger. They were always making use of others, using gold and beauties to exchange for things that they wanted, and these kind of people's heart looked like everything was possible, but it would not last long. Therefore Fu Shuyi would be betrayed by his own aides at the end, and Mei Furan would die in the hands of the man that used to pamper in her previous lifetime. Shen Miao thought that upon learning of these two people ending, she would be inevitable shout out of joy, but at this moment, there was not much emotions in her heart. It was as if she had done the things that she should do but no longer need to take revenge for the next half of her life. She looked down at her abdomen. It was because she had more important possessions. In the hatred and sorrow, it was oneself who could not walk out of it. However, Xie Jingxing and this child had led her out of that long nightmare. The longer one lived, the calmer one's heart would be. She always felt that she could do it and did the final thing for Fuming and Wan Yu. As for this lifetime, she must live well. Luo Tan looked at the flowers outside and said, the lotus flowers are really good. Youngest Biao sister, let's go for a walk later. Shen Miao nodded her head. Lotus flowers were very good. Empress Xian liked to look at lotuses the most. Emperor Yongli's health was not as good as the days past. The imperial edict on succession had been discussed private with Emperor Yongli's confidence. Emperor Yongli did not hit his condition and the few high-ranking ministers had arranged everything secretly. If there was really such a day that Emperor Yongli no longer wake up, everything would go smoothly and the imperial edict would be announced to the world. When Xie Jingxing returned from the expedition, what would be waiting for him would be the responsibility of the entire Great Liang. Naturally, Emperor Yongli's condition was hidden from Xie Jingxing. At such a time, Empress Xian seemed to be the calmest one. She still read books, brewed tea, played chess and wrote like usual. The things that were spoken to Emperor Yongli were those common and occasionally poke fun at Shen Miao. If one ignored the paler Emperor Yongli, on the surface, there was no difference than normal. In Weiyang Palace, Empress Xian looked outside. It had rained a little just now, so it would definitely be very cooling at night. Chen Qi is reluctant to drink that jar of snow wine. Why not His Majesty accompany Chen Qi to drink it today? Emperor Yongli sat on the chair and glanced at Empress Xian before laughing. One jar. Could it be that you want to get drunk? His words were however very gentle. Who doesn't want to get drunk and not wake up? Empress Xian muttered to herself before saying, one jar of wine would not get one drunk. Chen Qi has a good tolerance of alcohol. When one was young, one would often steal wine to drink with one's older brother. When Emperor Yongli heard it, he showed a rare interest and said, that is not like what you would do. What can this be considered? Empress Xian was somewhat proud when she spoke. When drinking with older brothers, Chen Qi had never lost before. At that time father even boasted that he would find an alcohol that Chen Qi would get drunk with just one sip, but after finding for some time, he could not find it. Afterwards, Chen Qi entered the palace and feared of losing one bearings after drinking and thus no longer drinks. First it is tea, then it is wine. Emperor Yongli signed, your interests are so far apart. Drinking tea keeps one awake, drinking alcohol is an indulgence. Empress Xian smiled, so tonight, your majesty must not put up airs anymore and indulge once. The snow wine is personally brewed by Chen Qi. Even though it is not comparable to bejeweled nectar, it could still fit to the atmosphere. All right, Emperor Yongli said, Jen will accompany you to indulge once. In the late summer, the winds at night were blowing gently and the lake appeared green. Long Yi had long summers that even till on the 8th month, there was no signs of cooling down. In the small pavilion on the lake, there was a small pot of wine on the table with a few snacks and 2 wine bowls. Emperor Yongli looked at the round wind bowls in front of him and his brows raised. Use these. He had used an expression that Xie Jingxing loved to do, making him look very similar to Xie Jingxing. By sipping with small mouthfuls, one would not be able to taste the snow wine. Empress Xian smiled. By using this kind of wine bowl to drink, it would then taste sweet. You used to drink like this in the past. Emperor Yongli frowned. Nonsense. After all, it is Chen Qi drinking alone and no one sees it, so why care so much? Empress Xianda did care about it and poured for Emperor Yongla as she held the small jar in one hand. Emperor Yongla wanted to say something but stopped and glanced at Empress Xianda in silence. Empress Xianda had been brewing snow wine every year, but it was the first time Emperor Yongla was accompanying her to drink. For so many years she had been brewing tea alone and making wine alone. As flower blossomed and withered, she just lived like that deep in the palace. She did a good job as an empress, but one had almost forgotten that she was just a female who could feel lonely. Most of the time, she would only taste the loneliness as if one was tasting the wine. Dao Gugu and Deng Gonggong was standing far away, seemingly leaving this rare moment to the emperor and empress. Empress Xianda handed a wine bowl to Emperor Yongla and said, every time when Jingxing come over for a palace banquet, he would like to use wine bowls to drink. Chen Qi saw that your majesty seemed to be envious, so one did not need to worry tonight. There is only Chen Qi here and Chen Qi would not laugh at your majesty. What a joke. What can Jen be envious about? When Emperor Yongla finished, he picked up the wine bowl and looked at it with some discerning eyes but still took a sip from the bowl. When Empress Xianda saw it, she could not help but laughed. What is your majesty doing? One should learn from Chen Qi. She picked up the wine bowl and leaned her head back to drink. Even such an action from her made it look very elegant and pleasing to the eyes. Emperor Yongla lightly coughed. Nonsense. His gaze, however, followed Empress Xianda and it was very soft. Empress Xianda poured another bowl for herself and smiled. When Chen Qi was young, one followed father to read the history books and envied those great heroes in the books. They stood up in the chaos and were heroic as they eat meat and drank in big mouthfuls as they faced the world. One had felt that those types of lives would then be considered as living in the world. Chen Qi had thought that in the future, one must marry to such a hero and brew tea for him during the daytime and drink with him at night. As she spoke, her eyes was glittering, as if she had returned to her youth, bugging her older brothers to drink. And afterwards, Emperor Yongla asked. Afterwards, Chen Qi married to your majesty and your majesty refused to eat meat or drink wine in big mouthfuls. Even though it was not rough, it was very cold instead. Chen Qi is very regretful. Emperor Yongla looked at her. Her cheeks gradually became faintly stained in red, making one unable to know if she was drunk or not. Emperor Yongla thought that she was definitely drunk as an awake Empress Xianda would not be so childish and criticize him. He said, didn't you said that you have a good tolerance of alcohol? How could one be crazy drunk in front of Jen? Chen Qi is not drunk. Empress Xianda said, Chen Qi wants to be drunk but for so many years Chen Qi had to be awake. Emperor Yongla could no longer smile. It is Chen Qi's bad luck to marry to your majesty. It is all perfectly fine but one had to share one's husband with countless of women. Even though there are concubines in those high-ranking families, the official wife would have children. But Chen Qi do not even have one's own children. This marriage is really not considered good. Empress Xianda smiled, so Chen Qi is very envious of Wang Fei of first rank. It is not easy for Wang Fei to live and she have so many things to worry about but she is more fortunate than Chen Qi as she has choices. Jing Shen also treats her well. Jing Shen is not as heartless like your majesty. Emperor Yongla was silent for a long time, so long that one could hear the frogs in the pond croaking and the crickets on the tree chirping. He said, you also have choices. Jing Zhen. From the start, Chen Qi had no choice at all. Empress Xianda interrupted his words. Chen Qi's entire heart is all on your majesty, so how could one have the heart to make other choices? Emperor Yongla was startled. Empress Xianda raised her own bowl of wine and drank the entire second bowl of wine. Is there any difference from how your majesty look at Chen Qi? Empress Xianda looked at him. Don't one think that this choice of Chen Qi's life is inevitable? Yes. Emperor Yongla paused before speaking. You are very good. You are the best empress in Great Liang and no one can do it better than you. At the beginning Imperial Mother liked you a lot. Jen also liked you. You are smart, generous and steady. The entire inner palace was managed by you very well. It is correct for Jen to choose you. Empress Xianda laughed and as she laughed, it seemed that tears also came out. She said, it is indeed so. Your majesty's inevitable choice is actually Empress Xianda and not Qing Zhen. Chen Qi understands. She looked at the moonlight up in the skies and the corner of her eyes were glittering but upon turning her head back, she was her normal gentle and calm self. She said, the matters that your majesty had mentioned, Chen Qi has taken into consideration. One felt that your majesty words are not bad. Since it is one's life, one has to go on. Emperor Yongla stared at her and felt his throat was somewhat hoarse. After a while he said it with great difficulty, the other person. Have you found it? For the time being, no. Empress Xianda smiled gently, but these things are not urgent. In the future if there is such a day, it would naturally be done smoothly. Emperor Yongla seemed not to have any words. Empress Xianda picked up her wine bowl and said, this bowl of snow wine, Chen Qi would toast to your majesty. After so many years of husband and wife, it is the fate that was accumulated in one's past life. No matter if it was destiny or ill will, even though Chen Qi did not live particularly well these years, it was absolutely not bad. Many thanks to your majesty. Emperor Yongla also raised his wine bowl but upon looking carefully, one could discover that his fingers were slightly trembling, as if it was unstable. However he concealed it well and immediately used his sleeves to cover it as he drank from the wine bowl. To drink an entire big bowl like this, one would not be tempted by the light fragrance. From one's eyes, throat and all the way to one's internal organs were hot and the pain of his burning heart made him feel exceptionally bitter. He saw Empress Xianda stood up and smiled towards him. Actually this jar of wine looks a lot but it became empty after a few bowls with your majesty. It is a pity for such a good scenery tonight, but it does not matter since the days are long. Chen Qi is happy to drink with your majesty today and will now go out for a walk. May your majesty take a rest but do be careful and be careful of not catching a cold. She then left. Her departure was so brisk and thinking of those words that she said before, it was clearly saying one's goodbye. Now that the words of farewell are spoken, the farewell wine was gone, what remained was like now, leaving from his world step by step, never to return. Emperor Yongla turned his head to watch Empress Xianda's retreating back. Her back view disappeared in the long corridors and she did not even turn her head around, each step of hers were especially firm. Suddenly his heart felt a pain, an unspeakable pain that slowly spread from his heart to his limbs. His heart thumped very fast that it was practically twitching. He could not breathe and could not say a sentence. He fell down his seat. Deng Gonggong was at the side waiting and when he saw this scene, he jumped in shock as he rushed over. He supported Emperor Yongla and saw that the other party had a scarily pale face and his lips could not help but tremble. He held his heart and immediately called for the imperial physician and instructed the guards to send Emperor Yongla back to Yangshan Hall. Empress Xianda was walking in the night. As the wind blew, the wine that had been drunk seemed to be overflowing and the dizziness that she felt for a short time disappeared, making one distressingly awake. She held onto the railing by the pond and sighed with some exhaustion. She knew that what the words she said today were all in peak. But just how long could Emperor Yongla live on? She was also extremely fearful and wanted to avoid that ending, unwilling to see or hear, blocking her ears but every time Emperor Yongla would take the initiative to bring it up to make her face the things she did not want to face. There were not only 3 inches of soil on the ground, much less a person. Dao Gugu said, your ladyship, it is cold outside. It is better to return. Empress Xianda shook her head. There was a string of Buddhist bead on her wrist and it was requested for Emperor Yongla from the temple. Every day she would chant Buddhist scriptures, praying to the heavens to pity the world and let miracles happen. Every Buddhist beads were smooth until it is bright. It was obvious that Empress Xiande had been wearing it for many years. She looked at the moon in the skies. The moon was very round and this war would almost reach to a year not long later. After a year of full and new moons, this was a good result. Seeing that the results were near, it was her that could not keep a lid on and made rash moves. She was a bit disgusted of herself in her heart. After turning around, she wanted to walk forward but heard the sound of pitter-pattering. Upon lowering her head, she did not know when did the string of Buddhist beads broke and all of it fell onto the ground, making such crisp sounds. It was perfectly fine, so how could the Buddhist beads break? Dao Gugu, Empress Xiande muttered and an uneasiness feeling appeared in her heart. It was as if one heart had tightened and in a flash one was unable to breathe. Your ladyship. Dao Gugu jumped in shock and quickly went over to support her but Empress Xiande waved her hands and squatted down in panic. Quickly help me to pick up. Dao Gugu just squatted down when she saw Deng Gong Gong rushing over with a young eunuch and said in a shocked expression, Your ladyship, his majesty is somewhat not good. Quickly go and take a look. Empress Xiande had only picked up one bead when she heard it and her hand wavered and the Buddhist bead slid down to the ground and onto the pond. There was not even a splash heard and it was no longer seen. In Yangshan Hall, all the eunuchs and palace maids were all kneeling. Deng Gong Gong stood at the corner with his head hung down with a sad expression. When Empress Xiande entered, Gao Zhang just came out and shook his head when he saw her. Empress Xiande stumbled and if it was not Dao Gugu supporting her, she would have fallen down. After a while she said, All of you withdraw. Emperor Yongla also waved his hand from the bed. Everyone in the room withdrew. Empress Xiande stepped forward. She walked very slowly and seemed to resisting an ending that she did not believe in. But she had to go forward. As she reached the bed, she half knelt down as she looked at the person on the bed. Emperor Yongla also looked at her and after a moment, he smiled instead, It is all right. At least before leaving, one can drink the snow wine that you brewed. Xingji, Empress Xiande looked at him in tears. She called out Xingji and it was Emperor Yongli's styled name, not your majesty. When she was still a young girl, Empress Xiao liked her and told her Xiaqi's styled name. Empress Xiande liked Xiaqi's styled name and felt that this person was very upright. Even though in the long years, he had given her unerasable injuries but there was no way for Empress Xiande to watch the other party leave. Wasn't life destined to have such a fate? This fate was not perfect and was considered a doomed fate but when this doomed fate was about to end, she was stubborn and unwilling to let it go. It was like moths attracted to fire and would not let go till the last moment. Qingjian, I cannot accompany you. Emperor Yongla apologized. When you married me, one had thought that you will be protected but in fact for so many years, you had not gained anything. He spoke very slowly and had to rest a while after a sentence, seemingly very difficult for him. Empress Xiande said, Don't speak anymore. For the both of them, when they had become the emperor and empress, one had called himself Jen and the other called herself Chen Qi and only when life was about to come to an end and there would never be a reunion anymore, then they used you and me, like a pair of ordinary couple. He said, Go and live your life. You are so good so in the future you will be fortunate. Marry to another and don't choose such a selfish husband like me. Find one who would love you, don't you? Empress Xiande was crying silently. She suddenly felt her hand was being grabbed and saw Emperor Yongla staring straight at her. He gritted his teeth and said, But I cannot be resigned. I do not wish. I am very selfish. You are my woman. I am not willing for you to follow someone else. Empress Xiande was startled. This year I had been working hard to stay alive, hoping to last a few more days. It was not because to see Xie Yuan ruling everything under heavens. The empire has been settled and there is nothing that I cannot let go. It's just that I cannot bear. He used his energy to breath. I cannot bear to part with you. To be able to be husband and wife with you for half a day more or even a moment more is good. At the beginning when I first saw you and afterwards you were called to enter the palace, it was actually not Imperial Mother's intention. From the beginning it was me. It was me who told Imperial Mother that one felt that you were good. For so many years you had thought that I was satisfied with Empress Xiande but it was not true. I said that anyone could be this empress as long as it was done well but it is not true. From the beginning it was always you. Those words are all to deceive you. Empress Xiande covered her mouth and said, Why did you not say it earlier? Emperor Yongli's face became paler and his voice was almost inaudible. He said, It is a pity that my life is not good and it had implicated your entire life. He reached his hand out, seemingly wanting to wipe the tears on Empress Xiande's face but the action was only done halfway through when it suddenly hung down. His eyes were closed. Empress Xiande covered her mouth and buried into the blanket to cry painfully. She cried with all her heart but no one outside could hear it. She buried her voice into the thick bedding and hated that she could not bury her entire self inside and from then onwards she did not need to listen, see, blame or think. The incense in the copper furnace raised and spread out in the air. There was only restraint in the room and repressing cries as the moon out the window was so bright and gentle, like it was so perfect that it was unreal. After a long while, Empress Xiande stood up. She gently tidied up Emperor Yongli's blanket and stabilized her lips. She tidied up her hair in front of the mirror and wiped away the tears before opening the door slowly. The entire room full of eunuch and palace maids were kneeling outside as Deng Gong Gong went up and Empress Xiande said calmly, His Majesty is gone. Deng Gong Gong was stunned before he immediately fell onto his knees. He placed his horsetail whisk aside and kowtow onto the floor loudly. When the eunuchs and palace maids saw it, they all knelt down to kowtow and their cries resounded throughout the heavens. His Majesty has left. Shen Miao looked towards Empress Xiande. Empress Xiande was wearing a plain white morning dress and her expression was as usual gentle and calm, as if there was no matter that could shake her heart. After a brief chaos in court, everything calmed down. Emperor Yongla had arranged everything before his head, including the passing of the imperial edict and also including the possible turmoil within the court. Even though there were some people that were eager to move, but the people that Emperor Yongla arranged were not furnishings. Moreover, Xie Jingxing frequently sent good news back and everyone knew that Emperor Yongla had no sons so the fact that the position would be passed down to this only brother of his had been long known. It was not that there were no voices of doubt but these voices of doubt would eventually fade away. Xie Jingxing had shown courage and with Emperor Yongli's complete arrangement, the imperial court was actually rather solid and there was not much chaos. Perhaps they knew that once that Prince Rui returned, it would not only victory that he would bring back but the lands of Mingqi and Qin country. This chaotic situation would be completely unified and the throne position was not as important as it. It would be better to be obedient and stay in one's position and wait for this new emperor to return to the throne and perhaps they would be able to share some credit. There were only benefits and interests in the courts. So what about the inner palace? When the women of the inner palace lost the monarch they depended on, naturally they were at a loss too. Some were looking for death but there were more who were looking out for the rest of their lives. Among the consorts of Emperor Yongli's inner palace, most of them were daughters of officials and there were none that he took the initiative to bring in. Moreover, Emperor Yongle naturally had a cold personality, and other than the previous favored Lu Jing, he did not lust for females, and thus there were no shackles or love and entanglement with those consorts. After Emperor Yongli's death, these females took the initiative by requesting help from their family clans, hoping to find a better way out in the later part of their lives. Empress Xiande calmly handled everything, be it the nation mourning to entering of the imperial tombs. There was no request for anyone to be buried together, and Emperor Yongle had already gave instructions to Deng Gonggong of the arrangements after death, and everything followed his plans. Shen Miao came to visit Empress Xiande at night. Ever since Emperor Yongle entered the imperial tombs, Empress Xiande was particularly calm. It was also the mid-autumn festival today, but she was listening to the qin being played in Weiyang Palace. Shen Miao instructed the palace maid that was playing the qin to leave, and Empress Xiande then saw her and she seemed tired as she smiled and said, "You are here. The day is colder. Your ladyship has to wear more clothes. If one wants to listen to qin, it is good to warm up the little furnace, else one might catch a cold." Shen Miao said. Empress Xiande smiled without objecting and pointed at the mooncake on the table. "It is made by the imperial kitchens. Bengong wanted to instruct people to send it over to you, but afterwards thought that it had already been sent and thus no longer thought about it." Shen Miao smiled. "Your ladyship should also eat some." Empress Xiande waved her hands. "Bengong can't eat." The succession imperial edict was issued, and after Xie Jingxing returned to Longyi, he would be enthroned. At that time Shen Miao would be the empress. Speaking of which, it was not appropriate for Empress Xiande to use this situation. However, both of them took it to mind. These days Bengong kept on thinking about the past. Bengong feels that his majesty leaving should be a fact that Bengong had long knew, and Bengong would definitely be used to it. However, as the days passed, one felt even more unaccustomed. One would feel one's heart empty all day, as if something is missing. Wang Fei, when Jingxin left, were you the same? Shen Miao was startled. Was it missing? Naturally there was. It was nothing remarkable when one was in front of one's eyes, but after truly leaving, she then discovered what one had lost. During separation, most likely one would understand the different emotions of oneself. But, Shen Miao unconsciously rubbed her abdomen. Most likely because there was a little one in her abdomen, it would not be so boring during these long and tolerated days. You are most likely not the same as Bengong. Empress Xiande did not wait for Shen Miao's answer and instead said to herself, "Previously His Majesty do not know what kind of person you are and thus investigate all your matters." As Bengong listened, one knew that you were a person who had a mind of her own. You faced the imperial family of Mingqi and protected the Shen family, so from the start you have your own thoughts of doing things. As for Jingxin, marrying him was something accidental and naturally fell into place. If you did not encounter Jingxin, you will still be able to live your life because your initial goal was not to be someone's wife. It is not the same for Bengong. She looked at the ruby on her fingernail protector and spoke. Bengong's family is wealthy and stable without a dispute in the imperial court, thus one is born without worries. When Bengong encountered His Majesty, one felt that the most important thing in life was being his wife and live with him for a lifetime. She held her head and slowly spoke, as if she would fall asleep the next moment, but she was still speaking. Perhaps it is because the first half of Bengong's life was overly worry-free, so one did not know that being a person's wife was such a difficult thing. Shen Miao did not speak. It was too difficult for Empress Xiande. These days she did not even speak much, but Shen Miao understood that kind of experience. It was because talking about it would not change anything, but sometimes, speaking about it was good. For Empress Xiande to speak about it, it was better than hiding it in her heart. The emperor had left and Bengong do not know what to do anymore. The women of the inner palace had been dismissed, and the palace that was originally bustling with noise is now so cold and quiet that it made one feel lonely. Bengong was thinking if one had not encountered His Majesty in the beginning, it would be good. Just like you, one would rather fight the imperial family and protect the Shen family carefully than experiencing such a painful and sad ending. She spoke too sadly, too desolate that Shen Miao comforted her. This official wife is also the same. In fact, no one would have a safe and smooth life. Ever since this official wife is born, other than one's parents and eldest brother's concern, heavens did not give one any blessing at all. This official wife does not dare to expect anything, thus one only believed in oneself for everything. Encountering His Highness is this official wife's fortune, but if there was no His Highness, this official wife would still walk on no matter how difficult the road is. She paused and continued, "Your ladyship the Empress is also the same. Even if His Majesty left first, your ladyship has to think about oneself and live for oneself. No matter how difficult the road is, one have to walk on and take a look. This is what His Majesty wants to see." Empress Xiande was silent for a long time. It was so long that Shen Miao thought that she did not hear what she said when she replied, "Wang Fei, thank you. Bengong understand all the logic you mentioned. It is just that it is too difficult. Just too difficult." That night Shen Miao sat with Empress Xiande for a long time. They spoke very little, but it seemed that they had spoken a lot. After Shen Miao left, Empress Xiande sat alone for a long time. It was until Dao Gugu came over to urge her to rest when Empress Xiande got up. Dao Gugu personally saw her wash up and got to bed before leaving. After the doors were closed, the person on the bed sat up again. She lit the lamp and rummaged through the cupboard and clothes. It was not for the Empress's attire but a plain moon white dress. She liked to wear such simple and refreshing color, but after becoming the Empress, she no longer could wear this kind of style because if she did not wear grandly or exquisitely, she would not be able to suppress other consorts. She looked magnanimous and calm, but actually she was just an introverted young lady who did not like to talk. She wore a simple dress and sat in front of the mirror with lightly swept eyebrows, and after putting on some rouge, she looked extremely pretty. She then took out a brush and paper from the drawer and started to write letters and afterwards placed them into the envelope. Finally Empress Xiande took out a small jade box from the bottom of the cabinet. There was a touch of dust covering the small box. From the moment she was married to Emperor Yongle, she knew about Emperor Yongle's medical condition. To marry a man who did not know when he would die requires a lot of courage. But she was the bravest young lady in historian residence and looked up towards heroes. Even though Emperor Yongle was not considered a hero as he plays with power, tugged people's interest and was not upright, Empress Xiande still finds that he was still her hero. From the beginning to the end. There was a slender vial in that jade box and she took it out before placing it on her palm. On the day of marriage to Emperor Yongle, Empress Xiande had prepared the bottle of medicine for herself. She had told to the phoenix crown wearing self in the mirror, "Qing Zhen, the people of the pugilist world does things clean and tidily with the word righteously in the first priority and dare to love and hate. Even though you are born in an official's family, you lean towards the pugilist world. If there was a day that he unfortunately leaves to the other world, you have to follow. This is your decision." For so many years, Empress Xiande would take out that bottle every year to look at it and felt fortunate that one did not use it at the end. Each year was stolen from heavens by her and she was extraordinarily happy about it. Now, it seemed that it was finally time for it to be used. She was very timid, so timid that after Xie Kai left, she did not have enough courage to go through the rest of her life. She was also very daring, so daring that she knew from the beginning that there would be such an ending but still decided to go ahead. "Xingji, I will go and see you." She whispered and drank the contents of the bottle of medicine. The moon gradually appeared from the clouds and hung high up on the willow branches, as if it was watching the world's joys and sorrows with a smile. It was so round that it made one want to cry. Shen Miao felt very uncomfortable for this entire night of rest, and her dreams was especially complicated. She wanted to see clearly among the chaos but did not understand. It was until Jing Jie woke her up and Shen Miao saw the bright skies outside, and when she discovered that her forehead was filled with cold sweat and there was unease in her heart. Luo Tan ran in from outside and her eyes were red. She looked at Shen Miao and spoke softly. Her Majesty the Empress had left. The handkerchief that Shen Miao took from Jing Jie's hands fell onto the floor. In less than a month, Emperor Yongle and Empress Xiande passed away one after another, making everyone under heaven shocked. Emperor Yongle left the living and Empress Xiande followed after, making one feel touched. Those consorts that had been fighting till death in the palace all the time, all rushed over after hearing it. When Empress Xiande was the Empress, she was generous, and with addition that Emperor Yongle did not give her too intimate treatment, thus the consorts did not have any intentions towards the Empress. Thus upon knowing it, they even sighed. Empress Xiande's father seemed to be very calm from the beginning to end, seemingly long expected that Empress Xiande would make this decision. Even though he was painfully sad, it was not unacceptable to him. Shen Miao followed the procedure of an Empress burial and buried Empress Xiande with Emperor Yongle in the imperial tombs. Thus a wise monarch and virtuous Empress could only remain in the history books of Great Liang. What followed after were a lot of matters. When Emperor Yongle left, there was still Empress Xiande, but with Empress Xiande passing on, who could make decisions in court? Even though Emperor Yongle had left behind a succession imperial edict, but Xie Jingxing had yet to be enthroned, thus it was not possible to call Shen Miao an empress. However, Emperor Yongle did not have any other siblings, and Xie Jingxing was the only one that has a blood relationship with him. There was no one imperial court that was completely stable, especially during an absence of a dragon. The originally calmed imperial court started to move again. There were always some restless officials that would try to create something. They had ambitions but no guts and yet unwilling to let this opportunity go. Shen Miao asked Deng Gonggong, currently the imperial courts are quarreling very badly. Deng Gonggong said, exactly so. Now the imperial courts want to recommend someone to temporarily supervise the empire, and plans can be made again upon His Highness Prince Rui's return. Impudent. Shen Miao's lips pursed. Really think of stealing the empire and make one a duke. Deng Gonggong went mute. One did not know why, but he had always felt that this young Wang Fei had an indescribable temperament. This temperament was very similar to the previous Empress Xiande, but was much sharper than Empress Xiande. Normally she looked warm and easy to talk with, but if there were any matters that she did not like, once her expression became cold, it would make one feel daunted. This feeling was very similar to that of Prince Rui, Xie Yuan. However, Emperor Yongle did instructed Deng Gonggong several times before he left that when Xie Jingxing is back, he would assist Xie Jingxing. Deng Gonggong had grew up in the palace of Longyi since young and thus would be able to help in many matters. Now that Xie Jingxing had yet to return, naturally Deng Gonggong dare not be sloppy on matters instructed by Shen Miao. Deng Gonggong, tidy things up. I will go to the imperial court, she said. Deng Gonggong was startled and said, Furin. For chaos to begin in court, this is the critical point. If it is spread out, it would be a bad message and inevitably the people in Longyi would be upset and create problems. It is better for me to be the wicked person. It does not matter what others would think. First thing to do is to comfort the restless hearts of the people. But, Deng Gonggong looked at Shen Miao's lower abdomen and said, you are still pregnant. It is because of this child that one can control the imperial court. Shen Miao smiled slightly. With the imperial bloodline, they have to worry about their reputation if they want to take any actions. Since I am a person from Mingqi, they would definitely use this to kick up a fuss, but the child in my abdomen is of the imperial bloodline, so no matter what, they would not dare to disrespect me. Deng Gonggong thought for a while and said, this can indeed temporarily calm things down, but like this Wang Fei would not be able to conceal your pregnancy. I initially hid it because one did not want to let His Highness be distracted on the battlefield. Now that the war is coming to an end, the dust is settling and victory is in one's hands, there was no more need to conceal it. She then looked at the still frowning Deng Gonggong and smiled, you fear that this palace would not be peaceful and someone wants to harm me. Deng Gonggong quickly lifted his sleeves, this servant would certainly protect the safety of Wang Fei and the little heir. Shen Miao bowed, it is tough for you. After Deng Gonggong withdrew, Shen Miao then gave a sigh of relief before sitting down on the chair to look at the falling leaves outside. Empress Xiande had left too hasty and there were many problems that were revealed. In this bustling palace in spring, at the moment it was cold and desolate that it made one feel a sense of chilliness. However, she knew that matters were far from over. Before Xie Jingxing returned, it was she that had to settle this somewhat chaotic court. Ever since you are in my tummy, there is really no good moments. Shen Miao said to her abdomen softly, but everything would get better. 5 days later, the imperial court publicly released the succession imperial edict. There were doubters but the high-ranking officials were witnesses. Before Emperor Yongle left, he had arranged everything, making the hundreds of officials speechless. With there were no leader in the group of officials, there were requests for a few ministers to be regents and supervise the court. However, it was being rejected as Rui Wang Fei, Shen Miao, will be handling the court affairs. In a moment, memorandums were sent everywhere and rumors flew everywhere. It was all about Shen Miao being a person from Mingqi, and it was obvious that she was a spy sent from Mingqi. Now she even wanted to take advantage when there was no one in court. One really had an ambition of a wolf. This rumor spread very quickly, but it was also settled quickly because Shen Miao's pregnant self appeared in front of the imperial courts. Moreover, Deng Gonggong, Dao Gugu and a bunch of people was able to prove that Empress Xiande brought Shen Miao into the palace so as to protect this only imperial bloodline well. With this child, on paper and namesake, there were no issues. In addition, on the day that Shen Miao appeared, her methods were light and she balanced everything exquisitely, making it a slap to the faces of the troublemakers. She punished and rewarded accordingly, making people have the feeling that if one create any problems at this moment, when Xie Jingxing returned, one feared that one would have bitter fruits to eat. Half were jealous of Shen Miao and the other half feared Xie Jingxing, thus the storm was quickly subsided. However, Shen Miao was not living leisurely. When it comes to doing what was spoken, since she was responsible for this burden, it was not just talk. During these days she had been reading memorandums. After Emperor Yongle died, there were many memorandums accumulated, and in addition to Empress Xiande's death, the memorandums piled up very high. She would read everyone and sometimes late into the night. It pained Jing Jie and the few of them to see her like this, but no matter how much they persuaded, she did not move and they could only accompany her. As Luo Tan yawned, she asked, youngest Biao sister, why is there a need to read it yourself? If you do not trust those people, you should be able to trust the late emperor's confidence. Isn't it good to pass all these memorandums to them and let them read? Why the need to do it personally? You are carrying a child in your abdomen. Shen Miao shook her head, hearts can change easily and power cannot be anyhow placed. I am not a person of Longyi, thus in such a short time, one would not be able to see another's heart. And since one is unable to predict if there are any variables in the future, it is better for one to read this myself. It is not easy to rectify mistakes. Perhaps Emperor Yongle did have confidence, but after Emperor Yongli's and Empress Xianda's death, no one could predict if these people would have other thoughts. If this was Mingqi, Shen Miao would have an understanding of these people and it would not be any issues, but this was Long Yi. The time she was in Long Yi was not long, so how could she be able to understand people's character in such a short period of time? At the end, there was no one that was trustworthy. Deng Gonggong was at the side serving and nodded his head with approval. At that time Shen Miao said it so easily that Deng Gonggong was inevitably filled with doubt. If one just talked about it, then wouldn't it be slapping the face of the imperial family if it was spoken in front of so many officials? Females would always be delicate, and what Empress Xianda could do previously, it was because she was Empress Xianda. However, Shen Miao had never done these before but still read those memorandums till late at night like men and worry about plans for the empire. To her, this was somewhat overly difficult. The fortunate thing was that Shen Miao did a good job. Her handling of new matters were considered satisfactory. Although Deng Gonggong did not understand the affairs of court, he was most proficient in observing expressions and mood. Those officials that objected or suspicious at the beginning had become warmer, and that mean that Shen Miao was doing well, else it would be impossible for these people, who were picking bones from eggs, not to find any fault till now. Deng Gonggong was somewhat gratified. If Shen Miao was such a person, then she was comparable to Empress Xianda, and perhaps the Great Liang's empire would be like what Empress Dowager Jing Xian had hoped to be, and it would last for tens of thousands of years. This is just too exhausting, Luo Tan said, but one heard them discussing after court, saying that you were lucky and made a few decisions that has satisfactory results. Luo Tan then said disdainfully, how could it be luck? It is obviously genuine ability. Youngest Biao sister, how do you know everything? You can even read all these messy memorandums, what can you not do? Shen Miao rolled her eyes, there is a lot that one does not know. For example, Luo Tan rushed up in interest. For example, not like you, curious of everything. Luo Tan sulked and then continued, in any cause. The hardship is about to end and it is almost time for you to give birth. Mei Fu is about to win the war. At that time Gu Fu and my father would also come over and our family would be reunited. Thinking about it, all these hardships is nothing. Shen Miao smiled gently, yes. The hardship now is always worth it. Xie Jingxing's information came over continuously. Ming Qi was exterminated and the Qin country saw that seeking peace was hopeless, thus the Qin emperor fled to the north. Now Great Liang troops were rushing over to occupy the Qin country. After occupying the city, Xie Jingxing could then return to Great Liang. In some sense, the war was already over and now one was waiting for the hero to return in triumph. This was the best news that came recently. It was just. Shen Miao sighed. Xie Jingxing most likely had known about Emperor Yongli's and Empress Xianda's news. After he returned to Great Liang and went to the imperial tombs, one did not know how he would feel. In this world, the last person who had blood relations with him had left. From that onwards, he was truly a lonely person. However, he was not considered lonely as there was still Shen Miao and the child. Dao Gugu smiled. Wang Fei's day of delivery is estimated to be the first day of next month. There are still 10 more days and everyone have to pay more attention. Luo Tan rubbed her hands together. I am so happy. One did not know if it is a little niece or a little nephew. This really makes one curious to death. I guess that it would be a little niece as she is so obedient and don't make a fuss. That might not be necessarily so. Dao Gugu said. Wang Fei's abdomen is pointed and looked like it could be a little air. Shen Miao smiled as she listened to their conjectures, but her heart felt a calm that she had never felt before. After giving birth and upon Xie Jingxing's return, perhaps the hardship of the past year and the chaos of the war would finally end. The future would be welcome good times. However, in this world, there would not be such a perfect thing. Even at a good result, there would be 18 twists and danger would spring up continuously and troubles would add into the chaos. It was like this could then show the perviousness of the result and it was difficult to gain happiness. And for Shen Miao, just when she thought that she was approaching fortune and happiness, a big issue was ushered in. In the autumn, the skies were clear and the wind was blowing smoothly. It was a rare good weather. Shen Miao sat on the side of the courtyard as she had, on a rare occasion, finished reading all the memorandums early. Luo Tan had found a kite from who knew where. Her childlike heart did not decrease as she played with the female officials heartily. Shen Miao was infected by her laughter and could not help but smiled. However, one saw Deng Gonggong walking in quickly with a seriousness not seen before. Upon seeing Shen Miao, he signaled her to go into the hall. Shen Miao saw that he had important things to say and let Jing Jie support her to the inner hall. Upon reaching the inner hall, Deng Gonggong said, Wang Fei, it is not good. The remaining forces of the Lu family are attacking the city. The remaining forces of the Lu family. Shen Miao frowned. Didn't everyone of the Lu family been completely eradicated in Fuyang? Among the Lu family, the second Lu young lady's husband is a military officer and had raised a group of private soldiers. At that time they were not in Long Yi but outside Long Yi, posing as ordinary folks. These people had contact with the Yi family. At that time when the Yi family got into trouble, Yi Maokai gave these people a huge fortune. Now these people had prepared resources and planned to attack the city and are currently exchanging moves with the guards at the city. Deng Gonggong said. Shen Miao's eyes congealed and she spoke coldly. In half a moment, a centipede dies but never falls down. The Lu and Yi families had really racked their brains in dealing with the imperial family. She looked towards Deng Gonggong. They are coming for me. Deng Gonggong wiped the sweat on his forehead. Wang Fei. Even with both the Lu and Yi families' residual power, it was not possible for them to compete with Xie Jingxing's army. The reason why they chose this time to attack the city was all to fulfill Yi Maokai's and Lu Zhongzhan's last wishes and make the situation into either the fish died or the net split. Now that there was only Shen Miao, the only person who could make decision in the palace, and Shen Miao was even carrying Xie Jingxing's child. Perhaps from their viewpoint, upon killing Shen Miao and losing the child, Xie Jingxing would feel so much pain that he did not want to live. For Xie Jingxing, this was the best revenge. Was this Yi Maokai's and Lu Zhongzhan's method? They were already dead but they still had to make another feel disgusted at the end. How many troops are there in the city and how many guards are there in the palace? Shen Miao asked. The guards in the palace are enough to protect Wang Fei, but those people had started to slaughter the people outside Long Yi. Once they enter the city, they would definitely kill everyone. These people are cruel and are mixed in the crowds. If one wants to deal with them, lots of people are required. Like that, then the people in the palace are not enough and it would be easy to be exploited. Shen Miao frowned. That is to say that one has to choose between the palace and the commoners. Deng Gonggong was silent. He did not know how to answer such a direct question like that. Understood. Shen Miao nodded her head. Take the guards out. Protect the people first. Wang Fei. Deng Gonggong was startled. You cannot discount your life and death. If you encounter any dangers, how could I tell His Highness the Prince? It is not that I have discounted my life and death. Shen Miao said. It is just that do you think those people are only outside the city? One feared that there are also people mixed in the city. What they are doing is nothing more than arising fear from the commoners. If at this time the guards only guard the palace, they would say some words and the commoners would be moved easily. When the people's heart are not stable, this Imperial Palace is just a bowl of soup that can be scattered quickly. It is especially so that His Highness is about to return, there must not be any chaos. Seeing that Deng Gong disagreement, Shen Miao said, besides I would not take my life as a joke. Before His Highness left, he had left some people for me. They will protect me. Those few Moyun army who was left behind had later following Shen Miao into the palace. She knew in her heart that there was no room for any choice at this moment. Lu Zhongzhan's and Yu Mao Kai's last move was to deliberately make the others disgusted. If Shen Miao only cared about herself and not the commoner's life and death, once this matter had passed, even if Xie Jingxing was enthroned, there would only be a cold and selfish reputation. During an emperor's initial period of their rule, the most important was the commoner's hearts of support. If one lost the hearts of the people, then the foundation would not be stable from the beginning. For Xie Jingxing's sake, one could not let the guards guard only the palace. When Deng Gong saw that she had a decision made, he no longer insisted and arranged according to her instructions. Shen Miao did not seem as tranquil as she looked. She frowned tightly. If it was in the past, it would not be a problem, but at such a juncture, it was time for her to give birth. It might be that these remaining forces had picked this time for this opportunity. In any case, she must protect the child in her abdomen. Luo Tan rushed over after knowing of the news and she was filled with worry as she persuaded her, youngest Biao's sister, it is better to find a place to hide. Let's hide first, until the child is born. Currently this palace is no longer safe as everyone knows that you are in the palace and naturally those rebels also know. Once the guards in the palace reduce, they would definitely attack. Shen Miao shook her head. If I were to leave, one fear that on the second day, these people would have said that I fled. This palace is like a battleground. If I were to withdraw first, once the rebels come forward, the imperial family could no longer stand up. But, Luo Tan still wanted to speak. There are no buts. Just wait for a few more days and Xie Jingxing will return. Shen Miao said, as long as one survives this period. Just as Shen Miao expected, just barely the second day, rumors began to spread on the streets saying that Rui Wangfei had fled with her people and did not care about the life and death of the people. Now there is not a single person that could make decision in Great Liang's court and the rebels were fighting with the city guards at the city gates. It was unknown when they would enter the city and at that time blood would flow like the river. The commoners were kind and kind people were most easily made use by others. No matter if it was a rumor or something of substance, what they could rely on was nothing more than the protection of the Son of Heavens. However, upon hearing this rumor that the person who made decisions had fled and left them to the knives like fish meat, it made one feel hurt. For a period of time, they scolded the imperial family for being ruthless and curses of Shen Miao's coldness were endless. Xie Jingxing was scolded for only caring about his merits and not taking the lives of Long Yi's commoners in regard. They also scolded Shen Miao for being without virtue and heart by fleeing from the city. Shen Miao sat at the side of Jinyu Hall. She was dressed in a purple shimmering robe with a palace-styled hair. She was obviously young but managed to hold the color down. She said, head towards the top of the palace city. The officials looked at each other and one of them came forward. Wang Fei of first rank, is this move too risky? This person had opposed to Shen Miao overseeing the court initially and he opposed it the most. However, in recent days, he had been much more obedient. One has to take risk then the commoners would believe that one would not give them up in times of danger. She stood up as Jing Jie and Gu Yu quickly supported her. She was currently at full term and thus it was inconvenient to walk around. Even though it was called the palace city, it was better to call it a palace tower. When Shen Miao and the hundreds of officials were up on the tower, there were some commoners gathered below and more gathered. Mo Qing brought the Mo Yun army over and the guards in the palace were also activated to prevent assassins from attacking. Some of the commoners recognized Shen Miao and someone immediately called out, it is the Wang Fei of first rank. In a short period of time the space below the tower were filled with so much people that water could not pass. One feared that half of Long Yi's commoners had come over. Shen Miao looked down and slowly spoke. To every ordinary folks, lately there are many rumors. The dregs of the Lu people and the Yi rebels are entangled, intending to confuse the people's heart. In the wind, her voice was neither high or low but seemed to have the power to appease others yet able to be firm, making others feel the decisiveness in her tone of voice. Everyone must not be in a rush to be convinced by it. I swear on the name of Rui Wangfei of first rank that if the city stands, I stand, if the city falls, I will fall. I will exist with you and fight together with you. There was a blanket of awe at the bottom of the city but there were doubters and believers. The troops of Great Liang are currently in an expedition outside and I am in Long Yi, part of the Xie family of Long Yi. The Xie people's glory is not extinguished and I would not flee. Being in a family of military lineage, there are no cowards. One can be defeated but cannot flee. Not to mention that this is just some dregs, how could they make a mess in court? What a joke. She spoke loudly but not flowery. Everyone looked up at that female wearing a golden purple long robe. Her chin was slightly lifted up and for a short moment, made one saw a glimpse of the young prince of first rank that was in a war expedition. It was arrogant yet was qualified to do so. So don't believe, don't speak, don't fear and don't cower. I am here in this imperial palace, let's see who dare to come. The purple cloak fluttered with the wind as the flag behind her flew up high. The commoners below were silent for a moment before cheering together with voices so loud that it seemed to have broken through the clouds. There was no one did not like victory. The commoners need to be appeased and they especially need a domineering promise. The monarch was not present but this female could pick up this great cause with such courage and bravery. It made one admire and felt reassured. It was a very protective appearance. The civil and military officials that were standing behind her were moved upon seeing the scene. This was the power of speech. This female could move people's heart. She had picked on the most enthusiastic part of one's heart and made the people's blood boil. As such, the city gates of Long Yi were firmly strengthened. Shen Miao turned and left. In the next few days, the rumors in Long Yi had calmed down. Even when those people tried to provoke dissent, the commoners would immediately refute it. After all that day Shen Miao had personally went up to the palace tower even in such a dangerous situation and spoke those inspiring words. As long as the commoners were settled, the human heart could be revealed. However, the Lu and Yi forces outside the city had intensified its offensive attacks, as if they had gone crazy. As Shen Miao read the memorandums normally, she had made arrangements for the guards to reinforce the forces at the city, making herself very busy. She was pregnant and felt a little less capable than she desired to be. On this day, she just woke up early in the morning when she saw Luo Tan running in. Upon seeing her, she said, youngest Biao's sister, someone is here to see you. Shen Miao frowned, who? She was in the palace and now other than speaking to those court officials during court, no one would specifically come to see her. She had no good friends in Long Yi and those with the best relations were all in the palace. I will help you out to take a look, Luo Tan said. Luo Tan supported Shen Miao out and upon arriving at the main hall, she saw a person sitting in front of the table as Jing Jie poured tea for the person. The person was wearing a green simple robe, just as pure and unyielding as her memories. Shen Miao called out, Gentleman Pei. Pei Lang turned his head. There were just too many things that happened in the past year. At the beginning Pei Lang chose to leave and from some ways, it was considered the best choice. After all the memories of one's past life still exist and no one knew what kind of emotions they should use when facing one another. When he saw Shen Miao, he smiled gently. One heard that Long Yi is facing some difficulties and the palace is in a dangerous situation. Even though I do not have any special skills, at ease I can share some burden. Shen Miao frowned and did not speak for some time. Pei Lang smiled. No need to think too much. I am from Mingqi and in Great Liang can be considered as a fellow countryman. Moreover, at the beginning there was a teacher and student relationship, thus it is not that there is completely no relations. This time just treat me like I am helping a friend from hometown. He smiled gently, as if everything had not happened. Shen Miao looked at him carefully and saw his calm expression, as if he had let go of the past and her heart relaxed. For Shen Miao, the past seemed to be something very long ago. She was more concerned of the future and Pei Lang's appearance could indeed help her offload many problems. She said, I have to owe you a favor again. The last time it was Pei Lang that took a knife for her. Pei Lang said softly, oh. Then he smiled again. It is good to think it like this. After looking up at Shen Miao, he continued, there is no time to waste. Now let's deal with the most pressing matter in Long Yi. What was the most pressing matter in Long Yi at this moment? It was naturally cleaning up the rebels and ensuring the safety of the people in the city. Because of the war and many other court affairs, there were numerous memorandums. They all depended on pregnant Shen Miao to settle and this was just too much. Moreover, her delivery date was around the corner and she could not afford to make big movements. After Pei Lang arrived, the burden on Shen Miao's shoulder was a little lighter. Pei Lang was originally Fu Shuyi's aide and naturally had an understanding of these court matters. Moreover, he had a natural-born talent in this area that even if entering Great Liang's court first time, he was able to handle it well. However, there was a problem, which was the manpower in Long Yi. It was possible to protect the people in Long Yi, but one would not be able to cover one's tail if some resources were moved to clean up the rebels. No one dared to take this risk and it was not a good thing to stay on such a stalemate. Just delay it by a month. When Xie Jingxing returns, these rebels would be cleared. Shen Miao said to Pei Lang, as long as one persists for these days. Pei Lang was helping on the memorandums. They did not mention any related matters of the past lifetime, as if both of them had an unspoken past. There was no advantage of bringing it up and sometimes, being stupid was the best way of getting along. Pei Lang was also stunned for a long time upon seeing the foolish Yi Hongguang. Most likely because Yi Hongguang and Fu Ming were just too similar in appearance. Thus he treated Yi Hongguang particularly warm and Yi Hongguang liked to play with Pei Lang. Even so, Pei Lang was somewhat worried, but the Lu family rebels also know of this logic. In previous days, the soldiers guarding the city had reported that the Lu family rebels had not moved till now. When things are not moving as expected, it is not normal. One felt that they are preparing for something. No matter what they are preparing, there would be no change in our current situation. Shen Miao sighed. At the beginning one had thought about the strong Great Liang border. Long Yi is the golden throne and thought that even if there were movements it would all be due to the moodle suspicions in the imperial courts. Who knew that the Lu family had retained this method? The Lu family hates the imperial family to the bones and KN knowing that there was no more opportunities of winning, they actually hid this move at such a critical time. It is not enough for the old thief to die like that. Shen Miao had a memorandum in her hands but her gaze was outside the windows. Long Yi cannot be lost. Not even one step can be given in. Luo Tan walked over with a food basket and smiled. Both of you had read the memorandums for so long and need to eat. This is especially so for youngest Biao's sister. You are no longer one person and you have a child. You being hungry means my unknown little niece or little nephew have to be hungry too. What kind of mother is this? She took out the snacks and soup from the basket and said, Gentleman Pei should also eat a little. I watched as the kitchens prepare these things. It is guaranteed very safe. Luo Tan was in the palace all day and seemed to be somewhat doing nothing. Shen Miao and Pei Lang read memorandums and she could not help, thus all her efforts and thoughts were placed on Shen Miao's child. There are many people in the palace and more hands equates to more complication, thus meals would require a lot of attention as lots of children were lost just because of food. Luo Tan would move a small tool every day to the imperial kitchens to guard that even Dao Gugu, Jing Jie, Gu Yu would not pass, watching all the food prepared personally. Shen Miao smiled gently, have troubled you. Pei Lang's gaze fell onto Shen Miao protruding abdomen and hesitated for a bit before asking, it is estimated to be in these few days. It is not easy to predict. Shen Miao said, but I felt that it should be soon. She caressed her lower abdomen and there was a flash of gentleness in her eyes. To be born in such a chaotic time, it is tough for him. What chaos? Luo Tan said, youngest Biao's sister words are wrong. One had to know that the land under heavens are not peaceful today and when the chaos are settled and world is stabilized, it would be a time of prosperity. When Mei Fu returns, then that little fellow would have a victorious father and everyone under heavens would cheer of his birth. Such a fortunate thing is not something that anyone could encounter. Why does such a good thing become a bad thing from your lips? Shen Miao laughed. You are so good with your words, so why don't you go be a storyteller? Luo Tan said proudly, if I am a storyteller, then one would be able to be the best in the world. Pei Lang saw both of them speaking with excitement and shook his head with a smile. It is good after these days passed. One only hoped that the rebels would not create any issues at this time. Heavens did not go according to humans' wishes. Pei Lang's words accidentally came true after 2 days. The more critical TME was, the more one could not make a mistake. As long as one passed these days, Xie Jingxing returned and resolved the dangers in Long Yi. No matter if there were rebels of thieves, they would disappear without any traces in this Great Liang Empire. From then onwards, there would not be Mingqi or Qin country. There would only be one Great Liang under heavens and all these mountains and lands would end up in Xie Jingxing's hands. Even if one escaped to the ends of the heavens and corner of the seas, these people would be like ants, like dogs of departed family, never able to have peace. From the start they had never intended to leave alive, otherwise they would not have attacked Long Yi. However, if one was able to kill Shen Miao or the child in Shen Miao's abdomen, then this suicide battle would be worth it. Now seeing that each day passed with the commoners were not incited successfully and the imperial family was still stable, the rebels were anxious. They were anxious to make the entire Long Yi in chaos so that when Xie Jingxing returned, he would face a mess as well as the tragic death of this wife and child. Thus they launched a frenzied attack on Long Yi 2 days later. Just like Pei Lang had predicted, things that were not moving as expected, it is not normal. They had originally made an arrangement and this arrangement was made by Lu Mao Kai to force the imperial family. One had not expected that it would be used to deal with this imperial city. But just like Shen Miao had said, no matter what happened, their situation would not change a little bit. In Lu Mao Kai's plans, it was the Lu family troops dealing with the imperial guards. Now these forces are not as fierce as the Lu family's troops and the imperial guards were not as many as during Emperor Yongli's period, coincidentally, both made up to a tie. By setting aside guards to protect the commoners, naturally there were much lesser people in the Imperial Palace. Shen Miao's situation became very dangerous. Wang Fei, how about recalling some people back to the palace? Deng Gonggong said, one fear that it is more critical in the palace. It is useless for 1 or 2 people and if there are more people, there would be none outside. Let it be, Shen Miao said, just leave it like this. It would be all right after tonight. Those rebels also need to recuperate. If tonight's attack and the city is not successful, then their troops' morale would drop by half. Tonight is the most stressful time. After tonight, everything would become much easier. Dao Gugu was somewhat restless. One could not help but worry upon listening. Wang Fei, is the child in one's abdomen really all right? Shen Miao unconsciously stroked her abdomen the next moment. Most likely because mother and child were of one heart. These days, she was able to clearly feel the child moving and kicking in her womb, but tonight it was very calm. She then smiled. Most likely it is asleep and know that it should not create a mess at this moment. It is very obedient. Pei Lang said, since one has made up one's mind, then just guard here. However, one have to be prepared. Once something goes wrong, then let everyone in Moyan army come here to protect you and escort you to a safe place. Even though this Imperial Palace have to be guarded, one's life is still the most important. Even though the commoners know that you flee at the end, it would only be that you fled at the last moment and would not blame you since you are protecting the Imperial family's blood. Shen Miao nodded her head. This is also what I thought. Then everyone should raise their spirits. Luo Tan said, it is currently the most crucial night. We are all in the Imperial Palace and at such a time must be unite. There is nothing that one cannot get through. This year is almost over and all these are nothing more than some nameless rats. Would one even fear those? Luo Tan grew up in the Luo family and had a type of pride and courage in her bones. The more dangerous it was, the more unafraid she became. Her words made those in the palace feel hot-blooded. Even those eunuchs and palace maids in Weiyang Palace all knelt down and said that they would live and die in this Imperial Palace. The situation was not that desperate yet. Shen Miao sat in the middle of the hall. The big hall was very spacious that it was somewhat deserted. Pei Lang sat at the side flipping through memorandums while Shen Miao walked at the officials brought some document at Shangwu noon. As for Luo Tan, one did not know where she found a 9-ring puzzle to play with. Dao Gugu and Deng Gong was at the side, continuously pouring warm tea. It looked like everyone had their things to do and seemed to be busy. This lightened the tense atmosphere a little. But it was only a little. This was because the guards would report from time to time about the current situation of the city. Those rebels were really ferocious as they were killing commoners everywhere. Thus whoever that stood with the Imperial family would panic. Fortunately Shen Miao had reallocated most of the guards and city garrison to fight with these Lu family people endlessly. At this time, one could not see who would prevail. These thieves were very sly. A part of them would confuse the hearts of the commoners and a part of them would be secretly hide and attack the Imperial Palace. Hearing the noises of some soldiers fighting outside, there seemed to be some shouts occasionally. No one could really calm down. It was as if a bow was fully pulled. Every L-side move would affect one's heart, making one unable to be settled down. This night was particularly long. It was so long that the green smoke from the incense burner was also particularly slow as it scattered in the air, producing a light fragrance. However, one was able to smell it. When the dawn broke, the noises outside gradually got softer. Deng Gong and Dao Gugu showed expressions of relief. The head of the guards came in from outside and said to Shen Miao, reporting to Wang Fei, the Lu family rebels had already withdrawn to the outer skirts of the city and the thieves in the city were cleared. The city garrison is currently clamming the commoners down. This meant that the crisis had passed. Luo Tan stretched out. The 9-ring puzzle that she had been playing with the entire night was not undone. It was not because she was stupid but because the entire night, her mind was not on the 9-ring puzzle, thus it would be a wonder if one managed to solve it. She yawned. Even though she was excited, she was unable to hid her fatigue. Youngest Biao's sister, since the crisis is resolved and I have accompanied you an entire night, this is considered a little merit, right? Shen Miao lifted her head up. She was comparably better than Luo Tan. Even though she looked somewhat tired, she was not that sleepy. She said with a smile, everyone has suffered. When His Highness returned, those who have merits would be rewarded. The head of the guards also smiled. Wang Fei has also suffered. To be able to calm down in such a critical juncture like this and even staying in the palace all night, in some ways, it was almost as good as fighting with them. For a female to be able to do this was very admirable. Moreover, what kind of person Shen Miao was during these days, everyone could see it clearly. Without her leading Long Yi, one feared that Long Yi would still be in a mess now. Pei Lang looked up from the memorandums and smiled gently at Shen Miao with some expression of ease. Dao Gugu was the most concerned about Shen Miao's health. Since it is all right, it is better for Wang Fei to rest first. Even normal people would not be able to handle an entire night of not closing one's eyes, much less someone pregnant. She went over to support Shen Miao. Shen Miao was supported by Dao Gugu and as she took a step out, she felt her abdomen fell and she suddenly stopped. When Luo Tan saw it, she said, one's body stiffens after sitting for too long, right? I will come and massage for you. When one's legs become numb, it is difficult to take a single step. It is not that. Shen Miao forced herself to come down before saying, go and invite a midwife over first. Dao Gugu and Luo Tan was first startled. Dao Gugu however immediately reacted but she was unable to say she was more excited or horrified as she said, quick. Bring the 2 midwives from the palace over. The midwives were the best of all midwives. All the famous midwives were called upon before shortlisting to those who went through difficult births like small matters. In order to be safe, Dao Gugu found 2 of them. The one in front, Li Pozi said, Wang Fei don't be nervous. A female would always find the first birth difficult but as the saying goes, first is strange, second will be familiar. After giving birth the first time, one would not be scared later and it would be very smooth. Lu Pozi was older than Li Pozi, scolded, what nonsense are you spouting in front of these nobles? She then looked towards Shen Miao and said in wonder, but Wang Fei is indeed very calm. This Pozi had seen many young ladies given birth but it is the first time one see one that is this calm. Shen Miao was already supported to the bed to lie down. She looked calm, as if she did not put this matter to heart. From the beginning to the end, she did not display a panic look at all, almost making others think that it was not her first time giving birth. Even it was the second time giving birth, those women would not be as relaxed as this. Shen Miao knew in her heart clearly that she was not as calm as she appeared to be. The memory of childbirth was so long ago and at that time Fu Shuyi did not care about her. The birth of the child was very difficult and she gave birth with great unease. Now this child came to the world with everyone's expectation. No matter if it is Xie Jingxing and herself or Empress Xiande and Emperor Yongle, when the Shen family knew of her being pregnant, they would definitely be very hopeful for the child. The more something is precious, the more one fear of it being broken. Too much concern would become chaotic. She forced herself to breath in and exhale deeply, abandoning all the mess to the back of her head. May Wang Fei get up to eat something first. Li Pozi picked up a brown sugar-soaked egg at the side to Shen Miao. Only upon eating would one have energy. It takes some time to deliver, thus one have to wait for a while. Wang Fei is not at all delicate. Lu Pozi prays. In the past those little daughter-in-laws would have tempers. Even those foreign of noble families would be exceptionally picky. They would not be willing to eat anything, saying that it is not comfortable but afterwards do not have strength to give birth. At the end the person suffering is oneself. Wang Fei is however is very sensible. Like that, the delivery would be smooth. She saw Shen Miao's gentleness and was not picky of their countryside background. When she spoke she felt closeness and thus felt good. Shen Miao knew that both of them were talking to help distract her, so that time could move faster. After all, the delivery have yet to start. Outside, Dao Gugu and the rest were waiting. Luo Tan said, my heart is beating very fast. One did not know if youngest Biao's sister will give birth to a boy or a girl. After being curious for so long, one can finally have an answer. No matter if it is a little heir or little princess, when His Highness the Prince returns, he would be very happy and dotes a lot. Dao Gugu, it is just that one did not know how long one would need to wait. Deng Gonggong was somewhat nervous. This is after all the first younger generation of the imperial family. The emperor, her ladyship the empress and her ladyship the empress dowager would be very happy in heavens. It was so at this side, much less the people of Prince Rui residence. Even Mo Qing, one who did not show much difference between happiness and anger, seemed to be flushed red. Kong Yang kept jumping around and said, before the departure, Tai Yi had made a bet with me. I bet that it would be a little princess and had bet my entire fortune. If one lost this time, one's funds for marrying a wife cannot be saved. Jing Jie happened to hear it and became scornful. I see that it is a little heir. Hey, why should it be a little heir? Kong Yang asked. I see that it is a little princess. A little heir is a little heir. Jing Jie could not be outdone. Don't be noisy. Gu Yu diffused the situation, still quarrel at this moment. Where is Tang Shu? Tang Shu was at the corner, repeatedly chanting Amitabha and whispering softly, seeing the Xiao family ancestors to bless Wang Fei and son safe and sound, Wang Fei and daughter safe and sound, everyone is safe and sound. From the early afternoon to late afternoon and only when evening came, Shen Miao finally began her delivery. The posy instructed the palace maids to prepare clean water, towels, clean scissors and a variety of necessary things. Luo Tan wanted to enter but Dao Gugu stopped her. Dao Gugu and a few palace maids enter and so did Jing Jie and Gu Yu, to ensure that nothing happened. Shen Miao moaned lowly. She had tried to endure it but the pain came in waves. Afterwards, it was almost constant severe pain. This pain was even more painful than any physical pain she felt after her rebirth. It almost seemed that someone was stabbing her abdomen with a pair of scissors. Wang Fei, keep it up and use more strength. Li Posey said, one can see the child already. Outside there was a line of people with Pei Lang, who was waiting anxiously, like a day was a year. From time to time, there were palace maids that carried silver basins in and out and the blood in the basin was shocking. Luo Tan anxiously grabbed onto the Momo beside her and asked, what is going on? Why is there so much blood? Pei Lang's heart was transported far away. In the previous lifetime, Fu Shuyi did not care about the birth of Fu Ming and Wan Yu at all. At that time, he coincidentally passed by so Fu Shuyi let him represent him to take a look. When Shen Miao gave birth in the previous lifetime, in some ways, it was Pei Lang that accompanied her. He did not expect that in this lifetime, Xie Jingxing was not by her side and it was him who accompanied her. This was also very good. At least in such a time, she was not alone. At least he accompanied her at such a time. Each moment was particularly long and he did not know how long had passed when he heard the posy from the room exclaiming, it's coming out. It's a little heir. Oh, there's another one. It's twins, twins. Wang Fei has a good blessing. Not after a moment later, one heard another cry from inside and the baby's cry was very resounding. Everyone was so happy and Luo Tan almost fainted in happiness. But before they could take a breath, they heard Li Posey exclaiming, Wang Fei, you must hold on and don't sleep. Don't sleep. Pei Lang's heart tightened and before he could respond to it, one heard Dao Gugu's sad voice, Wang Fei, hold it in. Luo Tan had an anxious temperament and did not care about being afraid and just went into the room. Pei Lang hesitated and heard Dao Gugu speaking, Gentleman Pei. Come in Gentleman Pei. Pei Lang rushed into the room. Shen Miao was covered with a blanket and her face was exceptionally pale. She said to Lu Posey and Li Posey beside, it is all right. It is good that the children are saved. Wang Fei, Lu Posey and Li Posey wanted to say something but they were unable to speak. What is going on exactly? Luo Tan was so anxious that she was about to cry, youngest Biao's sister, what is wrong? Why say such words? Wang Fei's health was weak before and she was pregnant with twins. Before delivery, she was distracted and had used lots of energy and the fetus became unstable. Now the body is exhausted and bleed too much. Lu Posey could not carry on speaking. This delivery is indeed difficult. I feel that I cannot go on. Older Biao's sister, upon seeing my father, mother and eldest brother, tell them that I am not filial for me and could not serve them in their old age. Luo Tan shook her head desperately. Youngest Biao's sister, these kind of words cannot be said by me. Stop talking nonsense. You will be well and lively to see Gu Fu and Gu Mu. Those words you said are not filial at all. Stop talking. Stop talking. When she spoke till the end, she was already bawling and could hardly control herself. Shen Miao smiled helplessly before looking at Pei Lang. Pei Lang had a stunned expression and his lips were trembling slightly. There was not even the usual calm look. No, you can carry on. He said, I have not paid off your debts yet. You have to live 100 years, healthily and worry-free. It was as if he was forcing himself to believe in it. Gentlemen Pei no longer owe me anything. If one really want to pay back then promise me to protect my children. One hope they can grow up healthily. She passed with all her strength, as if she had ran out of it. Upon seeing Xie Jingxing, tell him that I am sorry and could not wait. Thank him for protecting me willingly all this time and tolerate me. To be husband and wife with him, I am very happy. Wang Fei, Dao Gugu called out. Let me see my children, she said. The two children were wiped cleanly and were wrapped in blanket before bringing over to Shen Miao's side. Dao Gugu said in tears, it is two heirs. They are very healthy. Shen Miao tearful gaze landed on both children. She struggled to reach out and traced both children's brows as she said lightly, when these two children grow up, their brows must be very good looking. No matter if they take after the father or mother. Xie Jingxing and me had suffered lots of hardship and if Heavens is a good person, they would not let them suffer any. Dao Gugu had begun to wipe her tears. Luo Tan turned her head away and used the back of her hands to wipe her tears. I really want to watch you both grow up. Her eyes landed on both children and it had a deep attachment to it, as if looking past both babies' appearance, seeing the person behind. Really miss you. Her voice gradually weakened. In a big 10,000s of li, the young general suddenly felt a pain in his heart. That kind of pain spread from his chest to every corner of his body, making the person bend down uncontrolled due to the pain. He used the table to support himself as he gasped for air. Gao Yang was walking into the tent and was shocked upon seeing this scene. He quickly reached out to take his pulse but said curiously after feeling it, there is so issues. What happened to you? Xie Jingxing frowned and suddenly said, attack Xuanyang tomorrow. Why the sudden decision? Gao Yang jumped in shock. Quickly start and finish the battle. Xie Jingxing turned around and headed out. Great Liang had occupied the Qin country's Xuanyang and from that point onwards, the situation of three divided nations had finally been broken by the young Prince Rui of first rank. The chaos had came to an end and the grand plan was accomplished as the flowers land on Great Liang. The losers were defeated and the winners were kings. The Qin Emperor were defeated and eliminated by the enemy. There was only the Great Liang Emperor and there would no longer be any emperor of Mingqi or Qin country. History would only remember the winners. The defeated country would be sad, but if the previous monarch was tyrannical and the new monarch was wise and generous to the commoners, then the commoners' heart would naturally fall toward the generous side. Commoners were not fools and would always show gratitude since ancient times. Wherever the wise monarch went, there would always be support by the people. Great Liang's troops was about to return home. It was always a glorious thing to return back upon a victory. Those families, who had members that joined the army and were still alive, were naturally proud. Even those who died on horseback would also feel proud despite some pain and sadness. The commoners in Longyi were all rushing all over the place, waiting for the victorious troops to return. As compared to the hustle and bustle among the commoners, the palace was cold and desolate. Luo Tan sat at the courtyard. During autumn, it was rare to have such a warm and radiant sun that make people feel warm. There were piles of books in the courtyard that Jing Jie and Gu Yu was sunning. Luo Tan was watching on and smiled. When one was in Shaochun City, she always bring out these books to sun. I always felt that the books would not spoil, so why the need to sun them and be that detailed? One did not think that now it is me who took the initiative to help her to do these things. The green-clad male by her side did not speak. Pei Lang seemed to be much older overnight. He did things silently, but because without Shen Miao's instructions, he was unable to read memorandums. Every day he would read books and could not do anything else. These kind of feudal days seemed to be very painful for him. There was not a single happy atmosphere in the palace. Dao Gugu carried both children over. Luo Tan quickly stood up and took one over. The young masters are very healthy. Dao Gugu smiled. The nanny mentioned that they are very obedient at night and would not make a fuss. There were also some smiles on Luo Tan's face. So obedient, it is similar to their mother's temperament. Then her voice stopped. Pei Lang's gaze landed on both children and his eyes dimmed a little. Which one is the older brother? Which one is the younger brother? I really cannot tell at all. Luo Tan diverted the topic. Both of them have identical appearance. It is like this now. How would it be in the future? Dao Gugu smiled. It is nothing. In the future one can use clothes to differentiate them. Moreover, when children grows up, their character would be different and naturally one can tell them apart. But what to call them? Luo Tan was annoyed. Which one is the older brother? Which one is the younger brother? Youngest Biao's sister did not have time to give them a. She immediately paused and afterwards smiled in annoyance. I kept on saying not to mention it but always mention it. Never mind. When Dao Gugu saw it, she wanted to say some words of consolation but saw Gu Yu and Jing Jie rushing in from outside. Gu Yu said, the prince of first rank has returned. What? Pei Lang and Luo Tan were in shock. Based on Great Liang's troop speed, it would take about a month before their return to the capital. The prince brought his own people back first. Gu Yu said softly, but Furin. After a pause, Pei Lang then said, let's go over to take a look. Xie Jingxing strode towards the palace. In a short time span of a year, too many things had changed. Emperor Yongle and Empress Xiande had passed away and the palace seemed to be much colder. Deng Gonggong smiled. May your highness go and take a look at the two little young masters first. Dao Gugu and young lady Luo are currently playing with them. Xie Jingxing frowned. Where is Shen Miao? As the voice fell, he then saw Luo Tan and Dao Gugu walking over from behind the folding screen carrying the children and Pei Lang following behind. Xie Jingxing paused in his steps. Shen Miao, he said slowly. Pei Lang stepped forward and said softly, go and take a look at her. Gao Zan stroked his white beard and shook his head. This old physician had done one's best to save her life. The body was already dried up but she has a strong will to live and perhaps would not take one's last breath. With one last breath, this old physician had sealed her acupuncture points and saved her life but it just merely her life. Zhu Fu, what does that mean? Gao Yang asked. He had left the family for many years and from the start when he began his official career, he had went against the Gao family's family rules and was kicked out of the family and thus did not keep contact with the Gao family for many years. This Zhu Fu term made Gao Zan tremble slightly. The meaning is that she might sleep forever. Although there is breathing and pulse, she would never wake up and never open her eyes. Even if she were to wake up, he looked at Gao Yang, just like how you treated the young master of the Yi family, no one would know how would she be after she wakes up. In other words, after Shen Miao wakes up, perhaps she would become as silly as Yi Hongguang. But it was more likely that she would be like this and sleep year upon year and not even open her eyes to see Xie Jingxing even upon becoming old. Isn't that being a? Ji Yushu swallowed the words living dead. But even if he did not say it, everyone around understood Gao Zan's meaning. In such a case, Gao Zhang asked Xie Jingxing, is your highness willing to wait? It does not matter how long it takes. Xie Jingxing said, she had fulfilled her promise and waited till I have returned so what matters if I wait for her for the entire lifetime? Her life is mine. Without my permission, even the king of hell cannot take her away. When he was speaking, his eyes were cold, like the coldness of Emperor Yongle but he still had his own arrogance, like nothing entered his eyes. Everyone was silent. Shen Miao's eyes were closed and did not hear those words. It was as if she was sleeping very well. Luo Tan said, let's go out and let her rest for some period of time. In the past year, she had not had a good rest at all. Xie Jingxing treated the pair of babies very well. Those subordinates and good friends that followed him for so many years were so shocked that their chins almost fell off when they saw him like this. It was said that even though young fathers would feel happy when they become fathers, but due to their clumsy and rough nature, they would always resist in raising them. Moreover with Xie Jingxing's personality, there was no way that it would be even near the words patient and gentle. But he did indeed surprise everyone and spend time with the two children. He would not disdain their urine or stool and was even picky of their nanny and managed things that a male would not do. The two children did not have official names yet and only nicknames that Xie Jingxing gave. One was called Chu Yi and the other was called Shi Wu. Everyone felt that the names were just too casual but Xie Jing spoke convincingly, the moon is the rounded on the 1st and 15th day of the month. Moreover these are my sons, what does their names matters to you? Get lost. Chu Yi means the first day of the month and Shi Wu means 15, or in this case, the 15 of the month. The moon is the roundest at the night of the 1st and 15th night of the lunar calendar. The round moon also represents family reunion and in this case XJX hopes of a family reunion. Everyone could only get lost. No matter what, even though one did not care about anything like naming of the children or him taking care of the babies, things that should be done had to be done. Emperor Yongli's imperial edict for succession was known to the courts and now that the world was peaceful, Xie Jingxing would be enthroned. It was naturally that it would be done smoothly but what about the establishment of the Empress? Who should be established? Shen Miao was still currently lying down and perhaps would not wake up in this lifetime or perhaps upon waking up, she would become crazy. There was no such precedence in history of monarchs to have such an empress. It would seem unlikely. The future was just too long and one's heart was easily swayed. Xie Jingxing could say now that he was loyal to Shen Miao but how could one be clear of the future? When Luo Tan learned of this news, she was not reconciled to it. The Shen family army had returned with the Great Liang troops and had not reached Longyi yet. At this moment they had no knowledge of Shen Miao's matter yet. Luo Tan, as Shen Miao's only family, was unwilling to see Shen Miao being wronged and could not reconcile if Shen Miao was unable to gain anything after sacrificing everything. It was not ideal to scold or blame Xie Jingxing because Xie Jingxing himself did not do anything wrong, thus she poured out all the hard work that Shen Miao did in the past year. She said that Shen Miao guarded Longyi with a pregnant abdomen for him, guarded the Imperial Palace and protected the dignity of Great Liang's imperial family. Even in a critical and dangerous time, Shen Miao was able to hold it up and she need not have to do so. Xie Jingxing listened to Luo Tan words in silence and looked at her for a while with a smile but not a smile before saying, so. Luo Tan was somewhat at a loss of what to say, so, you should know about it in your heart. She was unable to tell what kind of feeling she was feeling but just that it was like something was blocked but she did not know how to unblock it. She ran away and knocked onto someone. When she looked up, she saw that it was Gao Yang. Gao Yang was curious and asked her what was wrong. Luo Tan glared at him fiercely before leaving. Xie Jingxing walked to the side of the pond and initially wanted to drink tea but at the end called Deng Gong Gong to clear the tea away and bring a pot of wine. By the side of the pond, under the cooling pavilion and moonlight, it was the place that Empress Xiande and Emperor Yongla drank the last snow wine. The world had lament that the heavens was unfair to the deep love of the Emperor and Empress and on the surface, he was indeed more fortunate than Emperor Yongla. At least he was alive and because he was alive, anything was possible. But what if Shen Miao did not wake up in this lifetime? To live like this, wouldn't one lose a lot of things in life? Xie Jingxing did not have too much enthusiasm to be the emperor of this empire and if the person beside was lost, it was actually a very sad thing to live a life that boringly. Someone's footsteps were heard and as he looked towards it, he saw Pei Lang. The moonlight shone on Pei Lang and he looked like a modest gentleman. He seemed not to have drunk any wine for a lifetime, and upon seeing such a person, one would feel that this would be a proud literary person who would drink tea and play chin but he sat in front of Xie Jingxing and found a wine cup before pouring a cup of wine for himself. As the jade wine cup shimmered under the moonlight, it made one drunk before drinking. Pei Lang said, tomorrow you will be enthroned. Congratulations. Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up but he did not seem to be happy. How about her? Pei Lang was straightforward and asked, what do you plan to do? Xie Jingxing turned his head slowly and stared at Pei Lang for a while before speaking, Gentleman Pei is so concerned. Previously one had a teacher and student relation with Wang Fei. Pei Lang was unmoved and continued speaking, afterwards the imperial city is in danger thus one can be friends in troubled times. I do not plan to place blame or change anything. Just being curious. Oh, Xie Jingxing's head lowered and he said faintly, what do you think it should be? Wang Fei had once mentioned that she had no greed for the position of the Empress or any position of power. However if this was her responsibility, she will take it on. She was not a person that could worry for everyone under heavens but willing to take the responsibility for the important people in her heart. That important people includes the Shen family, the children in her abdomen and you. Pei Lang said, Wang Fei had said that her life is especially rough and heavens had been very strict with her. Sometimes thinking from the beginning, it seemed that one did not encounter anything good at all. Thus one had never dared expect anything from heavens. The only wish that one had was that all her loved ones were safe and happy. Xie Jingxing's gaze slightly moved. Pei Lang turned around and looked at him and smiled, she had not experienced anything good. The things that others could gain easily, she had to work very hard to obtain it. Even her tiny wishes were harder than others. Now that the hardships are over, before she could taste the nectar, she fell into a deep sleep. The heavens is really unfair to her. However it is because so she had never asked for anything, making one feel respectful and pitiful. Your Highness, Pei Lang held the wine cup and said with a gentle smile, now that your great wish is completed and you will be enthroned and sit on top of the empire, perhaps there would even be beauties in the future but I still want to remind you not to let yourself regret. His voice was very soft, if one regret, there is no chance of a redo and it is a torture to suffer pain every day. Xie Jingxing looked at him thoughtfully and asked, have you regretted before? Used to and had spent one's entire life to redo it. Even though some was recovered, things that were lost cannot be returned. Pei Lang sighed. Both of them were silent and just at this time Dao Gugu rushed over. Upon seeing that Xie Jingxing and Pei Lang was discussion in discretion, she awkwardly spoke, Your Highness, both young masters are crying non-stop and the nannies have no way to deal with it. It is better for you to take a look. Chu Yi and Shi Wu had been coaxed by Xie Jingxing every day that even their temperament became prideful. No matter how other people coaxed them, they would not respond until Xie Jingxing coaxed. It was also strange as Shen Miao's had a quiet temperament and would not give others trouble but these two children that she bore seemed to be collecting debts. It was still all right before but once Xie Jingxing returned, their temperament started showing up. It was fortunate that Xie Jingxing had patience with the children. If it was other young fathers, one feared that they would have long shook their sleeves and left. Xie Jingxing got up, I will take a look. He then seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Pei Lang, you are indeed an interesting person. But thanks for your reminder. He drank the remaining wine in the cup and said, I have never done anything regretful and would not do anything that would make another regret. You have worried too much. Xie Jingxing and Dao Gugu left and Pei Lang shook his head as he watched both of their retreating back. He laughed in a self-depreciating manner, think of what? His expression gradually became bitter, really don't even give one a chance at all. It is truly evil. On the day that Xie Jingxing was enthroned, the skies were bright and the weather was warm. He was named as Xiao Jing. The palace stood hall as the golden dragon danced around the golden hall. Hundreds of officials were in front with ministers surrounding as the young emperor changed into a golden robe that is embroidered with golden threads with dragon patterns. The corners of the robes were exquisite and prestigious that it made others unable to see it. And he had a beautiful appearance with the crown but he had a pair of cynical peach blossoms eyes. Even so, everywhere that his eyes had passed, it seemed that there were a light breeze of killing intent. No one dared to underestimate this young emperor, even though he was the youngest emperor in Great Liang's history, but he had genuinely carried the battle flag and went into the battlefield and wiped out Qin country and Mingqi. He was even better in using plots in court, making others be in a poor state. The imperial edict for succession was fixed and with the transferring of the imperial seal, from then onwards, Great Liang and everything under heavens ushered in a new master. After his enthronement ceremony, he unexpectedly walked to the side. The officials dared not look up until they heard the emperor's voice, establishing the Empress. Everyone knew that Rui Wangfei was currently in a coma so established what Empress. Everyone did not understand and upon looking up, they saw that young emperor carrying a female and placed her on the Empress's seat and his actions are so cautious, as if it was a valuable treasure. Other than Gao Yang, Ji Yushu and a few of them, the rest of the officials were all full of shock. Someone stood forward, Your Majesty cannot do it. Oh, Emperor Xiao Jing turned his head and looked at him. His gaze changed and he smiled, why not? Wang, Furen has not wakened up now so how could be a mother of a nation be unconscious? It was unheard that an empress of a nation was someone that had not woken up. Why not? Emperor Xiao Jing seemed to be deliberately teasing him, Jen wanted so what can be done? That official was an old official and when Emperor Yongla was alive, he would be very respectful to him. He had some weight and thus said, "Could it be that your majesty want to keep the inner palace empty for her?" All the officials were stunned. To establish a person who would not wake up as the empress, one feared that even just for namesake, there was a wide variety of representation. In the future, even if there were new beauties that entered this palace, as long as this empress position was occupied, then all these females' children would never be able to exceed Chu Yi's and Shi Wu's. Empress Xiaojing smiled softly and continuously that the officials were somewhat in a daze. The officials that spoken previously somewhat panicked at the smile. One only heard the emperor speaking, "The inner palace is empty. Gen's inner palace only have a woman, so why is there someone saying that it is empty?" Everyone was shocked. "Your majesty," that old official still wanted to speak. "Beloved Shu official, Gen, remember that there are 2 young granddaughters in your house and they are of age." Emperor Xiaojing said. That person was stunned and his heart became nervous, but there was a little joy that peeked out. It was just that in the next moment the joy flew away as he heard the emperor saying, "How about Gen bestow them to the young general Song at the Wu border?" That young general Song was young and promising, but unfortunately he was blinded in one eye on the battlefield and it was impossible for him to have any future. Beloved Shu official expression became like the soil. Gen is not here to listen to your view or here to listen to your criticizing. Gen is informing you of the result. He sat on the throne and looked down at all the officials. Gen is the son of heavens and the master. If everyone have any opinion about court matters, just speak about it, but if there is any words on managing Gen's inner palace or Gen's personal affairs, then Gen will definitely, he thought for a moment before continuing, pay it back with interest. At that time, do not blame Gen for disorderly creating married couples. He said in a smiling yet not smiling manner. He indeed was not like an emperor as he was not serious or solemn enough but was even more dangerous than the emperors of the past. He was not inferior in any respect to Emperor Yongla. The more he appeared to be this indifferent, the more it made another's heart thump. Everyone knew how black-bellied this Prince Rui of first rank was, and once he targeted one would not even know how they died. The most important thing was that he completely disregards traditions and reputation, fearing nothing. Everyone believed that this Emperor Xiaojing would definitely marry this high-ranking official's granddaughter to another official's younger brother or making some other high-ranking official's grandson marry a daughter of their sworn enemy. It was all right if the couple was mismatched. One feared that this was a method of control. If this was a way to contain them, then they would not even know how the family clan would weaken and die off. No one would dare to gamble with the entire family clan as stakes. Everyone was thinking to give it up. Currently it was a time of sweetness, so just let Emperor Xiaojing do whatever he wants. Maybe in some days' time he would be tired of it or perhaps be fascinated by some new beauties. Men would be in true love at times of love, and when they did not love, they would really have no love. Why do they need to do such thankless things here? With such thoughts, all the officials seemed to have understood. They no longer said anything and some even started flattering, saying Emperor Xiaojing and Furin's deep love was like a legend. Xie Jingxing looked on coldly at the officials' faces, as if looking at colorful masks that covered the world. He felt ridiculous but also somewhat in pity. He half knelt down in front of Shen Miao. The male that was kneeling down had gold under his feet, and even if it was an ordinary male, it would be surprising to make such a move. Thus everyone was shocked as he was not an ordinary person but Great Liang's emperor, the master of the lands under havens. But he was kneeling down in front of a female that devotedly. Shen Miao was supported by him well and seating at the highest position. She was changed into a gorgeous noble palace robes by Dao Gugu, and there were fine gold powder that was sprinkled at the end of her eyes, making her look full of arrogance. She wore the brightly golden robes of an empress with eyes closed and long lashes hanging down, seemingly deep in sleep. She was really very beautiful and tough female. Gao Zhang said that Shen Miao had an unfulfilled wish, that she had the will to survive to her last breath, and Gao Zhang was able to save her life. And what was her last wish? It was to see Xie Jingxing one last time, to see Chu Yi and Shi Wu grow up, or to say goodbye to Shen Xin and the rest. Xie Jingxing leaned over to her ears and joked, "Brought you to be an empress, why not open one's eyes to take a look?" Shen Miao did not listen to his words. She was sleeping in her own world, as if she would be sleeping for a long time or her entire life. Xie Jingxing stared at her. "One, know that you are tired. Wake up when you have enough sleep." Chu Yi and Shi Wu was looking for their mother. He reached out and held onto Shen Miao's cold hands. "I also miss you." The officials watched quietly as the young emperor did everything. They had been swimming in this imperial court for so many years and the political seas were deep. Real and fake, genuine and pretense. Sometimes one was unable to differentiate one's heart, much less being moved by others. Moreover, Prince Rui had never been a good person previously, and many of the officials here were almost ruined by him that they would gash their teeth with hate. But at this moment they were somewhat reluctant to disturb this scene. As if through this scene of the monarch and female, one saw some shadows of their youth. Everyone had loved before. It was just whether the love would be able to last a lifetime or not. Because it was too difficult, thus many people given it up halfway. It was rare to be able to go all the way to the end. Could Emperor Xiaojing do it? Xie Jingxing placed the heavy empress crown properly and stably on Shen Miao's head. His movements were gentle and solemn, as if was like other actions. He leaned over slightly and kissed the female's eyes. Time was blurred and went backwards very quickly, like it had returned back to a certain day before. He was riding a horse and still the arrogant youth, and she was planning each step against the Ming Qi's imperial family and protecting the Shen family. He asked, "Shen Miao, you want to be an empress?" No one had thought that he would become an emperor at the end, and she indeed became an empress. There were many twists and turns in the world, but everything returned to the beginning. Behind the golden hall, Luo Tan, who was watching sneakily, covered her mouth, seeming to be crying and laughing as she whispered, "He really established youngest Biao's sister as the empress." Youngest Biao's sister did not see wrongly. Behind, Pei Lang was also smiled gently. That smile was filled with relief and some sorrow, but it had more gratitude. It is good. During spring the apricot blossoms were in full bloom, that when the breeze blew by, the petals would flutter down, spreading the flower scent around. The birds were perched on the branches chirping with eyes full of bustle. Half a year was fleeting, so fast that almost no one could catch it. For Long Yi's commoners, the past half a year was pleasantly passed. Perhaps because Qin country and Ming Qi was wiped out, or perhaps because the new emperor's thoughts was just not the same. All in all, Emperor Xiaojing was very competent. He was very generous to the commoners, and some of the new imperial orders made everyone under heavens clap their hands in joy. There was a rumor in the marketplace that because Emperor Xiaojing liked to travel around the country when he was young, he understood the hardships of the people and thus always put himself in the shoes of the commoners. In any cause, Emperor Xiaojing's reputation among the commoners was one of protectiveness. However, in the imperial court, it was not the case. Ever since Emperor Yongla was in power, he would take into consideration their face no matter what he did. However, this Emperor Xiaojing was a lawless master. He was generous to the commoners but harsh towards the court officials, much less talk about any feelings. Even those veteran officials would not be able to gain any benefit with him. What was more frightening was how he balanced the powers everywhere, and his sense of smell was more power than a mouse. Not to mention about any movement, even if there was any subtle thoughts, it would be discovered by him. The officials kept on being suspicious if there were any traitors in their residence and would often clean up their residences. The most dissatisfied thing that the officials had with him was that in this half a year, Emperor Xiaojing really did not accept any beauty. There was only a sleeping Empress Shen in the entire inner palace. This was indeed puzzling. At the beginning there were people that thought that he felt guilty towards Empress Shen and thus made that promise. Moreover, even if the position of the Empress was unshakable, there would not be any problem in accepting other females. However, as the days went by, this Empress Xiaojing's inner palace was so clean that birds could be breed. Everyone then knew that he was not putting up an act. Some people were suspicious that he was full of talk before and now was unable to pull himself down as it meant slapping himself. Thus they considerately gifted the daughters in their residence, but on the next day Emperor Xiaojing bestowed marriages to their sworn enemy's sons. With that, the officials blew up. Emperor Xiaojing's means was really toxic when he would bestow marriage to one's sworn enemy. No only he would kick away all the females he did not want, he had smoothly controlled the situation and warned all those officials that were itching to move. It was an arrow that pierced 3 eagles. He was just so evil. Over time the officials dared not send beauties to Emperor Xiaojing. However, rumors were not lessened. A hot-blooded young man who did not have any female than a wife who was in a coma, it made others wonder if he was a broken sleeve. But when the rumors were out, it did not seem to affect anything. The emperor was a broken sleeve. He had 2 sons and one did not worry about who would be inheriting the empire. Moreover, this person was evil and the saying goes that evil ones would live for thousands of years, so one feared that he would live long. All in all, the commoners took it as nothing and the officials became obedient. The morning sun was shining particularly brightly as Dao Gugu carried 2 children to Xie Jingxing and said worriedly, "Your Majesty is really bringing the 2 princes out for a trip." Xie Jingxing had a baby in each hands and walked onto the carriage saying, "N." In the carriage, Shen Miao was sleeping. Xie Jingxing looked at her with a headache and said, "Already slept for half a year, are you a pig?" Chu Yi and Shi Wu waved their little hands and looked at Xie Jingxing curiously. Xie Jingxing said towards the people outside, "Depart." Tai Yi picked up the horse whip. After Master became the emperor, he, the leader of Mo Yun army, had become a horsekeeper. Xie Jingxing was very fond of bring the children for trips outside. Even though Deng Gonggong and Tang Xu did their best to stop it, they was unable as his martial arts skill were higher than them and was simply unstoppable. He had always said that by letting the children look at all the landscapes when they were young, then in the future they would not be blinded easily by the flashy world and thus able to know what they truly want in life. This was in fact just an excuse. He just wanted to take Shen Miao out to play. The horse carriage stopped at the shady part of the mountain. The scenery at the foot of the mountain was good. Xie Jingxing carried the children out and Mo Qing considerately brought out small plates of rice paste. Lately Chu Yi and Shi Wu was learning to eat rice paste and both children were so picky that getting them to eat it was harder than getting to heavens. Tai Yi carried Chu Yi and Mo Qing carried Shi Wu as Xie Jingxing fed both of them the rice paste. Both of the children were not happy with it and it made one's heart hurt. Xie Jingxing became angry and said, "Pass the children to me." He casually found a red strip of cloth that Jing Jie used to tie the food basket and put Chu Yi in the basket to carry on his back and carried Shi Wu in front, forcing Shi Wu to eat the rice paste. Shi Wu kicked up a fuss and Xie Jingxing pushed the Mo Yun army people away and did not allow them to intervene. He really started fighting with the 2 kids. A monarch of a country had a baby tied to his back and carrying another in his arms. There was also a red flower strip of cloth that was tied as he fed the baby as if with great enmity. Everyone in Mo Yun army could not continue watching. Shi Ku burst into tears and Chu Yi who was at the back seemed to have sensed it and also started bawling. It was not only that as Xie Jingxing felt a stream of warmth on his body. That was just great. It was P. He was so angry and was just about to take those 2 stinky fellow when he suddenly heard Jing Jie explained in shock. Someone laughed. Everyone was startled. Jing Jie's voice was somewhat trembling with excitement as she pointed to the horse carriage. "I just heard it." Shen Miao was sleeping in the carriage. In a moment, the surrounding became quiet. The breeze at the mountain seemed to touch everyone's face and it was warm, yet brought a slight itch along, as if the sunlight was too handsome. In the silence, one had heard clearly this time that there was indeed someone laughing. It was a gentle and familiar laughter with some closeness to it. After a long time later, Xie Jingxing strode over. His hands was somewhat trembling but at the end, he made up his mind and pulled open the carriage's curtain. The female's brows were mild, as if it was the first bloom of the begonia and her voice was still lazy but the faint brightness in her eyes gave away her excitement. She turned her head and smiled gently. "Long time no see, young Marquis Xie." Short stories. The matter of Shen Miao waking up almost shocked the entire court. A person who slept on every day and no matter how another saw her, there was no way one would wake up. When no one any hope, who knew that it was at this time when Xie Jingxing brought the 2 babies out, Shen Miao would wake up by herself. When both of them returned to the palace, they almost shocked everyone till their teeth fall off. Shen Shen and wife came out with Shen Chu and when they saw that Shen Miao was standing perfectly fine in front of them, Luo Shuiyan immediately started bawling. Shen Shen and Shen Chu stood there blankly for a long time. Even though they did not express themselves like Luo Shuiyan, their eyes could not help but become red. Luo Tan reached out to touch Shen Miao's hair. "Is this real? Is my eyes all right? Gao Yang, pinch me and see if this real or not." Gao Yang was not there as he was rushing to invite Gao Zan over. After Gao Zan arrived, he took Shen Miao pulsed and clicked his tongue in wonder. "Her ladyship the Empress's pulse is stable. Everything is all right." Everyone released a long sigh of relief. The Shen family arrived at Great Liang shortly after Xie Jingxing was enthroned and was unable to accept after they came to know that Shen Miao was in a coma. They insisted on bringing Shen Miao around the lands to look for renowned doctors and thinking that it was not possible for Xie Jingxing to let a sleeping person become an empress and even though if one was the empress, in the future, one's heart would change easily and retained an entire inner palace of women, Shen Shen was firm in bringing Shen Miao away. However Xie Jingxing was not willing and even knelt down to beg Shen Shen. At the end, he even used Mo Yun army to threaten and almost went to battle with Shen Shen's troops. It was Luo Tan and Luo Shuiyan that came to persuade and even mentioned Chu Yi and Shi Wu. Shen Xie had no other choice but he was afraid that others would create trouble for Shen Miao and made Shen Miao suffer grievances. Thus he handed over the Shen family army and the Luo family army to Luo Ling and stationed his family in the palace permanently. It was so that it was easier to watch over Shen Miao to avoid any accidents. This was actually a violation of the rules and regulation but Xie Jingxing was happy about it as it was good that there were people chatting and accompanying Shen Miao. For this half a year, the Shen family also personally witnessed Xie Jingxing treating Shen Miao wholeheartedly, just like in the past, and their hearts gradually settled down. Speaking of these things, Shen Miao had mixed feelings. She had not thought that upon waking up, she was able to see her loved ones. Seeing everyone well and peaceful was a blessing that she dared not wish for. Sao Sao, Ji Yushu said, "Now that you are awake, those officials would not dare to talk nonsense. You do not know that for the past half a year, the officials of Longyi had been played by Imperial older Biao brother badly." Xie Jingxing took a glance at him, talk too much. Ji Yuzu quickly coughed. After Shen Miao fell into deep sleep, Xie Jingxing had no patience with anyone other than the Shen family, Chu Yi and Shi Wu, much less verbally sparing with others. His sinister approach to matters, however, was a higher level, thus one dared not provoke him. Return after finishing your questions. Xie Jingxing looked coldly at the talking crowd. The skies are dark, so don't disturb Gen's Empress's rest. He emphasized the words Gen's Empress heavily. When Shen Chu saw it, he wanted to roll up his sleeves and fight with Xie Jingxing. In the past 6 months, both of them would exchange pointers behind the scenes. It was said to be exchanging of pointers, but it wasn't actually showing their dissatisfaction with one another. Shen Chu's heart was filled with unhappiness that Shen Miao fell into a coma because of Xie Jingxing, and moreover he was not in good terms with Xie Jingxing in the beginning. Xie Jingxing did not like Shen Chu being nosy. There was no need for outsiders to manage his wife. Even her eldest brother could not do it. Now seeing that Xie Jingxing using his sovereignty upon Shen Miao's return, Shen Chu's heart did not feel good. However, Luo Shuiyan spoke. It is correct. Cao Cao just woke up, but we ask so many questions, thus she would be inevitably dizzy. It is better to let her rest for a while. Anyways, there is still a lot of time in the future and we can speak slowly. Shen Miao actually wanted to listen to the matters of the past 6 months that everyone spoke about, but after thinking about it, she also agreed. It would not be clear for everything to be said at once, and it was better to speak slowly since there was time. After everyone dispersed, Shen Miao returned to the sleeping chambers. She went to wash up first. Jing Jie and the few of them were waiting on her as she bathed, and as they were serving, their tears rolled down. Fu. Your ladyship is finally awake. These servants had previously thought that it would be great as one was able to wait upon your ladyship for one more bath. One did not know if heavens would be willing to give this one more chance. One had not thought that heavens is virtuous enough and gave these servants a chance. Your ladyship, in the future these servants would serve you like this every day. She had not known that just bathing once, these maids would be weeping and making her separate. She then had to coax these maids with soft words instead. She knew deep in her heart that her half year of sleep had most likely scared these maids badly. After wiping her body and wringing her hair dry, Shen Miao put on the clothes and walked out and also instructed the nanny to carry Chu Yi and Shi Wu in. Both children were carried onto the bed, and because they were often carried by Xie Jingxing to Shen Miao previously, both children were no stranger to her scent even though Shen Miao had not woken up before. They smiled as they looked at her and curiously extended their small hands to play with her hair. Shen Miao's entire heart was almost filled up with the two children. She reached her fingers out to tease the children. As they were twins and they were equally lively, the nannies would not be able to tell them apart normally, thus they put on different clothes for them. Chu Yi wore blue clothes while Shi Wu wore red clothes. Chu Yi gripped onto Shen Miao's finger and laughed. Shen Miao also started laughing. When Xie Jingxing came back in, he saw Shen Miao lying on the bed with the two little fellows with all smiles. He walked over and poked fun. Have become silly after sleeping for half a year. Smile so silly. I am looking at my sons. Shen Miao rolled her eyes at him. What does it got to do with you? That is also my sons. Xie Jingxing raised his brows. Without me, how would you give birth? Shen Miao could not be bothered with him and played with Chu Yi and Shi Wu happily. Xie Jingxing took off his outer robes before walking over and reached his hands out to embrace her. There are nothing good to look at these two silly little fools. You have not given them names. The names, Chu Yi and Shi Wu, are just too casual. Shen Miao complained. You just named them randomly. Who said that I named them randomly? Xie Jingxing said. One wait for you to wake up and name them. You are not afraid that I would not wake up. Xie Jingxing said lazily. Then they would be called Xie Chu Yi and Xie Shi Wu. Shen Miao. One did not know if the two little fellows on the bed understood Xie Jingxing's words as they started calling out ya-ya sounds. Shen Miao quickly reached out to coax them, but Xie Jingxing pulled her arms back to his embrace. After not seeing for half a year, you don't miss me at all. This is so cold. After a moment of silence, Shen Miao suddenly turned around and shook herself out from Xie Jingxing's embrace. She crossed her arms around her chest and stared at Xie Jingxing with a smile but not a smile. Xie Jingxing suddenly felt his back going a little numb. She said, Little Xie Marquis, do you know what you did? Xie Jingxing was unable to make heads or tails of it. What did one do? Shen Miao smiled coldly. Summer was good as butterflies were playing and bees were flying around. There were birds chirping everywhere and the pedestrians filled the streets as gorses galloped by. The stall's owner were shouting out their wares from the east to the west of the city, making the entire atmosphere bustling. Shen Miao was wearing a yellow long-sleeved robes and her hair was up in 100 knots. The robes were brightly colored and with the addition of a complicated hairstyle, it looked disorderly. Including her gold and silver jewelry and heavy makeup, it looked was exceptionally stupid. The people around took a glance and also put on a look of one watching a joke. Shen Miao's gaze was somewhat bleak. She was clearly in the Imperial Palace of Great Liang a moment ago and was in the brink of death, thus she thought that she had died. However, at the next moment, she was at this lively street. She was not a stranger to this street. This was in Mingqi's Ding capital. What was going on? From Longyi to Ding capital, one would not be able to arrive at a blink of an eye. Could it be that she was dreaming? But Shen Miao did not think it was. Jing Jie and Gu Yu was following behind and both of them as usual, had looks of being careful. Shen Miao looked at her clothes. It seemed that she had returned back to a long time ago. Long enough that she had just started to fall in love with Fu Shuyi. Could it be that because of the rebirth, this was a dream? Which was then reality? Which was the dream? Shen Miao felt her head hurt and she reached her hand out to hold her forehead. Gu Yu jumped in shock when she saw it, as young lady not feeling well anywhere. Shen Miao shook her head and was about to speak when she saw a familiar person on the corner of the streets. That person was dressed in rags and there was a horsetail whisk in his hand as he shook his head and one did not know what he was mumbling about. However, Shen Miao's eyes brightened up and ran over to that person without caring to speak more. Jing Jie and Gu Yu was unable to stop her and could only follow as Shen Miao walked to that person. Kai Yan Taoist priest, Shen Miao shouted. That strange Taoist priest turned over and was in all smiles. It was indeed Kai Yan Taoist priest. When Kai Yan Taoist priest saw her, he had a look of surprise. Furin, why are you here? Shen Miao noticed that he called her Furin and not young lady. Jing Jie said angrily, who are you calling Furin? Don't anyhow call. Our young lady is not married yet. Shen Miao stopped Jing Jie's words and said to Kai Yan Taoist priest, let's step aside to talk. Young lady, Jing Jie and Gu Yu became so anxious. Shen Miao's brows became firm. Listen to me. She was so fierce that both maids were startled and dared not speak. Shen Miao and Kai Yan walked to another part of the temple ruins while Jing Jie and Gu Yu guarded outside. Shen Miao looked at Kai Yan Taoist priest and hesitated for a little before finally asking, Taoist priest knows me. One has 3 encounters with Furin. The Taoist priest showed 3 with his fingers. Once in the past lifetime, twice during the rebirth. It was 3 times. Shen Miao hurriedly asked, Taoist priest, do you know what is going on? Why am I here? She was clearly losing her life, so without any rhyme and reason, why would she return to Mingqi's Ding capital to the very beginning? Could it be everything with Xie Jingxing and everything that happened in Great Liang, like giving birth, were just like an illusion of wealth? If it was a dream, then it felt too real. Furin's lifeline is very strange. The Taoist priest said, even though there is an opportunity of rebirth, one's fate is disturbed and one's life is robbed. Now this is the last hurdle to cross. This has nothing to do with other and Furin can only depend on oneself. Shen Miao frowned. What is the meaning of Taoist priest's words? In the previous lifetime, someone request an opportunity of rebirth for you, but in the tens of thousands of possibilities, you might be able to know and fall in love with the people you do in the rebirth lifetime and might also know and fall in love with others. Furin, you have two choices. Shen Miao clenched her fist. What choices? Currently Furin's body is most likely in coma. You can choose to stay in this dream and search for another possibility, thus from now onwards, everything would be redone and one could choose another life. However, that body would forever sleep and not wake. And the other possibility is? Shen Miao asked. You can look for that male in your life and let that male in this dream believe in you and bring him back to Great Liang and to the Imperial Palace of Great Liang. From the moment one step into Great Liang's Imperial Palace, your body would wake up. Shen Miao was startled. But this is very difficult. The Taoist priest stroked his beard. Now to this male, you are a stranger. It is very difficult for you to convince him to go with you to Great Liang. Shen Miao's head hurt. This is just not possible. With Xie Jingxing's personality, his acuteness and suspicions, he would not believe others easily. Even the Shen Miao after rebirth was in a stalemate with Xie Jingxing for a long time. Currently, Shen Miao looked at her current appearance. It would be strange if Xie Jingxing believed her. Furin, speaking of that, the Taoist priest spoke. Furin naturally can remain in this dream. There is no different in this dream and reality. Furin can live one's life here and restart, making things easier. If one were to choose the second choice, it would be very difficult. Shen Miao lowered her head and asked after a moment, does Taoist priest still have red strings? How about giving me two? Kai Yan paused and sized Shen Miao up like he did not know her before suddenly smiling. Furin still want to choose that route. I can live like this. It is also good like this. Shen Miao smiled gently, but even if there were tens of thousands of possibilities, I am not willing to let him feel sad and even one due to me. I will go and get acquainted with him first. If the mountain doesn't come to me then I will go to the mountain. The predestined fate that Taoist priest bestowed to me, when it disappears, I will look for it myself. She said. Kai Yan said, what an emotional fool. In this case, this poor priest would bestow you a way out. He found two red strings from his clothes. Furin, one wish you all the best. Shen Miao bowed and turned around to leave. Jing Jie and Gu Yu felt somewhat strange these days. First it was that Shen Miao had changed her love for wearing gold and silver in the past and started to wear more matured colors, but it was strangely good. Second was that she no longer went along with the usual treatment of second and third household and most of the time would be disdainful of them. The third one was that in the past she would secretly instruct people to inquire about Prince Ding's news, but she did not mention anything these days, as if she did not remember such a person. Finally was that she was always walking around on the streets. Xie Jingxing was one who liked to go around. Today he would go to brothels, tomorrow he would attend banquets. Even though she knew that it was his disguise, Shen Miao's state of mind is now different. Upon seeing Xie Jingxing attracting bees and butterflies like this, she hated that she could not trample both his legs. However, as she was making discreet inquiries of Xie Jingxing's whereabouts, she could only follow secretly. For this past half a month, there were no repeats and he almost went around the entire Ding capital. There was one evening that Shen Miao let Jing Zhen Di Guyu sit at one side while she personally went up to the entrance of the residence of the Marquis of Linen. There was a refreshing look when she was dressed like a male, and in addition that the people in Ding capital view her as an idiot who wear gold and silver, naturally she would not be associated with the fifth young lady of the Shen family. From afar, one was able to see Xie Jingxing returning on horseback. There was Gao Yong and Ji Yushu that were following behind him. He was indeed a playboy who frequent brothels, and he would see with one glance that she was dressed in male clothes. Ji Yushu even whistled as he smiled. Third older brother, there is another beauty throwing herself again. Shen Miao. Xie Jingxing flipped over and gotten off the horse. He glanced at her but one did not know what it meant before he headed towards the doors. Shen Miao grabbed onto him. Little Xie Marquis. Xie Jingxing stopped. Let's talk, she said. In the room, Xie Jingxing poured a cup of tea for her and stared lazily at her. Shen Miao, the fifth Shen young lady, has been following me for half a month. Could it be that you have really fallen in love with me? His words were frivolous but his gaze was sharp and arrogant like always. He had long investigated her background thoroughly but did not say anything. Shen Miao's head ached. To let the great Liangs her wake up early, then one had to get this Xie Jingxing to Long Yi, then one would wake up from the dream. But in this dream, Xie Jingxing was just as stubborn and suspicious. So what should she say? To say that she was Xie Jingxing's wife, or say that she had gave birth to two children for him? Would Xie Jingxing think that she had gone crazy? She said, little Xie Marquis, can you accompany me to Great Liang? Before the voice landed, a strong wind approached and before Shen Miao could react, her throat was grasped tightly, his voice was indifferent and there was a silent killing intent. What do you know? Shen Miao was somewhat unable to breath. She knew that it would be like this. With Xie Jingxing's overbearing temperament, no matter what was said, nothing would go in. Even if she wanted to explain, it would not be possible. Seeing her gasping with difficulty, it seemed that she did not have martial arts skills, thus Xie Jingxing slightly loosened his hand. Shen Miao was angry and anxious as she fumed. Scoundrel. Xie Jingxing's gaze was biting cold. Your guts are sure big. Scoundrel. Skirt chaser. No sense of shame. Destroy the bridge after crossing the river. Heart of wolves and lungs of dogs. She did not stop scolding. Xie Jingxing was stunned and unconsciously released his hands. After a while he laughed. Fifth Shen young lady, I don't seem to have offended you. Shen Miao covered her neck and said, bring me to Great Liang. Just as Xie Jingxing was about to flare up, one heard Shen Miao speaking. When you bring me to Great Liang, I will tell you what I know. Xie Jingxing crossed his arms and looked coldly at her before he smiled slightly. Apologies. I have totally no interest in what you know. He sat down on the table and drank the tea unhurriedly, but I will spare your life today. If one discover if you have other conspiracies. Fifth Shen young lady should also know that I am not a good person. Shen Miao was slightly dazed. This I am not a good person sentence was said to her by Xie Jingxing previously. Fifth Shen young lady still does not want to leave. Want to stay overnight in my marquee residence. He said with a smile but not a smile, there is no problem for me. Shen Miao said, no sense of shame. And she walked away in anger. After Shen Miao left, Xie Jingxing became cold as he called out, Tai Yi. A person clad in black appeared in the room. Investigate Shen Miao of the Shen family, he said. The black-clad person complied and left. It was very difficult for Shen Miao to chase Xie Jingxing. No matter if it was the real Xie Jingxing or the dream Xie Jingxing, both of them were equally hateful and would make Shen Miao grit her teeth in anger. It was especially so in the dream. Now in the dream, Shen Miao was considered as a stranger to Xie Jingxing. Previously one was notorious for being stupid and liking Fu Shuyi. Now that one changed the target, one would find that she was inconsistent to others' description and would find that she had very deep schemes. Moreover, she might even know about his true identity and one did not know what she was scheming about. Xie Jingxing was wary of her and it was no easy to get close to him. Shen Miao could only follow him secretly every day and find of ways to say a few words to him. Xie Jingxing also knew that she was following but pretended not to know. It was Gao Yang and Ji Yushu would often laugh at him with provoking words. On the third day of the 7th month, it was Xie Jingxing's birthday. She felt that in reality during Xie Jingxing's birthday, she was squabbling with Xie Jingxing because of Mei Fern and afterwards when she stopped squabbling, Xie Jingxing was in shock and fear due to the assassin. Thinking that since it was as such, it would be good to make up a birthday celebration with Xie Jingxing in the dream. She went out early to book a banquet at Yanyu Pavilion. She had a lot of gold and silver jewelry that she pawned all away. One banquet table in Yanyu Pavilion cost 1,000 of gold and even though Jing Jie and Gu Yu was so anxious that their eyes turned red, Shen Miao did not listen at all. It was just a dream and money were merely worldly possessions, what more in a dream? She had thought that when it was evening, she would drag Xie Jingxing over and in this banquet, perhaps they could talk and discuss about the matter of Great Liang. The implications were rather complicated and even if it was explained, Xie Jingxing might not understand or perhaps thought that she was spouting nonsense. She followed behind Xie Jingxing to Tian Jinlu. Xie Jingxing was drinking with a few of the Ding capital's noble sons but one also saw Qin Qing. Qin Qing was the young lady of the left Imperial censor family and had painted with Shen Miao during the academy examinations. Qin Qing appeared beautifully and was wearing blue wide-sleeved embroidered robes with a goose yellow belt around her waist, showcasing her slender waistline. The fluttering of her clothes gave her some fairy-like look. Qin Qing had always been proud of her beauty and ordinary people would not enter her eyes but at this moment she followed her eldest brother and sat down. Her gaze would also unconsciously land on Xie Jingxing. There was only tender sentiments and where would there be the usual pride? Only fools would not be able to see that Qin Qing had interest in Xie Jingxing. Eldest Qin brother had the intention to pull strings and deliberately kept a sitting position open so that Qin Qing and Xie Jingxing could sit together. Shen Miao looked at the other side and did not know what Qin Qing and Xie Jingxing was talking about that Xie Jingxing laughed amorously while Qin Qing turned her head shyly. From afar, they were really like a couple. The rims of Shen Miao's eyes were somewhat sour. She knew that this was a dream and also knew that the current Xie Jingxing did not recognize her or like her. She knew that he was putting an act for others and would not be able to manage him but she just felt sad. She thought of the reality in Great Liang if there would be a beauty beside Xie Jingxing in the future with fragrant clothes and beautiful appearance. In tens of thousands of possibility, it was not possible for him to keep on choosing her. She closed her eyes as she felt that the toasting scene was especially offensive and could no longer watch on, thus she turned around and left. She walked away but walked to Yanyu Pavilion. The banquet that was booked in Yanyu Pavilion was the best feast and the location was good as it was located at the highest level. When one looked out the window, one could see the fireworks and moon. Shen Miao went in alone. In the huge banquet, there was only her sitting alone. Exquisite dishes filled the table and they looked gorgeous but were unable to hide the loneliness of the banquet. She poured a cup of wine for herself. The wine was indeed a good one. It was fermented very long and the light sweet taste was long-lasting. She slowly drank it and would look at the moonlight every cup. The moonlight in the dream was really beautiful. In the real world, who was Xie Jingxing accompanying to look at the moon? She drank so much that her head was dizzy and she did not even hear that there were footsteps behind her. She however heard a teasing voice behind her. Wow, the Shen family indeed a big household with great undertaking. Even when the 5th Shen young lady eat alone, one have to eat a banquet at Yanyu Pavilion. Shen Miao turned around to look and saw Xie Jingxing walking casually over with a laugh in his lips. Shen Miao frowned. Xie Jingxing took a glance at the empty wine jugs. There were a few empty jugs that were a few fallen and another turned over. He teased, to drink so much, is 5th Shen young lady in a bad mood? Shen Miao stared straight at him. Xie Jingxing leaned forward slightly till his line in sight matches Shen Miao. Upon seeing her slightly red eyes, he was slightly stunned as he continued, could it be because of me? Shen Miao still did not speak. Xie Jingxing said softly, because of Qin Qing. Before the voice fell, Shen Miao suddenly threw herself at him. Both of her hands were hooked around Xie Jingxing's waist and her face was buried in his embrace. It was clearly a familiar stature but why was an unfamiliar tone of voice used towards her? She sobbed spasmodically as she scolded, no sense of shame. Is it that you want to annul the marriage with me? In the beginning when you marry me, you said clearly that there would not be any other women in the future and we would be a pair for one's entire lifetime. Xie Jingxing is a liar. Swindle me into the family and now still attract bees and butterflies. My eldest brother and father will definitely beat you up. Scoundrel bastard asshole. Xie Jingxing was horrified, since when did I say? But Shen Miao was crying so tragically as she held him that Xie Jingxing swallowed his remaining words. The young girl in his arms cried so sadly and she was thrashing him, illustrating that he was really angry. Both of her hands were tightly clasped around her waist, just like a child, unwilling to even let go a little. Xie Jingxing hesitated for a moment before reaching out, wanting to pat this young female's shoulder. She was the 5th young lady of the Shen family, with the well-known reputation of being an idiot. The Shen family had nothing to do with him thus he did not take any notice. Who knew that one day he would be fixated by Shen Miao and even seemed to have good relations with him? Xie Jingxing was unable to make head or tail of it and was very suspicious of it as Shen Miao seemingly knew about his Great Liang secret. However it seemed that he was unable to harden his heart to her. Upon hearing from Tai Yi that she was drunk in Yanyu Pavilion, he went there like demons and gods were at work. Xie Jingxing frowned as he stared at the person in his embrace. This body is warm and delicate and it seemed that his heart was also heated up a little. However he felt a bit strange as this posture was somewhat familiar, like he had done this before. But where did he do it? In one's dream. He hesitated and spoke uncertainly, Shen Miao, did I previously hug you like this before? The crying in his embrace stopped short. Shen Miao lifted her head out from his embrace and stared at him. Under the moonlight, her rims of her eyes were red and swollen but her eyes were sparkling, as if there was a new hope in the despair, making it look very moving. She stood on tiptoe and pulled Xie Jingxing's collar to bring him closer to her and kissed him fiercely. You even kiss me like this, she said. Afterwards, it was Shen Miao who annoyed Xie Jingxing till he had no choice but to finally agree to bring her to Great Liao. Perhaps in that dream when Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao disappeared, most likely the commoners of Mingqi would think that they had eloped. But so what about it? Upon reaching to Great Liang's Imperial Palace, one would wake up from the dream. In the nearly half-a-year journey, Shen Miao had told the dream Xie Jingxing of her story. She did not know whether Xie Jingxing would believe her or not. After Xie Jingxing listened, he did not say anything but later there was one night that he spoke to Shen Miao. He said, that Taoist priest did not speak correctly. Shen Miao was doubtful, what? In 10 of thousands of possibilities, I will only choose you. His lips hooked up to a smile as he took a red string from Shen Miao's hands and tied onto himself, hurry along. Shen Zhao, don't let the me in reality wait for too long. Xie Jingxing's eyes were budging as he listened stunned. Shen Miao squinted her eyes at him. In that possibility of a dream, you are attracting bees and butterflies, going to brothels daily and kept on bullying me. You do not believe what I said to you and even doubt me that you strangle my neck. Xie Jingxing, do you know what you did? Her tone of voice was one of condemnation and it made Xie Jingxing silent. After a long while, he then said, the me in the dream is not me. It is still you in the dream. Shen Miao said angrily. Xie Jingxing quickly held her to soothe her feathers. At the end, the me in the dream believed you and brought you back to Great Liang. This shows that there are only you in one's heart. He then touched his chin and said unhappily, but that kid is really fortunate since you actually took the initiative to kiss him. Shen Miao. Under heavens, only Xie Jingxing would drink his own vinegar. In this case, I would definitely apologize to Furin. Xie Jingxing said seriously and suddenly swooped Shen Miao up. One disservice to die for treating Furin coldly. Today Furin can do whatever one want. Chu Yi and Shi Wu. Let the wet nurse look after. Xie Jingxing carried her and headed out. However, his lips could not help but hooked up. Even though that person is very hateful in the dream, there is one thing that is not wrong. Shen Miao looked at him. What thing? In 10 of thousands of possibilities, I will only choose you. Only you, he said. When Chu Yi and Shi Wu were 18 years old, Emperor Xiaojing announced his abdication. This was truly beyond everyone's expectation. Emperor Xiaojing was fit and in good health. It was a good opportunity, so why did he just abdicate just like that? However, for all these years, Emperor Xiaojing and Empress Shen really solidified the reputation of willful. Throughout history, there was no emperor and empress that was this casual, not having 3,000 beauties in the inner palace with only one empress. It was not that the officials did not think of any methods, but at the end, it tears their interest apart and thus it was impossible for them to move Empress Shen's position. Moreover, Empress Shen had a strong maiden family. In the course of time, the officials followed along. Anyways, Empress Shen had given birth to 2 sons and there were qualified successors to carry on the empire of Great Liang. But even there were qualified successors, one could not abdicate the throne that early. Chu Yi and Shi Wu official names were Xie Shu and the other Xie Wu. It was because not long after the children's first birthday, when they were about to be named, Kai Yan Taoist priest popped up from no one knew where and said that because both children's birth was difficult, in order to grow up safely, female names had to be used for them. Thus Xie Jingxing picked such names for both of them. After Xie Shu and Xie Wu gradually grew up and became sensible, there were numerous of quarrels with Xie Jingxing with regards to their name, but even the easier-going Shen Miao was not willing to change their name. Thus they gradually got used to it. Xie Shu seemed to have Shen Miao's character, being sensible, steady and matured young. Xie Wu was an exact copy of Xie Jingxing, hanging in the streets every day, looking like a frivolous noble gentleman, but those people who were familiar knew that Xie Wu had a stomach full of bad water and he was worse than Xie Jingxing. However, the relationship between both brothers was extremely good. Currently Xie Shu was the crown prince and would soon be enthroned and Xie Wu was Prince Dian. The officials submitted memorandum with tears and snivels as they criticized Xie Jingxing for leaving so early and that Xie Shu was still young and was unable to hold things down and would deal the matters of court immaturely. They feared that it would not be peaceful. But would Xie Jingxing listen to those officials' words? Xie Jingxing had an overbearing personality and these officials' words were just farts to him. Moreover, he had already made up his mind on the abdication. It was a decision that 9 bulls would not be able to pull back, so how would a few memorandums be able to change his mind? Shen Miao was even calmer after being the empress for so many years. At the beginning there were many people who wanted to exploit her shortcomings, but she was self-reliant and everything was steady and stable. It was strange for them as she seemed to have been an empress for many years. She managed everything cleanly, making others unable to find any small mistake at all and even accidentally gotten the reputation of being virtuous. Those old stubborn ones were also unable to find any faults. At this moment, Xie Jingxing was talking to both of his sons. Time seemed to be very good to him. Even though both of his sons had grown into handsome youths, he was still beautiful. As compared to his arrogance tens of years ago, the current Xie Jingxing had a restrained domineering air and looked much more dangerous than before. He disciplined his 2 sons heedlessly, eldest one and second one, both of you guard the palace well. Your father, me, will hand over this empire to you. Do it well and do not make me come back to clean up the mess. Privately, he would not refer to himself as Zhen in front of his 2 sons. From outsiders' perspective, there was no differentiation and it was the biggest taboo. However, Xie Jingxing was one who did not care about the worldly etiquettes and just did not want to have estrangement with his sons because of all these levels. Perhaps it was because of experiencing all the unfortunate things in the family clans, one would become more sensitive to such things. Xie Shu calmly complied, but it was Xie Wu who said lazily, don't worry about it. We brothers are not that stupid. It is simple to speak. Xie Jingxing raised his brows, don't underestimate the people in this palace. At the beginning when your father, me, was enthroned, it was not that easy. Now that there is a change, naturally they would be looking for opportunities. Young ones, you are still too tender but the other parties are old foxes. Words cannot be said that confidently. Father, do rest assured. Xie Shu did not have a change in expression even with his father's intimidation, this son can handle it. An old fox is after all a fox. Eldest brother is a tiger. Xie Wu snorted disdainfully, moreover if eldest brother really could not do it, is there not me here? You actually dare to say that. Xie Jingxing's eyes narrowed, eldest one, watch this child for me. Since young, there was no need to worry about Xie Shu as he was very serious at a young age. It was however Xie Wu that made one's head ache. One did not know how much trouble one created in Longyi since young. He was like another Xie Jingxing. It was just that the Marquis of Linen would cover for Xie Jingxing in those years. However Xie Wu's father was the emperor and if one was not careful, it would provoke the imperial censors. Fortunately Xie Shu would be behind to wipe Xie Wu's butt and help him to clean up a lot of mess. It was just that when Xie Shu gradually grew up, everyone would take note of the crown prince's deeds and words, thus he was unable to help Xie Wu like when they were younger. Xie Wu had to be self-sufficient and most of the time would be creating disasters, compensate things, creating trouble again and make up for it again. It could be said that among the younger generation of the official families, there was none that did not suffer from Xie Wu's torment. Xie Wu's evilness was like a student that surpassed the master. Now with Xie Shu as the predecessor, Xie Jingxing would be bringing Shen Miao out to travel but Xie Jingxing was able to guess what kind of intentions that Xie Wu has. Most likely Xie Wu would have thought that now that most of the younger generations were put in order, it was time to start on the older generations of the official families in Longyi. Xie Wu said innocently, Father, how could you not believe in me? Am I that kind of person? When eldest brother really becomes the emperor and if someone comes to find fault, one would not be able to personally step forth. Special means would need to be used then. Eldest brother, is it not so? He blinked his eyes towards Xie Shu. Xie Wu turned his head over expressionless, avoiding Xie Wu's hint. Xie Jingxing's lips hook up to a smile, when you say it like this, I feel that I should let Tai Yi and Mo Qing stay to watch over you. Father, you cannot do this. Xie Wu immediately spoke out. However after thinking about it, he then said in relief, but if you want to do it then by all means. Anyways, Mo Qing and Tai Yi would not be able to beat me even if they combined forces. Xie Jingxing banged the table. You rascal, are you rebelling? Just as the voice fell, one heard someone outside the door saying, who is rebelling? Shen Miao came in through the doors. She did not look like a mother of two children. Instead, after so many years, it seemed that the jade was polished, that it was very smooth, as if she was made by the heavens. She was calm and so majesty that one would not be able to turn one gaze away. Xie Shu and Xie Wu quickly called her. Shen Miao walked over and glared at Xie Jingxing before speaking. What nonsense are you speaking about? Xie Jingxing said, me spouting nonsense. You believe this rascal? He then turned to Xie Wu and scolded, white-eyed wolf. All the milk your father feed you and diapers changed had gone to the dogs. Xie Shu, Xie Wu and Shen Miao. Speaking of which, that year when Shen Miao was in coma, Xie Jingxing was indeed treated Xie Shu and Xie Wu very well. He would personally clean their pee and shit and become their nanny as he would sleep together with them at night. This was a fact a big issue. Other all felt that with Xie Jingxing's personally, it was incredible that he could treat a child that gentle. However, Xie Jingxing did it. Xie Jingxing's performance during that period of time was indeed of a gentle and considerate father. However, after Shen Miao woke up, it was not very pleasing when he looked at these two sons. He kept on saying that the children should grow up to men faster and those training made outsiders heartache when they see them. It was due to the strong will of Xie Shu and Xie Wu that they did not grow up badly at a young age. When one talked about talents and moral conduct, they were the top in Great Liang. Both of their appearance were inherited from their parents and had beautiful and handsome looks and heavenly bearings. Xie Shu was grave and stern while Xie Wu was romantic and Casanova, and there were numerous numbers of young ladies of officials' families that secretly admired them. However, these children had said to others before that they would want to be like their parents and only marry one female and love till one's hair turned white. About that, the parents of those officials' families felt that it was too difficult, but those young ladies and even the common young females admired this pair of brothers even more. They were the only ones in the world to be so outstanding and righteous. Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao were famous in Great Liang as the virtuous emperor and empress. Other than being able to govern the country well, it was also because of Xie Shu and Xie Wu. Naturally, Xie Shu and Xie Wu did not treat this strict father as closely as this kind mother. Xie Jingxing was often angry and complained that these two little fellows were not as knowledgeable and interesting as the Zhao Zhao he raised. Shen Miao said, Ah Shu, Ah Wu, from the beginning, there are bound to be many officials that would target you both. It is not that they are not good, but that anyone would experience it. Don't focus on arguing with them. Ah Shu, you only need to do well what you need to do. If there is someone who's stubborn and unwilling to change, Ah Wu, you are always smart and know what is the best to do. This was actually encouraging Xie Wu to use some special means. Xie Wu indeed became excited. Indeed, the person who knows me the best is mother. Furin, Xie Jingxing said, you also want to follow them and make trouble. Ah Wu's means are much gentler than yours in the past. Moreover, one cannot just do things rigidly in this world, and it is naturally good for it to be done smoother. Ah Shu, mother is not worried about your abilities and there is nothing for mother to make clear to you. The only is that, if one encounter a young lady of your liking, don't hesitate. Xie Shu. And you, Shen Miao stared at Xie Wu, you better restrained. Don't think I do not know that there are numerous young ladies in Longyi that were teased by you. If you do not like them, then let them be. Don't harm anyone's life. After saying that, Shen Miao's anger seemed to burst out and she glared at Xie Jingxing. Whatever kind of father would have whatever kind of son. All the same type. Xie Jingxing rubbed his nose innocently. Xie Wu saw that the topic had become himself and quickly changed it. Mother, don't say it like this. Speaking of which, how long would you both be traveling for? When your mother is pregnant with your younger sister, we will then come back. Xie Jingxing interjected. It cannot possibly be like that, right? Xie Wu spoke exaggeratedly. You are both already so old, and the rest of the words disappeared under Shen Miao's severe gaze. After seeing good sceneries and gone to great locations, one will naturally return home. Shen Miao said. That was a dream that one had when young, but in the past, one ran into difficulties in achieving it due to a variety of reasons. It was fortunate that there was still an opportunity and this life was long and one could live fully and satisfyingly. Xie Shu smiled gently and said, father and mother can leave rest assured. This son would be responsible. And will also find a wife. Xie Wu added. 231 short start. Feng and Ning always felt that she feared Shen Chu. It was very strange. She was the young lady of the Feng residence and was used to being proud and picky as Master Feng, and Feng Furin doted on her and all the brothers and sisters at home would give in to her, letting her develop a prideful and arrogant character. However, there were two exceptions. The first one was Shen Miao. Feng and Ning did not know how did she started playing with Shen Miao. Shen Miao had the reputation of being stupid and rude, but unknowingly she no longer take ridiculous actions like she did before. As they were all taking lessons in Guang Wentang and Shen Miao was sitting at the same desk as her, Feng and Ning gradually noticed that Shen Miao was considered somewhat intelligent. When one was young, one would often admire who are unfathomable, and due to Shen Miao, who was previously boorish but now became dignified, the difference became much more obvious. Feng and Ning could not help but want to play with Shen Miao. She considered the rest of the officials' daughters in Guang Wentang to be beneath her notice but thought extremely highly of Shen Miao. Shen Miao did not flatter or flaws on her and treated her like she was not essential. Feng and Ning instead felt that Shen Miao was more real than those other young ladies that would speak beautiful things to her and followed her. Feng and Ning also felt there was something wrong with herself. Not mentioning Shen Miao, the second one who would not give in to her was Shen Chu. To put it bluntly, no matter if it was in the eyes of elders or the younger generations, Shen Chu's reputation was excellent. Even with the infamous younger sister, it did not affect his good name at all. Previously, Feng and Ning had seen Shen Chu once or twice before. She only felt that he was a handsome youth that was as bright as the sun and looked easy to talk with. However, when she gradually became familiar with Shen Miao and even was in close proximity with Shen Chu a few times, she felt inexplicably fearful of Shen Chu. First, it was because Shen Chu did not treat her with extreme courtesy, like the other noble gentlemen. Perhaps it was because Shen Chu had a military background and did not have a detailed enough personality. But the second point was that he treated Feng and Ning like a passerby and did not seem to attach any importance that Feng and Ning was Shen Miao's good friend. This was considered unbearable for the always prideful Feng and Ning. However, every time she wanted to lose her temper, she would see Shen Chu's sharp eyes when he scolded his subordinates and strangely retreated. Feng and Ning could not understand herself. If it was said that Xie Jingxing of the residence of the Marquis of Linen was Ding Capital's male overload, she at least could hold the title of the female overload. She did not put anything in her eyes, so how could she be helpless towards this pair of siblings? The eldest brother of the Feng family scolded her being meek and civil in public but a tyrant at home. Feng and Ning sulked and would say that she would hold her head high at the next when she saw Shen Chu, but when it really came, she would lower her neck and eyes and walk past. Even Shen Miao's older Biao sister, Luo Tan, had also felt it. Why is it that when Ning comes to the Shen mansion, she would be quieter than usual? Shen Miao would smile. It would be better to say that she is quieter when seeing my eldest brother. Fang and Ning's ashamed turned into anger. What nonsense are you saying? I am quiet when I want to be quiet. Do I need to have another's agreement? Luo Tan shouted out towards the direction behind Fang and Ning. Older brother Chu, why do you come so suddenly? Fang and Ning's body suddenly became stiff and she wanted to run away when she saw Luo Tan pointing her overjoyed. Youngest Biao's sister is right. Could it be that the eldest young lady of the Feng family feared older brother Chu the most? Fang and Ning got up in anger and vowed never to speak to Luo Tan again. Contrary to Fang and Ning's expectation, the events happened latter was unexpected. She went out with Shen Miao and because of her negligence, it was Shen Miao who fell into the hands of deceitful people. Fang and Ning placed the blame on herself but Shen Chu's attitude made her heart alarmed and tremble in fear. Shen Chu questioned her unrelentingly. Fang and Ning was very upset about Shen Miao's disappearance and she did not know who told her older brothers about how Shen Chu had scolded her. The few older brothers said, that eldest brother of the Shen family is just too much. The matter has come to such a point, the most important thing is to search for the young lady of the Shen family. Why be so calculative with a young female like you? You are already feeling so remorseful, why add hail to snow? It is not that. Fang and Ning covered her face, he is right. This is my fault. She was worried about Shen Miao and also felt some hate to herself. She hated herself so Shen Chu would also hate her. Fortunately Shen Miao returned alive and nothing had happened to her. However Fang and Ning no longer dared to set foot in Shen residence. It was not because of anything but that she felt ashamed. If it was not because of her, Shen Miao would not have to suffer such hardships. Even though the ending was good but the journey was undesirable. She actually really wanted to go to the Shen mansion to visit Shen Miao and bicker with Luo Tan or just take a look at Shen Chu but she could only restrain herself. Even though Luo Tan sent her an invitation, Fang and Ning rejected it. She had a proud character and others would view it as being not sensible but it was begin unbending. She would not bend her head down and could not act as though nothing had happened, thus she punished herself like this. Who knew that such a big mishap appeared with Shen Miao's marriage? When Fang and Ning had her father and older brother talking about matters of court, she came to know that the Shen family was attacked on all sides. To the Shen family, it was not a good thing for whoever marrying Shen Miao, much less to Shen Miao. Shen Miao marriage had become sacrificial, what could she do? Fang and Ning thought about her eldest brother. Fang Zixian had a mild temperament and the most important was that Fang and Ning understood her eldest brother that he was definitely an upright gentleman. Compared to marrying the crown prince, it was a much better choice. Thus she convinced her eldest brother to go to the Shen residence to propose marriage. Fang Zixian was initially stunned but he had listened to the many things that Fang and Ning had spoken about Shen Miao. He felt that even though Fang and Ning was arrogant, she did not have a suspicious mind, thus for a person to be thought as good by Fang and Ning would at least not be a sinister character. Fang Zixian had promised Fang and Ning to go to the Shen residence to take along but at the end was rejected by Shen Miao. Despite that, Fang and Ning's and the Shen mansion's relation was somewhat eased due to this matter. On her way back to her residence, she had encountered Shen Chu and he had known about the matter on Fang Zixian coming to the residence and gave her his thanks after giving her a glance. Only a thanks and Fang and Ning's emotions were so stirred up that she tossed and turned in bed. Fang and Ning's personal maid asked her cautiously, young lady value the eldest young master of Shen family greatly and become happy and worry for him. Is it admiring the eldest young master of the Shen family? What nonsense are you talking about? Fang and Ning instinctively retorted as her brows became upright, like she had stepped onto a cat's tail. The maid jumped in shock and quickly knelt down. It is this servant that spoke gibberish nonsense and hoped that young lady would spare this servant once. After a long while, the servant did not hear Fang and Ning's reply and her heart had turned into a state of uneasiness. She heard some words from the top of her head, never mind. Get up. Fang and Ning looked at the mirror and bit her lips. Some matters could not be conceded and laid bare but that did not mean that it did not happen. For a matter that could be seen clearly by her own personal maid, Fang and Ning thought that her current behavior was very obvious. If she could not hide it from her personal maid, then it was not possible for her to hide it from Shen Miao's eyes. Shen Miao knew her thoughts. Would she tell Shen Chu? Did Shen Chu know about it? Fang and Ning looked at the mirror with some irritation. She feared nothing in heavens or on the land but only feared the two siblings of the Shen family. It was needless to mention about Shen Miao as she was somewhat mysterious but Shen Chu was perfectly alright and in everyone's eyes, he was the amiable and the easiest to speak to with an uncalculative personality. So what was she afraid of? What she feared was not Shen Chu but herself. The perhaps arrogant, troublesome, willful and ignorant self that appeared in Shen Chu's eyes. When one was in love with another, one would always look at oneself repeatedly. What little thing was not done well or when the other party was very outstanding, then one would be suspicious if one was worthy to the other. One would carefully show the best side in front of him and work hard on matters but would still feel restlessness in one's heart like it was hanging in the balance, fearing that one had done something wrong. Unfortunately the more one was nervous, the more mistakes one would make and the more one would make a fool of oneself in front of the other. Shen Chu was angry with her because of Shen Miao's matter and she feared of being updated due to the other party's hate and thus when Shen Chu thanked her, she was immediately happy. But because she was happy, she became worried and Fang and Ning could hear how those troops in theater were singing about. A red bean is planted on the grave of yearning, as the bean falls sharply into one's heart, one asked if the other know about it. The lyrics were very cheesy but Fang and Ning felt that it was very accurate, like it was singing out all the thoughts in her heart. However she felt that she was generally speaking, hopeless. That was because one could not see any difference in Shen Chu's treatment of her. Fang and Ning dined and became sad, finding that singing alone was dull and tasteless. Unfortunately Shen Miao got married at such a time, to Great Liang that was thousands of li away. This not only meant that she would have one less friend in the future in Ding capital, it also meant that she no longer had any reason to visit Shen mansion or even have any little thoughts about her secret. Fang and Ning felt very lost. The affairs of the world changes. No one had expected that there would be a sudden turmoil change in Ding capital. Perhaps those intelligent people would know, those officials would know and those royal people would know. But Fang and Ning, an official's daughter who did not ask about the affairs of the world would be at a loss. In a night Emperor Wenwei fell seriously ill and Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi, had grasped the power in his hands. There were princes who died, locked up, injured and destroyed. All officials in Ding capital felt in peril. Fang and Ning was not clear on what had happened but could see Master Feng's serious and heavy expression and her older brothers were bustling around daily. It was until one day when Master Feng called Fang and Ning to the room and said, and Ning, you are not young anymore and have reached a marriageable age. Fang and Ning was able to guess Master Feng's next words but it was just too sudden for her as she had not thought about it before. Fang and Ning immediately replied, Father, I still do not want to marry. I want to accompany father, mother and older brother. This time the always doting Master Feng did not go along with her words, foolish child. How can there be a female who will keep on stay at home and not be married off? Could it be that one wants to be a spinster? Your older Biao brother will arrive in Ding capital in a few days' time. Go and bring him around. There seemed to be some suggestion behind those words. Fang and Ning had never been one who could keep her composure. She immediately stood up and spoke emotionally, Father, what is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of being impetuous like this? Master Feng's brows wrinkled. What meaning? Your older Biao brother is coming to Ding capital, so what is wrong with a younger Biao sister, like yourself, receiving him? Receiving? I am not a servant, so what should I be receiving? Feng and Ning said. What's more, there is still eldest brother and second older brother. I am not going. You. Master Feng's face became cold. Must go. Master Feng had never sent a single harsh word to Feng and Ning since young, but today he did not give Feng and Ning any face in front of the servants at all. Feng and Ning felt both hurt and wronged that she stood up. Father, our Feng family is not short of money, so there is no need to be involved in the shady business of selling one's daughter. I have not seen this older Biao brother for many years. I have nothing to say if you don't feel embarrassed. Could it be that you want to use the receiving in name and let me and him become a couple? I will not do it. Whoever that is willing can go, but I am not willing. She had mixed with Luo Tan for too long and her words were somewhat vulgar. Master Feng stood up suddenly and gave Feng and Ning a slap. Feng and Ning was stunned. Her face was burning up as she stared at Master Feng in shock, but she saw Master Feng speaking without even blinking. Go back to your room and reflect upon it. Don't let others say that my Feng family has raised such a shameless daughter. The servants around were astonished. Master Feng had never bare even smacked Feng and Ning's little finger. There was once a teacher in Guangwen Tang who slapped Feng and Ning's palm because of her homework, and when Master Feng saw the strokes on Feng and Ning's palm, he wanted to fight with his life with that teacher. However, today he personally gave Feng and Ning a slap. Feng and Ning cried out and ran out the door. In one breath, she ran all the way back to her room and closed the doors before throwing herself onto her bed and cried her heart out. She only saw that faraway older Biao brother once when she was young. That older Biao brother was older than her and would smile gently and praise his younger Biao sister's writing. He was also able to compose poetry when he was young. However, Feng and Ning personally saw that this youth would kiss their personal maid's lips. Feng and Ning felt extremely disgusted. She even told the matter to her family, but the Feng family had all felt that she seen wrongly and refused to believe her. Feng and Ning then hated this older Biao brother even more. She did not even want to see her, much less receiving him. Moreover, Feng and Ning was not a 3-year-old child. Naturally, she understood the meaning behind Master Feng's words. Master Feng obviously had intentions to match her up with this older Biao brother that had a gilded exterior but shabby and ruined on the inside. The more Feng and Ning cried, the sadder she became. The male she liked did not like her and most likely find her a burden. Her father and older brother instead want her to spend a lifetime with a person she hated. Shen Miao and Luo Tan left and she had no one else in Ding capital to talk to, making her unable to have an outlet to her stomach full of grievances. Feng and Ning really felt that the days passed difficultly. However, she was prideful. On top of them, she was also very obstinate. It was all right for Master Feng not to dote on her and hate her, but she was still unbending and even began a hunger strike. In short, she refused to obey and meet that disgusting older Biao brother. If it was usual, with her level of protest and hunger strike, it would have long let the family turn around. However, it was not effective this time, so much so that Master Feng became aggravated and his attitude became even tougher. Feng and Ning and Master Feng kept on being confrontational until Feng Zixian came back to Ding capital after dealing with matter. When he came to know the matter, he came over to comfort her. Feng Zixian said, "Younger sister, you must not blame father. Father currently does not have any choice. The current situation in Ding capital is turbulent and our Feng family is in imminent danger. Father wanted to marry you off to avoid you experience the misfortune. Older Biao brother Sao family has big businesses and you will not have any worries on clothes and food when you marry over. Moreover, he is considered to have both talents and appearance and is considered our relatives, thus upon marriage, you will not be poorly treated. Eldest brother knows that you feel wronged in your heart, but the present is not the same as the past. If there was not this event, naturally one would let you pick a husband that you like, but now. And Ning, do bear with it. Father have no other choice. Marrying him is better than following our family and being in an unknown ending." Feng and Ning was startled when she heard it as no one told her about these before. Some days ago, she had seen that the Feng family were non-stop busy and she felt strange. However, every time she brought it up, she would be dismissed by Master Feng. Feng and Ning really did not link her marriage matter to that. She questioned, "Eldest brother, what is meaning of your words? Is the Feng family going to fall into misfortune?" Not waiting for Feng Zixian to reply, she continued, "If the Feng family is to fall into misfortune, how could I, a daughter of the Feng family, watch coldly from the side? Could it be that father wanted to marry me off so that I could avoid everything? We are after all one family, one have to go through thick and thin together." Feng Zixian sighed and said, "Younger sister, how could I not know what you are saying? It is just that there are many things that are not as simple as you think. It is naturally good that you want to go through thick and thin with the Feng family, but how would father and mother bear that? You have been doted and spoiled since young and we are not willing to let anything happen to you. Moreover, there are many people who have evil intentions. What if they were to use you to threaten the Feng family?" After a pause, Feng Zixian became upset. Not only you would not be able to help when you stay in the Feng family, father and mother would be distracted and it would become the soft underbelly of the Feng family. If you were to be married to the Sao family, not only father and mother would feel assured, the Sao family would perhaps help out. Feng and Ning did not speak for a long time. And Ning, Feng Zixian was somewhat worried when she did not speak. "Eldest brother, I am fine." She took a deep breath and smiled towards Feng Zixian, "Let me think about it." When Feng Zixian saw that she did not want to say more, he knew that it was very difficult for Feng and Ning to accept such a change in such a short timing. He did not say any much at that moment and left. When Feng Zixian left, Feng and Ning looked at the bronze mirror stunned and her hands trembled slightly. Human's fate was as uncertain as the weather. Feng and Ning had never thought that in just a short night, she would go from a young lady who was being envied by everyone would become in such a dangerous situation. She had never thought that she would become a burden. When she was young she had lived too naively and comfortably, but one had not thought that heavens was stingy and hateful. He had let the first half of one's life be so fortunate, but it would be repaid with a precarious future. One was to continue living one's life according to one's personality, the other side was family. Feng and Ning thought about when Shen Miao had wanted to protect the Shen family was shackled at so many areas, and when she did anything, she would have to think about consequences. Was she also so tangled up? She looked at herself in the mirror. Could the arrogant young lady with a moon face appearance be able to bear such a huge responsibility? One could no longer continue like this. Feng and Ning know that if only when one was pampered, could one be arrogant. Not everyone was the Feng family and she could not be sheltered by the Feng family for the rest of her life. Anyways, the person she liked did not like her at all. Feng and Ning made up her mind. Feng and Ning's transformation surprised everyone. She agreed to Master Feng's suggestion, deciding to meet up and chat with Gentleman Cao and perhaps become his wife in the future. The Feng family knew the reason of it, but they had no other way out. There were only a few routes in front of them and only this route would let Feng and Ning live easier. If it was possible, they were not willing for Feng and Ning to suffer any grievances. But when it comes to the time when grievances must be suffered, they wanted her to suffer lesser or suffer the least. Feng and Ning's transformation was not only on her attitude towards the older Biao brother from Cao family, but also on her temper. It seemed that she had turned into a different person overnight and became somewhat quiet, looking like a sensible and gentle person from an outsider, but it was very deplorable in the eyes of the Feng family. However, every time they bring it up with Feng and Ning, she would only smile and said some perfunctory words. Gentleman Cao was very satisfied with Feng and Ning. After all, Feng and Ning was a beauty, and now that she had a change of temperament, she became pleasant and adorable, making him like it. In a twinkling of an eye, it was almost time to discuss about the marriage. The Feng family and the Cao family had exchanged their age cards. Feng and Ning was sitting in the room, looking at the grass outside blankly. However, she heard her personal maid running over in a rush. Young lady, it is not good. It is not good. What had happened? Feng and Ning asked. Biao young master has been beaten up by someone in Zui Xianlu. The maid continued. He was being beaten by the eldest Shen young master of the general residence. Feng and Ning originally did not care about what the maid had said, but upon hearing the last sentence, she could not help but be surprised. You are saying? Who did the beating? The eldest Shen young master of the Shen family, the eldest brother of the fifth Shen young lady. The maid was so worried that her tears almost fell. Gentleman Cao is currently making a fuss in the hall, saying to cancel the marriage. When Feng and Ning arrived at the hall, she saw Feng Fern and Master Feng consoling Gentleman Cao, calling him virtuous nephew. However, it seemed that it was difficult for Gentleman Cao to calm down. Upon seeing Feng and Ning appearing, he immediately rushed over. It was only then that Feng and Ning saw that there were patches of bruises on Gentleman Cao's face. It seemed that he was beaten up rather badly. It was especially so for his two black eyes. She could not help but burst out laughing. When Gentleman Cao saw it, he became angrier and pointed at her nose as he scolded. Since one had already secret relations with that Shen Chu, then why the need to have a marriage with me? Could it be that one want to marry into the Cao family and make me wear a green hat? Shut up. Master Feng's face became solemn. This Gentleman Cao's words were truly unpleasant. Although Master Feng wanted to marry Feng and Ning over, she was after all doted by Master Feng from young, so how would he allow her to be insulted so grievously? Feng and Ning put her smile away. Gentleman Cao, do guard one's tongue. I had thought that with Gentleman Cao's family status, one would definitely not learn from others to sow discord and incite quarrels. It turned out that my thought incorrectly. She mixed with Shen Miao for a long time that she had learned to add 3 points of ridicule in her words. Gentleman Cao was flabbergasted for an instant before he sneered. For what reason do you need to put up a noble and virtuous attitude? If you do not have any relations with him, why would he stand up for you without any reason? Stood up for her. Feng and Ning frowned as Feng Zixian questioned. Nuo, explain what is going on. Nuo was a servant of the Feng residence, and because Gentleman Gao was staying in the Feng residence and was not familiar with the roads in Ding capital, Feng Zixian transferred his servant to Gentleman Cao's side for his convenience. Nuo stood out and looked at Gentleman Cao with fear and trepidation before speaking slowly. As it turned out, this Gentleman Cao looked like he was inquiring about Feng and Ning's welfare on the surface and looked like one who scrupulously abide by social etiquette, but privately he was not at all decent. His perspective towards marrying Feng and Ning was only because Feng and Ning's family background and appearance were considered rather well matched. However, even though that Gentleman Cao did not have any concubine in the residence, he was one who had numerous incidents of touching other women. When he was drinking in Zui Xianlu, the pack of rogues that he befriended in Ding capital asked him, Young Master Cao, one heard that the young lady of the Cao family has an arrogant personality. Since you like to drink and seek pleasure, would you moderate yourself in the future? What kind of joke is that? Gentleman Cao replied, it is entirely justified for men to have social interaction outside. Moreover, for me to marry her is considered to be generous to her. It is not any female that can enter my Cao family. If one did not see her docile and cute, then it would not be her turn to enter our Cao residence's doors. Docile and cute. Isn't it is said that young lady Feng is domineering, proud and condescending? Gentleman Gao smiled complacently. That is only piling errors on top of errors. Most likely she knows her background and deliberately pleased me. Never mind. Seeing her so hardworking and obedient, as long as she did not provoke me in the future and be cautious, I will give her more tender affections. When he spoke to the end, it became a joke and was somewhat too much. Gentleman Gao was speaking happily, but someone strode over suddenly. Before he could react, he was punched by the other so hard that he was flipped onto the ground. That person gave him 3 punches and 2 kicks, making Gentleman Cao cry for his parents. Afterwards, one heard that person saying, the Feng family's foresight for son-in-laws is just poor. Such a weakling actually wants to marry the young lady of the Feng family. Everyone around watching was stunned. Gentleman Gao has lost his face and had gotten beaten, thus becoming furious. Upon asking about that person's identity, he then knew it was the eldest young master of the general residence. Since he could not offend Shen Chu, he came over to make things difficult for the Feng family. When Master Feng and Feng Fern heard it, their face became livid, but they were not angry at Shen Chu and instead were angry with Gentleman Cao's conduct. One had thought of him as a relative and saw that he was decent. If this incident did not happen today, they did not know that Gentleman Cao had such a face privately. Since one had looked down upon Feng and Ning, then why the need to come over to propose? If Feng and Ning were to enter the great doors of the Cao residence, this would be the same as jumping into the fire pit. How could one expect him to care for Feng and Ning sincerely for a lifetime if he did not even respect his wife? Master Feng became furious. You indeed should be beaten up. Since you look down on the Feng family cannot afford to have such a great personage. Get out. Gentleman Cao was startled and said incredulously, what? Did you not hear? Telling you to get out. Feng and Ning said coldly. She no longer concealed the disgust in her eyes. Many years ago, she had personally seen this Cao person playing intimately with the maids and thus did not have any illusions about him. If it was not to help the Feng family, she was not willing to make a compromise. Since all pretenses were dropped, there was nothing else to say. In her heart, she felt somewhat fortunate. Gentleman Cao still wanted to speak, but the livid Feng Zixian had already ordered people to chase him out. When Feng Fern looked at Feng and Ning, her heart could not help but feel sour. She almost let her daughter fall into a fire pit. It was Feng and Ning who turned around and comforted her instead. However, this marriage for Feng and Ning was considered ruined. Since Feng and Ning did not need to deal with that disgusting older Biao brother, her days passed a little easier. Although the Feng family was still in jeopardy, she no longer was an unnecessary pain and went along with the flow with everything. However, she did not expect that she would encounter Shen Chu on her way out. She was somewhat hesitant and did not know what to say. Upon meeting him, she was suddenly overwhelmed and was no longer as forthright and agile as usual. It was Shen Chu that took the first step towards her. Feng and Ning watched as he walked closer. He became taller, braver, powerful and handsome. Compared to those weak gentlemen, he seemed to have a cast iron body. In a moment her heart became frenetic and she blurted out, why did you beat up Gentleman Cao? Shen Chu frowned, what about beating up that kind of person? You shouldn't have beaten him up. Feng and Ning shook her head. Now that it is the troubled times, if he were to become resentful because of the matter, it would be hard to avoid when he messed around behind one's back. To shed all pretense of cordiality at such a time, in fact she did not know what she was saying as she just said anything under the panic situation. Shen Chu stared at her. If I don't beat him up, would you marry such a person? Fang and Ning was startled and immediately whispered, perhaps so. There is nothing bad about it. This is nothing bad. There was a trace of anger in Shen Chu's tone of voice as he continued, you want to marry those kind of bastard that drinks outside and talk about one's fiancé at the back. Fang and Ning raised her head and looked at him. What does this have to do with Deputy General Shen? She did have a little expectation. Before Zhao Zhao left, she had specifically ordered me to look after you. If she knows that you will be married to such a thing, she will definitely be angry. Shen Chu said, naturally this is related to me. Fang and Ning dimmed. Many thanks for Deputy General Shen's care, but the present is different from the past. In Ding capital, any family who dared to marry me at such a critical period is like a phoenix's feather and unicorn's horns. I do not have many choices, but many thanks for your good intentions. Shen Chu came to a halt. After Fang and Ning finished, she then bowed a little before turning to leave. She had always been straightforward and proud, like a study horse that was not familiar with the ways of the world, but now she was wasting away. Without any reason, Shen Chu's heart felt stuck. In a moment he had made a decision that after a long time later, he would not be able to help but laugh upon thinking of it, as it was a fortunate life decision. He said, nonsense. How can there be no more choices? How do you think of me? Fang and Ning's eyes immediately widened. Do you think of me better that Cao guy? He repeated again. Military people valued relations and did not go in circles like literary people. They were direct, enthusiastic and very sincere. Two red clouds suddenly appeared on Fang and Ning's face. She said, if I say yes, is this considered an illicit deal? This time it was Shen Chu that was stunned. Lately Luo Tan's mood was not very good. Everyone in the Luo family had moved to Longyi and was considered settled down. After Shen Miao had become the Empress, she was not as free as before. She had to take care of Chu Yi and Shi Wu and also manage the inner palace. Although this was very puzzling to Luo Tan's eyes. After all, there was only Shen Miao in Great Liang's inner palace, so what was there to manage? Anyways, Shen Miao indeed became busy and Luo Tan felt somewhat bored. She had always been one who could not sit down, thus she simply went out the whole day to the mountains in search for fun. As such, the married couple of the Luo family's second household was not happy. Madame Ma kept saying all day, you are not young anymore, Zhao Zhao's sons are already 1 year old. Other cannot control as you become a spinster, but what about your carefree personality? Luo Tan felt annoyed. She felt that being alone was good as she could eat, drink and play herself. It would be troublesome upon marriage as she has to manage this and that and even also control one's husband's heart. If the husband was a good one and did not bring in messy females to the inner courtyard, then she would need to quickly have offsprings. When the children were born, one had to personally educate them. A female's youth was short, so how could it be wasted on such matters? It would be better to take advantage of one's youth and go out more. It was meaningful to visit the famous mountains and rivers. In fact, the Luo family was not an inflexible and conservative family and there was no need to worry early on about marrying one's daughter off. It was just that as parents, one hoped that one's children would have a good home. Moreover, Luo Tan was a loud and carefree person and did not seem to like anyone since birth. If one were to talk about like, then anyone that was casually seen on the streets that looked good, be it male or female, she would like. That was no different than liking flowers. One did not know which year or month it would be for Luo Tan to open herself to the matter of emotions. Madame Ma asked, Tan tell me honestly if you truly do not have any male you are interested in. Luo Tan felt impatient upon the questioning. Mother, where would the interest in a male be from? Even Qian'er has a female he liked and Qian'er is younger than you. Madame Ma heard the frustration and picked Luo Qian as an example. There are many good men in the whole, so why do you not have one that you fancy? Luo Tan grinned. There are a lot. I did not just see a few. This cannot go on. Madame Ma slammed her hand on the table. One cannot let you carry willfully like this. Zhao Zhao is currently the Empress and would know some young talents under heavens. I will ask her to him to search and you will go and take a good look. Luo Tan looked at her incredulously. Mother, that cannot be it, right? It is not like I cannot get married. It is not that you cannot get married. It is that you just don't understand. Madame Ma said, you must go. If you don't take a look, then watch if I would allow you to leave the house or not. After finishing, she did not wait for Luo Tan's reply and got up to leave. Madame Ma asked Luo Shuiyan to accompany her to the palace to speak to Shen Miao about the matter. Although Shen Miao was currently a noble empress, her temperament had not changed and she would be her usual gentleness towards her family. The Luo family and the Shen family still got along with her as usual as if nothing had changed. Madame Ma's head ached upon speaking about Luo Tan as she asked Shen Miao, Zhao Zhao, you have more contact with noble people normally, can you help Tanner to look at a few perspective? There is no need for requirements on their family background. The most important thing is the other person character, which needs to be upright. Luo Tan is simple-minded and do not understand all the twists and turns in the household, so it is best if that person's family is simple and clean and there are no complicated relatives around. Oh, it would be best if they are also handsome. Madame Ma blushed a little. Tanner likes good-looking things and if he has a good appearance, most likely she would like him. Shen Miao was flabbergasted and she looked over at Luo Shuiyan. Luo Shuiyan also said, yes. Zhao Zhao, it is better for you to help Tanner to take a look. It is naturally to take a look, but, Shen Miao asked hesitatingly, older Biao's sister does not have anyone she is interested in. With her personality, it would be impossible for her to take the initiative. Madame Ma waved her hands and put up an expression of not wanting to speak about it. If Tanner has half of Zhao Zhao's mind, I would not be so worried. They were all sisters, but Shen Miao had an acumen for heroes and had decided on such a rare male like Xie Jingxing when she was young. After marriage, she managed to hold Xie Jingxing so firmly that a monarch did not have any other female other than the Empress in the inner palace. There were countless of young females that envious of Shen Miao. Moreover, Xie Jingxing's conditions were as good as they get. Then one looked at Luo Tan. After living so many years, not to speak about winning a peerless man over, there were no signs of an ordinary man at all. Initially, Madame Ma and Luo Liantai was thinking that once their daughter grew up, people requesting marriage would break their doors since there would be hundreds of families seeking for a daughter and how lively it would be. But at the end it was so quiet. There was not even a mosquito's shadow, much less how wrong the entire situation was. Does older Biao's sister agree to be matched up? Shen Miao asked. She dares to disagree. Madame Ma continued. Zhao Zhao, you have a good relationship with her, so do persuade her more when you are free. What kind of daughter would visit brothels? She even knows where are all the gambling dens in Longyi. It's truly a misfortune for the family clan. Luo Tan had a lively personality and ignored the rules and proprieties. She lived freely but was also easily criticized by others. Shen Miao quickly replied, all right. Then I will start to help older Biao's sister to pay attention. It's just that the success of the matter would depend on older Biao's sister. Many thanks to Zhao Zhao. Madame Ma was overjoyed. During the night, Shen Miao was reading the long scrolls that she had and was not sleeping even late into the night. When Xie Jingxing finished dealing with all the memorandums and returned to the chambers, he saw that she was still reading and thus asked, did one not let you sleep first? There are still some things that are not read. Shen Miao did not even lift her head and her gaze continued to be stuck on the scroll. Xie Jingxing walked over and saw that on each scroll, there was a small portrait of a male, with the male's name, family background, and official position on it. Even the male's likes and dislike were also indicated. Xie Jingxing closed the scroll and asked, "Why are you looking at this?" "Open it up." Shen Miao took the scroll from his hands. "Yin Yu asked me to look for some reliable for older Biao's sister to take a look. You better not interrupt." Luo Tan. Xie Jingxing's brows raised. She wants to marry. Yin Yu is very worried and it is a matter of convenience. Shen Miao suddenly thought of something and looked at Xie Jingxing. Speaking of which, what is Gao Yang's intention? What do you mean by intention? Xie Jingxing was unable to make heads or tail of it. Towards older Biao's sister. Shen Miao glared at him. I see that he liked older Biao's sister but yet did not say things clearly. If one is waiting for older Biao's sister to understand, one feared that it would not be achieved this lifetime. Older Biao's sister does not know but Gao Yang is a shrewd person. What are his intentions? Xie Jingxing frowned and pondered. Gao Yang likes Luo Tan. Shen Miao nudged his arm. Are you blind? How would I know what Gao Yang is thinking? Xie Jingxing felt wronged. He was very clear and logical in all his matter but was very slow-witted when it comes to the lifelong events of his good friends. Shen Miao had saw it and Xie Jingxing was one a blind-eyed person who was too lazy to ask him. However, Xie Jingxing spoke out. Gao Yang is a clever person but clever people may be victims of their own cleverness. Shen Miao immediately understood what he meant. She turned her head and looked at Xie Jingxing. You are saying that Gao Yang knows his feeling but deliberately not speak about it, waiting for older Biao's sister to speak about it. Not everyone is like your husband, who can adapt to circumstances. Xie Jingxing's lips lifted. Oh, Shen Miao glared at him. Why don't you say that not everyone is as shameless as you? Xie Jingxing's face became green as he heard Shen Miao continued, but you were right. Clever people may be victims of their own cleverness. Gao Yang is one who wants to control everyone in his palm and wants older Biao's sister to understand. One fear that he is wrong. Xie Jingxing had some thoughts. What do you want to do? Shen Miao stared at him. Of course to help older Biao's sister. She then walked menacingly to Xie Jingxing and threatened, don't tell Gao Yang. Gao Yang was one of Xie Jingxing's people so Xie Jingxing would occasionally drop a hint or two. Xie Jingxing grabbed her hands and smiled, then that would depend of Fern's performance tonight. Shen Miao was as good as her words and on the next day, a booklet was made with 3 names in it and Luo Shuiyan sent it to the Luo residence. Madame Ma felt so grateful that she wanted to go to the palace to personally give her thanks to Shen Miao but was persuaded by Luo Shuiyan. One is not sure if Tanner would like or not. It is better to speak about it until upon success. Madame Ma trusted the people that Shen Miao picked. She even let Luo Sui and Luo Liantai take a look and both of them kept on nodding their heads. Luo Liantai had entered Great Liang's officialdom and had some understanding of the different officials. The 3 people that Shen Miao picked were ranking young talents. Their family lineages were excellent, they had a clean family and most importantly they had an absolutely upright character. Luo Tan had thought that Madame Ma was only talking about it and even if Madame Ma had the heart to do it, Shen Miao would definitely lean towards herself and not let her meet with these people. She had not expected that not only Shen Miao followed Madame Ma's willfulness, she even sent a booklet over. Luo Tan was so angry that she sat in her room lamenting that her younger Biao sister no longer loved her in front of the mirror. Even though her heart was unwilling, Luo Tan still had to meet these 3 gentlemen. That was because Luo Liantai had cut off Luo Tan's money and did not allow Luo Tan to go out. If she still did not listen, one did not know how long she would be locked up for. Madame Ma's tears fell in front of Luo Tan and since Luo Tan was one who was amenable to coaxing but not coercion, she felt that she was not filial if she made Madame Ma feel so upset, thus she agreed to meet these 3 people. The first one was a gentleman from the family of the highest-ranking minister of the Ministry of Council. He had a stomach full of classic works and was very scholarly but when he spoke, Luo Tan had wanted to doze off. After an entire afternoon of almost nodding off, she told Madame Ma upon her return that if one had to live one's life with this person, one would definitely be the red apricot tree that leaned over the garden wall. It scared Madame Ma so much that she immediately arranged the meeting with the second gentleman. The second gentleman was a former deputy general and was still young. Upon waiting for a few years, there would definitely be better prospect for him. It was just that this young deputy general was very matured and even though he was handsome, he made others feel cold. Luo Tan said that if she were to marry such a person, she would fear if the person beside her pillow will choke her to death at night as his killing intents were just too overwhelming. Madame Ma thought about it. Females were all delicate and even though Luo Tan was loud and carefree, if she were to follow a general and if there was some friction, since that person would not soften his approach, won't it be in chaos, like chicken and dogs flying? She then also rejected the second person in her heart. On the 3rd day, the final one was finally ushered in. This was young Master He, the youngest young master of Vice Minister of National Security Matters. Young Master He was 20 years old and was considered young. Even though his family was a civil officials, he practices martial arts and was considered to be a talent in both literary and military. Upon seeing Luo Tan, he praised the little knife that was hanging at Luo Tan's waist to be extremely interesting. This was a knife that Luo Tan had used her gold to buy. It was not very eye-catching but it was a precious knife that could cut metal like dirt. Ordinary people would not know the value of good but this young Master He could see that the knife was a good one with just one glance. Luo Tan's heart filled with joy and upon seeing that this young Master He was handsome and had a comfortable atmosphere, Luo Tan was exceptionally willing to talk more with him as she was one who liked good-looking people. As such she discovered that this young Master He was indeed one with talent. Not only was he knowledgeable, he also went to many places. When he spoke about the anecdotes in those places, Luo Tan would listen so intently that she was unable to take her eyes off. Even though his stomach was filled with books, he had never show off or spoke cryptically and just changed another way so that Luo Tan could understand. It was very interesting to listen to his words and unknowingly, both of them talked till the skies turned dark. This day was unexpectedly more pleasurable than one had expected. Young Master He seemed to be very satisfied with Luo Tan too and both of them agreed to go out to play tomorrow. Upon returning to the residence, Madame Ma asked Luo Tan, Tanner, what do you think of this young Master He? Luo Tan said, not bad. He is very qualified to be friends. Madame Ma and Luo Liantai almost cried tears of joy. Luo Tan based entirely on her preference when seeing another before they could be her friends, thus this can be said that they were at half a success. After listening to Luo Tan's maid on how both of them talked to one another, Madame Ma finally put down her hanging heart. During the night when Madame Ma was talking to Luo Liantai about this topic, she even said, why not we go to He residence for greetings? I will send He Fern a calling card so that we can sit down to chat. What is the rush? Luo Liantai replied, things have not even begun to take shape yet. That's true. Madame Ma signed, I don't worry about Qian and the most worrisome matter is Tanner's marriage. Speaking of which, initially I had thought that Dr. Gao was not bad and he seemed to like Tanner too. It just that, afterwards nothing was expressed so I thought that I have misunderstood. Madame Ma indeed liked Gao Yang as he looked handsome and did not have a complicated big family. He had already a separate residence so if Luo Tan married over, she would instantly become the matriarch of the family and only needed to manage the servants. Who knew that Gao Yang did not seem to have that intention? Madame Ma was one who had integrity. No matter how good one was, even if one was from Great Liang's divine medical family, what was good about it? If one did not like my daughter, then let it be. My daughter did not need to worry about no one liking her. At the other end, Luo Tan was thinking while supporting her cheeks, that he had not seen Gao Yang for a long time. Gao Yang had returned to the Gao family. Even though he did not live with the Gao family, he had re-entered the genealogy books and thus had to be told of many matters. In the past, Gao Yang would often look for Luo Tan, but currently it was reduced. The last time it happened, it was a month ago. Luo Tan did not know why, but she felt a little sense of loss. However, thinking in another perspective, it was most likely because she has lost a playmate. It was fortunate that young master he was also very interesting, fun to play around with and was liked by Madame Ma. In this case, she would take it as though her playmate has changed. Luo Tan did not know that someone had seen her drinking tea with young master he at the tea house. At this moment, Ji Yushu was feeding the parrot as he spoke. One has not looked for Luo Tan to play for a long time. Why didn't she come over these days? Gao Yang was startled. What is wrong? Ji Yushu would not mention Luo Tan without any rhyme or reason. Something must have happened. Today on my way back, I saw Luo Tan walking with a male. Ji Yushu signed. She looked very happy. Will she be playing with other people in the future? Gao Yang stared blankly as he asked, what are you talking about? On the second day, Luo Tan indeed went to look for young master he to play. One had heard that young master he was very capable and had a promising career, but one did not expect that he could play so well. Luo Tan had thought that she was very familiar with Long Yi after walking so much around Long Yi's streets and allies. Who knew that when going out with young master he, she would only realize that she was not born and raised in Long Yi as young master he knew lots of small shops and restaurants that many others did not know about. It made one feel refreshing. Luo Tan liked these novelty things. She had shopped all around, like she was first in Long Yi. Both of them was like the same kind of person, loved to eat and play and full of energy. Today they again played the sunset before reluctantly leaving, and young master he sent Luo Tan back to the residence. When Gao Yang came to the Luo residence, he coincidentally saw Luo Qian coming out, most likely going out to do something. He was not the same temperamental youth as before and had grown up much taller. His tender face had also gradually began to show the perseverance of a man. It was just that spontaneous personality was still the same as before. They were indeed siblings. When he saw Gao Yang, he said, Dr. Gao. Gao Yang. Both siblings loved to call him doctor, but with his identity, he was not an ordinary doctor. What's more, he had a position of an official. Luo Qian asked, Dr. Gao, are you looking for my older sister? My older sister is not in. Gao Yang was startled and asked without showing his feelings, oh. It is already so late and she had not returned yet. Luo Qian waved her hands and pretended to sound old-fashioned, ah. Went out with that young master he and most likely played so much that she had forgotten where the north is. Young master he, Gao Yang mumbled the name, but before he could ask again, he heard Luo Qian speaking, oh. Whatever is mentioned, comes. They have returned. Gao Yang followed Luo Qian's gaze and turned his head around. He saw a handsome young gentleman walking over with Luo Tan, and the attendant following behind was carrying a pile of things. Luo Tan was speaking very straightforwardly to the other party. In the future when one tours the Great River, one would count you in. It would be a lot of fun. Young master he smiled, one is extremely honored. The corner of Gao Yang's lips pulled out. Luo Qian greeted Luo Tan, older sister. Dr. Gao is here to look for you. It was only then Luo Tan saw Gao Yang. As Gao Yang walked over, he smiled at Luo Tan before looking at this legendary young master he. Young master he had a handsome and gentle appearance and looked like he liked talking to Luo Tan. Upon seeing Gao Yang, he said to Luo Tan, since you have a guest, one would not bother you. After that he instructed his attendant to bring a little box over. One had seen it on the journey back and felt that you would most probably like it. He scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, hope that you will not despise it. Luo Tan received it and said happily, thank you. I have always trust your taste. Seeing both of them talking happily, Gao Yang felt uncomfortable. After sending of young master he with great difficulty, Luo Tan then said to Gao Yang, what matter do you come to find me for? Gao Yang squinted his eyes to look at her. Could it be that I can't look for you if there is nothing? That is not so, Luo Tan said. Didn't you return to the Gao family? There would be many things to be busy with. As she spoke, she opened up the box that young master he had given her. She then saw that there was a chain bracelet in the box. Luo Tan usually do not like jewelry, but this chain bracelet was a delicate gold chain and the pendant was a small sharp delicate knife that was only a small fingernail size. It was lifelike and very adorable. Luo Tan loved it too much to part with it that she started to play with it. When Gao Yang saw it, his heart became unhappier. Since that is the case, then accompany me to walk. Why would I? Before Luo Tan could finish speaking, she was dragged off by the arm. Even though she had martial arts skills, it was considered insignificant in front of Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked like a modest gentleman on normal days, but he was not at all weak. Luo Tan was unable to struggle free and could only be taken away by Gao Yang. Luo Qian waved his hands behind both of them. Older sister, come back home earlier. Gao Yang brought Luo Tan to a small alley before releasing his hand. Luo Tan's hand had started to hurt after being grasped by him that tightly. She could not help but complained, are you crazy? Gao Yang paused for a little before speaking, I am very busy and you are also not free. Ah, Luo Tan did not understand. So happy after playing with young master he. Gao Yang sized her up and his tone of voice became somewhat strange. After only knowing for a few days, the word always is used. Are you very close with him? Do you trust him that much? Gao Yang was really strange today and Luo Tan could not make any sense to it. Thus she replied, are you sick? Why do I need to tell you who I am close with? What is wrong with you today? Did you take the wrong medication? Did your Zufu scold you? Gao Yang took a deep breath before speaking. If I do not come searching for you, you will go traveling with another. Luo Tan was inexplicably confused by Gao Yang's tone of voice today. She was also not a patient person. You are just too overbearing. You don't look for me, so naturally I will look for another to play. Else would I bore myself to death at home. There are so many people under the skies. Naturally one have to make good friends. Only good friends. Gao Yang advanced. Aren't you already started looking for your future husband? Luo Tan was startled and asked, how did you know? When her words landed in Gao Yang's ears, it was admitting to it. Gao Yang said, then what do you think of him? This time, his tone of voice became warm and mild like before. Luo Tan saw that his expression was as usual and treated him as though everything was all right, not bad at all. One did not think those scholars are not coarse and are actually interesting. Gao Yang said, don't meet up with him again. Luo Tan was puzzled. What is wrong with you? Why do you keep saying strange things? Not to mention it is my mother that wants me to go. Making whatever friends and picking whatever husbands are all my matters, so what does it matter to you? Could it be that you will be managing whatever people I will be seeing in the future? Yes. Gao Yang interrupted her words. Luo Tan stared blankly. I had originally thought that you will understand, but your stupidity makes me gasp in amazement. Or in face, you are intelligent, so you deliberately eat me up. He said as he thought. Luo Tan could not understand his words and only heard that Gao Yang calling her stupid. She immediately flared up. You are then the stupid one. Not only stupid but also unreasonable. I like to play with young Master He and you don't let me see him, so I will deliberately do so. How could anyone be this unreasonable? Before she could finish her words, Gao Yang pulled her into his embrace and blocked her lips. His kiss was as gentle as him, like it was a modest gentleman. However, in the softness, there was a strength that did not accept any rejection. Luo Tan covered her lips and took 2 steps back. No matter how boorish she was, she understood what this meant. She had never thought about her relationship with Gao Yang. In her perspective, Gao Yang was only a good friend. Even though he loved to tease her and had a stomach full of evil thing with a warm appearance and easy to speak to personality, he was considered a gentleman. How what did this gentleman take advantage of her with such grandiose? If it was another person, one feared that Luo Tan would have raised her knife to stab or beat up the other person. However, upon encountering Gao Yang, she did not have any anger and instead was somewhat of a panic. It seemed that she was used to such intimate actions. Yes, she was used to it. Ever since coming to Longyi from Ding capital, she stayed in the Gao residence and for a long time Gao Yang was considered a gentleman but would make some intimate actions from time to time. These actions were done very naturally and Luo Tan was loud and brash, thus she would not be so calculative. Now that one had eaten mulberry leaves, it was logical to make such inappropriate moves seem common. Luo Tan was terrified. When Gao Yang saw her like this, his expression became slightly relaxed and his tone of voice became soft. He said, don't see him in the future. Luo Tan was embarrassed. Why did you? If you cannot even see through this, I have to really doubt that you are so stupid that no one else can compare. Gao Yang chuckled. Luo Tan's face became red and then pale to red again. At the end she said, could it be that you like me? Gao Yang coughed lightly, I have already did everything so clearly. Luo Tan however felt grievance. How could it be understandable? He did not come over to request marriage or write love poems. He even did not say sweet words like Xie Jingxing did to Shen Miao. Only Ghost would be able to understand. Gao Yang said, at first, one only felt that you were fun and wanted to tease you. Afterwards, one felt that you were interesting and upon seeing you being close with others, one's heart felt uncomfortable. Initially one that thought that this course was natural and you would finally understand. However, I finally understood that with your brains, if I do not speak of it, you would not understand it in your entire lifetime. He took a step forward and did not give Luo Tan an opportunity to escape. Do you understand now? Luo Tan was made confused by hum and unconsciously nodded. Oh. That's good. Gao Yang held her shoulders pleasantly, then let's return to the residence now. Return to which residence? Luo Tan asked. Of course to the Luo residence. Gao Yang smiled lightly like the wind and clouds. It is time to discuss about our marriage with mother-in-law. After a while. Gao Yang, you are seeking death. The end.